Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, on a special day here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Y'all want to be around in the 9 o'clock hour. Vanessa Richardson is going to come by and hang out with us and tell us who she thinks the Rockets should keep.
I already told her. She's like, no, tell them don't do that. I said, well, yeah, I'll try to tell them. She said, tell them not to do that.
Who are we going to keep?
She's like, that.
She will reveal.
Because she started getting all scared. She's like, maybe I shouldn't come in. I said, don't. Me and Dale will handle them. Don't worry.
Don't include me in that.
She even goes, I thought he's friends with Tillman. She said, is he not like the Rockets? I said, no, it's just his thing he's doing.
It's not his thing. I'm the one who suggested we ask that question.
Yeah.
Oh, you were?
Dell.
Well, there you go, Dell. What an ally to women. She's
What?
trying to keep her job, and you're immediately having him do stuff like that.
Well, we got to see.
Him.
Don't we need to know who they're going to keep, Jalen or Alpie?
See, the problem with
Both.
you, Lance, is you don't think she's capable of handling it, and
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, we do. We think that she's a pro. She'll be able to handle the situation.
Why would y'all put her in that position?
Because it's the perfect.
People need to know.
Yeah.
What if she said the wrong thing and got fired?
Listen.
You guys hiring her somewhere?
Oh, if you had OJ in here, you wouldn't ask him if he did you kill her? Did you
no,
kill him or not?
I wouldn't.
No, did you kill them or
I
not? You
wouldn't.
have to ask the question. You have to ask the
He's
tough
been
questions.
asked.
That's why you're not a
He's
journalist
been
like
asked.
we are.
Good. I don't want to be a journalist.
You're not a
You've
journalist.
already said
like-
you're not a journalist, so what are you talking about?
I'm going to try now.
You've always said, I'm not a journalist. I'm not a...
I'm not a journalist. I don't want to be a journalist. But you got to ask the tough questions. That's what you got to do. Okay.
Rockets are keeping both. There's your answer.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Did you see the
they're not
video of
trading
them
before
working
the
out
season.
in the players-only camp?
Yeah, they're going.
They look pretty.
They appear to have the right guys in place to make sure. Look, Dylan Brooks, but especially Fred VanVleet and Amen Thompson and Jabari, this is just what they know. They grew up knowing this kind of approach. I think the right guys are in place and the right head coaches in place. The Rockets are, I think they're focused.
They look
like
really
this is
good.
not. It was just 2 years ago that vibes was the most important thing. Like how you walked into the game, what your pregame fit was, and the pictures that were going to be on Instagram, and the fans were buying into vibe this and vibe that. The game, I remember going to the game where it really, I was at the game. I'm like, everything about this is just vibe. It's music and DJs, and it's. I don't see serious basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see is Kevin Porter Jr., which, unfortunately he's going to get the brunt of my feeling about that Rockets team. But I don't know. He's gone. Some veterans come in. Ime comes in, and Steven Silas was no help because he would just run roughshod over. And now all of a sudden, man, it's a different team. Like they got some legitimate dogs on the team. This is great. So we'll talk to Vanessa Richardson about that. She also does Astros. She does TV with Space City Sports, so she's involved in Astros broadcast post-game from time to time as well, so we will talk to her. We can talk to her about that as well, but she's doing great with the Rockets and looking forward to catching up with Vanessa, talking some Rockets. We haven't really talked much Rockets. I mean, it's coming up on football season. We're in the middle of baseball season. John, there are 30 teams in Major League Baseball at this point.
Right.
Where do our Houston Astros stand in terms of
They're the best of them all.
in terms of winning percentage?
Oh, winning
In terms
percentage?
of the numbers.
11 games over 500. Where do they stand in Major League Baseball?
Out of the 30 teams.
Out of the 30 teams.
How successful are they?
They're probably 13th, 12th, 13th.
11th.
11th. Okay.
11th. We still got a ways to go to
Well,
catch
we
up.
started very slowly. We've had a lot of injuries.
Very slowly. There's a lot of good
a
teams
lot
in
of
Major League.
injuries, too.
There's some really good teams in
We're
Major League
better
Baseball.
When, we got Justin Verlander on the mound today. Kyle Tucker will be back some year.
Nah.
One of these
I'm
years.
at this point. I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to say we're just wait and see on Kyle Tucker.
Well,
I can't keep. We did this with McCullers and especially Garcia for a long part of the year. Well, Garcia's coming back. McCullers will probably come back. We'll see. But Garcia's going to be back. Nope. I'm at the point. Tucker's going to be back. Is he going to be the same Kyle Tucker? This has been an extraordinarily long recovery.
Yeah.
Which really concerns me about, was there any kind of, did he have a setback or was it was obviously worse probably than people, at least that we anticipated. And the Astros never gave any intel about how bad it was. Not really, but it's lasted a long, long time. Renel Blanco, I think he's hit the wall. It's getting hard to just not say that Renel Blanco. I worry about what we're going to get from him down the stretch. Worry is a little bit of a strong phrase, I guess, but I didn't think his breaking pitch had any real bite on it. He was trying to backdoor a lot of his breaking pitches. It's just really flat. He did not look good. They jumped on him quick for the first 3 runs, and then he had a lead at 4-3. The Astros came back. John Singleton with the 2-run bomb. The Astros came back, had a lead at 4-3, and then he and the bullpen and then Blanco just fell off, and the bullpen couldn't do their job. The Astros gave up their lead. They tied it back up at 4-4, or it was tied at 4-4, I should say. And then, moving forward, the Astros run here, run there for both sides, and then the Astros. Yainer Diaz another home run, which was nice.
Yeah.
Late in the game, man, Yainer's he is
good.
On one right now.
He is good.
He's back over 300, but they give up a home run. Ort gives up a home run, and that's the margin of victory. 6-5, the Red Sox win. And it was nice to see the comeback from down 3-0. The Astros offense came back. The offense was there. You just had it was just tough to try to keep the Red Sox off the board the rest of the game.
It's tough to keep Jarren Duran off. I mean, dude.
Duran hits the home. Yeah, he's the home run hitter.
Listen, the first 2 games of the series, 1 pitch home run, 1 pitch double. He's 4 for 4 last night. Holy crap! This dude,
and he's the one that got in trouble for
for the
calling somebody.
Yeah, the F word.
Yeah,
he dropped a couple of F words on people.
He effing F.
Yeah. I mean,
he double F'd them in a.
I think he should have been suspended for a month or 2.
I think he should have been suspended for the year.
For the year. I mean,
get him out of here.
Say that kind of stuff.
At least for this series.
Man, he is a pain in the ass. No wonder he was an All-Star. He was the MVP of the All-Star game, wasn't he? He hit the homer to win the All-Star game. He is he's on a roll, this dude.
Why was he getting yelled at from the stands?
I don't know why.
You need a tennis racket.
Yeah. What? What? I'm hitting 293. I've got an 860 OPS.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to figure out why that guy was getting yelled at by Boston fans.
He should have called him something other than that, though, probably.
Well, he was 0 for 3 that day, so.
There you go.
Well, 0 for 2.
There you go.
He was 0 for 2 going into that at bat, so he needed to get yelled at. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he deserved it then.
Yeah, I would say so.
Certainly.
Tennis racket there. Durant, get a tennis racket. Unless that was an Astros fan yelling at him, but I don't feel like, that's probably not the move to make if you're an Astros fan. Although my buddy Michael and some of his friends, he was at the game. Michael, he was at the game, and he said the fans weren't that bad.
No?
No, I was like, don't stare at them for very long. You kidding?
The Red Sox fans?
Yeah, he said where he was sitting, he said Seattle was way worse.
Yeah.
He said the Seattle fans were, he almost got in a fight with a Seattle fan. Of course, Michael gets a little.
Yeah, he's a feisty guy.
He's not this version is calm. I knew the version in high school that would punch a hole in a wall based on something that happened in Mike Tyson Punch Out. And he had pictures hanging all over. It was just, in high school, he was covering up holes in a sheetrock where he had punched it. And his mom didn't know. His mom and dad didn't know because he's got pictures of anything he could find, he just hang on a wall. It was one of a picture of a kitten or something, so obvious. What is this? And he's got holes in his wall. I've got some great Michael Bennett stories, but he's a much calmer version, but it didn't really sit well with him. Some of the things that were going on with the Seattle fan that he had next to him. So, but he said Boston was fine. He said Boston was fine, and I wouldn't think so because the Astros ruined them on a regular basis.
That's how we judge the other opposing fan bases, whether or not Michael Bennett gets in a fight with them.
Yeah.
Right.
He is the standard.
There's
a line.
Can tolerate you.
The line of demarcation. Yeah.
Well, he's calm way down. The Hulk is still in there. But he's calm way down. There's people who can't believe Michael used to get mad. Oh my gosh. He was a guy in baseball. If he would foul out, he'd get so hard on himself in baseball. I mean, he kicked. I got little league stories I'm not going to waste a whole on a personal friend, but yeah, in baseball, don't you do it, Michael. A coach has to yell at him not to throw his bat because he struck out on a pitch. He was a good baseball player, and he turned like he was going to throw it into the fence. He was so mad, and he goes, "Don't do it, Michael. Don't do it." And Michael thought, and in his mind, he's just said, "F it," and flung the bat as hard as he could into the fence, like, "Hit the poles." So he had to run, and you have to run left field to right field, left field to right field.
Has Michael ever said the secret is I'm always angry?
No.
Because that's what the Hulk. Hey, Hulk, get mad. The secret is I'm always mad. Is that how your friend operates?
No. He had it simmering before. I'll never forget. The players were picking on. We were in freshman football. Players were picking on they were messing with one of the players because something happened in practice. Everyone's going in. Michael's like, "Man, don't worry about it. Don't listen to these guys. They're blah, blah, blah." No, he said something that one of the guys who, the phrase ship starter, but we're not saying ship. One of the guys there was a ship starter. So he goes, oh, Kenny, you hear what he just said about you? Before you know it, they had ship started him into fighting. The two guys got into a fight. And Michael's trying to tell the guy, "Don't worry about these guys. They're just messing with you." And then all of a sudden he's having to fight the same guy. So things like that happen.
That happens.
But now he goes to church, and he's very calm unless Seattle fans, let's face it, Seattle fans sometimes need to be fought with.
So the Astros lost last night, and Jaron Duran I'm sick of him. Verlander today. What do we expect? What are we going to expect out of Justin today?
Realistically, I hope you get
Let's say
I hope you get
75 pitches.
Yeah, I hope if you get a quality start, that'd be incredible.
No, I don't think.
I don't think you do either. I think
innings.
you're probably getting 5 innings.
Maybe 4 or 5. Yeah, I think he'll come get him in the 5th.
I think you're probably giving up in the neighborhood of 3 runs. Boston could hit a little bit. It's going to be a pretty good challenge. Today.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm going to see what the boys in Vegas think about this one.
That's interesting. Justin Verlander coming back for the first time.
I mean, his name is Justin Verlander, but what are we expecting?
And this Astros minor league lineup continues to amaze night in and night out. Jonathan Singleton coming in and homering last night was nice. That was we got a little production out of first base, other than when Yiner's at first base. You really can't. I don't know that we're going to muster much out of first base, if you want to know the
Justin
truth.
Verlander and the Astros are minus 150.
What?
So it's 150 to win 100. Yeah.
That seems like that's a high number for a guy who hasn't pitched in months.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's also the Astros, who have been playing better baseball. The Astros lose. I went and checked standings. I'm like, we're 5 games now. It's like Seattle couldn't be playing worse baseball at a worse time.
They're one game over 500.
This run has really gone bad for them. They're now 5 games behind, and the Astros at this point can boat race Seattle. I mean, they can boat race Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle's, after grabbing a Rosarena, you thought, okay, this is, they were making a move after grabbing a Rosarena, and then they hit the brakes, and now they've never regained their momentum. And the Astros at this point, you basically just have to cruise in and play average baseball, and I don't see Seattle catching them.
I've told you this is double digits. They're going to win this by double digits. The question for me is whether or not they play in the wild card. It's not, and they're not going to. They're going to catch Cleveland and possibly the Yankees and the Orioles, and we'll find out about that next week when you got the Orioles. You got that series, or at the end of the. What's today? This weekend? Is that this weekend?
Yeah, this is game 3 already.
Yeah, here we go. Go to Baltimore.
It's
and you
Friday.
got 4 games.
You're Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. So here we go. And I ain't scared. Ain't worried. This team has already swept the Orioles once, and here we go. We'll do it again. That's what we do.
Well, if we go by that logic, they had already swept the Red Sox once, and now
they're going to win 2 out of 3.
Okay.
And now they're going to win 2 out of 3.
Okay, so will they take 2 out of 3 from the Orioles or sweep them? You love a prediction.
They'll take 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
Oh, no, I guess the Orioles, that's the 4-game set. So,
So
Thursday,
3 out of
Friday,
4.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. They're gonna win 3 out of 4 in Baltimore. Yeah. What else?
All right.
Is there any other questions? Okay, this press conference
With Blanco and Arrighetti pitching, you feel good about that?
I do. I love. Hey,
Lance?
have you seen him lately?
I saw Blanco last.
13 strikeouts, 12 strikeouts.
What about
Blanco
his-
has not been pitching great.
What about Arrigetti's last start?
Arrigetti's last start was just a little bit. I mean, now he's back to 14 strikeouts. That's the Arrigetti
Okay.
I'm
So
here for.
they're both going to be pitching in that series, correct?
But Blanco will not be pitching. Oh, yeah. No, Blanco won't. There's a six-man rotation
Oh,
now.
six-man rotation. So you'll avoid Blanco and his
Thank you.
8 pitches.
Well, he'll throw in Philadelphia,
start?
which won't be. Well, that'll be
You feel
tutti
good
frutti.
about that, too?
I didn't say anything about Philadelphia yet.
Okay.
Okay. Slow down.
Okay.
We got Baltimore. Let's go. Coming up,
Well, we still have the
Verlander
Red
today.
Sox.
Verlander today, and then on to Baltimore. I'm excited about this stretch. This is the toughest stretch of the season. And you know what? You know what the Astros do? They step up to the competition.
Gearing up for the playoffs. So Justin Verlander,
Is back.
getting back into form is a big deal. So every start he makes is a huge one, because not necessarily for right now, but for the future. Yes.
All right, 713-780-3776. If you have any Michael Bennett stories, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number to hang with us.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you. Vanessa Richardson going to join us later in the show. Anthony in New York. We lost the game, and Anthony's is calling in. It's Anthony. It's okay, right? One loss to the Red Sox. We're all right.
I'm just saying, right? I'll be out there today. Rooting for Justin Verlander. I'm looking for a shutout. Verlander and two relievers shutting them out. And I'll see you guys in the morning.
All right. You coming by tomorrow morning?
Absolutely.
All right, buddy.
You're in town.
Yeah, he's going to the game.
Actually, I swam in the Texas-shaped pool last night.
You did what?
In the Texas pool of the downtown. The what's the name of
Marriott.
The Marriott downtown.
Oh,
They got the
okay.
Texas. You've seen the Texas pool?
No, I hadn't seen
It's
it.
the shape of the state of Texas.
State of Texas?
Yeah,
I hadn't seen
yeah,
it.
it's cool.
What are you doing down here, Anthony? Just watching the game?
Came to watch
Or do you have work?
I'm going to see Astros today. I'm going to see Chris Stapleton on Saturday, and going to see the Space Cowboys on Friday.
Wow. He's making a whole week. Anthony, I don't know if you checked your weather app. It's a little warm down here for that Space Cowboys game, so just be heads up for that.
See, but the thing is, I got off the plane. It was 97, and I'm like, bring it. That's all you got. Bring it.
Andy,
It's got
I
more.
love that. I love that. Wait a minute. Are you going to the?
It's been in the 90s in Jersey, so it's not
Yeah.
much of a difference.
Well, it's not,
that's true.
So,
Yeah.
in my city, it could be 190, and I'm enjoying myself.
Are you all proud of that New Jersey baseball team? That's the Little League team. You've been watching them?
No, actually, I'm rooting for the Texas team.
Anthony, for those who don't know, Anthony's you're still in construction. No, what's your job officially?
Well, I'm going to be retiring at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So I'm actually on Friday before the Space Cowboy game. I'm going to go look at some real estate in Pearland.
So you're thinking about moving. For those who don't know, Anthony, as you can hear, thick accent, but he's grown up like he's been a Houston sports fan, and not only that, you're a fan of the city. You want out of there. You want out of all those high taxes and township taxes.
I like the Texans, but I miss my Oilers. I really do. I'll never get over the Oilers leaving.
And now you're moving. Now you're going to move to so you're looking at Pearland.
Sweet.
Look at that, Anthony.
I just hope I don't bump into you in the street and you think I'm stalking you or something.
Well, if you would,
You won't bump into me into the Pearland streets. I can promise you that.
you bring that accent with you, and guess what? You're going to have some conflicts. Okay?
No, he's not going to
I
have
don't need
people
to
here are nice. He's not going to have conflict. What are you talking about?
I love it.
Conflicts.
No.
No.
So cordial and friendly.
It is. We're welcome.
Everybody's friendly here. Everybody.
All right.
All right?
All right.
All right, buddy. Well, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
You bring that accent here, you're going to have conflicts. What do you, is it don't come into this neighborhood
Yeah.
attitude you got?
He's got that New York,
You don't exactly have a Los Angeles, California accent.
I don't.
Do they?
No, I don't have any
Have you
problems.
had any
I don't have
conflicts
problems
yet?
with people, though. I don't have any problems whatsoever, except idiots on Twitter. That's all. That's the only
Oh,
thing.
my God, Dell. Did you see he tried to bring us into it? He told a guy to stop listening to our show. I said, hey, this guy even said he likes me and Dell.
Yeah, he likes you
Don't
and Dell.
bring me and Dell
He's
into
an
this.
idiot.
He's mad at you for talking about a kicker on fantasy football on something else. I don't know what it
Brought
was.
up that
And you guys got into an argument.
that the Dallas kicker is really good. That was it. That actually his expert who would stop talking about that. You don't know nothing. Experts.
He didn't want you
Shut
talking
the
fantasy.
F up. Shut the. I mean,
And John got mad.
from now on, our fantasy segments are the Joshua Bund fantasy segments.
See
okay?
this? See how
that's
petty
what we're
this
gonna.
is?
That's what we're gonna do from
Do
now
me
on.
a favor. Don't listen to the show ever again.
Don't listen to the show.
I'm
You're
like,
an idiot.
hey, listen.
He's an idiot.
You like me and Dell? Listen.
The Joshua Bund fantasy football segment.
I think
That's
this
what
is
we're doing.
perfect timing because out of the blue, I got an email from someone who handles the people at Roto World, and of course, they're known for their fantasy football. So, should we get an expert on that Joshua would love to hear
Absolutely.
from?
Yes, we should have. Yeah,
or
we have,
just-
and it'll be the Joshua Bund expert segment, fantasy football segment.
Okay. Do we still continue to call Joshua an idiot, or do we stop?
Yeah,
doing
no,
that?
he's still an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that.
Oh,
It started off, is somebody at the station pushing you to talk fantasy or something? Please stop. Leave it to the experts. It's brutal. John says,
F you.
he says,
Yeah.
he goes,
Listen.
by the way, you're expert.
I am an expert. I won my fantasy league last year. I am considered a fantasy football expert. Did you, Joshua Bund? Okay. Did you? No, you didn't probably because you suck at it. Okay, so suck it, Joshua.
He goes, by the way, your experts are no better than the rest of it. Well, where's the one where you told him to go listen? Let me get to the first one. The first one is, by the way, your experts are no better than the rest of us. Where'd they have Puka last year? Jalen Hurts 2 years ago. Cooper Kupp 2 years ago. All they go by is last year's stats. They're weathermen doing sports takes, usually wrong. Use your own brain. Somewhere you told him to stop listening
and
to the
I told
show.
him stop listening to the show.
And he goes, I do use my own brain for fantasy. My point is I have no use for your brain. Where would I be without your kicker tip or the suggestion to still draft Lamb despite the holdout? Thanks.
Wait, you're not going to draft
You've
CD
made
Lamb,
your
idiot?
point. No
hey,
one-
idiot. You're not going to draft CD Lamb?
Oh, I see. John goes, I see by your picture you're a Bills fan. Sorry I made this something that you had a brain. Do everyone a favor. Listen to something else. And I said, no, Josh.
That didn't do us a favor.
I said, no, Josh, keep listening. Don't listen to John. He goes, despite Granado's meathead fantasy takes, I do find you guys very entertaining. You and Dell are hilarious and offer great insight when it comes to NFL and college football. I listen in spite of Granado. He's rough. I said, he's more of a baseball guy / savant.
Baseball savant.
And John said, well, actually, it's one of his experts who has the Dallas kicker ahead of Tucker. And there's a real conundrum about CeeDee Lamb.
Conundrum.
Yeah,
Should
I use
should
big
he
words, too.
stand his ground? So who sounds like an idiot? Not us. And then Jackie said, he doesn't give a bleep about your fantasy takes. He hates your politics. Might as well debate a stop sign. And then Josh said, sorry, bud, I hate everyone's politics right now. I cringe at both of the cults. Jackie goes, right. And then Josh says, wait, are you the guy that bought a pair of jeans for Granado on his birthday?
Well, no, but
That
Jackie
didn't
might
happen.
at some point.
No, nobody.
He
bought
got
me a
real
pair of
personal. A
jeans.
lot of this got
Well-
idiots and brains.
Well,
and,
John called him an idiot. That's
Yeah.
when it gets personal.
well, he called
Yeah.
John a meathead, and he
Well,
said
that's
thanks for
kind of true.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. He can call me whatever he wants. I don't care.
Just keep
listen
listening
to something else.
Keep listening, Josh.
Yo, what you need to do is listen to the Joshua Bund Fantasy Hour that we're going to do
well,
here.
is he going to pay for that? Why are we giving
No,
him?
he's not paying
Why are we
for
giving
it.
him a name?
Because we got to name it after him so that I hope he cringes every second.
Joshua, you're welcome to listen from 10 to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Well,
listen
yeah,
to 10
but
to 12.
you're welcome to
Dell
listen
is
now.
hilarious. Dell's he's a regular Robin Williams over there. Okay?
No, I'm not as hairy, so
That's super dead also.
yeah, I'm not dead either.
Okay? So you listen. You need to listen to Dell.
I feel like Gallagher's disrespecting me.
Okay?
Are you disrespecting me, Gallagher? Is that what you're doing?
old school comedy beefs.
Anyway, so that's it. Anytime we talk fantasy, the Joshua Bund fantasy segment.
Yeah, you're not petty.
Yeah. No. Because he's so smart in fantasy football.
Maybe
What a
no,
douche.
he's looking for help. He just doesn't want it from you.
He said, "What are you giving me
He's
kicker
a
tips
douche,
for?"
is what he is.
Oh my God, we're trying to keep listeners.
Not that one. Not that one.
He
man.
likes us.
Well, yeah, I don't care if he likes
He
you.
listens in spite of
Well,
you.
he should listen to you two then. Okay?
It was trying to, but you kept talking about kickers the whole time.
He would prefer that you would stop talking about kickers. That's
Just stop
all.
talking kickers so much.
Yeah. What okay. That's all. That's enough of that. The Joshua
This
Bund
was
segment.
a span of like 40 hours or so from
No,
from
not-
first tweet to last tweet.
No, it was about 24.
No, I thought it lasted because John wasn't immediately responding to this guy, so I felt like it kept. How long did you keep talking to this guy?
It went on for the day.
It went
Just I mean, not for
No,
the day.
off and on, no.
Probably about 10
I
hours.
Yeah, he-
tweeted twice.
10 to
That's
12.
Yeah,
all.
he wasn't tweeting at him a lot. He would see
No, I
something and then.
noticed he answered. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
that's what
wasn't
I'm-
on. I noticed
That's what
he
I'm,
answered
that's what
and
I'm
I
saying.
replied.
That's what I'm saying.
You're an idiot.
It went from like.
He had about 4 replies.
Yeah.
And he had about 4, yeah, and then Jackie got involved. and
I
then
love. Thank you,
He
Jackie.
said, did you buy
Jackie's coming in
jeans?
to save the day. Mighty, here comes Mighty Mouse Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but he's evil though because he doesn't have hair. He's not. He can't be a superhero.
Yeah.
He's got to be on.
Is this a Dr. Linville spot coming?
No,
it's
it's
just- that's
it's
just how it
Houston
works.
You know what? I probably changed the locks at my house now because of Joshua Bund.
What? Now he's gonna break into
I
your
need
home.
Houston.
Guys,
You know who I
just
need?
trying to get fantasy
Houston
advice.
safe
that's all.
and locked. That's what I need. Houston safe and locked. If you're looking for the best way to change those locks, no matter what it is, and they listen, They've got Medico. You probably have some kind of a problem if you have to change your locks at home. So Medico is the way to go because nobody can make a copy of your key except you. So it's the locks are tremendous. So ask Derek or any of his great people over at Houston Safe and Lock about that. But here's the deal: is at your business, it's a lot of businesses are looking to this. Is what do you want? Do you want a key fob? Do you want a PIN code? Do you want a smart device? How do you want to open your doors that you can keep track of who's coming and going at each door, especially if you have multiple doors at your business? It's kind of a big deal. And, you don't want stuff walking out the back and not knowing who was actually walking out with it, but you can with Houston Safe and Lock. They've got the right locks for your business. If you're looking to change those locks or you're just not doing it efficiently enough, Houston Safe and Lock, 975-SAFE. .com, 975safe.com, 713-522-5555. Ask for Derek.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Astros lose last night, and Jaron, I'm sick of this dude. Get out, beat it, Jaron Durant. We don't need you around, and we don't need you in our town anymore. That dude is really, really good. He's on fire, along with Yiner. Yiner had himself another home run, crushed one. So, the Red Sox still win at 6-5. Justin Verlander on the mound today. Blanco just okay. He has not been great since the start that he had. He was probably their MVP of the first half. He was my MVP for the first half, and just hasn't been the same guy. Maybe just too many innings, whatever the case may be, or maybe just woke up, said, I'm Ronel Blanco. Maybe I shouldn't be a Cy Young candidate. I don't know. Whatever the case may be. We're going to a six-man rotation now, starting with Justin Verlander today against these Red Sox in the last game of the series, an afternoon game for your Houston Astros. We also had a lot of football talk. Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter. Now, when Tua says, Brian Flores, man, that dude, he was rough. He was tough when you're getting beat down all the time. Well, Kamari Lassiter says, well, you should play at Georgia because it ain't easy. It ain't easy to play at Georgia.
Wait.
It ain't the same.
Tua played for Nick Saban.
True.
Nick Saban, I think we forget. Nick Saban gets in everybody's ass. There's nobody who's so it's not like he hasn't had hard coaching, but the fact is he also had a lot of success.
Well, and you had some positivity too, and I imagine you had a lot of positivity as well when you were talking about Georgia and Kirby Smart. But here is Kamari Lassiter asking how'd you get ready? How are you getting ready for NFL? Here's Kamari Lassiter.
I would say I credit a lot of that, being at Georgia, to, me being able to kind of translate that, in the NFL. I would say, coming up at Georgia, it was hard, having a coach like Coach Smart, a guy who a lot of people would think is crazy, just kind of going at you every day, and just being in, kind of that environment, it just kind of, makes you want to, kind of forget if you made a bad play, just kind of forget it and being able to try and make up for the next player.
People think he's crazy. He would just think he's crazy.
Yeah.
I would imagine that dude is relentless.
Well, I mean, he is. He's a direct disciple of Nick, and he is. I think the difference is he wears his emotion on his sleeve in a positive way too when he's happy, and so, Nick was just always just gruff, and they're two peas in a pod, and then Belichick is there's Nick, then there's Belichick is the more quiet version of that, and then Kirby is the more buoyant, more. It's not effervescence, not the word I'm looking for, but he's a more energetic version of that. But yeah, hard coaching can get you ready. The Brian Flores stuff is completely different. And this is something I've heard from the Dolphins behind the scenes. This is not a, when Tua came out, we may need to play Tua's comments. Actually, let's play Tua's comments first for context, because we remember. So Brian Flores, I think Brian Flores, there's a lot going on here. Brian Flores is the reason the Texans did not end up with Josh McCown. The Texans were going to hire Josh McCown, believe it or not, with
Brian
no
Flores.
coaching experience. Right. And then he sued the NFL, believing that he was not getting opportunities because of, I guess, for racial reasons. He was suing one of the teams was the Texans caught it.
Texans were in the lawsuit.
The Texans were in the lawsuit.
That he was just being interviewed for his
the reality is Brian Flores had a reputation in the league, and Brian Flores got that reputation probably from the people who dealt with him at Miami. When people ask, because that's what they're going to do, they're going to go, hey, what's the deal with Flores? Flores really, he and Chris Greer really got into it, the general manager, and it was about, a lot of this was about the quarterback. He didn't really, and Del, you can speak on this. I think it was known in Miami at some point that he really wasn't into Tua, and I heard from people in Miami, he was openly, it was about Deshaun, and he didn't like Tua. This is something that was told to me by somebody in the building, that was one of the points of contention that they had, was that they needed to go harder after Deshaun Watson when he was with the Texans. The part that we started finding out is he was really hard on Tua in practices, like beyond hard. Let's get you have a son who was a quarterback in college. You were a quarterback. We don't mind hard coaching. I think there's some things across the line. Let's listen to what Tua said, and then we'll talk about that, and then we'll listen to what Brian Flores said. He had a response yesterday. Here's Tua was on the Dan Le Batard podcast with Stugatz, and here was Tua when he was asked about the difference between playing with Mike McDaniel as a head coach and with Brian Flores.
If you woke up every morning and I told you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. You are accurate. You are the best whatever. You are this, you are that. How would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening.
That's That's pretty harmful to Brian Flores. It really is.
I think so too. And it's Tua was telling you, like, I was thinking when he said this, there's no out for Brian Flores really, because all the players, and if Brian Flores tries to say no, that's not the way it was or whatever. The fact is, there's a lot of guys who are in that practice and who are in those rooms who know exactly what happened. So he'll look like a liar if he tries to say it didn't happen and it did happen. He's going to lose even more. He'll lose more credibility. But they say there's the carrot and the stick. You got to know when to have the carrot dangling to, but you also need to know when to pat someone on the butt. My dad said one of the things he really learned over time in coaching is that, the whole thing is he wants to be consistent, that everyone gets treated the same way. And that's important. But consistency of accountability is important. But some guys need, and this is something he said, he goes, you realize consistency means consistency of accountability, but you need to know who some guys are not built like other guys. So they need to have a little pat on the back, or they need to be reassured. And then there are other guys who are very mentally tough, and you can coach them hard. I had a friend in college who he used to get yelled at by Perry Clark on the Tulane basketball team because Perry told him eventually, I know, GJ, I know you can handle it. One of the reasons I pick on you is because you're the guy that can handle it. Well, it was kind of tough on GJ.
Yeah, right.
Know what I mean? But it was tough on his confidence.
Well, so Brian Flores met the media yesterday. He's with the Vikings now, and he met the media yesterday to talk about. Tua wasn't
good, by the way, when he was there. But how much of that was on that he had no confidence?
Yeah, right. And would
both.
The offense fit him? All of the things. McDaniel, he's a much better offensive coach, obviously. Right. How many offensive coordinators did Brian Flores go through?
Four.
Four?
Yes.
How many years was he head coach?
3.
And he went through 4.
So he fired one midseason?
He fired his first O-line coach 3 days into training camp.
Wow. Well, wait. Is that the guy that was doing coke with the stripper?
No, it's a different guy.
No, that's a great guy. I wouldn't have fired him. Anyway, here is Brian Flores yesterday meeting the media about the Tua stuff.
Specific to the comments that were made by Tua, I just want to say, look, I'm happy, genuinely happy. Genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And I think player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. I got into coaching because I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, by going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And that's really my goal always in coaching. So I wish nothing but the best to Tua. Really more than anything, I'm just focused on the Vikings. 2024 Vikings, the players we have. We saw a couple of guys up here, just a couple minutes ago, Metellus and HP. I think, their leadership, their friendship is important to me, and I'm just, I'm excited about this group.
So he's talking about a couple of players came up and gave him support beforehand. I would imagine, and he said, Brian Flores said, it hit me hard. It wasn't, and not in a positive way, what Tua had to say about me. So I'm trying to grow and I'm hoping to grow as a person.
You didn't hear him deny it.
No.
And the focus is on Tua, obviously, starting quarterback and stuff. But Austin Jackson, who was a first-round pick in the same draft class as Tua, he's another guy.
Shouldn't have been.
He's turned himself into a pretty good right tackle now. Got himself an extension. But he is another guy who people around that facility know Brian Flores killed his confidence. So obviously Tua's the guy grabbing the attention, but it wasn't just Tua.
Yeah.
Apparently he didn't like that 2020 draft class very much. And now those guys have turned themselves into pretty good players.
This is what happens when you get, and I don't know if this is the case, but if you get contentious, if you have a head coach who really wants more control of personnel and they don't get it, this is the concern that you have. If you don't have a good relationship with the GM, if they end up drafting a guy that you don't put your stamp on, there can be an issue with bias where you simply don't get on board. Once the player's drafted, what you hope happens is you all get on board and you try to make everyone the best they can be. But Brian Flores may be one of those guys that holds a little bit of a grudge and kind of took things out on players that he didn't want from a draft, whether it was a conscious bias or unconscious. But I know this, as a coach, it's essential in this day and age that that players, get along with you. And he went in there, and wasn't he from the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had been a Patriot. So does that surprise you, John?
No.
A Patriot coach doesn't succeed. But those guys are all a-holes. Every Patriot coach is an a-hole wherever they are. They think that's the way to do it. And Brian Flores apparently followed the exact same thing. And he can't deny it, because if it happened, he looks like such a liar too. He knows it, and every player who was in Miami knows it too. So he can't deny it if it's true. It sounds like it's true. It sounds like he wants to move on. I'll be honest. I thought he was very accountable. I listened to that yesterday, and I thought, you know what? I give him a lot of credit. So I was listening to the Freddie Coleman and Harry Douglas show, and I think Harry Douglas wasn't on. I think it was somebody else.
Dell loves Harry Douglas.
I know. And I'm listening, and I'm like, I hear that, and I say, you know what? That's accountability from Brian Flores. I give him a lot of credit.
Yeah.
He addressed it. It's a no-win situation.
Yeah.
And the guy who's with Freddie Coleman's like, that's terrible. You didn't, you got to say one thing. You either have to deny it or you have to come out strong and say, yeah, I did that. I should have never done that. And I'm thinking, no, he doesn't. What are you talking about?
No, he doesn't.
The best way to handle this, he's like, because this answer, no one's going to remember. Exactly. It's over with now. The way to handle that, you're at the Vikings now. You don't want to put more focus. The way you handle it is, I thought he handled it actually as good as you possibly could.
The only person he actually may owe something to is Tua. Now, he has said he has thought about reaching out. He has not. So, I
bet he will.
Being accountable.
He doesn't like Tua. That's fine.
Being accountable is one thing in public facing, because you gotta get through the press conference. But if we're getting away from the PR spin of it, maybe go call the guy and go, hey, man, I messed up.
Or just say, I didn't realize it was having that effect.
Yeah, or something like that.
Something. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Hey, he handled it just fine. It's a tough situation. But you know what? He made it a tough situation. So you got to own up to it, and he did. Well, I don't know if he owned up to it, but he certainly
he addressed it.
He addressed it.
He's with another.
That's all
team.
he has to do. And
you're right. The only one, and this guy who was on the air was acting like he was owed something.
You don't know
we need to keep this drama. It felt like he wanted to keep some kind of drama going. And the only one who's actually owed anything, he gave us an answer, but the only one actually owed anything is Tua, if there is, in their personal relationship. That's it.
All right, breaking it here, 713-780-3776. What do you guys want to talk about? You're more than welcome to get in here. Vanessa Richardson's going to join us at 9 o'clock, so we're looking forward to that. Listen, I don't know. My buddy got a putting green in his backyard. Most of his backyard now is putting green, and it is awesome. It is really awesome. Are you thinking about that? Is that something that you're looking at? Are you a pickleball fanatic now? Pickleball ain't going away. Pickleball is cool. You can have the whole neighborhood in your backyard if you so choose. But a basketball court, you want a basketball court for the kids? This is something that is happening with Hogue Landscape Services, Hogue. This is really, if you want to be, it's.
I need these guys.
These guys are awesome.
I need these guys. I saw their big van driving around.
Yeah,
yesterday.
they got about.
Yeah.
I think he's got like 20 trucks on the street now. Yeah, it's
Holy
ridiculous
crap.
how big he's gotten. He gets them all from Chastain too. Yeah, wow. It's fun, and Chastain customizes them for him. He's a big coug, and he loves his cougs, and he loves putting in and making your backyard something that's special. All right, you want that outdoor kitchen. You want that you want your TVs out there. You want an AV center. You got it. But if you're looking for the putting green, if you're looking for the basketball court, if you're looking for a pool, if you're looking for a fire pit, whatever it is, these guys they do it, and it's awesome. You're looking for the best way to make your backyard something special. Hogue, Hogue, LS.com. HogueLS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. John and Lance with you here at 713-780-3776. There's a lot of confusion about the barcodes on the back of the Oklahoma State helmets.
Yeah.
So tell people the story.
QR codes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the barcodes.
Well,
You don't have to get a hand scanner and go
Yeah.
beep.
What is it called? A what code?
QR code.
QR code.
Yeah.
So I guess if they put it up there on the screen, you can
hold your phone up to it.
Yeah.
You got to have your camera app open, hold your phone up to it, and it'll take you to a website where you can donate directly to the fund. It's a general fund. You can't donate directly to a player. Like if a player makes a big tackle, I like that. Donate to the player. You can't do that, but you can a general athlete fund for Oklahoma State. I think the football players specifically, though.
I almost feel like I wish it.
So Ollie Gordon scores a touchdown. I want to give Ollie Gordon money. You can't do that.
It's not like a bounty where safety.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, we talked about.
Okay.
Before.
How is a QR code on a helmet going to work?
Well, you have to somehow
pause your TV at perfect time and be able, and it needs to be able to read it in high def.
You know that the television stations
this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Are going to capture it.
Yeah, they're going to do that.
The television stations are going to capture it, and they're going to put it up there for you, and you can go.
So they're going to run the television station, the broadcast partner, Fox or whatever, is going to intentionally just try to. Their broadcast is going to be based on Oklahoma State's NIL? No way.
Well, it's just story.
It'll be a story.
It'll be a story, but for how many games?
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe all of
one
them.
game?
No.
That sounds like a terrible broadcast if I'm basing everything on a QR code on the back of
It'll be like a
helmet.
30-second thing, and they'll focus on one helmet and go.
It's something new. Lance hates it. Okay?
No, it's dumb.
something new, so Lance hates it.
No, it's not. That's not what it is. How are you going to capture it on your phone? On television,
well,
they're going to have to zoom in.
Yeah, they'll
take a picture of it.
You know how QR codes, right?
You
have to stay still.
Yeah, during the story.
They'll take a picture of it. They'll put it up while the broadcast team is talking about it.
For like 20 seconds, and that'll be the end of it.
What do you mean?
All of them
is
will
the
do
production, it. The producer
Wait,
of the game?
You think the production team of a national broadcast
they will talk about the story.
It's a story.
Is as a story, but they're not. How does that help with a cornerback? They're not going to do it multiple times in a game.
Well, no. Maybe they will. Maybe at halftime or whatever.
Well, I guess they're all one thing, right?
It goes
one
all
QR
to the
code.
same place. Yes.
I guess you have to maybe just keep it up there and just make it an Oklahoma State broadcast.
It'll be an aside for like 20 seconds, them discussing what Oklahoma State's doing, and then that 20 seconds, either you capture it or you don't. Either you put your phone up
I
or
just don't think we're going to see it all year long.
I don't
see what the value is going to actually be outside of that.
And I'm sure
the real thing that you guys are not even talking about is what Gundy said, which is the real issue they're having in college football right now. And he said, you guys, you can start doing this now, and you can stop having your agents call us to try to get more money. Teams are dealing with this nonstop now, where players, they get like $12,000 a month. That's why this whole thing, NIL, players aren't making any money actually on NIL. Man, not on NIL deals because they don't want to do NIL. A lot of them don't want to do it. They want to get their salary. And then when they get their salary, I was asking the team about this. I said, do you have, once they get the salary, is it usually okay? Is there any jealousy? And they said, oh yeah, there's jealousies of other people's salary. And once you know the salary, and they said probably is best just to make it transparent. I said, you want everyone's salaries out there? I said, I feel like that's going to make it worse. And this guy goes, Lance, it's terrible. What's the difference between terrible or worse or terrible? He's like, it's all the same thing. And yes, you have agents who are, getting percentages. They call us nonstop about, hey, my guy needs this much more. Hey, did you see the game last year? He said, last year, we had a guy who made 9 tackles, and his agent wanted to call and renegotiate his NIL deal because the kid had 9 tackles. A sophomore who had stepped in as a backup during an injury. I'm like, what? He goes, oh, yeah, these guys are – he goes, you got to understand, some of these agents are really –
well, that's their job, trying to get as much money as they possibly can.
Not during the year. No one renegotiates in the middle of a pro football season.
Here's the deal. What used to happen is you had a big game, and the boosters would come to the locker room and hand you hundreds of dollars.
Well, sometimes
that happened a lot. It happened a lot.
That was a lot in the 80s. I know they had that stuff. Not as much now. You get your paycheck before.
After the national championship, who was handing
Odell
out?
Beckham. Yeah,
Yeah, Odell Beckham handed out.
Yeah, that's a national championship and a former NFL player.
It happened all the time, and it happened a lot.
Good.
A
Go
lot
back
more
to
than,
it. Go back to it.
Well, that's not what they're doing, except that now it's an agent calling in and saying, "Hey, my boy had a big day. Pay him."
Can't do it. Can't do it. It's not. No one's going to get paid like that. Is your boy going to give money back when he sucks?
No. Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Well,
no one ever gives money back.
no one ever gives.
No, because one of the things that the team said is we'd love to. They talked about a clawback option. He goes, the first thing they tell people is, listen, let's do something at the end of the year where if they struggle and they have low grades, we claw back some of that money. And they're like, no.
No, what happens is, it's what happens at every university, is you suck this year. We don't want you here anymore.
He told me
Beat
that
it.
the new negotiate, like I said, so are these set prices for the whole year? He goes, things can change. He said, that's the thing. All these players think it only goes up.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We can make it go down quick because of the portal now, because we can find somebody in your place. And he said, we're using that as leverage too. If you keep bothering us about money, we'll just find somebody in portal in your place.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's replaceable, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a different world. It's a lot the same, but it's different now.
Esteban.
Now, I want to see it. I do want to see who's making the most. Is Shador the highest paid quarterback this year?
Well, the agents are always going to tell you that.
Yeah.
That's why there's not going to be.
No. I want it like we see NFL salaries.
I don't.
We got Spot Track.
I don't want to see.
I want Spot Track for college
that's
football.
That's ruined parts of football where that's all that's talked about is the bag.
Not on the day of the games. I mean, leading up to it, sure, but games, we all forget about who's making what. We just watch the games.
we watch
and
the
this
games.
is what happens
That's
in college football, too. Coming up, we'll have Florida State versus Georgia Tech this weekend. And if we cared what you made, we're not going to care on Saturday. We're just going to watch, and then we'll.
Yeah, no, you will, because if he doesn't play well, you get.
Maybe Florida State
you
fans
get in
will.
trouble.
Oh, well,
Just like
that's
any
how it
pro.
goes.
If he doesn't play well, he doesn't play well. That's all.
And you take the heat because you're making too much money.
Oh, well, then guess what? When you make that money, guess what?
I just think that the money should stay quiet. You can have the agents can get whatever they get, the players can get whatever they get. It's not supposed to be about how much money you're making. That's not supposed to be the headline.
I want to see
why
what salary cap is
But
being.
why?
Who's breaking the salary
Because
cap?
mostly it's fun
Okay.
to make fun of the teams who spent a lot of money and
And-
don't win. That's the
and
fun.
players.
That's the fun.
Because
I
the
don't.
players have to get made fun of now too.
Well, I don't
And
make
that's
fun
of-
what-
Right.
And I don't think that's
Well,
you know
players
we
have
all
always
say
been
when you
made
make
fun
$1
of.
million bucks now,
you can't do
you
that.
make $2 million bucks
Well, that's
now.
what I'm
Guess
saying.
what? That comes along with it.
Hey, exactly. But,
Right.
hey, this is a kid.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
well.
not supposed to do it.
Not a
And
kid no more. You got
generally
a couple million
speaking-
bucks.
Generally speaking, I agree with that. Like you can discuss somebody playing poorly, but yeah, once the money gets, it's almost like, hey guys, I'm sorry, but once you introduce this amount of money and people are funding this, it's kind of you lose that cover of
Right.
protection of being a
Absolutely you
kid.
do.
That really is part of it. Coach Graham says college athletes are asking for tips based on a good play they make with a QR code. It's kind of like that. Like every time they make a tackle, they turn the screen around to you. Can you just finish? Finish up right
every
here.
time. It's not going to be, this stuff.
Well,
it's not going to be
the players
cape.
are going to be pissed.
Oh, but
when
they're going to be the QR code at the back of the helmet.
it's just going to be like
Yep.
this, pointing backwards.
Here.
Well, next up, instead of number, we're just going to have a big QR code with a number inside the QR code in the back of the jersey, so you can get it, so you can see it better. But wouldn't that be? What if they had their own white, the little white pads that they turn around on you, and they go, "And if you could just finish this, sir." Oh, the stupid tip. Oh, the tip thing. God. After every tackle, they just turn
the pad around for you to tip them.
They run over to the coach and turn the pad around. Hey, just go ahead and finish this real
That's
quick.
the
If you could,
best
sir.
way. Now, okay, that's a meritocracy, though. I'm working for tips as opposed to giving me the money up front. Now I'm all about this. If I play well, give me the tip. If I don't play well, I'm not asking for a tip.
Right.
Although you know what? At every restaurant, they're asking for a tip even
Yeah.
if the service sucks. You know what? That's
Yeah. I know. I said no fly zone, but I got beat for 120 today. Hey, I'm out there trying. Hit the
It
QR
wasn't my
code.
fault. That safety's supposed to be over the top.
Yeah, just point at the
Don't take
safety.
that.
don't
Don't
tip
take
him.
that out of my
Yeah.
paycheck.
All you got to do is look. Oh, what happened? And look at the safety and point at him. You still get your QR code tip.
Yeah, I mean, we got to. That's a meritocracy. That's real meritocracy.
Then
I make a tackle. Give me a
Except
tip.
now it devolves into, is this a bounty? Is that what we're doing?
Fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it.
Yes, it is.
Are you fine with Allstate siding
I'm
windows?
more than fine with Allstate windows and siding. I'm gonna, their windows are made in Texas for the Texas weather. And our weather, I don't have to tell you, it's extreme. It's extreme rain. It's extreme hail, winds, heat. I mean, it really doesn't matter. We deal with noise because it's a busy city and busy areas. There's, always you want to worry about crime stuff and making sure you're safe. These windows are double pane, double strength. They help to eliminate a lot of the sound that's outside, making your home quieter. They're going to be properly fit and custom cut and installed to your window sills to make sure you get the right type of sealage, and which is going to eliminate the air conditioning getting out and the dust and the humid air getting in. It's going to make the home more energy efficient. It can really improve up to 40% energy efficiency when you have new windows. That's a really, really big difference on that energy bill. Just do the math on it. But the other thing is, it just looks better. It gives your house a newer look. It gives your house an upgraded feel, so you can be proud of the exterior as well as whatever you've done on the interior. And that's the difference with Allstate Windows and Siding. It's a family-owned company, and their name means a great deal to them. So they go out of their way with customer service, with fair pricing, and with making sure that the job is done the right way the first time. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. Complete installs on windows and siding is going to get you a big discount when you tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Vanessa Richardson joining us in the entire 9 o'clock hour this morning, so that'll be fun to have Vanessa in here. She could talk Astros and she could talk Rockets, but we're going to focus, I think, primarily on your Houston Rockets.
There's some great highlight reel videos from Jalen Green's workout camp. Jalen invited everyone to come out to his with his personal trainer to work out, and the Rockets are all out there. It's great to see. I mean, most of the Rockets are out there, but somebody cut up. Now, it's highlights. You can find it on a lot of the Rocket accounts that are out there, Rocket fan accounts and whatnot, Rocket media accounts. But, like, there's a Jalen Green highlight. It says Jalen's trying to take that step to become an all-star this year. So every cut you see is him succeeding.
Yeah, right.
But it looks good.
I mean, not only him. There's cuts of Reed,
Cam Whitmore, Jabari,
of Alpy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I haven't seen the Alpy.
It looked like they played for about 6 hours because everybody's got their highlights.
This guy created
multiple
cuts
highlights
for everybody,
yeah.
And of course, everybody made every shot. But
right.
Yeah, it was really, really impressive watching Jalen Green's ability to use hesitation, to change direction, to create tempo changes to get to where he wanted to, and then his ability to finish at odd angles as a shot maker in the lane. He looked really good. Man, he looked really good. But it's a highlight video. Yep. But at the same time, what he did in those highlights was impressive. Reed Shepherd, his range is going to be insane. Reed is going to end up being a great pick. I mean, I got to tell you, I think Rafael Stone killed it with the Reed Shepherd pick. I think it's going to end up being a really, really good pick because he can really shoot. Like guys who can really shoot play in the NBA, and they play for a long time. And this is a guy who can really shoot but has quickness off the dribble and is an athletic player. It looks like he can play the one, kind of a scoring one. And then, Jabari had stuff. Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore. I saw the cut-ups for all those guys. I didn't see Alpy's, but it's so great to see that team, that young team playing together and working together in the offseason.
The quote under Alpy's was he looks like Jokic. He looks a lot like
he's Baby J.
He is baby Jokic. Let's get Jacob in here because he's been waiting. He wants to talk about this Tua and Brian Flores thing. Hey, Jacob, how are you?
I'm blessed. Hey, when do we get concerned about a coach talking to his quarterback like that? I think it has to do with Flores and the suit that he put on the NFL, because I'm sure if he having a one-on-one conversation, he did not say exactly how he put it. We got to get it over. He got to produce. And if he don't win, he ain't heard nothing yet. And Dale, that is not the reason why he got fired, Dale.
It is the reason why he got fired. In fact,
no, it's not.
Yes,
That's
it is.
not the reason,
Let me tell you why he got fired. Because
stop, Jacob. Stop doing that.
Because he's talking about something I said off the air. Because he was saying it's not that I said on there. He took issue with me saying, "Well,
were y'all arguing off the air?"
It wasn't an argument. He said, "I want to call in," and he said, "What's Tua ever done?" He said, "I would call Tua a bum too," and I said, "Well, you would have got fired like Flores did." Because part of the reason Flores got fired is because his relationship with Tua. It was said in the release when he got fired.
It wouldn't be the first time that if the coach didn't like the quarterback, it's the coach that left.
Yeah.
Right.
And they sold it as, hey, we were bad to get this guy, and if you are not putting him in the best position to win in multiple ways, you got to go.
They didn't want to take on the Deshaun drama.
No.
And then Flores got so pissed off that it really turned, from what I was told. Once they decided to get away from the Deshaun discussion, once they decided we're not doing this, Flores kicked it up a notch.
Yeah, so
it like intensified.
You can't turn your relationship with the potential franchise quarterback into a negative one, and then push back against anyone who wants you to clean it up. And despite the wins, like they were a 10-win team and a 9-win team under him his last 2 years. That's why a lot of people are like, how could they do it? And then you find out, well, he's turning the alleged franchise quarterback into a guy who doesn't even want to come to work anymore. The franchise had to make a decision. So,
Jacob, actually it is. I mean, if you win games, you usually don't get fired like that.
Yeah.
It had to be something more than just the performance on the field for the team because they were winning.
They had 19 wins in his last 2 years. It's just they look and go, we can't win the way you're doing it, and we like our quarterback, and we hope he can work. You're not helping the process, so you got to go.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. That's for sure. That the quarterback wins. I mean, how many star players got coaches fired? It happens all the time in every business,
And that's
in every sport.
and this isn't even with an alleged coach having like taking the quarterback to task and telling him how bad he sucks. It's usually just, hey, the quarterback doesn't like you, go. It never got to a point where he's like this. And look, Jacob, I don't know. All the reporting Miami said what Tua said happened. It was reported at the time that they had a bad relationship and it led to the firing.
Yep. And Brian Flores had to answer for it, and he did yesterday. That's cool. Hey, we got some more Texans talk. We got some sound about Kamari Lassiter, from Kamari Lassiter, about Stingley. We got some sound from D'Amico Ryans about Kamari Lassiter. So we will get to that. And a lot more right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, Lance, you got to talk a little underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is underdog football right now. It's underdogfantasy.com. And you can go to the website if you want, but download the app. I think it's best on your phone. And the app is really very easy to use. It's a great interface, very easy to get to where you want to go. You want to do a daily fantasy matchup, you can do that during the season. If you're looking for season-long fantasy, they are doing drafts right now. You can get involved in season-long fantasy where you can win huge money with many payouts. They've got a very broad and wide amount of payouts available. But what a lot of people have turned to is the daily pick'em challenges. And you have a chance to pick higher or lower on stats that are out there. And you look, use your football knowledge. You know ball? Well, then good. Look at the game, anticipate and analyze how the game's going to go. And then from there, you can say, okay, I'm going to go higher on these higher on this rushing touchdown. I think this guy's going to score a touchdown. It's 0.5. I'm going to go higher on the touchdown. And then you look at the quarterback stats. You look at wide receiver stats. You look at defensive stats. And you pick between 2 and 5 players. If you want, you could just lock in on 2 players. Just lock in on 2 players, and you got a chance to get paid. But the more players you pick on higher or lower, the more you win. And now with the Scorchers they have available, you can win up to 325 times your original play. Nobody else is paying out that high, and yet they have that available through Underdog Fantasy. Make sure that you use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're gonna give you a deeply discounted pick. It's basically a gimme first pick, and they're also going to give you a deposit offer as well. So don't miss out on it. It's real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's waiting for you. Play along as you watch football with Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so Kamari Lassiter met the media yesterday, talked about Georgia. We played that a little bit earlier in the show. He also talked about Derek Stingley and what Derek Stingley has a chance to be, and this is funny because Derek Stingley, I thought really was one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL last year. He didn't play enough games to merit All-Pro, but Derek Stingley has a chance to move into that All-Pro category this year. All-Pro is huge because that means you're one of the best two corners or first or second team, I guess, All-Pro. You could be one of the top four corners in the NFL. And Derek Stingley has that opportunity if Derek Stingley can stay healthy. Here is Kamari Lassiter on Derek Stingley.
Second to none, honestly. I haven't seen a defensive back have as good as ball skills as he has. Like, it's just like a superpower of his. Like, he's just able to just snatch it up out the air. Like, it's just something that you really can't teach. You can't coach that. That's something that God blessed him with, and he uses it all the time. And it's just crazy to watch. I'm like, hey, that Sting right there. I told him on the side, I'm like, yeah, you that one for sure. But
so that pick that he had against Danny Dimes was, how many times did he do that last year? He's just running with the receiver, and he just grabs the ball like he's the guy that they're throwing to. He has incredible ball skills. We
saw it as a freshman at LSU. It was incredible. It really was. And then he just has it. You either have it or you don't.
He does.
He has instincts. He has the ball skills, means when the ball goes up, he's acting as a receiver. He's not a defender against the wide receiver. A lot of times he is the receiver. That's how he attacks a football.
There's a chance that after this season, when they do the top 100 next year, that Derek Stingley is the highest rated Texan. He's got that kind of skill.
Yeah, over Stroud.
Yeah. But Laramie Tunsil's ahead of Stroud now.
No one's going to be over Stroud next year. He's going to be number one.
Stroud is going to be number one.
Yep, you heard it here first. Beat it, Mahomes.
Oh, my God.
Mahomes wasn't one this year.
Good. He won't be next year either.
Well, you and Ryan Clark, you guys think a lot alike. You and Ryan Clark.
Beat it.
Okay.
Beat it.
So Ryan Clark yesterday is on.
I don't know how I feel about that, because sometimes I deeply disagree with Ryan Clark, but sometimes I do agree with Ryan Clark. Is actually, I have my disagreements with him, but
what's an LSU guy? How can you have
I don't
disagreements with him?
I don't mind being on the same side as Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark had this to say about C.J. Stroud and his number one quarterback under 25 to win a Super Bowl.
We often give the AFC quarterbacks a difficult stretch to get to the Super Bowl because Patrick Mahomes is there and so many other good quarterbacks. But I trust C.J. Stroud. I trust C.J. Stroud for this reason. He's still on a rookie contract. And when you have a quarterback that's on a rookie contract who can play all-pro level ball or play Pro Bowl level ball, you can add pieces around him. You go out and you get Joe Mixon. You add Stephon Diggs to the wide receiver core, but you also improve your defense with Danico Autry, with Daniil Hunter. You add Aziz at the linebacker position. You go out and draft Lassiter high from the Georgia Bulldogs. They've built this team to win right now with a quarterback who can play at a level with the Joe Burrows, with the Josh Allens, with the Lamar Jacksons, and yes, with the Patrick Mahomes when the time is right. And so I believe, looking at all of these things, that seeing C.J. Stroud, what he was able to do as a rookie, D'Amico Ryans, and the way that he coached him, the way that he led that team, and Bobby Slowick showing once again that McDaniel, Shanahan, that sort of tree is a perfect fit for quarterbacks who can run the play action, who can make decisions quickly. And we watched C.J. Stroud go toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow last year in Cincinnati, where Joe played well. We saw him go toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield when they scored 38 in Houston, leading a touchdown drive with a minute left to go in the game. I think all of these things for C.J. Stroud say that he's the type of player that can not only win a Super Bowl in the future, C.J. Stroud and them can win a Super Bowl this year.
Excuse me.
And dem. He said, and
How
dem.
come I was scoffed at when I said,
me.
How come I was scoffed at, Del? Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I wouldn't use going toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield as a reason to prop up CJ.
That version of Baker was
Well,
special.
that defense and putting those numbers up.
That was a special version of Baker.
Yeah, Baker
I mean,
was.
you could talk about the late comeback.
And what about Derek Carr? That was a good, or did we even see when they came back against the Saints?
When he
Derek Carr was on one.
When he went toe-to-toe with Desmond Ritter.
Well, that didn't
Yeah.
work out. Bryce
Well,
Young.
And Bryce Young. I agree with a lot of what he said, but when you're using quarterbacks to prop up CJ, he went toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield. What does that mean?
Well, yeah. That's probably one that,
That's probably.
like if you had practiced something for your summation.
Yeah.
If you're in court, your summation or your opening statement, and you would have practiced and they would have said, okay, here's my notes on this. Let's take out Baker. Let's just talk about the comebacks. And let's take out the phrase toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I would have taken that out. Yeah. That's true.
If you had an editing session.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Gerald Green's a great dunker. He dunked over Spud Webb. What? No, don't use Spud Webb
Yeah,
as an
don't-
example.
yeah.
Don't.
Wow.
Baker
You're calling
Mayfield.
Baker.
He got up over Van Vliet.
Well,
Yeah.
No.
What? Baker Mayfield, what?
We're dunking over Spud. Anybody? Come on.
Exactly.
You're a little disrespectful
Exactly.
yourself.
Just because Baker had a resurgence last year, don't use him as one of the guys you talk about as well. He went toe to toe.
He's a short king.
He is a short king. That helps my analogy too. You don't go toe to toe with Baker Mayfield and say, "Yeah, I won that battle."
You rarely go toe-to-toe with them and make it out alive. Ask Ohio State. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you remember when Baker planted the flag at Ohio State?
Yes.
And guess who was there?
Yeah.
Bosa, one of the Bosas.
C.J. Stroud, probably.
He wasn't on the team. Then.
Might have been.
No, he
Might have been a freshman.
He was in high school.
What?
Might have been a freshman. How long ago was that? I guess that was a while. Baker got
Baker's
drafted at 18.
Baker's been in the league a while now.
Yeah, C.J. maybe was in high school.
Maybe a freshman.
No, he was in high school.
The message is
The message
is clear.
The message is clear.
Yeah.
I just some editing there.
Okay.
You're getting bogged down by
but
the Baker Mayfield commentary.
But a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah,
And
I felt like
and the context was they were picking quarterbacks under 25. Another guy picked Jordan Love, and he responded with C.J. Stroud. As quarterbacks under 25 who could win a Super Bowl.
Jordan Love is a fraud. C.J. Stroud is the real deal.
What about
sorry people? Jordan Love.
And he's the sorry people?
Yeah.
Well,
CJ's the king, and you're
the
sorry
Ringer
people.
has its best offenses in the NFL out.
If Texans aren't in the top 5, it's they should cancel it.
Well,
but I think
they're not
higher.
going to have to cancel it.
Yeah, they're going to be higher. Should be top 3.
They're number 2.
Yeah.
Who's number 1? Number 1 offense.
Number 1 offense, Miami.
Not the case.
Not Miami.
Miami is a top 6.
They
5.
Can't go,
They're 5.
They can't go AFC North. They can't go AFC South. They can't go if it's not the Texans. AFC West, and it's not the pay. It's not the pay. I mean, it's not the. It can't be. Is it the? It's not the Chiefs.
No.
Okay.
Not the Chiefs.
So it wouldn't be
But
Chargers.
the Chiefs are moving up. They're 7th.
It wouldn't be Chargers. It wouldn't be 49ers. It wouldn't be Eagles. It wouldn't be Cowboys. Man, hold on. It's not.
Well, it's
going to
surprise you
North.
because you already
Who?
poo-pooed it. It's the Packers. Packers number 1 offense.
Yeah,
in the NFL.
We need to cancel the Ringer.
Well, it's done by Shio Kapadia, who hosts a couple of their podcasts. He's a big Jordan Love guy. That's where a lot of this is coming from.
Oh, is he?
Jaden Reed.
But he used to be a
Wicks,
Jets writer, I
Dupes,
believe.
Watson,
Eagles.
Musgrave.
Eagles. Okay.
Josh Jacobs is there now. A.J. Dillon.
Yeah, no, it's and look, they're I love Luke Musgrave and the addition of Josh Jacobs is good. Although I would say that Aaron Jones has made a lot of big plays for them. But you know what's funny is a wide receiving core that looked like it was troubling last year because they had a lot of drops early on. By the end of the year, It was like, man, Jaden Reed and Romeo Dobbs has some moments, and Christian Watson can play. It went from being a young, inexperienced team that was having too many drops to by the end of the year, there's a lot of excitement about that wide receiving court. They didn't add a wide receiver anywhere, did they? I know they didn't draft one.
No, they've got,
they're all young.
They're all young.
They're
25 years old, 24, 23, 24, 25, 23.
Rookie deals, I believe. Yeah.
The Texans were second. The 49ers are third. The Lions fourth. And the
Lions.
Dolphins are fifth.
Golly, I just don't see the Dolphins taking a step back. I mean, they've got a bunch of good wide. This running back from Tennessee, this running back Jalen Wright, you got to keep an eye on him from Tennessee. He's really in a perfect offense. He is a zone running specialist, and him with A-Chan, both of them. And Jalen Wright, go figure, is a blazing fast running back. And A-Chain, you remember how good A-Chain was? A-Chan was.
Mostert's fast.
Mostert was a track star.
Yes.
A-Chan was a track star.
With the addition of Jalen Wright, you're probably going to see a lot of A-Chan
in the slot,
split out, playing wide receiver a little bit. Just because when you have Waddle and Hill, and now you have A-Chan, another guy you have to cover.
It's about time you got another 5'9" wide receiver out there in the.
About time you got somebody fast.
They do have a lot of small guys.
The fastest
you got
team,
a lot of fast guys.
Yeah.
What's the fastest team I've ever seen?
Yeah.
I've never seen a team that's faster than this. Not certainly on offense. It's not like they have real track guys.
Yeah. No, these are A-Chan. Holy crap. That dude is lightning.
Yeah, Jalen Wright, the running back, ran a 4.3840. He's a running back running in a 4.3. That's crazy.
The day he got drafted, he tweeted out, "Oh, y'all messed up now," is what he said when he found out he got drafted by the Dolphins. He tweeted out, "All right, y'all gonna see." So we'll see. He's played well enough that he didn't play in preseason game 2. He probably won't play in their preseason game 3. He showed enough that they're like, all right, we've seen enough out of you. You don't have to play.
You think it's going to be Mostert and Jalen Wright?
Mostert gets hurt late in season, so I think they're going to want Jalen Wright. He's a bigger, and he's 5'10", maybe 215 or so. They're going to give him some carries, and A-Chan will be their specialist type. But they want to preserve Mostert as an older player to save him for the rest of the year. So Jalen Wright's going to get plenty.
All right, we got to break it here. Daspit is what we're talking about now, still ahead. Vanessa Richardson is going to join us at 9 o'clock talking a lot of Rockets basketball, so stay here.
John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, he's had to handle cases with loss of life, and he said that's one of the hardest things he has to deal with is when you are dealing with trying to help a family get through, because you got two things. You got the emotional burden of trying to do what's right for a family that is grieving, and then you've got the additional burden of making sure that you get a settlement that is going to be fair for that family, because in a lot of cases, breadwinners who have been out at a dangerous workplace and they have lost life, or it could be out on a roadway, it could be any of us, could be you listening right now. How would you want to move forward if somebody took your life because of their negligence out on the roadway? They're texting, they're not paying attention, and what happens with you? Well, you'd want somebody like John Daspit fighting for your family to make sure that they got the compensation for losing the breadwinner, for all of the medical and everything that came with it, God forbid. But you want somebody who's going to fight for your family. And that's the same way for you. I mean, hopefully you never have to experience that, but you want someone who's going to fight for you and fight hard. And that's what John Daspit does. That's what his law firm does. They are intent on working hard for you. You're not just a number to them. Give them a phone call at 713-CALL-NOW if you ever have these issues or you know someone who does. And John Daspit will treat you like a member of the family and fight for you. 713-CALL-NOW or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you. 713-780-3776.
Let's take a look at the I'm going to take a look at the video numbers for our stream. You can watch the show on ESPN, our YouTube ESPN channel. You can watch it on X, on Twitter. We've got a stream there where you can watch the show. You can catch it on Twitch. I'm going to see the numbers now versus when a female's on the show, because I noticed yesterday when we had a female producer, the numbers at times were exceedingly high, and I wonder if that's going to be the case again with Vanessa. Although she used to host the show with Paul Gallant, so she's in tune with what
Art was trying to start some stuff. Why is she in with John and Lance instead of Paul and Mapes?
Ooh. Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to start something.
Well, because I reached out.
Well, I know. Right.
And I said, hey, come on the show.
Paul's too lazy, apparently. He doesn't care about his show. He doesn't want.
Maybe he just wants it to be the Paul show.
He doesn't want to get Twitch numbers up like we do.
The Paul and Joe George show.
Maybe. Or Paul was just being lazy. That's all.
It's been a real boon for our YouTube and Twitch people, because yesterday, that continues. He won't turn that off, apparently.
There it is. I'm back.
Oh, great. Thanks for that. We had Abigail for 3 hours yesterday.
Right.
Everyone was thrilled with that.
What were our numbers? Through the roof?
No, actually, I didn't
they were
promote
fine
it on Twitter. But
I mean, they were probably, like right now I'm looking at the number. It's 417 or so.
Yeah. Well,
it
when
was
Vanessa
up in
gets
the
here, watch the perv go
it
up.
was up in the 500, high 500s with Abigail yesterday.
Abigail's going to be here all next week,
so
too, pervs.
those numbers.
The numbers are actually pretty normal right now. On the three different platforms. I'm looking at them as well. Right now, they're fairly normal. We'll see what happens. Now, you're not familiar with this, and I don't know if Sam has made it in yet, but Sam will probably want to bring something to the show. And once again, it's going to be negative about me, but it's not what she thinks.
Oh, what happened?
What?
Well, she claims I stole her identity.
What?
And that sounds worse than it actually is.
You did use the name Sam to
Yeah, I told
to
everybody.
people.
I was in the chat, and I told everyone I was Sam. And because it just says ESPN.
I know. What kind of comments
host.
did you get?
I'm like, hey, guys, it's me, Sam. And I want to see how these pervs responded. If they were going to be on their best behavior, which most of them were, hey, Sam. Because I'd read their comments about, oh, bend over and say so. Like, oh, okay. I said, hey, guys, Sam, I'm just reading this stuff in here. And somebody said something. I'm like, no, I've already graduated. Oh, congrats, Sam. Beer emoji. Congrats. And then after the show, and that's all I typed. I was trying to type it to where people couldn't see, and they said, that's Granado doing this. No, that's Lance. No, maybe it is Sam. Hey, Sam. And so when I left, Sam goes, are you imitating me in the chat? I'm like,
oh dang.
I forgot that she goes, you just stole my identity. And I just thought, I wonder if I could get in trouble for this.
Probably.
But I didn't make a credit. I wasn't going after her credit.
Somebody asked if HR was calling me after the show yesterday, and it was him that should have been called.
Well, you both were flagrant.
What did I do? I didn't do nothing.
No. Abigail's got a case on you if she needs.
What did she,
a whole week of John? you better watch it.
She's got a problem.
She just feels
really has a
uncomfortable.
problem. She got a whole week of news of the weird.
Yeah, a whole week of news of the weird with
she
you.
She just felt uncomfortable.
Well, she did not express that, but I imagine at some point.
I imagine she did.
John's going to involve her in a story that she doesn't want to be involved in.
Guess what Vanessa gets today?
No.
News of the weird.
You don't have to threaten women on the show.
Guess what you get today?
Guess what you get today, Vanessa? News of the
better
weird.
Be ready. Oh boy.
Like Abigail works here. So we're not firing her. Only person who gets fired.
Vanessa can't fire me.
I'm not you. The only person who gets fired here is me. But as far as her real job, like they may take account of what's going on. So you might want to not do it.
They can't control me.
No, but don't involve her in that.
Well, it's all right.
It's not about you. It's about her.
You're gonna lose your media pass, buddy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that'll be heartbreaking.
What if you don't have the nugget to stay in anymore?
Hey, what is going on with people?
I like that one. That threat.
No, the nugget. Don't worry, the nugget's fine. I was out with Jerry the other night, as a matter of fact. We had
Well,
a
what
great
if the
time.
owner doesn't want you to stay there?
No, the owner. We're fine. We're all good. How about that Anthony Richardson is catching it from NFL players?
Well,
Yeah. Wait. Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
Anthony Richardson, the Colts quarterback. Apparently, they're scrimmaging against the Bengals.
yeah, and the Bengals defenders are saying this.
Hey. No, they didn't say that. But they were saying
Throw the ball.
It's all he can do is run. Throw the damn ball. He only throws to spots. He doesn't throw to his receivers.
Well, if you're a
They
timing
were sitting there breaking them down like a Twitter draft guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a timing-based offense and you have that down throwing the spots isn't a bad thing, but I don't think that's how it played out yesterday for Anthony Richardson.
Poor Anthony Richardson.
Hey, I'm just out here practicing.
You know what? I got like 2 games under my belt. What do you guys say? Everybody. I'm going to tell you this, though. I'm going to talk a little Joshua Bund fantasy football.
Oh.
This guy is getting, the experts love them some Anthony Richardson as far as fantasy goes. He's up there in the top, the top 2 tiers.
Everyone just values a quarterback that runs.
I
He can
guess.
score touchdowns on the ground. And they obviously think that he's going to get a lot of those
What
carries as
about
opposed
this
to
whole
Jonathan.
throwing thing,
Jonathan
though?
Taylor's going to get those carries. I don't think it's going to be Anthony Richardson, who has a history of injury, getting a bunch of goal line. I don't think this is going to be Jalen Hurts 2.0. Now, I think he'll have some. Yeah, but the throwing thing matters too.
Yes.
You're right.
What about that whole throwing thing?
The whole throwing thing is why I have him in the second round. Not in the fantasy football, in the draft. I just didn't think he throws well.
No.
I mean, he's got a big arm.
But the only evidence you have is watching him. He doesn't throw well.
Yeah, I mean, you had these people before the draft where they focus on the same highlight reel throws. There's one against Florida.
Right.
There's one against
Oh my God,
LSU.
Well, that was when Orlovsky said, "Oh, I can't find him.
I can't find inaccuracy. What are people
Look at
talking
this
about?
throw.
Like, Dan, don't white knight this whole thing. You're going to be fine. You didn't like Dan. I know you watch tape. Stop saying things like
Well,
I didn't
he had
find.
to after the whole Justin Fields thing.
Well, that's just the weird thing is you have to kid glove black quarterbacks. Like that's infantilization. You don't want to do that to play. They want to be treated like other.
No, they don't.
Everyone.
You ever read?
Well, no,
the
Twitter
guys
doesn't
who
want.
comment.
Yeah,
No,
Twitter
what about
doesn't
the
want
players
anyone.
when you.
Well, that's true. Well, players don't. Regardless of race, players don't want to be told that they don't do something well. Like they don't. Everything they do is great.
Right.
And if you don't think so, then you don't have the credentials to say that.
Right.
I lost one of my first haters, Marcus Golden. He retired.
How many sacks did he get in his career?
He had more than me.
Well, how many years did he
More
play
than
in the
you is
NFL?
what you said?
He came into the league my first draft, I think, 2015. So he played a while.
Oh,
He played a while.
decade.
He stayed in the league a while, and you just destroyed him in your draft.
I didn't
In
destroy
your
him.
evaluation of him.
51
And here's
career
a
sacks.
9-year pro.
He's 33 years He's 33 years old right now. He had 3 years of double-digit sacks.
How about that?
He did a really He
So
did
your
a
first
nice.
hater was
Why-
right.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. He had 12 and a half sacks.
Why were you hating on him then?
12 and a half sacks, 0, 2.5, 10,
Yeah, boomer
4.5,
bust.
1.5, 3, 11, 2.5,
Maybe he
4.
didn't feel good
It was
those
like
years.
really.
Some real
Might
boomer
not have felt
busts.
good those years.
Well,
He had a
hard
tummy
time
ache the
staying
entire
healthy.
season.
He had a hard time staying healthy.
Laramie Tunsil was out for like 12 weeks with a hangnail.
Yeah, that was like, what am I doing here with this crappy team? Let me come back.
You
when we
guys
act-
don't want me. You
when
really
we act-
need me here?
Yeah, I might help
this-
you win a game. What do you want me here for?
This is what I said about Marcus Golden. Golden's a square number pass rusher, meaning there isn't much twist, turn, and torque to his game. He comes off the ball with purpose, but scouts don't see the explosive traits they want from a pass rusher. Golden's primarily
Wait a
an
minute.
effort.
Are we reading Marcus Golden?
Yeah, effort, pursuit, rusher with
the guy
special
from
teams.
9 years ago?
But he
Can
doesn't
we-
fill up a stat sheet.
Can
What
we
did
break
I
down
say
how?
about him?
Hold on. Can we break down how we got here?
What did I say
I have
about
no
him?
idea.
Lance randomly said his first hater.
Yeah. And John said I badmouthed him.
No, but
You did.
you randomly mentioned Marcus Golden not being in the league anymore, and now we're here.
This is where we're at.
Well, I have
Reading
to prove.
reading a draft
Well,
evaluation from 9 years ago.
I have to prove you wrong. If you say things like that, I'm going to prove you wrong. You brought this on yourself.
Who are you proving wrong?
Because John, he said you said bad things about us, so I'm going to read
Well,
out
why
loud.
did he hate you then?
Why
did he hate you?
Let me get to the strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, no, please. Just
Are you going to stop
do
then?
the weaknesses.
Are you
That's
going to
it.
stop?
Weaknesses.
No, we don't do that.
I'd rather do that for 3 hours.
I'm just gonna hit things on our soundboard.
I hope that you choke on a piece of concrete and literally go to hell.
You owe us all an apology.
More pleasurable than reading the Marcus Golden scouting report?
Yes.
What world do you live in?
Yeah.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is like you.
Where's that one? I
That
never
sounds
heard
like
that.
Cat
Cat Williams.
Yeah.
Oh,
What else is in here just to get away from the Marcus Golden stuff?
his weaknesses, strengths and weaknesses.
You ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
You ain't popping.
Are we done? Can we move
That's
on?
we can move on now.
Cool.
That's great. You know what? We're going to move on to Vanessa Richardson. Not Anthony
I wish
Richardson.
Kikuchi was pitching today.
No, Verlander's pitching today.
Yeah,
so
no,
shut
I
up.
just worry about Justin. Like, I hope he pitches well.
Well, I hope. Well, he's a Hall of Famer. Okay, so
So is Nolan Ryan. I don't want him on the bump tonight.
Well, Nolan Ryan's a little older. You're a little disrespectful.
I mean,
No,
not by much.
yeah, no, he is. He's a lot
I
older.
mean, Verlander might as well be Nolan Ryan's age.
He's
Wow.
a Hall of Famer. Yeah, but he's not in his prime right now.
Well, no, he's not in his prime, but he just came.
He's
off
coming
a
off a
great year.
3-month neck injury.
Well, he came off at 2022. He was great.
He's not coming off a great year.
I mean,
Yeah, you're back to 2022.
Yeah.
What about
that's just
2023?
2 years ago.
Yeah, but
What about
He
2023?
hasn't pitched.
what's the in between?
He hasn't pitched.
Yeah.
No, you know what? But the last I saw him, he was pretty damn good. All right.
I hope he is great today.
You know who else is pretty damn good? My man, Kent Jones, over at the Ultimate Mortgage Hookup Dream Rate. Listen, you're out there and you want to buy a home. This is the guy to talk to. This is, honestly, you give him a call, he will tell you, what are the odds? I mean, what kind of, and listen, if you're a first-time home buyer, this is the guy you have to call because he's going to be able to, he knows all the incentives that the government's giving to first-time home buyers. Your other mortgage company's not telling you this, okay? They're just not. They don't care. Okay, when we bought our home for the first time, we didn't know anything. We had no idea. Talk to an expert. This is going to be one of the biggest expenses you've ever had in your life, especially if the first time. You need some expertise. This guy's been doing this for 30 years. He knows everything about this game. He knows how to get you the best loan. He knows how to save you thousands of dollars. So if you're somebody that's out there thinking about getting that first home, this is the guy to call. 713-520-5626. 713-520-LOAN. 713-520-LOAN. 975loans.com. Kent is great. He's going to put everything into it. He's going to give you personalized service as opposed to the other people. I'm telling you, this is the way to go. 975loans.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Vanessa is here already. She will join us at the top of the hour. We're talking Rockets basketball. If you didn't see the video, go look up the videos. Go on Twitter and find the videos of the guys with the players-only camp that they've got going on. I think Jalen, somebody intimated that Jalen put it together. But whatever the case may be, it's pretty cool, and there's a lot of great highlights. This team is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. So we are looking forward to that and talking about that Rockets team with Vanessa right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did we miss since we got Vanessa? Did we miss anything, Del, from that we wanted to talk about football wise? We do have D'Amico talking about Kamari Lassiter, and Kamari Lassiter is somebody who is going to take on a pretty damn important role. Are they going to? Is Stingley going to follow the number one receiver?
I don't think so. I think it depends on the number one receiver. Side? Well, they've done both actually.
Yes, he does. He's played both sides.
Yeah, he's played both sides, so he's done it before. But I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I mean, it really is going to depend on if they want to stay. I mean, how much zone and how much man they run. I'm a fan of Stingley staying with top receiver, just traveling and just having him travel with top receiver. I'm a fan of that, and he may get to the point you want to do that. Now, if you play some zone. I mean, you can still disguise. You can still – it makes it look man-to-man, but you can still potentially play in a zone. But they'll be able to tell with pre-snap movement if you're in man or zone a lot. But
why would you have Kamari or Jalen Petrie or whomever on –
I'd rather just say our best versus your best.
Yeah.
Jamar
now,
Chase.
it's going to cost him numbers. It'll cost Stingley numbers.
Meaning what?
Well, I mean –
you're going to get thrown at.
He's going to get thrown at.
But it also gives you opportunities.
Sure, and he's got great ball skills.
And interceptions are where you make that money.
True that, but he's also you're covering their best guy, and chances are that best guy is going to slip away sometimes.
Well, that's okay. Best on best. I mean, Dion did. D-Hop would go up against Jalen Ramsey all the time. It was a famous matchup.
Yeah.
The best have to play the best.
Who was it got criticized not long ago for a couple of years ago?
Richard Sherman. Was he one of those guys?
Who was it?
Who wasn't a man coverage guys? Richard
They
Sherman?
play a lot of cover three.
Well,
they played on their own side of the field.
Who stayed on his side of the field? He wouldn't travel.
It's not Patrick Surtain.
No.
Was Ramsey a guy who stayed on his own side?
He would travel.
Okay, I'm trying to think
because
who
he
you're
played
talking
when he and D-Hop played. He was on D-Hop the whole game. So I don't know who it is.
It wasn't Gilmore? Wasn't?
It's not. I don't think it's Sauce. Like who would criticize Sauce?
There was maybe somebody on Twitter will remember it, but it wasn't that long ago that was.
Yeah, but you can't unless the player. It depends on what the coach wants. Can't criticize
the player. Might say, "Hey, I'm better on this side. I want to be on the left side."
That's dumb because your footwork is going to basically stay. There's going to be a lot of similarities. I mean, I guess you may have to open up to the right more often if you're on the left side and vice versa. But I mean, I think if you're a top player, you're going to want to play wherever.
I mean, it was years ago, but Darrelle Revis threw shots at Richard Sherman for not being a guy for his own corner, didn't play man.
It's Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman didn't travel.
Yeah, but he was. Yeah, they played cover three.
He was a fifth rounder
too. You open up. Yeah, you run and you play zone. You're in that 3 deep zone, and you're playing. You kind of play man to man in your zone, but I mean that's the defense Seattle play.
Here are the quotes. Richard Sherman has a fear of getting beat in man-to-man coverage every snap, every play. The fact that he doesn't travel as a cornerback is lame. Accept the challenge as the best and shut Adams down the entire game. Do it for the game. Stop hiding as a cover three.
So they must have had beef already. There must have been something that was said because he was worried about getting beat deep because he didn't have good speed. He was a long cover three corner. That's the style of corner. He was good. He talked a lot. Was he kind of the Draymond of football?
He really was. He could talk.
Do we have a Draymond in baseball?
What's the guy that likes to fight everybody?
Oh, Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham is.
He didn't talk a lot. He just will slap you. He will talk actually in the locker room. Is there a Draymond of baseball? There was a time with not Josh Donaldson, but what's his name from the Phillies when he was young?
Bryce Harper.
Remember when Bryce Harper was hated?
Yeah. Well, the headband and everything else, and
the headband.
Yeah.
I mean, Correa at a point was a lightning rod around baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cheating didn't help.
And then he responded in kind to anyone who criticized them. He said what he had to
Joe
say.
Kelly.
Yeah, to everyone who had something to say.
Yeah, that is true.
John Rocker was.
For different
John
things.
Rocker was awesome.
No, but
what? What did you say? He was awesome.
He was awesome. I mean, he's just good for baseball.
No, I don't think baseball.
Don't take the D train now.
I don't think baseball would agree. He was good for
I
baseball.
think John Rocker. So that's why I think Trump may have just said, "God, I need what is a good gimmick I could use?" And you see, Rocker felt like early MAGA, like that was 1.0 back in the day.
Oh, you still.
Anytime I ride, like I'm riding on the subway or whatever in New York, and I see all these Mexicans or whatever just riding here, and I'm like, "What is this, Mexico or something?"
Get it all out before Vanessa joins you. Get it all out.
Oh, but Rocker was worse than that. You don't remember his interview?
He was.
It was with Jeff Perlman on Sports Illustrated.
Yasiel Puig.
Ooh,
he was
Puig
good.
was, yeah.
Puig could go.
Yeah, Puig was.
Yeah, nice call, AJ.
Man, you want to talk about a shooting star? He burned bright and it just fell off. Before you know it, he's in the Mexican baseball
He was
leagues,
the
or he's in
Rafael
Japan.
Montero of. Speaking of which, Rafael Montero just crushing it at Sugarland. How about that?
Great.
Welcome back.
He's got a chance. Do we play for championships in the AAA?
Yes.
Maybe he's got
do.
a chance to get a ring.
Or maybe the Astros think we like what you're doing, and we're going to bring you
Now,
back.
I actually could see him coming back.
You think it's not
over Ort?
You think
Stop with the Ort. Why are you hating on Ort all the time?
Because of the last name. You think the Ferguson Ort Dubin trifecta is going to keep Montero back from coming back?
No, I could see.
And you know what he did? Yeah, he just said, okay, Ferguson or whatever, just throw anybody out there. Let's not forget Ryan Abreu and Hader. Let's just keep throwing guys out there. Holy crap. He's been tempting fate. Joe Espada has been going, okay, here's my minor league lineup. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to put every crappy reliever in.
Oh, hey.
Well, I mean, not crappy, but per se, but not my best. Okay, we're just gonna try. We're gonna try to. We're tempting fate.
Is it a little bit of this?
The coin has spoken.
He might have done that. 8:58. Vanessa Richardson joining us next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to talk about our Houston Rockets. Next, Vanderford though.
Yeah, Vanderford Air, 281-557, cool. I want to give you the phone number right up front because Vanderford Air has been great in the city of Houston for years. They got great reviews. I was looking at their reviews the other day online and was very happy to see it. My experience was fantastic. I had a whole home dehumidifier put in, but that wasn't until after I had my entire system checked up on. And so what they do is they check up on your system. They look at everything. They look at every part of your system to see how it's working. Is there anything that's not working properly? And what you end up doing is finding out that the system is working properly or the system is having issues, and they fix it for you. And once they fix it, you are going to be cool. You're going to be comfortable in the city of Houston. And that's what it's all about. It's about having an AC company that's looking out for you, that can get out there, that can work on your unit very quickly, same-day service, and can do it at a fair price. New unit, fix the unit, they can do both. It's my good friends over at Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL.
You don't want this. What you need to do is you need to go to 975prostate.com. 975prostate.com. Start the process. And here's the deal. The doc will take an MRI. There's none of the finger thing going on anymore. It's an MRI. It's a ultrasound. It's easy. The doc is going to find out, if it's not cancerous, then she can definitely help you, and she can decrease the size of that prostate with the process that's the best, okay? She's awesome. You'll love it. It's not surgery. In and out, 45 minutes. Guys, this is the only way to go if you have an enlarged prostate. 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to talk to Vanessa. You used to take calls. Are you too big for that now?
No, I will take calls as long as people keep it appropriate.
Yeah. Well, did they keep it appropriate when you were on with Paul?
It depended on the day. Live radio, baby. I will say, like, when you look
You
at...
can handle it, though. You got
I can handle
You got
it.
some Indiana Midwest bluster to you.
I can definitely handle it. I think once you've done radio as a woman, I will say the benefit of it, and I did a lot of radio in college. I did, but like once you've hosted a show, there's really not a lot that can faze me. Like I kind of feel like I'm untouchable on TV because I have.
You dealt with Twitch.
I dealt with Twitch, which is.
You gained their respect, though.
I appreciate that.
You gained their respect, and then it just became, all right, we like Vanessa. Paul's gay. Paul, why are you so gay? Why are you so effeminate, Paul?
People were mean to Paul.
Am I wrong? John, what are you laughing about?
Paul goes on dates, by the way.
It's unbelievable.
Paul, but for the record, and not everybody, you like what you like. Paul dates girls. A lot. No, like a significant number of them. So
excuse me,
like Paul's good
like
with the ladies.
Like significant
he's rolling through them.
Paul's good with the ladies. You said
Paul is good with.
Well,
the ladies.
if he's dating a lot of them, is he good with them?
Yeah. Or is he?
Can we settle down?
Who's
Paul?
kicking who to the curb?
Paul, can we settle down and find a nice girl?
Yeah.
Okay, Paul.
Ma, I got a nice
Ma,
girl.
I find one every night. It's
got
you. It's like a scene out of Goodfellas.
713-780-3776. All right. So, what's your favorite road city?
Ooh, this is a really good one. I like this question. I really like the outdoors and cities where you get an opportunity to do something cool outdoorsy, weather will be what it will be. That typically is Phoenix. Because we're there, sometime October through.
Man, you got some of the travel in the Milwaukees and the New Yorks that you have to go to in the
Very
winter.
cold.
Sucks. Chicago in the winter.
I know. Chicago in the summer, there's nothing better than Chicago in the summer. Chicago in the winter
is the worst.
Is tough. I actually think Minneapolis in the summer is really fun.
That's what they say.
Yeah. But yeah, some of these cities are brutal, specifically during NBA season. I really like Phoenix because I can lay out at the pool and then hike Camelback. I have some friends there, good restaurants.
What's the weather like
Denver.
in Phoenix in the winter?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's as hot as Houston. It's just not humid during the summer. Fair to say, right? But then during these winter months, it gets very comfortable. And
well, especially when you just came from Minnesota and you're down in Phoenix, you're like, oh my God, this is paradise.
The number one thing I look at is obviously I have a friend in Detroit. One of my friends I went to Europe with, she's sidelined for the Pistons. So all of the cities I have friends in, I look at. But Phoenix is always one that I look forward to weather-wise. And Denver is really cool.
But do you have time to do anything when you're there?
Totally depends. I mean, we have a lot of back-to-backs this year, which bums me out because those back-to-backs you can't. And look, I'm a reporter. What do I? The guys, it's really difficult on the guys and their bodies. So that's first and foremost. It's difficult on their sleep schedules. Road back-to-backs are brutal because home back-to-backs are bad, but like road back-to-backs when you're not landing in a city until 1, 2 a.m. and then the guys have to play a game the next day. It's tough. So I don't love the back-to-backs, but
plus you don't get to do anything.
Right.
You're in and out.
You don't get to get, a nice dinner or, I love to get a good workout in. I'm really big, and Julia from the Astros is the same way, going on like a walk or a run in whatever city you're in and kind of exploring. So,
yeah. Do you spend a lot of time with the broadcast team?
Yes, we do. Yeah, I mean, we'll go to dinner together. Typically, a couple of most road trips actually. Again, it depends on what cities I have friends in, but we all get along really well. Craig, Ryan, Matt, and then our director Adam. That's our road crew.
That's the road crew, and you got dinners and whatnot. That's cool.
Although let me tell you, since you live partially in LA, I do have beef with our broadcast crew with Los Angeles. They like to go to Cheesecake Factory in LA. And here's the thing. I love a good chain restaurant. I worked at Outback. I don't think I'm better than Chili's or Applebee's. But when you're in LA and you're staying where we stay, surrounded by incredible food, and they want to go to Cheesecake Factory, shame on you guys.
Go to Rustic Canyon.
Yeah, go to something.
Rustic Canyon's a good one. It's funny.
I just ate there. It's funny. I was.
I like Cheesecake Factory.
No, well, it's downstairs from the apartment we have. So.
In LA?
In LA.
Wait, oh my God, this is so bad because I make fun of them so much for eating at Cheesecake Factory in LA.
Yeah.
I just made fun of you unintentionally.
No. We ate there one. Well, it's down, but
bread
so
is
is
really
everything else
Cheesecake
downstairs.
Factory.
So we were like,
when you were in your apartment.
What
part of town are y'all in?
We're in. Los Feliz is where our house is. The apartment is in Americana brand.
Oh, very cool.
On brand, yeah. It's but we tried. No, you didn't make fun of it. We tried Cheesecake Factory. It was really good though.
Yeah, I like Cheesecake.
It was good.
Yeah,
I just think if you're in LA for a few days. If you're in LA for a few days, and you have all these amazing
you got
restaurants.
Michelin star restaurants.
I got a couple restaurants for you when you go.
Okay, good.
Yeah, excellent.
So I want to ask you how I know the story because I've asked you about it, but I want you to tell people the story. People's first taste of Vanessa Richardson on radio, on television, was we didn't know you. And all of a sudden you're interviewing Jeff Leno after the cheating scandal.
Yeah.
And I remember, and you're on Channel 2, I'm like, who is this? And how did she get Jeff Leno as the exclusive?
Yeah.
Not only the first interview, I think the only one he did about this. I don't know that he's done
the
one.
only, like in-depth TV thing.
Since then. And
podcast.
When did you get to Houston, and how far after you got to Houston did you manage to get Jeff Leno for an exclusive interview after the cheating scandal?
I moved to Houston in August of 2019. And then the scandal was 2020, correct?
Yep.
So
what broke?
It broke in 2020.
Yeah, and so
broken
Yeah,
swing. Yeah,
after the Chiefs game, it broke in like January of 2020.
right.
so I had met some of his family at one of those games. I think it was the ALCS that year because that year was the year that they lost to the Nationals. Um, I love covering the Astros. I've
Yeah.
loved covering the Astros since I moved here, and so I loved being at the ballpark and just met him and I'd met his wife and actually oddly enough met his wife's family. This was in like the tunnel at Minute Maid Park early on. And so, yeah, just met them and liked them both. And, it's not one of those things to where we super, super kept in touch after he got fired. But when he was ready to share his story, thankfully he chose me. And I think his wife was part of that decision as well. I was obviously at KPRC at
Right.
the time. I was not with the Astros affiliate. But yeah, it was, look, anytime you're early in your career and somebody takes a chance on you because he easily could have gone to Rinaldi, Verducci,
Right.
in Buster, like insert name of MLB reporter here. Anytime somebody takes a chance on you and helps you, it is a blessing early in your career. And I think about that the same way as when I took this radio job, when I was ready to grow out of local news. And David and Todd said, well, you have some radio experience, come host your own show. When people take a chance on you, you remember it. And even though I don't do the big J journalism thing anymore where I break stories or get exclusive interviews, because since I work for the affiliate now and it's the best job in the world, but you remember the people that are very kind to you early on.
So when you came to your boss and told him, did you come to your boss and tell him when you knew you had this interview? It's a really big deal. You just moved to a major market.
Yeah.
You're covering a major story. Did your boss even believe you at
He was
KPRC?
kind of like, you're going to interview who? And yeah, there were ways that I won't get super into of how I was able to verify to my boss that this was a real thing, that this was going to happen. And my whole thing, I felt like I was pretty fair because I never wanted to blow up anything with the Astros. I love the team. I love covering the team. And Jeff knew that. So he knew that I wasn't going to come hard after him. I wasn't going to come hard after the team. It was just, asking questions that were appropriate. And yeah, definitely a unique chapter in my career, but one that I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was a big. I remember I was watching it on my phone and I showed my wife and she's like, "Who's she?
Who is that?" Yeah.
How'd she get this?"
That's what everybody. Well,
Yeah.
everybody asked, and I don't mind the people that asked. I did not appreciate some of the local journalists that were questioning how I got it and were rude about it. Whatever. That's how it goes. But interesting chapter in my career. You guys know you have all these different stops on your journey, and where I'm at now, I love and wouldn't change for the world. And so, for KPRC to be the reason I moved to Houston, everything I covered here, the Texans drama, everything with Deshaun, and then covering the Astros and all of their victories, but the scandals, and then covering kind of the Rockets, those rough years. That was a big part of my career as a local journalist and building credibility. And then when I took this job here at 97.5, I felt like I grew a lot and established credibility because, let's be honest, in local news, you talk for 2 minutes on TV.
Yep.
In radio, I was talking for 2 hours. So I felt like I gained credibility with this job. And then ultimately, fortunately, the Rockets, when they had an opening, they saw my passion for basketball and it really worked out.
That's great. No, that's absolutely. You've had a great journey, and it's still going. So, who knows where it's going to take you to? Let's take a break. We got Vanessa Richardson in studio with us, and we got some calls. So, if you want to get in,
not really. That's La Salsa.
Oh yeah, never mind.
Anybody who's a fake caller.
Well, I mean, he wants to
fake
know.
caller?
Well, we'll get your opinion on something that he wants to talk about on the other side. But first,
okay, yeah.
Lance, let's talk about Craig DeSurf.
Let's talk about Craig DeSurf. My opinion of Craig DeSurf is very, very high because Craig DeSurf has been someone who has been able to, frankly, change the way that card buying has been for many people across Houston. He's been here for a long time, and he worked exclusively in Houston, was extremely successful. That company sold to a big conglomerate, and he didn't want to do things that way. And he moved and he went to Angleton. He didn't think he would stay at Angleton. He didn't know that he would like Angleton. He got there and loved it the very first day. And he's been there, and people understand, a lot of the Astros have bought cars from him, a lot for their family members, because he's great to deal with. The customer service is off the charts. I mean, he'll take runners and run your car into Houston for you. If you can't, if you want to buy a new car, paperwork, if you can't get out there, he'll go that extra mile from a customer service standpoint. So you better believe when it comes to price and getting to their bottom line price and giving you the highest number that you can get on your offer, whether it's for a GMC Silverado 1500, a Chevy Silverado, a GMC Sierra 1500. It doesn't matter what the vehicle is. The lowest possible finance rate he can find and the best dealer incentives is going to come standard, and you are going to enjoy your car buying experience. You should. It's fun to get a new car. It's my friend Craig DeSurf and all the team over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Go to LanceZCars.com today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Speaking of which, a Twitter said, I don't know how he knows this, but he said that Paul said that Indianapolis sucks.
Oh, of course he did.
Okay.
Of course, this is Paul from Boston.
Okay.
Boston person I know.
yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Indianapolis is a little different. I've been there a few times because it's like their downtown's great. They got a great grid. It's easy to get around. I think it's perfect to host for hosting big events. I've been to a Final Four there. Of course, a ton of combine events, but it's really good for hosting. Actually, they do a great job of hosting big events. They have a huge convention center, and then that convention center is tied directly to hotels.
Yeah.
And it's tied
It's
to.
well set up.
Yeah, it is.
It's well
It's
set
set
up.
up specifically to host events.
Yes.
I mean, and when they built Lucas Oil, like there was a lot of thought. You mentioned it's a grid system, so it's
Uh-huh.
not hilly. It's not, so the traffic tends to not be bad. But you don't even need to get in your car if there's an event there,
Right.
because you have where the Pacers play, where the Colts play, the convention center, even where the AAA of the Pittsburgh Pirates affiliate is downtown. I mean, like literally everything is right there. So. Yeah, so it's a really good play. The Super Bowl that was there 11 years ago, I remember got good reviews for basically what you said. You might not have great weather. There's not a massive amount of things to do, but it's really easy to get around and people are nice.
That's
Right,
important.
the food's not bad. So we mentioned that because you're from Indianapolis. And
Terre Haute, but
La Salsa wants to ask a question, and this is going to lead into that. La Salsa, what's going on?
Excuse me, Lance. I'm a real person. La Salsa is real.
Okay.
So, Vanessa, I know you're a Colts fan. What's your take on the fan-made music or the fan-made song that just came out a couple weeks ago? That's all I got.
Was that real? Like I don't know. I guess I watched it and I thought maybe it was like a parody.
No.
No. One would
it's
hope.
real. It's real.
Is it real, Dell? You've done
Yes.
some
Is
study,
this
right?
how all Colts fans are? Listen up.
Because he did it for the Texans game last year. So
Yeah.
it's
For Colts Texans.
Yeah, Colts Texans. So he does this quite a bit. Here is the one for the preseason game against the Broncos.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts.
I forgot he neighed.
Yeah.
Go Colts.
So, Vanessa, is that someone you know?
No.
Is that someone you're related to? Is that someone that you would like to have dinner with?
No. Not all NFL fans are created equally. The NFL is funny, and by the way, I do love going to Texans games, even though I was raised a Colts fan. The Texans have a very good game day experience. Oh, God. Yikes. The NFL is interesting because there's a lot of obviously pregame tailgating that goes on, and then people come to the stadium and consume beverages, and so the NFL game day experience in general is interesting and sometimes out of control. You add to that the fact that it's the most watched sport in America and that there are people doing stuff like that. It can get weird very quickly.
Well, it's weird. Yeah, that dude's weird. Okay, that's scary to be in the same city
It
as
is.
him. Question: did you ever have food stolen from you while you were here at the station?
No, because I was on from 10 to 12, so I didn't bring food.
Right.
You
There's
didn't,
no
right.
reason. I don't eat breakfast,
Dell?
and I would eat lunch after.
This is going to be their dumb
if
little
she
joke
had,
they do.
would Lance have stolen her
This is
food?
going to be their dumb
It
little
really
joke.
depends.
Go ahead.
If she had left the food out,
yeah.
there's a real chance he would have
Are you-
taken
Lance
it.
would have stolen it.
Are you a food stealer?
No.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
No, I'm not.
Interns
No, I'm
that
not.
couldn't afford to eat.
This is
He's
not-
stealing a
A
hamburger.
group came up and they
The
brought
rich
a
get
tray,
richer, huh?
Right.
a tray of hamburgers,
Poor
like 16
interns.
hamburgers.
Here we go with this lie
I'll
again.
tell the story.
Your lie again.
Like six. I'm not lying. They brought a tray of burgers. It was burgers and buns, lettuce and
You
tomato.
guys, that's what I missed. I missed Lance getting
That's
that.
what it was. That's literally what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one set up on the table, no one there. And I thought that they had put one together, so I took it. Then it turns out an intern had made it. First of all, interns never eat before the host whenever somebody's bringing food in for the host.
Okay,
No,
King-
that's a rule.
King
That's been
Lance?
a rule. That's a rule for 20 years.
Well, it's not a rule here.
Interns
by the way.
have to
rule.
wait
It's not
to
a
be
rule here.
invited to eat by the interns. Don't get to just
There
make
was
themselves a plate
so,
when they want.
So there was a tray.
Y'all are acting like y'all don't
so
know the
you
rules.
have decided. By the way,
my
that you
God.
said
Weirdos.
there was a
And
there
don't
was a
never look
tray.
at Lance in the face or in the eyes
Yeah.
either.
Oh,
right?
God.
You better come
And
correct.
Interns.
And after he grabbed the burger, the intern looked at him like this and
Well,
said,
she didn't look at me.
Yes, she did.
She
She
wasn't
went,
here. I was there, you
More
idiots.
porridge.
Tatiana
Porridge,
wasn't
sir.
even there.
Please, sir.
Poor
She
Tatiana.
came back
Tatiana,
and
my
then
heart goes
told
out
you
to
or
you.
something that
Did
it was
Did
mine.
you know Tatiana?
I
You
don't,
didn't
No,
know
but,
her?
you know,
but she
get
knows
your
the
food
impact
stolen.
of a host doing what he did. So
Sure.
Lance has
They
told
have
his
changed his
Lance,
story.
No, stop
They
it. You've changed
bastardized
it.
the
Lance has
story.
told his version. The actual version is yes, there was a tray of food out there, burgers, toppings, buns. So grab all. Just
That's
grab
true.
one, put it together if you want.
Yeah, she made a plate.
We have an intern computer.
No one was there.
Intern computer specifically for them. So
That's not where it was.
Yes, it was.
It was on the table.
It was not.
I was the one who took it.
I saw it when she put it down the
I
first
was the one
time.
who took it. I know.
You told your story.
I wouldn't have grabbed it off of the intern table.
You told your
I'm pretty
story.
sure you grabbed it out of her hand.
Relitigating this
Hold
again
on. You've
because
told
you
your
guys have
side. Now it's my
bastardized
turn.
this.
It's my turn. You told your story.
Vanessa knows I'm a good person, so it doesn't
Vanessa's
matter.
disgusting.
It was
She
down.
knows I'm a good person. It doesn't matter what you say.
Whatever. I didn't say you're a bad person now. I've said it before, but I'm not saying it as far as this story is concerned, although it's more proof.
Yeah.
The food was next to the computer.
Cal, I'm done with you after your Rockets question.
What? I didn't ask the question. He did.
Okay, so anyway.
But I didn't pose it to you. He did.
Anyway.
Either
exactly.
The development of Amin Thompson, I think, is going to be incredible.
Exactly.
How about
exactly.
this?
I mean,
How
we
about
can
this?
play the game where I turn off for my
what you do.
All right. Are there enough basketballs
my
for
gosh.
all of these guys? I mean, honestly.
It's so exciting. The future is so exciting.
How are you going to work Tari in? Who missed most of last year.
Right.
How are you going to get Reed Shepard on the Amen's got to have his minutes. I mean,
I honestly don't.
It's too much.
This is so an abundance of but it's a good problem.
So who do you have to trade, Vanessa?
I'm not trading anybody because I'm not Rafael Stone.
Okay. So.
But what I think is exciting is not only all of the young talent, but the way that they have developed already. Obviously, we've only seen Reed in Summer League, but Amin Thompson, once he gets that shot down, I mean, the things that I've heard about Amin Thompson, the amount of respect people already have for him around the league, the maturity of Amin, I think is huge. And then you look at Jalen's jump in maturity, hosting what he's hosting out in LA, a get-together and workouts for the entire team. Alfred already looks bigger from the pictures you can see on social media. He's been working his butt off in Turkey all summer. And so I think when you look at the maturity and the development, look, the good thing about Ime is like Ime is going to play who's playing well. Ime is not like some coaches where they already write your destiny for you. Like switch sports. But do you guys remember Bill O'Brien would just play whoever his favorites were?
Yeah.
That's not Ime. I mean, he's very Greg Popovich-esque in that you can write your own destiny. So I think the future is just super exciting with the young core, and it is going to be a breakout year, I think, for several guys.
Do you look at this as players still? I mean, I know what the answer is, I guess, but it's different than last year. Last year, players were having to show Ime who they were. They were proving themselves. We saw Jalen went through stretches where he wasn't playing at times in the fourth quarter. We saw stretches where Jabari didn't play in the fourth quarter. He's seen them all for a year, but I feel like now with all the talent, they're still in the boat of trying to prove themselves to Ime Udoka because everyone's got to find their
Cam's
minutes.
He's got to fight for his minutes to get on the floor.
Right.
I mean, there's
a lot of competition on that team.
You best not go loafing on the floor for any amount of time.
No, because you will get pulled.
And that's the beautiful thing is
right.
This staff does not care how much money you're making, how well favored you are. If you're not helping them win games, there's no like, oh, but you're my guy. No, if you're not playing defense, you're going to be on the bench. But here's the thing, like the guys know that. Yeah. And there's no, that's not lost in translation. So I'm looking forward to all of the maturity, all of the growth that I know a lot of the young guys have already experienced. But they like being like guys like Jabari. They love being coached. Hard.
Yeah.
They don't like it. They love being coached hard.
Isn't that
Thompson,
great though?
And in our post season interview with Ime, he told me he was actually harder on Amin and Cam because he didn't want them to develop bad habits that some of the other guys had. I mean, he outright coached them a lot harder. And they took it. And so I think the maturity and the growth among the guys is going to be super exciting, and I think Rockets fans should be pumped.
How important is Van Vliet for that also?
Oh, my gosh. You could argue he's one of the most important. Just his championship mindset, the fact that he has had so many cards stacked against him his entire career and is still playing at the caliber that he's playing. I think he's going to be huge for Reed Shepard. I mean, Reed Shepard is, I don't know if you guys have watched the interviews, he's already so mature, so well-spoken. But I think he's going to learn a lot from Fred, and I think Fred will take on that mentor role willingly. I don't think anybody's going to have to tell him to do it.
How big are Boban's hands?
Massive.
He's like this, huh?
Massive.
He's huge.
Yeah. Everyone loves Boban.
Everybody loves him, don't they?
They do. It's around the league. In fact, Craig and Ryan and I have talked about this. The few arenas we go to where they don't cheer for Boban, we judge those fan bases. Because, like, if you don't like Boban, you have an issue.
He's such a nice guy.
He is such
He
a
has
great-
more commercials than Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He has more than Alperen Şengün.
Goldfish, State Farm, you name it.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, but he's so, lovable. Where's the one who he's grabbing off the top
I think it's State Farm.
Is that State Farm?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
Because
right.
he's helping you.
Right.
You're in good hands or whatever.
All right. Vanessa, have you
That's all
ever, do you know what News of the Weird is?
I have, of course I know News
Yeah,
of the
she
Weird.
kind of came on right after us.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, I used to host a radio show here.
Did you call it her? Did you call it her little show too?
No.
Oh, okay.
You called Dell's
that's only
show.
for you.
You're
Hey,
more
your
respectful.
little show,
okay.
Dell.
Yeah. Well,
You never said you and Paul's little show.
no, I never said that. to her.
Okay. Good.
No,
That's good.
I would probably say that to Paul, but I wouldn't say it to Vanessa.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Hey, wait. I got one last rock because we didn't get to Şengün at all.
Yeah, we got to talk.
The growth of Şengün.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, was that incredible. What did
Gotta
you
talk Şengün.
like? What did you see from Şengün in the first year you were there versus second year?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, well, part
As a
of that.
person, tell me as a person with Ime here.
Yeah,
Seems
part
like
of
he
that was
changed.
really good hiring by Ime Udoka to bring in Thiago Splitter. And Ime told me outright one of the reasons he hired Thiago was to help develop Alperen. Now, Thiago took a head coaching job in Paris, so he's not going to be with the team anymore. But he and Alperen worked together every day, not only to develop Alperen as a player, but to your point, as a person, all of the maturity. And Alperen wanted to be coached hard like the guys internationally are coached. And he actually told our coaching staff that. He is one that accepted that challenge of being coached harder. And I think you saw it as games progressed. And then unfortunately the injury that, stopped that significant part of the season for him when he was really on a roll. But it has been really interesting to see him grow as a player and a person. The potential for him when you hear people around the league calling him baby Jokic, and when you hear all these physical matchups that he'll have with Valanciunas and these players around the league that have so much these players that have so many accolades and are known for their playing style, to say that guy's tough, that guy's hard to defend, that guy's becoming harder to play against.
Paul George has a crush on him.
I mean, Paul George has talked about him. Like, these guys are all talking about him, and he's still so young. Like, I understand for Rockets fans, it seems like he's been around for a long time because you watch every game, you live it. He's still a young player.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be incredible to see what he can do this year. And if you've seen the pictures and the videos on Instagram and Twitter, he's bulked up.
Yeah. Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Looks big.
He
did last
looks,
year,
looks
too.
stronger. And have you seen the videos of their
Yes,
workouts?
out in LA.
Out in
Jalen
LA.
put that
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
I didn't see him miss.
No, not one person.
I didn't see
missed.
one-
They didn't
one
miss
miss.
one shot.
No.
Unfortunately, the defense is going to suck this year because
based
no
on
one
this-
can miss.
based on this based on this highlight
Yeah,
film.
right.
Yeah, no.
Right. That's all they do is make shots
What do you
on their
guys want to
defense.
see from Alperen?
Just to become what he is, which
An
I
all-star
think is
this
the
year.
next. Yeah, I think all-star.
All-star.
I think that's the next
Yeah,
step.
yeah.
I love that. Me
Yeah.
too.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
all-star, and I think it's already, the tale's been told. Like, it's written. Alperen Şengün to me already is one of the four most talented bigs in the league, and that includes, we're talking about true bigs. That includes Embiid.
True bigs, yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about bigs like Giannis. I mean,
Right.
bigs like
true bigs.
Yeah, and he's already there. Like, the skill level. I grew up watching Olajuwon when he was at U of H. I saw him from his infancy, his first game at U of H, all the way through everything. And I'm seeing Alperen's footwork, and I'm like, Alperen is more skilled at this stage of his pro career than Dream was at this stage of his pro career.
Wow.
That's not a lie. Dream was a special athlete. Dream's skill level came along later. Alperen's skill level's astonishing.
Yeah.
I don't know if people really fully appreciate it.
All right, we got a break, and then we got a little news of the weird for Vanessa on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we got Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing, 281-488-6238. Make sure that this is a number that you have in your phone, ready to go, and just put plumber. Just put, well, you can put an aqueduct, whatever, if you can remember that. But here's the deal is when you have an emergency, you have to have that number because they got 24-hour service available. They will come out there and they will. And when you have an emergency, when you got a leak and your floorboards are starting to come up, or all of a sudden your roof is caving in, your ceiling is caving in. You're like, what the bleep? I got to have somebody. And that somebody is Aqueduct Plumbing. 281-488-6238.
Yeah, any and all issues they handle. And might I suggest getting a tankless water heater. Let them provide it for you and install it for you. No more hot showers that disappear because your family's taking long showers and you get stuck with the lukewarm to cold shower. Make sure that you have unending hot water with tankless water heaters provided by Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. News of the weird coming your way. How about this? This guy worked at Alliance. He worked at in Guernsey. He's been awarded a shop assistant in Guernsey. Worked at Alliance Supermarket for 40 years. You know what they gave him? 40 sausage rolls for 40 years of service.
What an unbelievable
Would you
gesture.
like 40 sausage rolls when we got 40 years here at Gal Media?
I don't think we're getting anything extra.
You don't,
so I guess I'll take the sausage
You don't even
rolls.
see get.
What are we going to get? You think
Actually,
they're gonna give us
40
some-
sausage. I'll take 40 sausage
Yeah.
rolls right
I
now.
do
Now
know
that I
if
think
somebody
about
brought
it.
in sausage rolls, Lance would steal them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lance
that's
would.
right.
He
See,
would
she
take
played
them.
right into your little move, pal.
I
Are you
even-
happy?
I didn't bring up the story. John did.
Okay.
Yeah, but you couldn't wait.
You're the
Your
one.
little- Your little sewing circle.
What is
your
a
little
sausage
scamp.
roll?
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think about you at all, Lance. Don't worry about it.
It's in Guernsey.
like a
It's
kolache, I
probably
guess.
something that you can get in Indianapolis.
I'm sure it's good. Just
So
meat and bread.
probably.
Yeah, that's probably true.
How about this? Canada put out a video. Canada, our home. Only it included scenes from Serbia and the U.S. and the U.K.
Huh.
I feel like if you're going to make Canada our home video, you should just use Canada.
That's called an
Probably.
intern in the government's office.
Maybe.
Put it together.
Wouldn't I think
While she was getting her nails done.
Indianapolis would probably use scenes from L.A. or you know what I'm saying.
Oh, you're going to know right away. You've been in Indianapolis.
You're going to say, it doesn't look like that.
A man got kicked off a flight after he was bleeding from his hair transplant. You know where he didn't go? 975hair.com. Look at this. He gets on the plane like this. And would you want to be on a plane? What if you were sitting next to dude? Okay.
You know what's wild? He actually doesn't look terrible bald.
No.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't.
Like,
There's
he's
some
actually
people
one
that
of
can
those
do it.
guys that actually
He's
looks
got a
good
good
with
head,
ball.
yeah.
Some people look terrible bald, like Jackie.
He's
our
got a
listener.
good head,
Yeah.
but why was he? Yeah, you can't just let people openly bleed on a flight, can
Right,
you?
no,
Like
no.
in NBA games, you have to come out and get a new jersey.
You got to get a bandage on.
Yeah.
You got to get sewn up.
You can't just openly bleed on a flight, I wouldn't think.
A new survey says the average person knows if their day has been ruined by 8:36 a.m. What time did you get here this morning?
Ooh.
Did you know your day was ruined?
You got here
when you walked
I
in
saw
here?
you at 8:44.
Yeah.
You know, do you want to know the truth? There's construction going on in my apartment complex, and the past 2 days, I have been woken up early after working late doing Astros postgame.
There it is.
So I do believe this.
Your day is
By
ruined.
8:36.
Yeah, you wake up
Ruined
to
is
construction workers.
Right.
Ruined is a strong
Yeah.
word. That's not true. I'm going out to the
Well,
ballpark.
that's
I'm
what
going to
people
enjoy
say.
it.
They know. My day's shot
yeah.
at 8:36 a.m.
Some
That's
people
a
may.
negative attitude,
Yeah.
I feel like.
I think
feel
if you're
like-
saying that already,
sounds
you
like they just interviewed
You
Dell.
gave up.
They
You
just
hate-
asked. The only one they
Yeah.
asked was Dell.
and you hate your job.
My
too.
taste's not ruined.
Okay.
Why
Ruined.
do you paint me that way?
Well, it's just because you just hate everything.
I don't care enough about things going on to have my day ruined.
New study says LSD reshapes the brain's response to pain. Do you want to do some LSD now? If you get, let's say you have a hangnail. Do you
No.
want some LSD?
No.
Okay.
I'll just take an aspirin.
Oh.
Like
I'm not
Aaron Rodgers.
taking anything for
Did
that.
Aaron Rodgers write that?
Yes. No. Well, LSD reshapes the brain's response to
Ayahuasca.
pain.
That does sound like an Aaron Rodgers
Sounds like
It does
something
sound
that Aaron
like-
Rodgers
he
tells
would
Pat
do.
McAfee on his show.
He absolutely would do. Vanessa, thank you for coming in.
Guys, thank you for having me.
We appreciate you being here.
Rockets.com for tickets, and then Space City Home Network. Every game minus those 2 exclusive TNTs. Every game is going to be on Space City Home Network. So
Except 2. That's
yeah,
it.
so they got 2. Well, they got multiple national games, ESPN, NBA TV, but the 2 TNTs, of course, are exclusive.
Oh, I thought all like ESPN
So-
game. Even you guys still do it, even ESPN.
Yeah,
game.
there are some national games that we do as well.
Oh, cool.
So
Do you want people following you or no?
I do at
Okay.
Sports Vanessa on Instagram and Twitter.
Okay.
At Sports
Our-
Vanessa.
Our chat has been complimentary. They've not been.
Good.
They've
Thank
not
you,
been ugly.
guys.
They,
Nice
They've not
to be
been
back.
ugly.
something's well to Dell they were.
And we had 290,
Really?
209. Now I put it on Twitter, but 295 on X platform, and it went up to now ended up at 1885.
Yay.
So,
So
The Twitch
wow,
Twitch
9 times.
yeah, so 15 and a half, 1,600
Wow.
more people
Well,
checked
maybe
in.
you should stop by every day just so people get their perv on. Okay, so maybe you could stop by.
Oh, I
Vanessa.
miss you guys.
Get
Okay.
their
Thanks for
perv
having me on.
We-
And I better see you both at Toyota Center.
Great
We will be
stuff.
there.
And you're doing a great
I'll stop
job.
by and
Thank
see
you.
you.
Great
I'll stop by
job.
and
You
see
do.
Yeah,
You
great
do.
job with the Astros and great job with the Rockets.
Yep.
Thank you.
Really good questions, by the way. You
Oh,
get
thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm always impressed with the assistant coaches at halftime
Yeah.
that come
Yeah.
out. So you got it, but the question: do you formulate those in
I do.
advance?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, they're not given to me. It's situational. It's based on what's going on, based on what has happened.
What's happening in the game?
And there's only 2 questions, so it's not
Right.
it's not like I'm reading them multiple paragraphs.
No, it's got to be in and out.
No.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate that. This coaching staff is really good at halftime interviews. They care. They're good with media in general. So
That's
the
good.
future is all super, super
So you
bright.
do the Rockets All Access every
I
week
do.
too?
Every week,
Is that a
Rockets
pain in
All
the ass?
Access.
All
No, I
that?
love it.
You do?
I love it. And we have we interview the guys about not only on the court but off the court stuff, talk about their charitable foundations, and then we've done a Meet the Coaches series with each assistant coach. So it has been really fun. I think it's such a fun job, and I'm super fortunate, and I'm ready for training camp.
Okay. Do you need a raise? We have to. Should we ask
my
for
God,
some more money for you or anything?
Are you my
You
agent
good?
now?
Yeah.
Are you my agent now?
She's with Max.
Yeah, I'll see if Jerry's listening. Jerry Del Pratt. Jerry.
I love
Let's-
Jerry. Wait, I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
Jerry. Hi, Jerry. If Jerry's listening, hi, Jerry.
Okay, get her some more money, Jerry. Let's go. All right, we're done. Mopey Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you, Vanessa, for coming in. We appreciate
Thank
it. HRP is what we're talking about right now. Okay, and look, that wasn't even creepy. Not one time HR doesn't have to talk to me. Lance probably for posting pictures of Vanessa. That was creepy. Okay, that was creepy though. And so HRP might be calling. Who knows? Who knows? We got to be appropriate here, Lance. And here's the deal: is if you have people who are inappropriate at work, well, you need HRP. You shouldn't do it yourself. You need them to come and tell you how to get that done. You need HRP because they're experts in payroll. You're not. You don't do that. What you do is you sell your widgets, whatever your widgets are. You sell those. You're not good at payroll. Okay, so stop doing payroll. You're not. That's not your business. Look. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people. You're looking for the best way to get to HR because you don't do it right. Okay, you need HR&P. The technology is second to none. The people are second to none. They're going to save you money. The bottom line is the bottom line, though. Save money. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
What a come down, right? If you're watching Twitch or YouTube and you had Vanessa Richardson on your screen, things have changed. Thanks to Vanessa Richardson for joining the John and Lance Show. Just wrapped up from 9 to 10. She was on with us for a full hour. You'll be able to catch that on our YouTube channel. In fact, you can scroll back right now. I don't know I think the views stay the same no matter what, but you have the ability to, hey, oh, Dell's here. You have the ability to start right at 9:00 and watch again for an hour right now, or you can wait till the end of the broadcast day and it'll be saved so you can watch it that way too. But Vanessa Richardson of Space City Home Network, she's going out to the ballpark today as the Astros try to win the series against the Red Sox. They could have done that yesterday, but they dropped the game. Renel Blanco had a rough 8 pitches. He gave up 3 extra base hits. He was down 3-0 after 8 pitches, and the Astros quickly tied it in the bottom of the first. John Singleton hit a home run, but after kind of blowing a chance in the bottom of the second to push some runs across, they only pushed one. They had second and third with nobody out. They only had to hit a sac fly to take the lead. It kind of went back into a normal game, and it looked like this one could be like 10-8, 9-7, whatever it might be. It settled down a little bit, but Jaron Durant, he of the slurs, hit the game winner as the Astros drop the game 2 of the series.
To be fair to Jaron Durant, slur.
Well, true. You're right.
One slur.
You're right,
sir.
He's 2 curse words, 1 slur. You're right. You're right.
For the record,
I got to clean that up. Yeah, because I didn't know we had Jaron Durant's biggest offender. Hey, watch it.
Hey.
Sean Mapes is wearing his Astros hat. Do you have a Jaron Durant jersey?
In the mail.
Were you one of the people who led to his jersey being one of the top sellers in baseball?
Fanatics, it's taken a while.
Yeah, it is. Good point. It is Fanatics. You'll be lucky if it says Durant on the back of it, to be honest with you. Who knows? Oh, Andrew Benintendi. I didn't ask for this. What is this? I wanted a Durant jersey.
JD Drew, why do you still have this?
Yeah, why would you even have these in stock? Who was looking for this? Rick Ankiel comes. That jersey winds up at your doorstep. So they drop it. It's unfortunate. Kenley Jansen was able to close it out after their Yainer Diaz took him deep the night before. So the fortunate thing is the Mariners continue to suck. They had a 3-0 lead, but they blew that to the Dodgers, so you maintain your 5-game lead over them. Cleveland was playing the Yankees, 2 teams ahead of you as far as trying to lead the AL, or at least have a top seed in the AL. So they'll continue to play. You hope to win today and gain some ground on some of the AL leaders. Jake Myers, I saw it this morning. His catch was the #1 play in the ESPN top 10. I'm going to say Jake Myers is going to be probably a major leaguer for a while. He's never going to make the top 10 again. That's my proclamation. Never.
Make the top 10?
Sorry, #1.
Okay.
He'll never be #1 again.
Okay.
He'll never be #1 again.
Well, maybe if he hits a home run
to win a series or something.
Yeah, I was going to say on the way to being World Series MVP.
Which is how you are going to define the rest of Jake Myers' career. If he doesn't win World Series MVP, he's nothing to you. He's nothing to you.
Jake Marisnik.
Well, I can't really fight you on it. I mean, I'm not his biggest offender like your Jaron Durant's biggest offender. So I'm not going to fight you on the Jake Marisnik comparison. Yeah, we're kind of the same guy. Jake, whatever. You're pretty
Jake M.
Jake M. JM. Pretty much the same guy. Yeah.
Less so with the stick.
Yeah, Jake Myers, a more talented guy at the plate, but not by much.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like
I'll give it to him.
It's a shoestring between the two as far as deciding who's better at the plate or not. It's not that much, but he did have a nice play yesterday in a game that was much cleaner than a game on Monday night where no one could make a defensive play. The Astros committed 4 errors. They were able to overcome that on Monday thanks to Yainer Diaz, who hit another home run. Yainer, batting up over 300. We talked about it yesterday. That power appears to be back after there was some concern about where it went after his big power numbers in 2023. That seems to have righted itself, at least over the last couple weeks. So Yainer with another home run. Unfortunately, the Astros could not win because you throw out the triumvirate of Ort, Ferguson, and Dubin. Not exactly what you're looking for to shut down a team late in the game. And does it open up the door, Sean, for Rafael Montero? A guy, by the way, he was DFA'd, but he took the assignment. What Jeff Bagwell does know is loyalty. He will sign guys to big contracts who don't live up to him, but they are not quitters. If you give them an assignment, they'll take it. So Abreu took his assignment to whatever they sent him to Florida. He wasn't even. They couldn't even send him down to Sugar Land initially. Then he came back, and we know how that went. Montero's like, you know what? I'll take this assignment just to see. And his time in Sugar Land has gone well for him. 4 innings, no hits, 9 strikeouts, no walks for Montero. I believe those are the numbers. So if Montero, it felt like we were done with Montero because usually when a guy is as highly paid as he is, you just take your money and go. All right, it didn't work out this organization. I'm out of here. But not him. He's a guy who has decided, I'm going to give it a go. I got one more in me.
Yeah. Hey, if they give me an assignment, I will take it.
Yeah, he's not a quitter. We like sometimes persevering is cool. And if you thought you're done with Montero, not so fast.
Get Montero back. Get Hector Neris back.
He actually has been DFA'd, and I believe he's not taking the
Rain
assignment.
from the grind.
We're not sure yet. But if he's going like normal Major League Baseball players do, not guys that Jeff Bagwell signs, he won't take the assignment, and he'll be available to be added. It would be nice to see Nick if he decides he wants to be here in the Astros. Want him to see him back.
It is funny praising the virtue of these guys. That hey, listen, they stick around.
Yeah, they're not just gonna let you give them money and go away.
These guys have to be released twice to leave.
Yeah,
the Astros did just get a release.
Yeah, the Astros have to tell them you stink multiple times before they take it, and heed that direction and go. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go.
No, you don't just stink in the majors. Jose Abreu, you stink in single A too. Get out of here.
Yeah, and Montero has not stunk in single A yet, so
he's been dominant in triple A.
Right down the street.
0.00 ERA.
Bring that man back up. When they're back in town,
pay that man his. Oh no, wait, don't do that.
No, he's already got his money.
Different guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, if it's just going to be for a stretch where they have a bunch of games with no days off, and you want to bring them up just to eventually DFA them again, sure. Do that. I don't know.
This time is short, though. So if they were to decide, you know what, Montero's found himself. He's been really good down with the Space Cowboys. We're going to give him another shot.
I just mean it in the way that they would call up Parker Mashinsky to abuse his arm and then send him back down.
Just to take a beating.
Yeah, just to get a fresh arm back to the major league squad. That's what I'm picturing for Rafael Montero. I seriously doubt. Yeah, in a game that matters, in a close game that matters, it's going to be 6th inning is going to be Rafael Montero time.
It seems unlikely. I said he hadn't given up it. He's given up 3, but he has had 4 scoreless innings.
Stranded them all.
Yeah, exactly. Got out of that. Got out of those troublesome spots. Not walked the guy, and has 9 strikeouts over 4 games and 4 innings. So
great command.
He's getting it done with the Space Cowboys. And you can hear the Space Cowboys tonight on ESPN 92.5. I don't know if Montero will get in the game.
Probably not, since he's had 4 appearances.
Talk about ruining a guy's arm. The Space Cowboys are doing that.
It's been 3 weeks.
Has he been there with them for 3 weeks, or is he?
So.
Because don't you really?
I thought.
When did he get DFA'd? You might be right. I
thought he got DFA'd to make room for Kikuchi.
He was yeah, you're right. I felt like it just happened. I don't know why. Yeah, you're right.
It's just so fresh. The wound's still fresh.
I'm a little the wound hasn't closed. Still bleeding, needs stitches. July 31st, you're right. He's been gone over 20 days. Didn't feel like that to me.
So my heart every 5 days.
So yeah, you're right. They're not doing what you're suggesting the Astros do if he's ever called back up. They're taking their time with Montero to try to figure some things out with him. I don't know why I thought that he just got designated 4 or 5 days ago. Maybe it was just my hope that he was still with the roster. That's not the case. So Montero's down there doing his thing. Verlander is the big story. We talk about a guy who spent time with the Space Cowboys. He is back today. Justin Verlander on the mound trying to help the Astros win this series. What to expect? He was good in his last outing with the Space Cow or with Corpus Christi. One outing with the Space Cowboys, one with Corpus Christi. responded well to the bullpen session. If he gives you 5 at like 70 pitches, I think that's great. I believe it'll be a slower ramp up, trying to make sure he's ready to go for the playoffs. 5 innings, 70-something pitches out of there. If you give a run or two, that's cool. I think that's all I would ask for Justin Verlander, from Justin Verlander, at least at this point. We're not asking for much. Just go out there and be like, I don't know, what Astro pitcher. Go out there and be Brad Peacock. At times, Brad Peacock was good. I need a Brad Peacock-like performance from Justin Verlander today. 5 innings, 70 pitches plus, and 2 runs, maybe 4 hits.
Do we perhaps update that to a Yusei Kikuchi-like performance?
5 2/3.
5 2/3.
And if not for Jose Altuve's booting a ball and throwing the ball high to Yainer Diaz, that would have been 6 innings.
Yeah.
In his last couple. Yeah. If you can get to 5 2/3 and be awesome, give up your customary early home run. Okay, whatever. That's what you do.
Kikuchi does that too.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's following Justin Verlander's lead. It works for him in this town.
We give Murphy and Miller all this credit. He's like, actually, I've just been listening to Justin Verlander.
Yeah, he says, you know what? Get it out of the way early. You want to give up a bomb early just to get out of the way, struggle in that first inning, you'll figure it out. Now, Blanco tried that yesterday. Didn't go so well.
No.
Don't give up 3 and 8 pitches. We're not looking for that.
No, don't do that.
Yeah. So, all right, a Kikuchi-like performance means how many is he striking out then? Because Kikuchi was putting guys, sitting them down.
Yeah, that's probably what Justin Verlander doesn't have at this point of his career anymore, is the striking out 9 of 10, 11 guys
Over the course of 5 2/3 innings.
Yeah. So probably give me 1 per inning.
You're looking for maybe 5 plus.
5 or 6.
5 or 6. Yeah. Just to know everything's okay. And once he ramps up, he'll be good to go. Maybe he'll be able to get you to 6 or 7 innings when he's at full strength. So we'll see what happens today as the Astros try to close out the Boston series. Maybe get Jarren Duran out. That might be a great idea. It won't be great for Sean with the jersey coming, but maybe try to get that guy out.
Hope after work it's at my front steps so I can wear it to the game.
Gonna run over to the game.
Yeah.
It would be a flex to wear your You're gonna tip your Astros hat while you're wearing your Jarren Duran jersey to Jarren Duran after another great performance.
Hey, have to respect him.
Hey man, you get that slur off, your jersey becomes a top seller. Now you're wrecking the Astros in the series.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap. That's just baseball. That's what we call it. We will move away from baseball here. We'll get to the break. I just got a note from our social team about something that has not a lot to do with the show, but a little bit.
Okay, good. I thought it was gonna be like, hey, stop praising the guy who got suspended.
No, we don't have those type of standards here. Don't worry about that.
We'll never get that text
from anyone. Don't worry about it. When we come back, we'll move to the Texans because we got some sound from Nico Collins on Stingley. He has been a point of conversation this week because of what he did on Saturday. We've got the honey badger lying directly to our face. I'll explain what that is, and we'll play the sound from that as well. And we like to close the loop here. So we started the week with the Tua comments about Brian Flores, We'll hear from Brian Flores as he was made available to the media, and he answered the charges, I guess, that Tua made. Kind of. He did have the support of a couple of Vikings, and you'll hear him mention those players. They went on to talk about how great he is at building relationships. Well, you two aren't quarterbacks, so don't worry. So maybe if you're a quarterback, it'd be a different deal. He ain't talking to J.J. McCarthy. Let's ask J.J. McCarthy what he has to say. But it was a couple defenders who are, I wouldn't say coming to his defense, just speaking to their experience with him. So we'll hear from Brian Flores and more. We're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We're back, and if you want to get in on the show, 713-780-3776. And I see you, LaSalsa. You called in with a very normal, appropriate question to the morning show. Vanessa Richardson was in studio, and you asked her what she thought of the Colts song, the one we played here before, because she's a Colts fan. Nothing about OF, so you know how to act right, at least when company is here. You know how to act right when company is here. You got some home training.
Yeah. Hey, that's all we asked for.
Yeah.
We're in the haven of nonsense.
I was a little afraid when he called in this morning. I was like, oh no. Is he going to ask her what her percentages are? I was like, oh no. But he understood the mission.
He keeps that to 10 to noon.
Yeah, he understood. He understands the
Respect.
mission. So, like I said, I said that in the first segment. Vanessa Richardson joined them, and you can see that on the YouTube channel if you scroll back just a little bit, if that's what you so choose. I also want to let you know we are in the middle of Houston restaurant weeks. It usually is restaurant week, but hey, this is stretching for over 30 days. So if you want a chance to dine at some of the best restaurants in Houston and also help the Houston Food Bank, this is the time frame for you. It's simple. You dine out, you do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds go to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It'll end September 2nd, so you certainly have about 2 weeks left. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. It's a good time for a good cause, so go check that out. Okay. Sean, during the break, you were Googling some numbers about the two Jakes, and it just points to how there's not much difference between them. What are the OPSs for Jake Myers and Jake Marisnick?
Yeah, we talked about Marisnick and Myers and how different are they? And I thought, okay, well let me just double check, make sure they're I'm not wrong on how similar they are. Jake Marisnick's career OPS is 666.
Sign of the devil?
Hey.
Do we need to check his scalp to see if that mark is on his head? Maybe is that why he grows his hair out? That's the mark of the devil's on his noggin.
And Jake Marisnick's career OPS is 677.
Mm-hmm. The two Jakes, not much difference.
not that much different.
Not that much of a difference.
And his 2024 regular season OPS, because hey, start of the season, it was a brand new Jake Myers. It would be insulting to compare early season Jake Myers to Jake Marisnick. Now his 2024 season on a whole, his OPS is 682.
So Jake Myers has regressed to the Marisnick line for the
he's still Marisnick plus.
Barely. But he's regressing back to Jake Marisnick's like, come on back, Jake. Myers, come on back.
So
you know where you belong.
Should the 666 OPS be referred to as the Marisnick line from now on?
I imagine he wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I doubt it.
The mark of the devil line. But on this show, if it comes up again, that's what we're calling it.
Do you think he's like, please, someone sign me so I can strike out 4 times?
I'm not sure that's his approach. I think he might say, please, someone sign me. I'd love to play in Major League Baseball and get some hits. But
and raise it? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I know you don't think that's a possibility, but I think he might think I got something left and I could possibly raise my OPS, have it drop.
This is the remake of Mr. 3000 that the America needs.
Less funny version.
Yeah. Bernie Mac can't play Jake Marisnick for 2 reasons.
Well, yes, that's true. There's a big one. Yeah.
Because they look nothing alike.
Yeah, sure. But there's the other one too. Yeah. He's not alive anymore.
Oh, yeah. That could get in the... Although...
I mean, with AI.
Yeah. Deepfake technology. I mean, Paul Walker was in a Fast and Furious movie 10 years ago.
But why are we spending money on a Jake Myers biopic?
It's Mr. 3000. But it's Mr. 666.
That's not going to go on posters. Wait a minute. Is this a Damien movie? No, it's a baseball movie about Jake Marisnick.
Wait.
I love The Omen. Nah, it's a little different. I know you think the Astros. I know
Can
you guys
Patrick
think the
Wilson
Astros
be
are the
Wilson?
devil, but it's a little different. It's not exactly what you think it is.
So no Patrick Wilson.
No. By the way, the first Omen, pretty good. Oh, I think it's on Hulu right now. As you might imagine, it's a prequel, judging by the name. But we'll move on comparing Jake to the other Jake because ESPN made a comp as well. Well, the context of it was, which quarterback under 25 would you pick to win a Super Bowl? We've done this before about where CJ ranks as far as quarterbacks younger than Mahomes. Now this one took it another step, younger than 25 years old. So that's the likes of CJ and Jordan Love. Those are probably the two most prominent guys considering what they both did last year as far as the hype is building to what those teams could be. I've seen some people think the Packers are the best team in the NFC. I haven't seen that quite so about the Texans, but certainly a contender. So here's Ryan Clark after it was either Stephen A or someone else picked Jordan Love. Here's Ryan Clark on why C.J. Stroud should be the quarterback under 25 that everyone should pick to be a Super Bowl winner next.
We often give the AFC quarterbacks a difficult stretch to get to the Super Bowl because Patrick Mahomes is there and so many other good quarterbacks. But I trust C.J. Stroud. I trust C.J. Stroud for this reason. He's still on a rookie contract. And when you have a quarterback that's on a rookie contract who can play all-pro level ball or play Pro Bowl level ball, you can add pieces around him. You go out and you get Joe Mixon. You add Stephon Diggs to the wide receiver core, but you also improve your defense with Danico Autry, with Daniil Hunter. You add Aziz at the linebacker position. You go out and draft Lassiter High from the Georgia Bulldogs. They've built this team to win right now with a quarterback who can play at a level with the Joe Burrows, with the Josh Allens, with the Lamar Jacksons, and yes, with the Patrick Mahomes when the time is right. And so I believe looking at all of these things and seeing C.J. Stroud, what he was able to do as a rookie, D'Amico Ryans, and the way that he coached him, the way that he led that team, and Bobby Slowick showing once again that McDaniel, Shanahan, that sort of tree is a perfect fit for quarterbacks who can run the play action, who can make decisions quickly. And we watched C.J. Stroud go toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow last year in Cincinnati, where Joe played well. We saw him go toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield when they scored 38 in Houston, leading a touchdown drive with a minute left to go in the game. I think all of these things for C.J. Stroud say that he's the type of player that can not only win a Super Bowl in the future, C.J. Stroud and them can win a Super Bowl this year.
That's Ryan Clark on ESPN. Of all the quarterbacks he mentioned, which one of these is not like the other? Now, sure, it was an exciting game where no one could get any stops, but don't add Baker Mayfield going toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield to prop up the resume of the quarterback you're talking about. Yeah, it was a back-and-forth game. CJ was big late. Felt like Tampa was going to win that game. But, I mean, I'm not going to
Outdueled Baker Mayfield.
Toe-to-toe with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
It happened, but then why don't we go Bryce Young outdueled C.J. Stroud? If Baker Mayfield's the level of quarterback we're mentioning in this conversation.
Hurts the point. Well, Baker Mayfield's way better than Bryce Young.
Sure, but...
You know who else?
Desmond Ridder outdueled C.J. Stroud.
Well, you know who else?
Went toe-to-toe.
Who dueled Baker Mayfield? Pat Mahomes in college in, 2015.
Yes, in one of the most ridiculous games to ever grace our screens. That game in Lubbock.
Toe-to-toe.
Baker was going back to the place who said they didn't want him anymore. Mm-hmm. He had to make a point. And he did.
And they pulled out the victory 77-63 or whatever it was.
The string of Oklahoma not getting any stops, it didn't begin there, but it was clear that that Oklahoma had stopped caring about playing defense. And that has been the case through two different coaches now since that point. Yeah, Lincoln
Riley. Last year.
That's what I'm saying.
It went until last year.
This is what I'm saying. Lincoln Riley, great offensive mind. We know he was lined up with Alex Grinch. First, he was saddled with one of the Stoops brothers, Mike? And then he had Alex Grinch. Oh, he's going to fix things. No, then they bring in a defensive guy in Venables, and he didn't get stops either. We'll see what Oklahoma is this year going forward. But it's true. Baker Mayfield has gone toe-to-toe with plenty of big-time quarterbacks. I'm just not using him to prop up my argument when it comes to C.J. Stroud.
Toe-to-toe.
Okay. D'Amico's like, hey, don't mention that game for my defense, please. We're going to be better. Don't worry.
He went toe-to-toe with Tyrone Swoops back in the day, too.
all all the games that Baker went toe to toe against someone. Yes, Baker's for as much as all the jokes I'm making, Baker had a great college career and is still in the NFL. He was drafted in what was it 18, and he's still the number one guy on a team. He had a good year last year. His OC is now the head coach in Carolina. So we'll see what Baker Mayfield does in his second year with Todd Bowles in Tampa. In fact, the Bucks are in a joint practice right now. So, Ryan Clark, the platitudes continue for C.J. Stroud. Expected to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And if you have one of the better quarterbacks in the league, you're going to have a pretty good offense. The Ringer has ranked the best offenses in football. We'll get to that when we come back. We'll see where the Texans rank. Clue, it's pretty high. And we'll see who's number one. We'll probably just go through the top five. And maybe if there's a team lower than we think or higher than we think, we might get to that too. So, once again, if you want to call in 713-780-3776. And at some point, we're going to get to what Tyrann Matthew said about Derek Carr just lying to our faces. I mean, Derek Carr, what is he, 30? Is he 33 years old? I'm not going to tell you what Matthew said, but at some point you got to realize there's no more development coming from this guy.
32.
He is what he is.
He's
at
32.
Some point you got to realize the quarterback is what he is. So we'll get to that at some point here in a little bit. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We ended last segment hearing from Ryan Clark discussing C.J. Stroud. Well, C.J. Stroud leads an offense that is expected, at least according to the Ringer, to be the second best offense in football. Now, the guy who wrote the article is a big Stroud fan. He's not unique in that regard. A lot of people love C.J. Stroud and what he did last year. Thinks it'll continue. He even says in the piece about the Texans that he would love to be someone who pushes back and says, you know what, let's see it for another year before we start crowning this guy. But he catches himself and says, I can't. I love what he is. I love what they have there, and he believes in D'Amico, all the things we've heard all offseason. So they're number 2. Can you guess, if you haven't looked at it, Sean, who's number 1? Best offense in football, according to Sheil Kapati of The Ringer.
Sheil Kapati, who wants to be a CJ Stroud hater, but
cannot.
Can't bring himself
No.
to do it. Is it you said NFL, right? Not
Yeah,
AFC?
NFL, yes.
49ers.
The 49ers obviously loves Kyle Shanahan. They are 3rd on the list.
Is it super obvious? Is it the Chiefs?
It might not be super obvious. The Chiefs are 7th.
Okay.
Good young quarterback.
Good young quarterback. I don't know. Is it the Packers?
Yes.
Okay.
He has the Packers at number 1. The other thing I said when I said he loves C.J. Stroud, he loves himself in Jordan Love. Loves Jordan Love. That's the guy. He's hyped a lot on his podcasts.
Is Jordan Love, CJ Stroud, at least for this year, going to be the either you like this guy or that guy, or the constant like who's better, like divisive?
Well, it happened
NFL
on the clip we played.
Yeah.
One guy picked Jordan Love. Ryan Clark picked C.J. Stroud. Unfortunately, we can't just enjoy nice things. Yes, it'll become a thing
Yeah,
where we have to
them
comp
together.
these two, and they'll see each other in a regular season game, so that'll add to the fire depending on who wins.
And so randomly, Texans fans and Packers fans will be beefing online.
Yeah, and by the way, Jordan Love is 25. He'll be 26 in November, but
not a young quarterback.
25. Yeah, he's been around for quite a
Old
bit.
man.
Get your old ass out of here, Jordan Love. But yeah, he's 25 years old, 26 in November. But he fit the 25 and under model of their segment. So we can't just go good player. It'll be, well, who would you want? Who's better? Who's helped more by their system? All the things. We can't just say it. They're both playing really well. Not how we work in this business.
No, can't have it.
And
Won't have it.
And plus, you must have a favorite.
Yeah.
And since we're in this city, no matter what happens in that game, CJ's better. The environment sucked. It was cold. Whatever we have to do to make an excuse why CJ didn't play, as well as Jordan Love, if it comes down that way. And, of course, if it goes our way, told you.
Bum.
Told you about Jordan Love. He ain't got nothing on CJ. It's just, we know how
He
it's going
should
to go.
sit for 3 more years. How
Yeah.
about that?
Maybe the Packers are a little early giving you that money.
Yeah.
Maybe do it for more than 8 games, Jordan Love.
I can't wait. Can't wait.
This is where we are because of the team that the Texans are and the player that C.J. Stroud is. If you like to get in arguments on Twitter or whatever social media platform you use, this is the year for it. Because last year you got to be a little tepid with your enthusiasm. Yeah, C.J.'s been pretty good, but the Texans have been bad for a while. This is a surprise. They had to beat the Colts in the final game of the year to make the playoffs, and they were helped by the Jags losing their game, so they won the division. You know, it's a nice story. Now, none of y'all got nothing for us. Say something. It's chest beating season. That's what it is. You ain't got nothing for us. Look at our roster. Look at our coach. Look at our quarterback. There's going to be a lot of trash talk, and they're going to see a lot of good quarterbacks this year. So those fan base arguments are going to be a big thing. I hope you get involved in them, Sean.
Really?
You don't seem like the type.
No.
But I hope a Bills fan comes in your mentions, and you're like, Stephon Diggs made Josh Allen.
Yeah.
CJ was CJ before Stephon Diggs even got here. What now?
Yeah. No, I'm generally not a.
It's a worthless conversation.
Getting in the muck.
I get caught up sometimes. I'll throw something, but it's more about fans of my team saying things I think are stupid. I'm not I'm not going after other fan bases.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, but being a Miami fan, like there is a lot of Miami across the board.
Yeah.
Dolphins, Heat.
It's not unique to one of the teams.
Like Miami has a lot of, I'll say, very boisterous fans that maybe get a little too boisterous.
See, I don't even go after guys who love their team and just talk a lot of nonsense about how good the team will be. There's certain lightning rods in any fan on any team for any fan base. We know the back and forth here between Jalen Green and Şengün. They're Şengün truthers. Yeah. They're Jalen Green people. So when those people, yes, you must pick a side. Not hoping you shouldn't hope that both guys come together, play well to help your team. You must pick a side in this battle,
and then beef with the other side.
Yeah, because that's how it goes. So that happens. If I see someone saying something stupid about a player, those are the type of discussions I have. But I'm not. If someone thinks the team's going to suck or it's not going to suck, I don't care.
So if people go like, if a Heat fan is like, we should build around Tyler Hero, Bam Adebayo, and we're like Bum Adebayo, then that's when
it's more of that like inane, insane conversations about players just because you don't like the way the way they look or their life outside of basketball, whatever it might be. When it becomes outside the sport, I would excuse me, and then I'll back off because what am I doing wasting my time? I can watch Furiosa right now. What am I doing?
What do you think of the people that are like, look at his aura online?
I hate those people. Well, hate is strong. I ignore those people because I think it's dumb.
Although,
to be fair with us, if CJ ever puts on that Guardian cap, we're going to have a conversation about aura.
Yeah, but we only talk about losing it. We don't talk about like, look at him.
That's true.
I feel like a lot of it just comes down to like, it is purely just, I like the way he looks.
Yeah. That's kind of all it's about. Yeah. If they strike a chord with you for some reason, you're in on them. If they don't, they're a bum. They're out. They're not good. Whatever. A couple of things behind why the Texans are number 2. And he thinks they won't have to deal with the offensive line injuries they had last year. The Texans set a record with their offensive line injuries. They only played no 5-man offensive line combination, no matter what it was. Whoever was being inserted into the game played more than 24.8% of the snaps. So no matter who it was, who was out there, the highest it was below 25%. So he thinks they'll avoid some of those issues. He likes Nico Collins, says he's a star. And, of course, Nico, one of his big numbers is he, as far as guys who ran at least 200 routes, only Tyreek Hill produced a higher yards per route average. So Nico wasn't just running out there for exercise, as we saw. When he was out there and the ball was thrown to him, those routes meant something as far as yards gained. So he likes the offensive line. I still got some questions. I think people in the city do, as far as, is Titus Howard going to be a good right tackle throughout? Is he going to stay healthy? That's probably the bigger issue. He can be at least above average, but can he be on the field for, let's give him 15 games? And then there's you got the Juice Scruggs, Kenyon Green, Shaq Mason thing as well. So, but that's why they're number 2. And thinks they'll probably run the ball better too. But he would like for them, and maybe that's something that should be looked at, stop with the early down runs. You have CJ Stroud. Stop leaning on that. They did that quite a bit last year. And they weren't great at running the football. They were 30th in offensive or rushing efficiency. So until you see some marked improvement in that, maybe not lean on the running game early and putting CJ in bad positions in obvious passing downs. That would help your cause. Get the ball out. That's only the preseason, but the running game wasn't great with Dameon Pierce there. We'll see when Joe Mixon is available if it changes, but lean on your best players, and your best players all either throw the football or catch the football. Joe Mixon and whoever is the backup, whether it be Dameon Pierce or someone else, they should not be featured parts of the offense, at least not in the run game. So number 2, the 49ers are 3, as Sean mentioned them. Lions at 4. And the Dolphins at 5, with the Packers at 1. The Packers are really young. You look at their offensive core. Jordan Love is 25. Even Josh Jacobs, who feels like he's been around forever, he's only 26 years old. And then the receivers are all 25 and younger. So we're talking about a team who doesn't have to pay weapons just yet beyond Josh Jacobs and Jordan Love. It'll be the Packers. So, but that'll change. We all know it happens to everyone. Texans felt a little bit this year with Nico Collins. Okay, as always, we're way late. We'll come back with Honey Badger lying directly to our face. Well, at least that interviewer's face. I think it was Jim Rome, actually. He was on with Jim Rome. Yes, Jim Rome still does a radio show. I was aware of that. I just had forgotten, but he still does it. So Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu was on with Jim Rome, and he decided he was going to lie to our face about their quarterback, Derek Carr. I want to hear and see if Sean can spot the lie. We'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
This is a short one, so we'll do this quickly. I need Sean to spot the lie. We're going to play some sound from Tyrann Mathieu. He did an interview with Jim Rome, and the topic of Derek Carr came up, the Saints quarterback. Sean, play the sound, see if you can spot the lie.
I like Derek. I've always liked Derek. I've always respected Derek. And when you look
Right
at
there.
him and since he arrived there,
maybe.
what's he been like as a leader? And how badly does he also want to be that guy to help bring this team and this community back?
Yeah, man, I say, man, Derek is a good dude, man. Like he's a great teammate. I think he's a phenomenal quarterback. Man, like it's tough to replace a legend, you know, and I can't really, I don't want to know what that feels like, you know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure it's some high expectations, like it's high hopes, but like he's wore it, better than anybody probably could have worn that, man. Like he's the same guy, each and every day, a phenomenal leader, One of the first guys in, last guys to leave building, type guy. And like he wants it. And I can see that. And as a fellow team leader, right? Like I can see him work and I can see him prepare. And, a lot of times we don't always get the results we want. Like we put in a lot of work, right? But we still may end up, coming up short. And so I think that's why it's important to kind of surround yourself around strong people that continue to just push you and encourage you to be the best version of yourself, because I don't think we've seen the best version of Derek yet, right?
All right.
I'm hoping that
That
he's able to
is
kind of put
come
that
on.
on display.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
What do we talk? What? Spot the lie, Sean. There's a lot being said. Maybe Jim Rome, I don't know if he loves Derek Carr or not. At the very beginning, that could have been the lie, certainly. But I don't think we've seen the best of Derek Carr yet.
I mean,
what are we talking about here?
If you're gonna big him up, you kind of have to go with the hey, he's only getting better.
That's not the case for 33-year-olds. Generally, unless you're Tom Brady, I guess.
33-year-old quarterbacks.
True. 33-year-old quarterbacks generally don't get better.
No.
Tom Brady, it may be the only one who did it. But we haven't seen the best of Derek Carr yet. I feel like I have.
So he was complimentary, obviously, of his play a little bit, but most of it was
good guy
leadership. So I'm like, okay, I can't directly say like, I don't know about that. Which those are
intangibles.
I don't know if he's a great leader. I don't know if he's a first one in, last one out kind of guy.
Yeah, you don't have knowledge of that, so we can take
I can't know
Honey Badger's word for that stuff. But we've seen Derek Carr play since 2014.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like 10 years in now.
Yeah, it's done here. We're done as far as progressing as a player.
He was good in 2016.
Yeah, he got hurt, and then the backup got hurt, and it wound up with the Texans playing not even Matt McGloin. It was
Connor Cook.
Connor Cook, because McGloin got hurt too. Yeah. That was the best of Derek Carr when he could have won an MVP. Now,
I thought you were going to say when Matt McGloin and Connor Cook were replacing.
No, I'm not going to.
That's what made Derek Carr look good.
No, clearly. Sometimes your replacement highlights how good you were.
He gave Brock Osweiler a playoff win.
True. That's a game now 8 years or so ago now. That was an awful football game to watch.
Terrible.
From the Raiders side, woof.
As a Texans fan, I was like, this is meaningless.
Yeah, this is not real.
This doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Normally, when your team wins a playoff game, even if it's a wild card round, which is all I have experience with, even when it's a wild card, there a lot of times you can at least like talk yourself into, okay, this is the run starts now. When Brock Osweiler is
your quarterback and he's beating Connor Cook, yes, whatever. I know what this is.
And then the Patriots are up next?
Yeah.
Okay. I know how this ends.
It's a relief you didn't lose, and maybe you're happy about more football, but you kind of know where this is going to end, and it ended the way it was expected to end.
It was, sneaky close against the Patriots.
I know. If that one potential touchdown wasn't dropped, who knows how it goes?
Who knows? Do we still even remember Tom Brady?
I feel like we would have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he would have overcome.
He'd won like 5 Super Bowls to that point.
Yeah, and I think he would have overcome a potential loss or near loss to the Texans, even if it did happen at the hands of Brock Osweiler. So, Tyrann Mathieu, I know you're up in your quarterback. You're saying what you have to say, but you're lying right to my face, or at least right to Jim Rohn's face. I mean, I just happen to see the sound and see the video and hear the sound. So, when we come back, we're wrapping up hour 1 here. We're going to tell you about a guy who's back in the lineup for the Astros. He's not playing in the field, but the lineup gets stronger. We told you it wasn't a big deal. So the lineup is out for today's game against the Red Sox as the Astros try to win the series. Some good news as far as injuries are concerned with the Astros, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Verlander pitches today, and he'll be joined by Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman's back. He'll DH today. Altuve has the day off. We'll keep Alex Bregman out of the field, and Dubon will replace Altuve in the lineup. And Bregman will lead off. So he's back. He'll be leading off, and Justin Verlander will make his return. To make room for Justin Verlander, Seth Martinez has been optioned. I'm like, Seth Martinez. I'm like, wait, Ort can stay? Ort can stay and I have to go?
Ort and Ferguson are still around?
Yeah, why can't I stay? I think I've put in my time and done pretty well here. And it might just be logistical things, but for Martinez, I like being up here.
Yeah,
I like putting on my Astros jersey.
He didn't pitch last night, did he? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't. So I'm not sure why he hasn't been good over the last 7 games. He had been good. He had been good earlier in the year, but the ERA is over 4 in his last 7 appearances, and his last 15, it's at 4.5. So he's not the Seth Martinez we remember.
The Martin Sanity run is over.
It is over. Much like Jake Myers regressed back to being Jake Myers, Seth Martinez is not producing at the clip that he was as far as getting guys out. ERA is still under 3, but it hasn't been good over his last 15 appearances. So he gets optioned. Verlander starts, and we talked about this in the first segment. Give me you want a Kikuchi performance because it means he was really, really good. Maybe not through 6 innings, but really, really good. I don't mind a Brad Peacock on your first start back. 5 innings, maybe you give up 2 runs, maybe you walk a couple guys, 4 or 5 strikeouts. So be it. Just to know you're out there, you throw your 75 or so pitches, and you're good. They pull you. Your team's in a good position to win the game, and we'll see Verlander later. That's all I'm looking for. Just for him to come out of there healthy and feeling good, and then we move on as they try to take 2 out of 3. I think asking him to be Kikuchi, you're a little aggressive in your approach.
Hey, sorry, I'm holding a
Hall of Famer,
a Hall of Famer, and multiple-time Cy Young winner to the Kikuchi standard.
What? Yeah, that's right. The Kikuchi standard is what we'll call it. If you don't go out there and nearly set a record in your first time in the Astros uniform, at least in Verlander's case, first time he's back, you're falling below expectations.
I don't need the 8 straight strikeouts. I just need a Kikuchi, the average Kikuchi.
So you need 7 strikeouts over 5 and 5 plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
6 or 7. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm just asking for him not to give up anything to Durant. Start there. If we can start there, then I know.
Okay.
Then we might have a good outing. Just don't let Durant ruin your first inning. That's all I'm looking for. That guy has been a terror.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, all that confidence he got from, I can say whatever I want. You just gave me 2 games, but the entire baseball world was like, you know what? We want your jersey. It is a bit of a confidence booster when you can be a complete a-hole. Everyone can hear you say it. You can wear a shirt talking about being suspended and what you said that suggests you don't really care. And people are like, give me that jersey. Sean's is coming in the mail.
Okay.
You said it, not me.
Still waiting. Fanatics.
You're gonna keep waiting. As I said, you'll be lucky if it actually is a Durant jersey. If you want to get in, you want to talk about a-holes who you love, you can do that. 713-780-3776. So the Astros a little bit later today. We have Vanessa Richardson on with John and Lance. She's going to be out at the ballpark. So nice afternoon. If you got the time, not a bad place to spend your afternoon with the Astros. As 5 games up, the Mariners did lose again yesterday. They were up 3-0 against the Dodgers, and the way the Mariners have been performing, you should expect for them to blow it late. They did that again, and so no harm, no foul with the Astros losing yesterday. The Mariners did the same. Still 5 games up and trying to catch the leaders in the AL as you try to avoid a wild card round series. Eric is here. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. Has Ronel Blanco lost his luster? And also, do you think the Houston Cougars will sell the H-Town jerseys this year?
Let's go back to front. You would think so. The H-Town jerseys Eric's talking about are the H-Town blue jerseys that got them in litigation with the NFL because Amy Adams Strunk wanted it to be that way. The NFL did her bidding, and then the Cougars were like, wait a minute, we don't have to listen to this. We're gonna wear these jerseys across all our sports if we so choose, at least the color. Well, they sell them, they should. Maybe selling them becomes a real problem for them. So I said initially, yeah, I don't know what if selling the jersey changes the complexion of a potential lawsuit. I think they should be allowed to. They're a beautiful jersey, but maybe sometimes you got to protect yourself. And they got a new AD. Maybe Eddie Nunez from New Mexico says, you know what, guys, I don't want to walk into a battle with the NFL. I just got here.
Nah.
It's not the battle I want to fight.
Don't run from the grind.
The grind of the NFL lawyers.
Yeah.
Tillman's got money. He's got NBA money, but does he have I want to fight the NFL money?
Probably not. But
No.
I mean,
I don't know if selling the jerseys changes anything. As you know, I'm not a lawyer. Never pretended to be. Miller and Murphy aren't lawyers either, despite the name. So it could be something that changes, but I can't say. I wish they would. I think it'd be good for the program. People would buy those things. People loved them last year. As far as Ronel Blanco, you could say that. He was good in his previous start, but the start before that he wasn't. The innings, the pitches are building up. We talked about this. And you know what? There is this other thing that Ronel Blanco hadn't been a great pitcher up until late March, early April of this year. Maybe it's just that he's Ronel Blanco, and this was to be expected beyond the wear and tear. There's a reason he wasn't a legit major league starter until injuries hit this ball club. He's 30 years old. It could just be, hey, oh yeah, I remember I'm Ronel Blanco. So there are a lot of factors there, Eric. It was a really good story early, and he kept this team afloat. Hell, he had the best story for the first maybe 2 months of the year. His first start this season was a no-hitter. The Astros, I think, were 0-4. They were swept by the Yankees, and then Ronel Blanco on that Monday throws a no-hitter. So it was a great story, but there could just be a little bit of all those things combined to set him up to be a guy who, at this point, isn't likely to be part of the rotation in the playoffs. But credit him. He was a guy who at one point was a stopper for them. Just not that case anymore. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate the call. He's still there. I just assumed he would have hung up by now because that's generally his MO. But I can hear him in the background. Yeah. So I appreciate that, Eric. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen to Hunter Brown. Now, Hunter Brown's continued to be really, really good. I think Hunter Brown, if things go awry, would be more a lot of pitches, a lot of innings. It's just something he's never done. If you tell me Ronel Blanco after this year comes back and he reverts back to what he was, I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
He's, like I said, you generally don't become a star pitcher at 30 and that continues for the rest of whatever your career is.
He's been JP France plus. He was better than JP France was, or he started this year better than JP France was last year, and he's now we're seeing the turning back into, oh yeah, this is a guy who made his MLB debut when he was 28. Like that's why this happened.
It is it's an interesting part of the story that I'm at fault for not talking about either. No one talked about, oh yeah. Now, the story part of it, he didn't become this until he was 30, but no one talked about maybe at some point this season, he's going to become the guy he was.
Yeah. You can't keep getting this kind of performance.
Yeah. It was more about, he'll run out of, he can't deal with the workload. Maybe the talent is an issue now, too.
Yeah. And the whole idea that, he started, started throwing or just started emphasizing throwing the changeup so much more. Could be a instance of, hey, we have 12 starts of you throwing this changeup all the time.
We get it now.
Yeah. We can now. Not only do we know it's in your arsenal, we know that it is your pitch, and we can, as hitters, game plan around that.
There are a lot of things that could be at play for him. I hope he gets it turned around and he can finish out the year strong, because it'd be a great way to end this year. Even if he's no longer a guy they're going to depend on to be a starter in the playoffs, to be a guy they can lean on to get a couple big outs, that'd be great. It'd be a good way, no matter where the season ends, for Ronel Blanco to close out what has been, up until this point, a really good 2024 season for him. When we come back, we're going to talk about someone who had a bad day yesterday, and the Bengals players let him know about it. I don't think I've ever heard this type of reporting involving a joint practice. Normally, it's about a fight, who did what, who got cooked in one-on-ones, stuff like that. This is an entire defense calling out the opposing quarterback for multiple reasons. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Some news, at least from Dana Brown's weekly hit. Kyle Tucker, as you might imagine, he was asked about him and says they're looking at first week of September for Kyle Tucker to be back. That's what they're looking at. I mean, we saw Kyle Tucker hopping around the last couple of days, working out at Minute Maid. He was doing some what I think would be called agility drills in the outfield. I mean, he was moving about, if we put yard markers on it, maybe 3 yards at a time, hopping back and forth, trying to work some things out. So, first week of September is the hope for Kyle Tucker, and if that's the case, great. In all likelihood, the Astros will have a comfortable lead in the AL West, where they are as far as the AL best record in AL overall. Who knows? But I imagine Kyle Tucker won't be just thrown right back in it very quickly, considering how long this has taken. Maybe he's not a guy who's immediately starting 5 out of 7 days, but maybe they're sprinkling him in, and that could be as soon as early September. So there that is. Dana Brown on the rights holder, 790 this morning. Okay, I mentioned this before we went to break. The Colts and the Texans have done a lot of talking. It is the rivalry that Kay Adams wants to be the biggest in the NFL. We heard that sound. We heard that from her earlier. We played it a couple weeks ago or so. Well, the Colts are now practicing against the Bengals for their upcoming game. Now, Anthony Richardson is likely not to play in the game. And a lot of these Bengals defenders who he's going up against, at least the ones he's not likely to play against. But that doesn't mean if you stink in practice, the Bengals won't call you out. There were a number of Bengals players yelling at Anthony Richardson throughout the 11-on-11 saying, all he does is run the ball, throw the ball. He doesn't even look at his wide receivers. In a 11-on-11, it's the closest you're going to get to football in practice, particularly when it's against another team. But when you're practicing and you know you can't get hit, it ain't great when the other team says you don't throw the football. Nothing bad happens if you throw the football. You can throw a pick, doesn't matter. You can throw it high and out of bounds, it doesn't matter. But I don't think I've ever heard that. The reporting going, this guy, they didn't say it in these many words, but pretty much this guy stinks. Go out there and just play. Apparently the Bengals players were upset because they weren't getting a great look. Like, we out here just running around. You're not doing anything. Why are we out here practicing against you? I don't think there were allowed calls for Sam Ellinger or anything. Is he on the Colts still?
Yes, he is.
I don't believe that was what was going on, but they wanted a better look from Anthony Richardson. I don't feel like that's a great way to get prepped for the year. It doesn't matter really, but in a session where you can't get tackled, so it doesn't make sense to maybe use your best asset running the football. Like, I get if it's tackle in the regular season, run the ball. It's one of the things you do best, but just throw the football. He doesn't look at his receivers. He ain't even looking at him. He's just throwing the spots. Now, some offenses ask for you to throw to spots because they expect the wide receiver to be there because the offense is based on timing. I don't believe the Colts are leaning into a timing offense with Anthony Richardson. I don't think that's what
I was
going
to say, that's what like college offenses do.
Yeah.
Some college offenses.
Yeah, and the 49ers and the Dolphins will say, you hit your back foot, the receiver should be there, throw it into space, or run into it. I don't think that's what the Colts are doing with Anthony Richardson.
Also, what you brought up were two of the best offenses in the NFL. I think if he was playing like one of the two best offenses in the NFL, they wouldn't be like all he does is run, throw the damn ball. Like
Very true.
They probably wouldn't be like, this guy stinks.
Yeah, even if
he was playing,
even if it was a bad day for Purdy or Tua in a joint practice or Jordan Love or CJ, I don't think it would get to that point where all you do is run. There appears to be a lack of respect for Anthony Richardson when it comes to the Bengals, at least. I mean, they don't have to tackle him. That's the one thing. They don't have to deal with him in this setting. Tackling him is a problem. He is a legit elite athlete at the quarterback position. But when it comes to the business of playing quarterback, the Bengals have some notes, very loud ones, which the reporters in attendance picked up on. That's what you see in week 1. I wonder if Azeez Al-Shaair will say that.
Yeah, are the Bengals waking up a monster for the Texans to deal with? Oh, I was like, and they play each other? The guy looked up to see if the Colts Bengals play each other. I was like, oh, they do. I forgot that it's preseason joint practices, so they're playing a preseason game tomorrow. I was like, are they going to play each other like in the regular season or something? They're not.
No. And as I'm just going through some of the clips from their practice, and there's a clip of Joe Flacco scrambling and scoring a touchdown for the Colts.
All he does is run.
All he does is run, but he scored a touchdown. Von Bell, a Bengal, says Joe Flacco, he's a cigar store Indian. He stands in the pocket, but he surprised us today. And he did make a run. It's a nice play by Joe Flacco, scrambling in 11 on 11. Or was that? I'm looking at it again. Yeah, it was an 11 on 11. That was a big play for the day. The starter didn't get that type of praise from anyone. Von Bell didn't have good words for Anthony Richardson. So maybe all the Colts Texans stuff will simply come down to, is Anthony Richardson a good player? And at least for one practice session, the Bengals are like, no, he's not. He sucks.
I like how I can't imagine being Anthony Richardson. I doubt that he's spending a lot of time thinking about what the Bengals players are saying their feedback after practice. But I imagine him being like, wait, all I do is run, but then you're praising Joe Flacco for running?
Yeah, what? Because it's a surprise. we kind of know Joe Flacco can throw the football.
Wait, he gets to run the ball and I don't?
No, he doesn't get to run. He happened to run one time. You are running all the time. That's the problem. We're out here, and you know we can't tackle you, so what's the point of running the football all the time? Throw the ball.
Also, calling him a cigar store Indian.
It's a little aggressive. I was actually a little uncomfortable reading it, but I didn't say it. Von Bell did.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that feels like an older reference.
Yeah, is Von Bell 55 years old? Why is he using that term? Where's he from? I know he played at Ohio State.
I was going to say, he's like probably 27.
Yeah. He's 29. So why would he even get that reference? Who has those anymore?
Who has cigar stores?
Yeah, where's he from? Well, there are cigar stores, but is there a Native American standing up I guess maybe. Von Bell's from Chattanooga, Tennessee. So maybe
they still got him.
So maybe in his part of the world where he's from, those particular statues remain, and so do the cigar store. So that's out there. If you're worried about Anthony Richardson, maybe not so much. But the problem was it wasn't the throwing of the football that killed the Texans last year. It was actually all the running he did until he got knocked out of the game. Do we have a repeat of him having a big quarter and a half and then a backup quarterback coming in like Gardner Minshew did and finishing the job?
That is basically everyone. When you bring up Anthony Richardson this offseason, it's like a involuntary response by everyone. They're just like, well, he got hurt in every game he played. Like he didn't finish a single game, or I think he finished one game. But I do wonder how much of that is something actual, a real thing with Anthony Richardson, because he doesn't seem like he'd be someone who breaks easily.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
He's not like if Jaden Daniels or whoever, where that he weighs 190 pounds.
Sure.
Or Bryce Young, where you're like, yeah, of course he gets hurt.
If he gets hit, he's going to feel it and miss time.
But so that's where I start to think, like, was it just like a fluky year where you just so happened to get hurt in all these games until he actually missed the rest of the season? Like, I don't know how much of that is real, I guess, real analysis, and how much of it is just like, it's such a cop-out to be like, I'm down on Anthony Richardson. Why? Because he didn't finish 2/3 of his games?
Well, there is a guy who tweeted something that upset a lot of people because he didn't put any context by it. He tweeted this: if Anthony Richardson plays a full season this year, he will double the number of games he's played since high school. That is not true. That would be a nut stat if that was true. It's not. But since high school, he has been hurt quite a bit. We saw it last year. And according to this report, or this guy who gathered all this information, since high school, he started and finished 14 games. Started game hurt, 2. Backup 10+ attempts, 2. Gadget backup quarterback, 5. So, as a starter, according to one Easton Freeze.
Whoa.
It's a combination of Easton Stick and Hugh Freeze.
That's a great name.
It is a really good name. Hopefully, you're not a member of Buckcraft Sports, because this is he covers the Titans. Whatever that means on Twitter. Whatever that might mean on Twitter. Cool. That's what he says he does. He covers the Titans. Got a blue check mark, so it's got to be true. Got to be true.
Okay.
14 games finished since high school as a starter.
Yeah, but he started one season for the Gators.
Yeah, but high school. Oh, you're right. since you're right.
He
Yeah,
only-
but still,
he was a backup for 3
no,
years.
understood. But you're a top 10 pick in the draft, and you only got on the field as a starter for 1 year.
Hey, Dan Mullen was hating.
Maybe.
They needed Billy Napier to unleash the beast.
Yeah, how well did that go last year? Unleash the beast. How well? Yeah, sure. So that is the Anthony Richardson problem for the Colts. Not a great throw of the football and can't stay on the field. Not exactly who I would be banking on if I'm
Again,
trying to build my franchise.
For part of it, couldn't get on the field.
Well, that's with the Gators. We can't trust Dan Mullen, right? He didn't develop any quarterbacks.
No, name one.
I mean, he was there for Tim Tebow.
Oh yeah, forgot. Great NFL quarterback.
Dak Prescott.
Who?
And he insulted him a little bit. A little out of order with you.
That's Jerry
Alex
Jones.
Smith.
You're like, who?
College, he has developed plenty of good college level quarterbacks. The NFL, different story. But it did not work out with Anthony Richardson and Dan Mullen. He got on the field with Billy Napier, and he couldn't live up to the potential. But he found his way into the top 10 of the NFL draft, and now he's the Colts problem.
Now he's the Bengals problem because he won't throw the damn ball.
Yeah, he was actually the Bengals defender's problem yesterday. We're trying to get some work in, and you're not helping. We'll see if he's a problem in game 1 against the Texans. He was last year, but as we chronicled, could not finish the game and has a difficult job doing that in his career. So I hope things go well for Anthony Richardson today. It's not great to be yelled at by your contemporaries, by your coworkers. Trust me, I know. It's not great. Got yelled at quite a bit today.
Oh, today?
Yeah, it was mostly, hey, Twitch hates you, and then reading off some of the things Twitch said. Yeah, I know Twitch hates me. Thanks, John. We got a couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up. Hopefully, you're doing better than Anthony Richardson did at work yesterday. I don't wish that on anyone. Can't have felt great. Sean's doing a great job. I won't ever yell at him. Unless he wears that Longhorn thing again that he wore last year after they beat Alabama. Then I might yell at him. 2 more segments to go here. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
It's that time of the year. We're getting closer and closer. I know football season is really close. We got actually games, at least meaningful games in college football this weekend. Biggest one on the slate is Georgia Tech and Florida State in Ireland. But basketball season is ever approaching. Training camp begins in October. And that means we're seeing highlights from the Rockets, which I think they're just running a players type of, I don't know if you want to call it a training camp, but they're having this like players camp practice thing where it's just the players, a lot of the Rockets getting together. You see Shagun, you see Jalen Green, I saw Tate, Amin Thompson, and they all have like their individual highlight tapes. Like people are cutting up the runs and making highlight tapes for everyone. So sure, Jalen Green, blew past Jayshawn Tate, but on this highlight, Jayshawn Tate picked Jalen Green's pocket. So everyone's making shots, everyone's defending, everyone's having a grand old time. You don't show anyone missing shots. That ain't a highlight.
No,
that's not what we want.
Just a beautiful pass, wide open jumper, brick.
But
not gonna be
Reed Shepherd has his edited version of this run, so he gets his 40 seconds of making shots.
I have some questions.
What are your questions?
Did they bring one? Obviously, they didn't bring just one guy with a camera. There had been multiple camera guys.
Yes, there are multiple angles to this thing.
Do you think they also brought multiple editors?
You think Reed Shepherd has a personal editor for his huddle tape?
Or do you think it's just one guy who's been locked in a room for 2 weeks?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's one guy editing all of it.
Really?
It wouldn't surprise me. But they're out there. You can go at Swish Cultures _ for whatever reason. I guess someone took the first Swish Cultures. And you can find all of them. Aaron Holiday has he has an edited highlight tape. I'm going to go, hold on.
This is absurd.
Let's go through all the Rockets who have highlight clips on at Switch Cultures _ Aaron Holiday.
Okay.
Jayshawn Tate.
Okay.
Cam Whitmore. Amin Thompson. Jabari Smith. Shingun. Reed Shepherd. Jalen Green. And that's where it ends. So if we count
They're
them up.
still working on the Jock Landale one.
Did they invite him? Jock? Not this time.
Jeff Green?
No, I don't. Jeff's like, nah, you're not getting me out there. I'm a grown man.
Yeah.
I won't say
It's
with
my
kids.
day off.
I won't say with kids because Jalen Green has kids. So that doesn't kids confirm one kid. I don't know the reports of others.
Child.
That's not my business. Yes, he has a child. So we've got Green, Shepherd, Shingun, Smith, Amin Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Tate, Holiday. Is that 8? 8 edited highlight clips for the Houston Rockets at their players camp.
Again, I think there's at least 2 people.
Now, I thought there might be multiple cameras, but all the highlights are coming from the same angle. So I think it's just one cameraman, and maybe the cameraman's editing his own stuff.
God,
he's doing all of this.
So much work. Didn't they do this like this weekend?
I believe so. It was a
God,
mini camp.
That is a quick turnaround.
Jalen Green hosted the mini camp.
That's such a quick turnaround.
I mean, at some point in the middle of the process, you go, "What am I doing?
I'm sure he's getting paid."
Yeah, of course. I understand why he's doing it. I don't think it's being done for free. But I'm cutting up Aaron Holiday highlights.
Do you think he did? What order do you think he did them in? Probably Jalen first because he organized the whole thing. So I imagine if anyone is paying for this, it is Jalen Green, right? He has to be the one.
Probably.
Hey, I got a guy. He'll shoot it. He'll edit it. He'll email you the highlight. You can post it on Instagram.
Now they got me going through who has the longest highlight. The max is a minute for the decision was made to not make the highlights more than a minute. If you had to guess,
good decision.
Who has the shortest highlight tape?
Jayshawn Tate.
Wrong. He has, as I look at Jayshawn Tate's highlight tape, he's probably got, 4th or 5th.
Okay. Amin Thompson?
No. Jabari Smith has the shortest highlight tape.
Ah.
At 34 seconds.
Wow.
There's some that are a minute like Jalen. Of course, he's going to have a minute. Shingun only has a 39-second highlight tape. Reach Shepard's got a mustache, and he's at 48 seconds.
Whoa.
Oh, is that the news you actually care about?
Buried the lead there.
I don't know. He's got facial hair. It's a mustache and the chin hair. Kind of similar, except, I'm not an NBA player. Something I've got going on right now. But he's got that look, and he's out there.
So he's got the Dell.
That's not what it's called. Thankfully not. It's not what it's called. So, Jason Tate, Jabari Smith Jr. with the shortest highlight tape. But it's out there. Everyone's getting excited. Think they all look really good.
I think they look good, too.
And Jackie makes a joke that's not bad. If y'all got married, she could be Lana Del Olaleye. I mean, if that's your contribution, Jackie, cool.
It took me a second because I was like, what are we talking about?
No, I just dropped it in there because it came across.
That is good.
Yes. And not the Jackie that is always yelling at John and Lance. It's Jackie Daytona. Thanks, Jackie. Yes, if we got married, I guess. No, isn't Del Rey her last name? The full last name? It wouldn't be Lana Del.
That's not how last names work.
Yeah, it's not how. It wouldn't be Lana Del Olaleye.
Although that would be crazy if instead of taking someone's last name, you just combine last names.
Yeah, wouldn't be. For this instance, for the joke, it'd be great. I mean, I don't. In fact, I think I would be Mr. Del Rey if we're being real.
Whatever she wants. That's what you'd do.
Honestly, make all the decisions. Mr. Lipa, whatever you want. All of it. I'm not so hung up on that on my last name if it comes with a pop star.
Yeah, a win's a win.
Yeah, I'm winning here. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but nice job, Jackie. I appreciate it. You get the show. Haven of nonsense that we are. Man, one can hope, right? Now I'm thinking about what my last name would be, coupled with pop stars.
Is that what you're going to be doing?
What's the level of the pop star where I would want to keep my last name? Where I would fight to keep my last name?
This is like a La Salsa game.
Yeah. Who could say we're gonna get married and I would fight for it? I can't think of many where I would have to draw a line in the sand on this one. If it came down to it. And we're just going to keep it the pop stars because of who we used. Obviously, I mean,
Adele Olaleye.
For the jokes, it's great. Yes. And she only goes by one name anyway.
True.
She can have she can take on the last name.
Slap it on the end. Who cares?
It'll be probably Adele Paul at this point. If you don't know.
Yeah,
her and Rich Paul. Not you specifically, but others. Rich Paul is who she's maybe engaged to, I think. So let's wipe her off the table. Can't be her.
Out of respect for Rich
Paul. He's saving LeBron's legacy by keeping him from getting traded to Golden State. I will respect him.
We don't want to make enemies over at Clutch.
Damn right. They are a powerful agency. So, we got, who else is out there? Haley Williams of Paramore. I can keep him. I could be Del Williams. It doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you, they're
like
not
the
a
math that you're doing.
Yeah. Live. I'm trying to figure out.
Del Williams.
And I like her music. Like if there's someone whose music I don't care for, then I'm like, you know what? I don't really respect what you do. I'm keeping my name. That's not
Del Perry.
That's not a great way to get married. No, I'm not. No,
Okay,
I'm not.
okay.
You dated Russell Brand. No, no, I'm keeping my name in that case. Yeah, and the history plays a part too. If you decided Russell Brand was for you, I'm keeping my last name. If you were willing to take on the Brand last name, at least in documents, maybe obviously not as your stage name, I'm keeping my name. She did date Legolas too, which is fine.
Oh, Orlando Bloom.
Yes. But the Russell
Out of
Brand
respect for Orlando Bloom,
But the Russell Brand thing removes all issues with respect. Keeping my damn name. Thanks, Jackie, for closing out the segment. Got us a couple more minutes.
Nonsense.
We got one more segment to go on the show. If you want to add to the show, you certainly can. Before we wrap it up, you can tweet at Delvey2 at Sean A. Mapes and call us 713-780-3776. But before I go to break, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That man's last name is Brown. It's Billy Brown. I imagine he wants to keep it no matter what because it's a name that's synonymous with good service and good plumbing. If you just go to the website, you can see what they provide. I talk a lot about the repiping because that's a big job. it means you have clean water in your home, clean water coming out of your faucet. You never want to turn on the faucet and have dirty, stinky water coming out. You are assuming that every time you get home and turn on that faucet, the water's going to be fine. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you hire them, that assumption will always be correct. And if you want a free price quote, just call them at 281-488-6238. They have the best contractors in the city. They're local. You can trust them. Billy Brown's not from someplace else. He resides in the Clear Lake area, so you're gonna get a local owner with local people working for you. So whether it be a tankless water heater or the standard water heater or just a simple leak in your home, they will take advantage of it. You don't want dirty water on your floors. You don't want the water in your walls. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll close the loop on a couple stories we've done over the last week or so. This is what we like to do here. We're big on the TV. You gotta close out these plots. We don't want plot holes on the show. So we'll get to the Brian Flores sound here in a little bit. He responded to comments made by Tua Tagovailoa early in the week on the Dan Le Batard show. So Brian Flores had his chance to speak. We'll play that here shortly. But I did want to get to this at the end of the last segment. I read Jackie's tweet. And Art, of course, has responded with a couple of pop star and what my last name would be. I brought this up to Joe out there, and he would be fine with Joe Perry because that's actually another famous musician if he happened to be married to Katy Perry. And we talked about Ice Spice. We don't know what her real name is, so no, Art, I'm not taking on the Spice last name. I'm not.
Spice.
Yeah, I'm not being Del Red either for Sexy Red. Those aren't real names. Haley Stanfield, and it's not.
Those aren't real names. That is true.
They're not real last names.
Those are just two words.
And it's not Haley Stanfield. It's Steinfeld. She is currently dating Josh Allen. I don't feel like paying so much respect to him. He ain't clutch. So I have to.
He's below. Wait, okay. He's below Rich Paul.
Yes. So I have.
And he's below Orlando Bloom.
So I have this conversation. So sure, if I was ever so lucky, I would take on the Haley Steinfeld name, or Steinfeld as a last name. Becky G. I'm not going to be called Del G. What is this? No, it's not bad. But I'm a radio host and a producer, not a rapper. I'm not going to be called or a producer. I'm a radio producer, not a music producer. Music producer, I can be Del G. As a radio producer, it's a little much.
It's never too late to become a rapper.
Yes, it is.
So I tell myself.
Well, I didn't know that was part of the career path. Nice to know. And Serena, of course, he mentions Sabrina Carpenter. Del Carpenter's fine. I mean, I'm not taking on the name for Sabrina Carpenter. You were on that. Literally, I was watching you on the not specifically. The clip will come up. Weren't you on Boy Meets World? No, Girl Meets World.
Oh, the like reboot. I was gonna say she's way too young.
And some sad news actually. Danielle Fishel, Topanga from Boy Meets World, diagnosed with cancer. So that's sad. That came down earlier this week. But yeah, Sabrina Carpenter, no. Girl Meets World, no. I'm not. It is funny that Ice Spice and Sexy Red came up, but those aren't names, Art. You can't do that.
It's not how it works.
No.
Del B for Cardi B.
I don't want any smoke with Offset though. Is it Offset?
It is.
Yeah, I don't want any smoke with Offset. Who else is out there?
Who doesn't have last names? Or?
Yeah, you want to keep naming pop stars? Oh, you're with Cher. Well, I guess I'm keeping my last name.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, so let's close the loop on a couple things before we go. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. They'll be able to watch the Astros as Justin Verlander is back, and so is Alex Bregman. He'll lead off and be the DH today. So Brian Flores. He was called a terrible person by his former quarterback. It's not something you normally hear. A player call a coach. Terrible coach, didn't get along, just didn't work out. Those are all the things you might hear. Terrible coach is even strong. But person is rough. Here's Brian Flores in response to the comments when he was in front of Minnesota media.
Specific to the comments that were made by Tua, I just want to say, look, I'm happy, genuinely happy, genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And I think player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. I got into coaching because I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, by going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour it into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And that's really my goal always in coaching. So I wish nothing but the best to Tua. Really, more than anything, I'm just focused on the Vikings.
So that was Brian Flores, and in a longer portion of his time, he talked about how hearing Tua call him a terrible person hit home. It's tough to hear, and he talked about all the relationships he's built around the league, and he prides himself on that stuff. He also mentioned possibly calling Tua, I guess, whenever he thinks the time is right. Who knows how that plays out? So you have the I wouldn't call it an accusation, but you have Tua being very open about his time with Brian Flores and Brian Flores responding to that. And the bigger thing beyond that because if you can say, well, toughen up Tua, you talk that's card coaching, whatever you want to classify it as. It wasn't just Tua Tagovailoa that had problems with Brian Flores in Miami. Another one of their first round picks, Austin Jackson, doesn't get talked about as much because he's not a quarterback. He was one who was in that same rookie class and had issues with Brian Flores too. Austin Jackson was a guy who was young for his draft class, was dealing with some things. I think he donated. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but he had a sister who was ill, and he was part of the procedure to try to make her better. So he was dealing with several things going into his rookie year. So he dealt with stuff. Brian Flores apparently wasn't great to him either, and it wasn't simply a player thing. Brian Flores had issues with the coaches and the general manager. So it was a thing where the Dolphins said, we got to get you out of here, man, despite winning 19 games a year. I mean, 19 games over 2 seasons, your final 2 seasons. It ain't tenable here. Who we think can be our franchise quarterback, you are sabotaging him. So you got to go. So that was the back and forth between those two. We did this story maybe 2 weeks ago now, or maybe it was last week. Becky Hammon is the head coach of the WNBA's Las Vegas Aces. She's coach of the Aces. She had a player, Derica Hamby, who took issue with Hammond's alleged approach to Hamby's pregnancy. She apparently, according to Hamby, Hammond was very much like a coach. You're unavailable. You can't help us. And maybe even a little dishonest about your potential future pregnancy. Here is Becky Hammon discussing the lawsuit and the accusations made by a former player.
It's the first time Dearica has been back into the Las Vegas home court since she filed the suit. I know you can't talk about it specifically, but my question is, what would you like? Some facts.
Oh, she got time today.
Want some facts? I do want facts, and I also would like to know, what would you like to tell people about your integrity as a coach and the integrity of the organization you work for?
Here's some facts. I've been in either the WNBA or the NBA for now 25 years. I've never had an HR complaint, never, not once. I still didn't actually, because Dearica didn't file any. She didn't file with the Players Union. She didn't file with the WNBA. Those are facts. It's also factual that nobody made a call about trading her until Atlanta called us in January. That's a fact. Okay. And so, to me, I mean, it just didn't happen. I'm sorry, the bullying. I spoke with her every day. If she wanted to practice, she practiced. If she didn't, she didn't. Over the top care, actually. Over the top care.
That is Becky Hammon. This stems from a lawsuit Hamby filed last Monday, alleging because of her pregnancy, she suffered from repeated acts of intimidation, discrimination, and retaliation from the Aces before being traded to the Sparks. You heard Becky Hammon reference the trade. Just like to close the loop a little bit, that's a story that is unique to, well, I guess gender as far as the complications, but just a couple coaches under fire. One very recently as far as the news breaking, this one just being rehashed because the quarterback of the Dolphins decided this was the time to let it be known how bad his experience was with Brian Flores, the DC now with the Vikings. We're done for the day. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We got an Astros game to watch this afternoon as Justin Verlander back on the mound. He makes his return, and so does Alex Bregman. First pitch is in about an hour and 15 minutes. I'm done. Sean's got a couple hours to go, but what do we do, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Wednesday. Yes, the Astros lost last night to the Boston Red Sox 6-5. Another wild game. Not a great outing from Ronel Blanco, but today the pickleback shot to that is Justin Verlander is back on the hill this afternoon, Joe.
I do love a good pickleback shot, Paul. I won't lie.
It's the best chaser.
Yes.
I think you're
I had to think about that for a second, but yes.
If you need a lime to take down a tequila, you're a
Ooh.
I refuse to acknowledge
Oh.
limes as a chaser, but pickleback is very good.
Do you like the salt but no lime for a tequila shot?
No, I just take it straight.
Okay, that's
I'm not
fair.
a
I
bitch.
was making sure we're on
feel
the same
like,
page here.
feel like if you're in Texas and you consider yourself like an independent, rugged person
Mhm.
that is doesn't need the government, you also don't need a chaser for your tequila with the drink of choice and the place that you share a border with.
But Justin Verlander's back, and that's a great way to put it. He has a pickleback shot to get the stink away from yesterday's game.
Yeah, yesterday was frustrating. The really only thought I have is, okay, you're going to have games like this. I'm not freaking out about it. I know we tend to get bipolar with the Astros. It's still a close game. Just a mere annoyance here. The American League's wide open. And the Astros, who should be a lot better than the Red Sox this year, are not that much better than the Red Sox by a win-loss perspective. Now, obviously, they smoked them in Boston a couple of weeks ago. But these first two games of this series have been close. And, yeah, I picked the Astros to win a 7-game series in the playoffs every single time. 10 out of 10 times I think they would actually end up winning. And injuries have kept things definitely close these first two because you haven't seen Alex Bregman, who might play today. All I'm saying is I'm annoyed that the Astros are only 2 games above the Boston Red Sox and that Boston is capable of challenging them the way that they have the last 2 nights.
Yeah, that goes back to the beginning of the season where the Astros started off so dreadfully slow, and why I view that they're this close to the Red Sox, because they are a better team. Last night's game was just another weird one. Ronald Blanco, not his best stuff. The Shea Whitcomb play, I've never seen that before. I've never seen a ball get stuck in the fence like that ever in my life. I've never seen something like that happen in a Major League Baseball game. But Jake Myers had a great robbery in this game. John Singleton ripped that home run in the first inning. So it was a weird game. There's nothing to panic about. It's just a loss. This is one of those where I think the bipolarness goes away a lot at this point in the Astros season because they've been playing so much better baseball. The bipolarness, I think, mostly came from how bad it was, and that every single time they started to get good, things would kind of unravel again. Yesterday was Blanco's not his best start. This is probably who he's going to be the rest of the year, where he's going to have a really good start and then a more shaky start the next one. Like I'm just not expecting him to be consistently dominant like he was at the start of the season.
No one should have. I mean, we shouldn't have expected him to do what he did. What he did was awesome. Shout out to him, but a la JP France, I mean, it is house money. You found $20 in the couch. You used it. It's gone.
Yeah, and maybe it'll be back next year, unlike JP France.
I don't know.
I know you're not a believer.
Well, generally, everybody in baseball is capable of going out there if they've made it to the major league level and having a stretch where they pitch well or where they hit well, and then generally things come back to earth. It's a really tough sport.
Yeah, I agree. He's not a guy that I would bank on when you look at the future of this team, at his age and how long it took him to get here and everything. So I'm with you. Last night's game is just one of those where it's like, the Yankees get smoked in extra innings. So you could have gained a little bit ground on them. The Orioles have lost another starter. I know. I'm
so greedy.
I am greedy. But you know what? The Mariners lost.
Yeah, that's the glass half empty. I don't know how the Mariners were this bad, but they actually got a Ken Rosenthal feature piece in The Athletic. 64-63. They blew a 3-0 lead to the Dodgers. Lost 6-3 last night. So the Astros still have a 5-game lead in the American League West. And I read this piece in The Athletic, Joe, and some of the details are ticklish. Entering Tuesday, the Mariners' major league best 3.26 rotation ERA is 0.2 runs per 9 innings better than the next closest team, the Philadelphia Phillies. It's been a while since somebody has led by that much. The last team to miss the playoffs after leading the majors in overall ERA, the 2012 Tampa Bay Rays, and the Mariners, who are 1 game above 500, have a .504 winning percentage. This could be the 4th lowest all-time by the team with the best ERA in baseball.
I didn't know that.
Now, if you have the best ERA in baseball, I mean, you're probably still a decent team. And there's no denying the Mariners are decent, but they cannot hit. And they added at the trade deadline. They brought in Randy Arozarena. They brought in Justin Turner. They fired people. They got rid of their offensive coordinator, their bench coach. And I'm just getting a kick out of it.
It is fun. It's fun to see a team collapse like this when, when you would talk about the Mariners were kind of in control over the Astros over the last 2 seasons and the way they'd play head to head. That the Mariners had a pretty good record against the Astros. Seeing a team collapse like this is always kind of fun. And the Mariners fans Paul, I wouldn't say they're at the top of the most annoying fan base, but
I like them because I worked with them back there and they were nice to me. But
they seem extra whiny.
Well, yeah, it's been miserable there. They've never had anything good. They raised a banner for the playoff participation trophy that they got by making it into the play-in round of the playoffs because they hadn't been to the playoffs in like 20 years.
Yeah, and when they made the playoffs, they had the best record in Major League Baseball, like ever in a regular season, and they lost.
No, you got to rub it in. Like, they've had it miserable. They've had it miserable because their owners are a bunch of cheapskates, and I love that I no longer work for their flagship station, and I can actually say what I want to say about them. They're a bunch of cheap pussies. They hate it when people criticize them. They are. That's what they are, Joe. I'm so glad I don't work there anymore. I love that the guy who replaced me in mornings in Seattle, he has to wake up every single day and somehow explain this. He has to explain this. I don't have to do it anymore.
You're not talking about Geno Smith anymore? Or Sam Howell?
I mean, forget the Seahawks. Because the Seahawks were always cool. The Mariners were just completely sensitive little babies and get upset when you don't talk about them. But when you talk about them, you're talking about this.
Yeah, you're not talking about anything positive. There's nothing where they have given fans a reason to hope for anything. I'm shocked they haven't made major changes at this point in the season.
Scott
the way
Service
they've collapsed
would be I think, very easy to put on a spike head.
Yeah, but even then, like he didn't put the roster together. I mean, maybe it is his fault. I always think managers get unfairly fired in baseball versus like the NFL. The NFL, a coach can really change the way a game, the outcome is. In baseball, they cannot. It is the GM's fault. It is the GM's fault that this team has collapsed. He clearly has no idea how to identify offense. He can clearly identify pitching. They have the best rotation in baseball. You just went over it. Like they're dominant, but they've collapsed on themselves. And that's why, even though the Astros lost yesterday, they're still 5 games up, and that's all that matters.
I am tempted. I do have the Mariners general manager's phone number. Should I call him?
Ooh.
Hey, Jerry Bear, how you doing? Jerry was always nice. Jerry DePoto, the general manager of the Seattle Mariners, for what it's worth. And he said, we came into this season with the most talented group that we thought we've ever had. And here they are where a lot of guys can't hit, and the pitching, it's still good, but you have to score runs to win games. So even though the Astros lost, the Mariners cannot get out of their own way. I'm a little annoyed that the Astros are not that much better from a win-loss perspective than the Boston Red Sox. But you got to keep in mind, in the post-Jose Abreu world, in the days J.A., that this is a totally different team. Everything that happened before then, you may as well just forget about it after our second season reset.
Yeah, and where you're at with injuries right now, that's also where it feels weird to be, like that upset of a loss. Even if they lose this game today, you're rolling out a lineup where Alex Bregman is back. He is going to be the DH. He's leading off, but they gave Jose Altuve the day off. So you're still not really back to full strength at this point. And yeah, Bregman, Alvarez, Diaz, Pena is a fun 1 through 4, but then you still have a litter of Sugarland Space Cowboys in your lineup at this point. So we await Kyle Tucker's return, and it'll be nice to, even when they get to tomorrow, assuming everything goes well for Bregman today, that Jose Altuve will be back in the lineup with these guys, and it just makes you feel a little bit better as you go into the next series. But I don't know. I don't feel bad for Mariners fans. I just feel happy for Astros fans that they're rooting for a good baseball team again. And it's also weird that we're rooting for the Dodgers at the same time. Like, I watched more Dodgers baseball the last 2 days than I've watched all season, because I've been watching them come back against the Mariners. It's been very weird.
Did you enjoy it?
Not really, because it was up late. My son's 6, so like he wasn't going to sleep. So I was like, I gotta watch something.
Okay, so you're doing this instead of playing Call of Duty.
Yeah,
in front of a child.
Yeah, watching bad baseball or good baseball, I guess, because the Dodgers are good. So.
What's worse for a child?
That's
Baseball?
Oh, that's not.
Or Call of Duty?
Well, Call of Duty.
I don't know. I think a kid can learn a thing or two about the
Quick
future.
reflexes?
Well, no. World War III. It's around the corner, and he's going to have to learn how to pick up a rifle when the Chinese invade us. But
How to throw back a grenade.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a totally realistic thing. It happens all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
But I feel like showing your child baseball is really doing them a disservice.
What? Really?
Yeah, I do.
I'll make sure you watch lots of football. Though.
Yeah, just to make him a football guy.
That's my plan.
We don't need any more people watching baseball. Just let it
let
go
it go.
away.
Just
Once
let
the
it go.
Astros are no longer good, just let it go away. Okay, it'll be fine.
See, that's why you need to be a parent, Paul. You can be the change that you want to see in the world.
No, I don't know. It's just hard pass. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want a kid. I don't want to spend money on a kid. I don't want to spend money on a wife, for God's sake. So, yeah. We're going to be alone forever with my cat. We'll get a replacement cat when she croaks. Life is great. Hey, the Astros are in first place by 5 games. Isn't that neato? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Justin Verlander is back on the hill. The Athletic had a very funny feature about him at Old Dominion. We'll read some of the funny details from that. And what are realistic expectations for Verlander the rest of the way? He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texter, my 18-month-old loves watching baseball. Sounds like a hostage situation. He has no control over the remote. How do you know? He probably loves Baby Shark too.
I mean, his 18-month-old probably can walk. I would assume at this point, so he could walk away.
He could walk away. That's true.
So there must be some kind of sitting, being mesmerized. There's also might just because it's a screen.
Keep baseball away from your kids, okay? You don't want them to feel the need to look at their phone every 5 seconds, because that's exactly what baseball does.
Just makes you.
It makes you so bored. You're like, what's going on? Huh? Oh, there's a game on. By the way, nothing happened while you did that.
Should we be showing our children Little League baseball, so that way they can find like the real heroes?
No, please, for the love of God, no. Yeah,
I can't wait. This is on again in the studio.
At least we can switch it to the Astros game in the middle of the afternoon. And
That's true.
And Justin Verlander will be on the hill for the Stros. Did you see that Justin Verlander was quite the character at Old Dominion? Detail 1 from this story in The Athletic. When he went to Old Dominion to go pitch, he drove to school in a black Mustang, V6, not a V8. I don't know what that means. With a license plate saying JV bringing it.
I love it.
You would get a vanity plate?
I would not, but I love the idea of like high school Justin Verlander
having a vanity plate in a Mustang?
Yes. Just being like, I need one that says JV bringing it. That's what he needs. To Old Dominion, which, that could be a good baseball is a weird sport in college. That could be a really good school for baseball. I have no idea. But that just, seeing who Justin Verlander is now, like that kind of blows my mind that he would have that much vanity. Then again, this is the same guy who put his phone number on a baseball and gave it to Kate Upton. Now that worked for him.
I mean, he's clearly got some swag.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You would think that someone who ended up marrying who he married would have had a vanity plate that says boobs guy or something. I don't know.
What would yours say, Paul?
I would never get a vanity plate.
I would never
I feel like you're asking for somebody to do something to your car or to take a ironic picture of you and send it to a group chat. I don't think there's a victory there. And I feel like you got to pay a little extra for it.
Yeah, I think you pay monthly.
Yeah.
Yeah, which so I guess if you have a lot of money, it's fine. But I don't know. I couldn't imagine doing that. But I love that Justin Verlander did, and then it says JV bringing it. That's great.
So we talk about being cheap, and I'll admit it, I'm a little cheap, but Verlander would purchase $5 dishes at Goodwill when the house ran short of dishes because he didn't want to wash the dishes in the sink.
Okay, that's very frat college living. That's very, you throw out the dishes, because that's what I guess that'd be my follow-up question to Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so are you throwing out the dishes that are not clean, or are you eventually washing them?
It's a good question.
I'm assuming he's throwing them out if you're buying new ones frequently.
I don't know. This feels like he left them in the sink. $5 dishes. Why not just get paper plates? Is what I would say here.
Good follow-up.
But I can't really speak because the house that I lived in with my 4 best friends at Syracuse my senior year, the kitchen was so disgusting because everyone used the George Foreman grill, but nobody had a drip tray underneath it.
Oh, Paul.
I know.
Oh, Paul.
I know. And everyone refused to clean it. No one cleaned their stuff. And I was probably the guiltiest culprit. So honestly, had I a little extra money, I would have 100% spent $5 on paper plates over and over and over again, like Justin Verlander, who's back on the hill today for the Astros. There's a fun feature piece in The Athletic about him.
It's so funny to think back to like college living though, and how rank it always is.
Oh God, it's disgusting.
You go to a dude's house and it's the worst.
And those campuses, the housing that's generally right off campus are slums.
Mm-hmm.
owned by slumlords who realize, well, they're college kids. They don't know any better.
Yeah,
I
they
can
know-
leave this place looking like absolute dirt.
Yeah, they know that there's a chance that, like, on a Saturday night, you're going to drink too much tequila with, what did this texter say? With orange and cinnamon instead of tequila and lime. Someone texted
A little fruity. Nothing wrong with that.
I've
but
never.
that-
I think I want to try it now. I'm just curious, but like you might drink too many shots of that, and you might
mean-
have the buddy who just says like, "Hey, I can run through the drywall."
What was his name? Kyle?
His name was Alex, but Kyle also might have been.
So a friend of yours ran through drywall?
He tried.
He tried. What happened?
He got his shoulder into it, and then he fell down.
Bleeding?
No, he didn't get up for a while.
Did the wall ever get fixed? More importantly, I mean,
Uh,
he's cool and all, and I
I'm
hope he's not dead. But
I'm sure our slumlord fixed it after.
but you
we
got no
didn't.
security deposit
No.
back.
Oh no, we did not get that back.
I somehow got the security deposit back, and I remember my last day, I got so annihilated the day before graduation. I mean, I fell asleep in a park bench, and I got back, and I don't know what I did, but I like just decided to kick the bejesus out of the mirror that I had in my room, and yeah, I just destroyed the door. I don't know how I didn't get cut. Woke up the next morning like I don't know what happened there. Suck it, Ben Tupper. That place was a slum. More Justin Verlander in the Athletic piece talking about his time at Old Dominion. Natty Light cost $8 back then. Said a housemate who had the house's lone fake ID. He'd give me like a 10. I'd go and get it and come back and he'd say, "Where's my change?" "Dude, it's 9 cents change." And he'd be like, "Yeah, I want my change."
Oh,
Adamant.
so he's cheap.
Well, he was. He was frugal. There's a way to say
Frugal.
that. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. I mean, he was paying extra every month for his vanity plate, probably, or his parents were.
Yeah, so you know, save that money.
That money had to. That
Those 9 cents go a long way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's $15.
Before Joe Biden and Obama, you know, thanks to those two. I mean, the inflation's out of control.
Oh, Natty Light, also a bad memory of college. Yeah, this just felt like a trip down memory lane. It's like, it's weird to think that Justin Verlander, he's got what, 10, 15 years on us?
Yeah, that's well, for me, probably like 6.
Yeah, so I guess like 10
6 or
for me.
7.
And it's like, well, sounds a lot like my college experience
Yeah.
also.
Well, yeah, it's
minus
not
the vanity
changed.
plate.
You get cheap beer. I guess now they got seltzer, so it's a little bit different. Justin Verlander mastered a Waldo costume at Old Dominion. It earned acclaim at campus Halloween parties, and he became known for riding his bike around campus for hours. Once, after a night of indulgence by Verlander, he was threatened by a police with a charge of biking while intoxicated. I didn't know that was a thing.
It is. Or it can be. It's like, it just depends on, I think Old Dominion's in a small town. If you go to a college in a small town, they play like different rules. So that doesn't totally surprise me to hear that.
Verlander was not above the law.
I mean, you know, you probably just don't know the law when you're 18, 19, 20 years old.
To avoid getting the biking while intoxicated charge, he straddled the bicycle and walked it back to the dorm, picking leaves off trees along the way, telling teammates, quote, "Look, I'm a giraffe," end quote. Justin Verlander was once just like all of us.
Oh, that's so funny. Look, I'm a giraffe. This story was great. Is JV quoted in this thing? Like, I can't remember. I read it yesterday. I wonder.
I think it was just his Old Dominion college housemates.
Yeah, I wonder how he feels reading it. Just being like, guys.
Well, there was a passage that said Verlander's lost touch with his Old Dominion teammates.
Oh, well, you know, he's not.
So maybe this is a time he wasn't proud of.
I wonder why.
I think there's plenty to be proud of there.
I think a lot of people look back at their college memories and go, probably shouldn't have done that, or
Well,
that, or that, or that.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. So, what are realistic expectations for Verlander the rest of the year?
I mean, today I would say I'm not expecting more than like 75 pitches, so try to get 5 innings out of it today. In general, I would still hold him to like the quality start expectation in every single one. You know, the hard part with the 6-man rotation is that if you have Blanco and then sometimes Arrighetti, who can't get you more than 5 innings, you need some guys to give you some length so your bullpen just doesn't get completely eviscerated the rest of the season. So asking Justin Verlander to give you quality starts, I think is a fair expectation. I don't expect him to be like, he's had some really good starts this year. You just need him to be consistently solid. He doesn't need to be spectacular, but stay healthy. Quality starts at this point. Like, I'll take it.
I want more. You got to have somebody doing what Ronel Blanco was doing. And you have it with Fromber of late. And you've had it with Hunter Brown of late. I need that third guy. If they're going to win the World Series, they need to have 3 starting pitchers that are pitching at a plus level that they can trust come playoff time in the rotation. And I'm assuming right now, today, just August 21st, 2024, that in some way it's going to be Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Verlander. For now. I mean, Luis Garcia is not coming back. Lance McCullers is not coming back. I don't know who else you would throw into that equation there. Maybe it's Yusei Kikuchi. Maybe it's between Yusei Kikuchi and Hunter Brown the rest of the way. But I need the Verlander that we used to know. And I think the Astros do too. I mean, they gave up a lot to bring him back. And has he given them in his return anything close to what he was giving them before? Hard expectations to live up to, given that he won the Cy Young Award his last year here with a sub-2 ERA. But I mean, I'm looking for something in the high 2s, low 3s.
Yeah,
which might be unfair to ask.
I mean, what Kikuchi's been doing, because if Justin Verlander does it and does exactly what Kikuchi's been doing, which is going, basically 6 innings and has that below 3 ERA, you feel very good about this rotation going into the postseason. Because part of it, like this, maybe the simplest way to put it is just when he gets the ball in the playoffs, you want to feel confident that he is going to be good.
Yeah, I don't want a tight butt.
Yeah.
I don't want to clench.
No clenching. Clenching's not good.
No, you don't want your starting pitchers to make you feel that way. And I mean, look, we've been living in the high life. I want to get back in the high life again.
Who do you feel the high life with right now? Just Fromber? Are you there with Hunter Brown yet?
No.
Still?
No, I'm probably never going to be there.
Oh, Paul, we got to get you to come around eventually.
What's there to come around to? I mean, why am I supposed to feel comfortable that he's going to be good in the playoffs? I mean, he's been good this regular season. I like what I've seen, but he's still Hunter Brown to me.
Yeah, until he performs in the playoffs.
It's one of those things where it's an unfair thing with him, but with the Astros, you think to yourself, okay, this is neato, but playoff time, that's where this organization separates itself with the 7 straight ALCSs.
I don't think that's unfair. It's what you expect from the franchise. That they expect to go to the ALCS again to try to win another World Series. So there's nothing wrong with saying that a lot of the regular season stuff doesn't matter until you show.
I'm not quite saying that though.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I think I took it too far.
But to what you're saying, you gotta do it then against the good teams, and I want to see that same thing with Kikuchi. It is interesting. I mean, this is the last game this afternoon for the Astros where you expect them to win because they're better than this team, even if their records are rather similar. After this, for the next 11 games, I truly do not know what's going to happen.
Hope for the best. Hope that Kyle Tucker comes back. I don't know if we're getting Kyle Tucker back ever. These updates are killing me. You saw yesterday's?
What?
He's skipping. I saw a jog yesterday. He was doing like high knees. So we've gone from hopping to high knees to the slowest jog I've ever seen.
And as you'll hear at 1 o'clock in Are You Down with Dana Brown? Now, August, it's out. Sounds like it's first week of September. Wonder how much that'll change.
I'm going to guess a lot, Paul.
Yeah. Day One Donna says, Paul, you can't kick Blanco to the curb. Yeah, I can. You trust Ronel Blanco? This is JV France like last year. I mean, he's come back to earth a bit, and he might be gassed, but is he going to be refueled by the end of the year? Like, yeah, he just put a ton of mileage on him.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to revert. Even though the 6-man rotation could help him, I wouldn't expect it to just be consistently good again this year. I think he is gassed. That's a good way to put it. But he's not going to just magically go back to where he was a couple months ago. I would love for that to happen, but the 6-man rotation doesn't give you that much of a relief. And if these guys struggle to go deep into games, they'll have to leave the 6-man rotation.
We might need a different term than gassed too, just because that gassed is the conventional term used to describe a pitcher that is running out of steam, if you will. But when you run out of gas, you can go to a gas station and refuel it.
Mm-hmm.
even if you let it go all the way to 0 and drive for like 3 miles with it on 0, which I've done a lot. I can't believe I've never run out of gas before.
Oh, you've never run out of gas before? That's good. I've also.
I can't believe I haven't, because I always push it. I'm trying to be better about that, because supposedly it's bad for your car. But you can't just refuel Ronel Blanco right now. Ronel Blanco has pitched more than he ever has in his life. And by the way, there's, at the very least, 5 weeks of baseball left, if not more. So, I mean, what are we talking about? 8 more starts or so the rest of the way? Maybe that's a little more than what it's actually going to be.
It'd be nice if it was more than that. It would probably benefit him. He could be one of the guys that could solve some of your bullpen problems. He could be a guy that could get you 2 or 3 innings out of the bullpen if you ever needed it. Like him and Arrighetti, you do have options if everything stays healthy as it is as of today.
Yeah,
you will have some flexibility as the season gets to its end.
Day one continues saying he's carried this pitching staff all year. Come on, well he's not now though. I mean, it's a long season. Doesn't stay the same all year long. This isn't a video game, and you can't refuel the gas. He's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll keep you posted on what Justin Verlander does this afternoon. We will also tell you what Dana Brown had to say about Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman at 1 o'clock. Up next, Soft Boys. In Soft Boys, you would think that if your husband, I don't know, stopped going to work to watch you at the Olympics, that you would do the same. I'm not so sure that that's going to happen for one of the most important and dominant athletes in the history of Houston sports. That and a lot more. We got Soft Boys next. What's been soft in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, and on Twitch at ESPN 97.5, at ESPN Houston on YouTube. Stick around. In honor of that one time that Ime Udoka saw LeBron James bitching in the middle of a Rockets-Lakers game and called him a soft-ass boy, 12:30 every single Wednesday, we talk about what's been soft in the world of sports and beyond. I feel like the marriage between Bears safety and Texans legend Jonathan Owens with Houston legend Simone Biles seems a little soft. Seems a little one-sided. I say that because Jonathan Owens cut work to watch his wife, Simone, at the Olympics. And Simone Biles, she is unsure that she'll be able to go to a Bears game this year. I don't know how many games I'll be able to make, the 27-year-old said, because in a few weeks, we go on tour, the Gold Over America Tour, a family-friendly event featuring jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. There's 32 stops. Kicks off mid-September, ends in November. She might be able to catch a game or two towards the end of the year? Hang on! There's 2 months the rest of the season. What are we doing here?
Yeah, this is...
Come on, Simone!
This is making me question all of these conversations that we've been having. Me trying to defend Jonathan Owens and say he's being a good husband, and then
She's got the Packers jacket.
She's not going to go? You got to find a way to go. Taylor Swift finds a way to go, Simone.
That's true. Taylor Swift has gone to Travis Kelce football games.
Now, she doesn't go to every one, and I'm not saying someone has to go to all of them, but you gotta, if you're in Michigan on a Saturday and they play in Green Bay or in Chicago the next day, you got to find a way.
Yeah,
you got to find a way.
Got to find a way.
He flew to Paris. He missed camp. He has been dumped on by Paul and Sean relentlessly because of you.
Here's the reality, because Simone Biles actually can't do no wrong. But if Jonathan Owens gets cut and she wasn't even going to go to his games, but he went to the Olympics and he gets cut, I would be pissed about that and bring it up 7 years later in the middle of a fight.
Oh,
that's a recipe for. Hey, remember when I went to the Olympics and you didn't go to any of my games? The year the Bears actually were good for a change.
Yeah, that's But she is talking playoffs, so,
Yeah, I mean, you got the divisional round,
Yep.
the championship game, and the Super Bowl she
Yep.
could go to.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of games for her to go to.
Okay.
That's eight football games for her to go to if she goes to every game in
And
December.
they'll host throughout. So
Yeah, I mean, she won't have to go anywhere. She'll have to just go to New Orleans at the end.
Soft boys, Mets fans for hating on Haley Welch, the Hawk Tua girl, throwing the first pitch at a Mets game. People were very mad about that. We played some audio from it. Did you know what Haley Welch was doing it for? She tweeted this out. I guess some of the baseball community wasn't too happy to see me yesterday. The main reason I went to the game was to spread awareness and donate to America's veteran dogs, which pairs dogs with war veterans for a forever home. My God, Mets fans. You're so miserable about everything, and you don't want to help veterans get dogs.
I mean, you gotta,
That was for a good cause.
maybe they should have led with that, though.
brought a dog out there with her.
Yeah, because there's a picture of a dog
Good call.
later, but not on the field. So she should have been with the dog the whole time.
Yeah, like, honestly, credit to Mets fans for getting mad and thus bringing awareness to this charity that
That's
I was
right.
unaware of.
If it wasn't for Mets fans right now, we wouldn't know.
That's
so
true.
shout out to them.
Also soft, the complete awkward way with which Sketch, Houston Texans fan extraordinaire, streamer / gay porn on OnlyFans guy.
Yes.
He's very, very multi-talented, versatile.
Diverse portfolio.
Triple threat.
Creator. The meeting between the two, it made me cringe so hard. It really
they're
did.
both so awkward. Like any interaction you see with Sketch anywhere.
I think he was awkward, which is his whole shtick, but he was in particular very awkward here.
And she also just doesn't seem like she can hold a conversation.
Oh, really? You think that? Man, putting women down, Joe.
She, not all women.
I agree with you. I can't believe that they're trying to make her into a podcast host. No, quick bursts with Hawk Tua girl.
I'm gonna be so sad when she's just like making millions of dollars podcasting.
Oh yeah, I mean that's gonna happen. So just get used to it. Just play video games until 3:30 at night, like I did last night. That's how you deal with depression, man. Dennis Schroeder, he calls Kevin Durant a weak-ass person because Kevin Durant made fun of Dennis Schroeder, saying that European basketball is more of a thinking man's game than American basketball leading up to the Olympics. Dennis Schroeder plays for the Germans. Kevin Durant, of course, Team USA.
Yeah, there's so much just like negativity around the basketball team. Noah Lyles, Schroeder, like they all just get so angry because they're not on the team. I think that's it. It's pure jealousy.
I don't know if it's that. I mean, Schroeder's a German and Durant's an American. I feel like it's more European basketball players want people to respect European basketball. And they should. European basketball is actually pretty good. But no one's ever going to respect it on the same level as the NBA. They just should respect it more than the G League, which is a joke. The G League is actually a joke. It's terrible basketball. Honestly, I think it makes those players worse. But European basketball is actually pretty good. That said, I mean, saying those things in a way to pat yourself on the back, then ultimately only to, did they even medal? Did they come in third place or fourth place?
I don't know.
I feel like they lost to Serbia.
I think you're right.
So I don't think they even medaled because I know they lost to Germany.
Yeah, because I remember seeing Jokic party like it was the best day of it. He partied harder for a bronze for his country than he did winning the NBA championship because he's a true countryman.
Kevin O'Connell, Vikings head coach, he might be soft after telling Browns defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz to tone down the physicality at practice last week. There have been a lot of catastrophic injuries for the Vikings this training camp, and they are one of the more cursed franchises in American sports. But you can't tell the other coach, hey, tone it down, even if we're talking practice here.
No, you can't. You just come off soft because they've lost McCarthy, Addison went down, Blake Cashman got hurt as well. I don't know if that was when the Browns were there. They've had a lot of injuries, but maybe just hit them back. Play football.
That would work.
That would work.
Cheap shot somebody?
I didn't say. You just hit them back. Put a little oomph into it. Or, don't get hurt yourself.
Soft boys continues. Sean McDermott held Josh Allen out of a preseason game against the Steelers because of bad weather. I mean, it's the preseason, so nobody plays, but, I mean, maybe that's what John Harris was talking about with C.J. Stroud. Making that throw over the middle. Josh Allen's not going to play in a preseason game. He didn't. C.J. Stroud did.
Josh Allen's not going to play in bad weather. C.J. Stroud will. Josh Allen normally does, but
I mean, C.J. Stroud technically played that game in bad weather because the roof was broken at NRG Stadium.
That's true. The
air conditioning was slightly. I mean, it wasn't quite Minute Maid Park broken, but it wasn't working to the degree it should.
But this is also like this just goes into more like I don't really get why we do preseason. You don't want to play starters because it rains. You don't want to play starters for this reason and that reason. It's like, well, then why are we like, what's really the benefit?
And they charge full price.
Yes.
Soft boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? I feel like Jerry Sandusky. No, not that Jerry Sandusky. Jerry Sandusky, the Baltimore Ravens broadcaster. I feel like he shouldn't have had to apologize for this tangent he went on in a preseason game.
We have the technology to put a GPS tracker on Mars, but we still use a bunch of older guys on the sideline with sticks to measure whether a ball carrier got a first down or not. Nothing against the older guys with sticks, but in an age of wild high-tech data metrics, they stretch out the sticks.
Was it short? No, he made it.
He got it by half a football. It just seems absurd that in a game where they have GPS trackers on players' shoulder pads, they have 19 different levels of algorithms to measure everything in the NFL. We still use guys with glasses who are no longer what you'd call physically fit, trotting out a pair of sticks to measure first down.
And we saw the line judges had two different marks. The line judge to us was a little shorter, and the other line judge on the other side was a little further, and
they each trot in and eye where they think the ball, and then marked it with their feet. We're not talking surgical precision here.
I only have one issue with what he said. The ref in question with the glasses actually seems like he's in decent shape, and I doubt that a broadcaster, no offense to literally all broadcasters, I doubt he's in shape. But, hey, man, we're at a point now where the umpires and the chain gang, the human error that happens routinely with them, is worthy of discussion. And a lot of people pushed back on this. Jonathan Jones, who covers the NFL, to be so ugly and so misinformed is quite the combination. Some guy named David Kesbury, who's a Milwaukee broadcaster. Keep it classy, Jerry. What if running the chain gang is what these guys look forward to in their week and life? What if that's what's keeping them from jumping off a building? We don't know what they're going through. You'd rather phase them out for a machine. Weak.
Did he apologize?
He apologized. Jerry Sandusky eventually apologized because of all the people that came after him. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about the glasses thing.
Paul, he's not wrong because they're doing it. They're getting rid of these guys. By 2025, the chain gang's gone. They're literally implementing it in all the stadiums right now. And some teams will have it accessible this season.
Yeah.
As early as 2025 or as late as 2025. It might be across the league this year. I hate that we make you apologize for something when he's right.
I think it's because of the glasses.
They changed the rules. I think it's because they call him fat.
Yeah, he was in shape. So he actually was wrong there. Like that guy's in good shape. And some of these referees are in really good shape.
Yeah, you have Ed Hockley with the guns.
There's a new guy now, and this guy actually officiated my best friend's wedding in February. He's like 6'7". He is the most jacked person I've ever seen referee. And he's bigger than every football player out there. He's actually taller than every single one.
You did spell Jerry's name wrong on the doc, and I didn't click the story first.
What? Because I didn't do it with a G?
Yeah, so I actually thought it was like an actual Jerry Sandusky story, and I was like, whoa, what are we doing today?
Oh, okay. So that's why you had the big look on your face. Okay.
I was like, where are we going with this? And then I was like, oh, he spelled it the other way.
So I know you're so explosive in your defense of this Jerry Sandusky, not that Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah, not that one.
I'm with you on that.
But they're literally like they're changing the rules. It's like anyone who defends umpires, they're literally trying to replace them every single day. They're all telling you that these guys are terrible at their jobs.
One last soft boy, Damian Lillard. He feels like people don't respect him as a basketball player in the way that they should.
That's so stupid.
Here's old Dame talking about that on a podcast with
They definitely don't talk about it. They act like I don't been doing like this will be my 13th season.
You've been going crazy for a long
time.
Still
You've been cold.
Crazy.
It's been a long time, bro.
That's what we want to hear. Go crazy.
It's been a long time, bro.
For real.
Like I'm just saying, it's like my time in the league. When I think about like how many people have been very good, like over that time, and then it's been more people very good, and more people very good for a couple years, like. It ain't been that many people that been here the whole time, like since I've been in the league, that just been doing it like over and over and over. But I think people just get bored with consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't loud, but like I've been doing it that long and winning. Like it ain't like I've been doing it and I'm playing for a team that just never played in the playoffs. Like
what winning?
Yeah.
Portland. The season before last, bro, I averaged almost 33 a game, bro.
Oh no, I know. Yeah.
Like
it's hard to average a dub in the league for a decade, bro.
It's crazy. I've been over 25 for damn near 8-9 years.
Basketball players complaining they don't get enough respect is truly the most tired thing that we have in the NBA. There's a lot of really good basketball players these days. Are we supposed to kiss all of their asses at all times? And I feel like Damian Lillard, among all players who has been on a team that has not won that much, has been rather immune to criticism compared to some other athletes, say James Harden, who have had really good numbers, but have had not a lot of winning attached to said numbers.
Yeah, this is I don't quite, I guess because he played in Portland, he feels this way. But in 2021, the NBA released the top 75 players of all time, and he's on the list. How can you be disrespected or overlooked if the league itself is telling you that you're one of the 75 greatest players to ever play the game?
It must be so tiring to constantly feel the need to have your ass kissed.
Yeah, because that's what that is. Like, that's what he's saying. Like, how does anyone view you? Because you don't want to, because you don't have a championship. Because first of all, you're not a winner, Damian Lillard. You're a loser. The only time you made it to the Western Conference Finals, you got swept.
I'm not going to call him a loser, but I will say at the same time, you can't constantly be begging for respect when you know that it's all about if you win or not. I mean, everyone thinks he's a good shooter, but with Milwaukee this year, Milwaukee didn't go far. Was that his fault? Not necessarily, but defensively, Milwaukee was not very good this year. And I think it stands to reason that fully healthy next year, Milwaukee is probably like third, fourth best team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
So no one's looking at them as a favorite over Boston.
And they shouldn't, because Boston just won the title. But like, you have Giannis, you have Dame, and you have an NBA championship coach.
Yeah,
Doc.
He gets plenty of respect. It is really tiresome, all these NBA players that are complaining about that. By the way, lack of respect may be shown by the IOC. Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, all drug tested after the Olympics final.
Hopefully they all pass.
I have a question for all three of us.
Okay.
Have you guys ever been drug tested? I have never been drug tested in my life.
Yes.
Interesting.
I worked in like a classroom for like kids with like severe autism for like a summer or two, and because I was a teacher's aide, they made me take a P test.
A P test, okay.
Yeah. I had to tell my mom, who worked in the school district, and my dad. I didn't know I was going to take one. I had to tell them before I took it that I didn't think I was going to pass.
Nice.
What?
And I passed.
I guess to like
smoke.
Yes,
to prep them for disappointment.
Because I was like, I had asked them if they wanted me to continue with applying, because I was like, hey, like, your coworkers are going to know that your son failed a drug test potentially. Do you want me to do this?
Oh man.
And they're like, well, it takes, like, my mom was so upset. I could see the disappointment on her face.
Dude.
But I took some at-home tests, and I passed those, and I passed the real one.
Okay.
So we're good to go.
There you go. How about you, Sean?
I've never been drug tested.
Go to the bathroom right now.
Why?
Whoa, middle management Joe here.
You can't tell me to do that.
It's waiting for you.
There's a guy who's gonna watch me do it.
Yeah. In case you brought a fake Schmenzer in here today.
Do we have an intern I can borrow?
That's probably an HR violation. It is interesting that in radio you don't get drug tested, but in TV you do. I've always found that fascinating.
I think some radio stations used to. A lot of radio companies used to.
No, I think radio companies it really never did. Radio is so soft compared to what it used to be. Back in the day, I mean, look at the things Opie and Anthony were doing and Howard Stern were doing. I mean, it is dumbed down, and they 100% didn't drug test because a lot of these guys were doing drugs in the studio.
That's very true.
Whether it was puffing the reefer or doing just lines off of the board.
Yeah.
Artie Lang would not have a radio career.
No, great point. Great point. It is interesting that they do drug test in certain elements of the media, but radio, they're like, you're good.
I bet
probably writers do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet print. Definitely
yeah.
newspapers. I was gonna go with print guys. They probably drug test too.
I would bet like the ESPN like .coms or like anything
SDJ.
I would say no, but like if it's like straight up like the Chronicle, I would say yes.
Yeah, newspapers definitely.
Yeah,
I would be shocked if they didn't.
First question next week when DJ's here. Did you guys take a drug test? Is that why you work for them? Because you didn't have to.
It would be funny to just ask it and then just move on. There's no context whatsoever.
It's also a conversation. By the time he sits down next, will be 6 days ago.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, by the way,
our listeners won't even remember it. They'll be like, "What? What is that all about?"
What a weird question.
Okay, I won't remember it either.
I will also forget.
He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, I think this is a good Kyle Tucker update. But at this point, who effing knows? What is it? You'll hear from Dana Brown next. Stick around. Justin Verlander is back on the hill for the Astros, looking to avenge a 6-5 loss last night to the Boston Red Sox. We'll see what he's able to do. I'm Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass, and we'll keep you posted on what goes down in the finale of this series, which takes place this afternoon. Earlier today, Dana Brown made his weekly appearance with the Astros flagship station. Whenever he does that, we do a segment where we determine whether or not we are down with Dana Brown, or as some call him, Dana B, like it's OPP. The latest on Kyle Tucker. Dana Brown, quote, I think he's a lot closer than we think.
Okay. I don't know what that means, Paul. He thinks he's closer than he thinks, or than we think.
Well,
because who's we? Because he says I, and then he says we. I'm confused.
If he's supposed to be back by the start of September, how can he be closer than we think? And here's the answer. Brown mentioned the hope is for Kyle Tucker to be back the first week of September.
I thought he turned a corner.
Well, he is hopping.
And high kneeing.
He got to hang out with his Tampa buddies. Remember that update was supposed to be like he's traveling with the team to Tampa, and then it took 2 seconds to be like he's from Tampa. That's why he went.
And I don't think he made himself available once while he was there.
No, he did not.
I wonder what he's dealing with. I wonder if it is more than a bone bruise / a microfracture, as it theoretically could be per some orthopedic surgeons who are spitballing because of how long it has taken for him to get back on the field. June 8th. We are at 2.5 months.
Is he back by September 8th?
I'm going to say no.
I am too. I'm going to say no.
I mean, why would we believe he back when it just keeps on getting further and further away from us? I'm just hoping that we get a 2-week ramp-up period for him before the playoffs so that he can get reacclimated. Because it's going to take him some time. He actually, we talked about ramp-up periods. He's going to need a ramp-up period if he's out this long. And you got to wonder if he's going to be able to hit the same way that he hit earlier this year when he was putting up MVP numbers.
I think the answer is no. The only benefit to him is that even if he doesn't have a ramp-up period, he's better than Chaz. So
fair point.
He can ramp up, and he can ramp up here and be Chaz McCormick, which is a whole lot of nothing.
Do his rehab assignment in right field.
Yes,
with
like,
the Astros.
he doesn't need to play in Sugarland. He doesn't need that. Just bring him up here, let him play instead of Chaz McCormick, and he might get a home run every 4 days, and that's better than what Chaz is giving you. But
your suggestion yesterday of just let Kyle Tucker try to hop to first base.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by it. I am intrigued by it. Obviously, you wouldn't do it, but you're at a point now where
Game 7. If we're in the playoffs,
he goes Kirk Gibson.
Yeah. Hop around the base. Hits home run, hops around the bases.
Even can he just
do Astros lore?
2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Can he just swing the bat? Can he just be a pinch hitter? I'll take that.
Sack fly.
I'll take anything right now. Just a sign of life in a real baseball game. He said 2 days ago that he was asked, I don't know if this was an exclusive from the Chronicle, but Kyle Tucker said when he was asked about if he was going to come back this season, he said, I'm trying to.
Well, that's good.
He's trying at least.
He is trying.
Dana Brown's thinking. Kyle Tucker's trying.
More from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship earlier today. Are you down with Dana B? Here's what Alex Bregman is doing today. He could play third base per Dana Brown, but the plan has been to ease him back in as DH, and the plan is for him to DH today. We'll get him some at-bats, and we'll know more after on how he feels, but he's chomping at the bit. Yesterday, we heard that Bregman was telling Joe Espada, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. Today,
he's back.
So he is the DH today.
Which is nice to see.
At least last I checked.
He is, no changes have happened.
No scratch again with the press conference scheduled tomorrow?
No. With 3 minutes to go.
I was gonna check out what time is first pitch.
Yeah, because that clock's wrong. So in a minute and 10 seconds.
A minute and 10 seconds, we'll know for sure.
We'll know for sure.
Honestly, we might need to.
Well, actually, we might have to wait
till he gets. Until he gets into the batter's box. What if he gets hurt on his way out to the batter's
it's the bottom
box?
of the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not Kyle Tucker. It's not his leg.
Yeah, that's true. It's his elbow. It's not his leg.
Oh, he just takes one practice swing and he's like, ugh.
What if he hits his elbow on the railing at the end of the dugout while he's walking out of the dugout?
Like McCullers hitting his elbow on the champagne bottle.
Oh, man, I forgot about that. God, what a crazy explanation for an injury. That's not believable.
It's one of my favorites, though.
I mean, they're just lying to you at all moments. I respect how funny the lies are.
I like that one. That one is that one's more believable than slept on it funny, but it is also very, very, only the Astros does this either happen to, or only does the Astros, they say this
explain
happens.
it like that. Honestly, I want him to keep doing it. I think it is fun. It adds a little bit of seasoning to what is a long marathon of a regular season. The Astros giving just completely preposterous and unbelievable injury updates.
Do you guys,
like Lance McCullers hurt his elbow on a champagne
What about
bottle.
Carlos? Do you guys believe the massage?
Oh, the massage? Yeah, I believe that.
I do.
Okay.
I do believe that.
Massages can get a little freaky from time to time.
Daniela was just very vigorous with the massage.
She broke his ribs.
Some people are into that.
Hey, Verlander
Don't
on the
kink
mound.
shame.
Can't confirm.
Okay.
Verlander's on the mound officially, and Alex Bregman is in the dugout as a designated hitter. We'll see if he actually goes up to the plate. I'm reading this from Brian Lalima, who is on the Astros flagship and does these interviews with Dana Brown, but he is of the belief, based off of the interview that he did with Dana Brown, that Brown said that they are looking at Hector Neris, who was DFA'd and cleared waivers. That's nice to hear. I mean, he might just be giving some GM speak and saying, yeah, we're looking at all options available. But if Neris is available, they should sign him.
100%.
You can't push back on that. I don't think there's a counter argument against it. You could use another bullpen arm. We don't want to see more Ort. No offense.
Yeah.
To Ort.
That's what we're talking about replacing. I don't need him to be the 7th inning guy. I don't need him to be even the 6th inning guy.
Yeah.
Replace Ort.
I don't want to see Ort anymore.
Well, he's gone for a couple days.
Replace King.
He's going to be out of there for a couple days.
Ort's going to be out of there for a couple days?
Yep. Slept weird.
Paternity.
So he did sleep
Joe, you're paternity shaming someone.
No, I'm just stating a fact. Seth Martinez got called down and back up within like an hour and a half today.
Were you jealous did you have paternity leave when you
I did.
That's cool.
How
long?
Man card.
At the time it was however long I could work. Actually, no, I guess no, I did not have paternity leave.
You did not? Wait, what? Wait, what? You're like the Astros right now. What is going on?
Well, this was when he was working.
Okay, like here I have paternity leave. If we have another baby, I have
Gotcha. Okay.
At iHeart, I was a poor, so I just didn't get paid for 2 weeks while I was a good husband and a good father because I was not a full-time employee.
Shout out to Jonathan Owens.
Yeah. Well, because I was not a full-time employee. So, no, I just didn't get paid for 2 weeks.
Jonathan Owens was getting paid when he was in Paris, I think.
The Bears are a good organization. They take care of the people.
Okay. You don't have to lie to us.
The Bears are a good organization. Bears, iHeartMedia, what's the difference?
Even Dana Brown's like, all right, come on. Enough BS.
That is, are you down with Dana Brown, down with Dana B? We do that every single time that guy goes up on the podium. The Astros should probably stop pitching to that Duran guy.
He's just got another hit.
Just got a double, right to fourth pitch of the game off of Justin Verlander to open things up. Coming up next, DJ Bieneme said something very interesting with us yesterday about a limitation for the Houston Texans this coming season. And one of our very own is a scared little panda about something that's been a recent development in Texans training camp. Should we be freaking out? Like, This outrage merchant, we'll discuss.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You can also watch on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We got our Rock the Mic finale Friday at Carback Brewery. We're going to be out there. I'll stick around for a little bit. Got an early flight on Saturday out of town, taking a little vacay. But I'll be there. Joe will be there. Sean will be there. Killer Bees will be there. We'll see if everybody else is there. So the Houston Texans preseason has just one more important moment left. It's tomorrow's joint practice. I think I'm going to go tomorrow before the show. And there are some questions about the team going into the year. I think there's a lot of hype for sure. There's a lot of people that are having a tough time fully buying into the hype. There's a lot of other people who are excited. Some of the limitations for the Texans, though, have been, I think, seen in training camp and in these preseason games. They cannot run the football, Joe. It's something that they struggled to do last year as well. And with that said, I am curious how much different things will be week one with Laramie Tunsil, with Joe Mixon out there, especially after talking to DJ Bieneme yesterday, ESPN Houston Texans beat reporter, because he seemed a little bit skeptical about the idea that it's going to get all that much better.
Yeah, it's funny that yesterday we had that conversation, and then I'm excited to see I'm excited to hear what you see tomorrow.
Well,
Because
let's see if it is a good joint practice.
Because Joe Mixon supposedly had a very good day today. DJ tweeted twice today about big runs from Joe Mixon during 11-on-11. So
full pads.
Oh,
yes.
It's so hard to tell with the pants now, but yes,
you're right. I mean,
I can't tell if those are pads or just shorts.
I got in a long tangent about this with the person that I'm kind of talking to right now, to the point where she was baffled by what I was talking about, where I'm convinced a lot of these players are cutting their pants. You can see the scissors marks, like they're shorter than they normally are, which is weird because they're supposed to have pads. There are two things that are always really tricky to determine at training camp. One, are they actually in full pads? Because everyone seems to no longer wear knee pads. And number two, does the running game, can you actually truly gauge what's happening? Because no one's allowed to tackle each other either. You're not allowed to bring people to the ground. So there are moments where you think a guy had a good run and you're like, wait, did he actually have a good run? But to what you're saying, that's good to hear. And I hope that I see it tomorrow against the Rams.
Yes, because it's almost like the CJ Stroud thing. It was what the offense was struggling. The offense was struggling. And then they finally had one good practice. And it seems that since then, the offense has just looked much better from a passing game the entire time. So maybe with Mixon back there, we found we'll see some kind of breakthrough. But it is the biggest red flag about the offense going into the start of the season. There's nothing to do with the wide receivers or the quarterback or the pass protection isn't a concern. It's all about the run game right now and how effective or ineffective it's going to be for 2024.
It wasn't good last year. Dameon Pierce is a convenient scapegoat, but is Joe Mixon really going to make it all that much better? Mixon is a good running back. Is Mixon an all-time great? Is Mixon special? He's better than a lot. I don't know if he's leaps and bounds at this phase of his career, other running backs in the league. And, Jawar Jordan, where they rolled the dice on in the 5th round, I don't know if he's actually going to do anything this year, because generally there will be 2 or 3 teams that find a running back in the mid-rounds that's actually pretty good, like the Houston Texans did with Dameon Pierce a couple of years ago. But I'm skeptical about the Texans' running game. Also, some people, and by some people I mean old Jer Bear Branham of the Killer Bees, which you can hear 3 to 6. Some call him an outrage merchant. I would never. Why are you laughing?
It's a funny term.
Well, I mean, that's the game. The game is the game. Some people like to sell outrage. Some people like to sell fear, paranoia. Here's what Jer Bear tweeted, because Will Anderson didn't dress for practice yesterday. When should I start to get a little worried about Will's ankles? Because I'm starting to get a little worried about Will's ankles. And Will Anderson missed some time last year with an ankle injury. Jeremy Branham worried. Joe George, are you worried about Will Anderson's ankles and all the weight that they're now supporting because the guy bulked up this offseason?
No. No? It's so hard to tell. It's training camp. They don't treat injuries like real injuries in football. They're in training camp.
I know.
You have the slightest tweak of your ankle and you're out for 4 weeks of training camp because they don't want you to get hurt when they want you to be out there when it actually matters. But at the same time, to see where Jeremy's coming from a little bit, they also don't have to release actual depth charts and injury reports.
Yeah, they don't have to right now because there's no games and no one's betting. Well, some people are betting, I'll be honest. There's some real degens out there.
Yeah.
But I think when you are looking at what's going on at practice, it's hard to determine if someone's hurt or if they're just being precautionary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're just being precautionary here.
I hope they're just being precautionary right here.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe every single injury I should just sell, a little fear to the masses. Maybe every single lineup that comes out, I should sell a little anger to the masses.
What's the last time you had an injury and you oversold it too much?
When I was first in Seattle, I sprained a wrist very bad, and I wore a wrist brace.
For how long?
For about 2 months.
Okay.
It hurt. By the way, Alex Bregman just went yard.
Welcome back, Alex Bregman.
In his first at-bat with the
Welcome
Houston Astros
back.
after injury.
Careful with the high fives in the dugout.
Yeah, let's stay away from his elbow. He has a brace.
Oh, he
elbow bumped him.
Oh my God!
What are you doing?
He's going elbow to elbow with these guys.
Oh, Alex Bregman.
High fives to the whole team?
That's going to hurt your elbow. He elbow bumped him too in celebration. And now he's fist pumping in front of the camera. Come on. That's too much torsion on the elbow.
We don't know which elbow it was, but
yeah, that's true. We don't. We don't.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're having some fun here.
They never said which elbow. it was.
yeah, that's true.
I assumed the right.
I mean, if Dusty Baker was here, it could be both elbows. So like,
It could be his knee.
Yeah.
You
Could've
never
been his knee.
know.
No, you get those joints confused from time to time.
Yeah.
Impersonate Dusty here.
Oh no, wait, that was Jameis Winston who was like, your knees are kind of like your elbows for your legs. If you think
Jameis
about
Winston
it.
talking body parts is the best. I hope we get more of that. I hope Deshaun Watson's injured and someone asks Jameis, "Hey, what do you think? What do you think's going on here?"
I was listening to Diana Ursini. She was on Dan Patrick's show yesterday. She was asked about like which team she was at camp, and she's like bought in, and which team she went to camp and said she can tell it's gonna be a disaster. The team she bought in on was the Texans, and the team that she said just after being there for a day, it seemed that their season's gonna be a disaster, was the Browns. She said the vibes are just bad at Browns camp.
Yeah, well, the quarterback has not been there for a lot of the offseason throwing.
He's going to play this weekend.
And they gave Stefanski an extension, and they gave Berrien an extension. And, I mean, they got a lot of talent on that roster. But, I mean, is Amari Cooper going to be there? You know, they were trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've made their life more difficult than most in the NFL, I would say.
It is a weird spot to be in. I mean, last year, Joe Flacco comes in, and he was really good. I mean, you expected nothing out of him. The guy was basically out of the league. He comes in there, and he does well. And there is something to keeping the good thing in the locker room going the next year. And it's weird. The last couple of years in the NFL, we've seen teams like the Raiders, when they had Rich Bisaccia to close out the season after Gruden got fired for his emails. Everyone loved what was happening there. And they still brought in Josh McDaniels, and now all of a sudden the vibes are finally back because of what Antonio Pierce did at the end of the year. It's weird. Look, it's not the end all be all, but these guys are professionals. And are you winning a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco as your quarterback? Based off of how the Houston Texans kept on pick-sixing him, probably not. But at the same time, sometimes people like playing for a guy more than another. And I don't feel like Deshaun Watson has the same support in Cleveland that he had when he first got there. And why would he? He hasn't played.
No, it's a very real thing. And this is one after the draft, everyone was talking about with the Atlanta Falcons. It was like, is a under 25 core of Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and Bijan Robinson, who are they going to be hanging out with on a Friday night? Kirk Cousins or Michael Penix? That's why Joe Flacco had to leave Cleveland. They had to get rid of him because they knew that if Deshaun struggled, you can't be rolling Joe Flacco out there. I mean, Deshaun Watson out there when Joe Flacco, who was better than Deshaun last year, is sitting on the bench. That's why they had to replace him. But Jameis Winston has come in now, and he's been delivering A-plus speeches. And he just seems like he's one of the dudes there, unlike Deshaun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He is liked. He is well liked. And sometimes liking your quarterback helps. Who would have thought? I mean, that's one of the things about CJ Stroud that, I know we kiss his ass left and right. Deservedly so. They love him. They really like him. He's a normal person. He doesn't remove himself from the locker room yet. That could happen, but I mean, it's not like Aaron Rodgers. It's not like Russell Wilson. He is one of the guys. I would feel for the same way that we're talking about how the vibes are bad in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Same thing in New York. How could they be good with Aaron Rodgers sort of here, sort of there, in Egypt? How could they be good?
I thought you were talking about the Giants. I was like, well, that's because everyone on the team can see the quarterback's like, that guy sucks. But yeah, that is the thing with CJ Stroud, and it's probably looking a few years ahead of how do you deal with being not just the leader of the team as the quarterback, but when you're a superstar quarterback and still maintaining that and not becoming a phony or not becoming, I mean, like you're talking about with Bijan and Kyle Pitts and Drake London with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins seems like a reasonable dude to hang out with, but there is a little bit that gets lost when you're no longer, on a young team. You are the young quarterback there. Brady had to deal with it. Brady had a great way of dealing with it because he would come up and shake her hand and be like, "Hi, my name's Tom," and which immediately kind of humanizes the guy when you're a 7th round receiver who was playing lacrosse 18 months ago, and now you're on the Patriots.
Interesting with Brady. Brady was, for some, very almost creepily calculated in studying Drew Bledsoe as the starting quarterback. This was not brought up in the dynasty, which honestly they thought they should have, because there have been some written stories about this. How Brady was asking Bledsoe's limo driver about what he does.
That's weird.
It really is a weird story.
I thought you meant just observing him and learning like that, but asking his limo driver.
Hey.
As we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season, I'll find that. We'll share that with you. I mean, we're 15 days away. We got to talk about one of the greatest players in NFL history. Look at Joe's face.
I don't know what you're gonna say.
You know what I'm gonna say.
Kymie Fairbairn?
Well, he's the greatest kicker in Texans history, but
Can
no.
you say his full name?
We're gonna talk about the greatest number 15, maybe in the history of the world. Okay.
Oh, I know. Especially in your world.
It's Gallant George. Stay put.
And here we go. First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
Timmy! Senegal! Timmy! I do love Tim Tebow. That year was crazy. I'm sure you remember the Broncos-Bears game that year.
Who was that running back? Oh, what's
Marion
his name?
Barber.
Oh, he ran out of bounds. That idiot.
Marion Barber.
Oh my!
I think he had a fumble too.
The power of Jesus just like pushed him out of bounds.
Truly,
it was absurd football week after week.
That year, if I've ever believed in divine intervention,
that was it.
Tim Tebow that season with them truly angels in the outfield-esque stuff that was happening on football fields. I mean, that made me believe for a little bit. I'm not even kidding. I'm not trying to be sacrilegious here. There were moments where I thought to myself, I mean, this guy clearly has very strong faith, and things are happening that do not make sense because he was not an NFL caliber quarterback. I'll even admit that. I'm a huge Florida Gator fan. I loved Tebow in college. What happened in 2011, that year, it was ridiculous. I think they won 8 games in a row, and all of them were like, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Tim was awful in all of them.
It wasn't like he wasn't an NFL quarterback, but for 8 games he played like it. No, he didn't play like it for any of the games. He wasn't that good at passing the football. There was a game, I want to say it was against the Chiefs, where they won with him only completing like 3 passes. He was like 3 for 8, and they won. It was like
2 for 8.
2 for
69 yards, 1 touchdown.
Nice. There's no other ways to say it other than they would win through acts of God.
No one cares about my fantasy football team, but I remember I started Tim Tebow in a 2-quarterback league because I didn't have a quarterback that week, and they put him in at the end of the game against the Dolphins, and he got me 20 points. He was one of the leading scorers in fantasy football that year, and this was just some guy. I was like, screw it, I love Tebow. Let's see what happens. I got nothing else to put out there, and yeah, it was insane. He basically was the only reason my team was good because I had a bad draft. All right, continuing to go around the NFL as we are 15 days away. Tim Tebow's number from the start of the NFL year, Kaimi Fairbairn. He's been wearing that number since 2016. Will Fuller, he was fast, hamstring issues, but pretty good receiver, all things considered, for the Texans when healthy. And the late Ryan Mallett, our alarm clocks. Oof. I feel bad for Ryan Mallett. I do. Obviously, it's really tragic that he passed away drowning a couple of years ago. But I felt for Ryan Mallett. I felt like he was trying, and sometimes you can't get out of your own way.
Yeah, the alarm story's tough. Also because I remember when it happened. I was like, I feel like this happens more often than we are
no doubt
led to believe. But because of whatever was happening at practice behind the scenes, that's why him sleeping through his alarm was made so public.
Mm-hmm.
Like if CJ did that no one would ever know.
Well, also, I don't think CJ would ever do that.
Yes, but
I think Ryan Mallett always had some maturity issues going back to, his time at Michigan and then at Arkansas. But for it to be highlighted the way that it was on Hard Knocks to what you were saying, yeah, I mean, that hurt. And then, of course, he had the moment against the Dolphins, too, and where he almost missed the team flight and they wanted to cut him. But since they didn't have a backup, they had to keep him on the roster until after the game. It was a really messy situation. O'Brien, who we know would get angry about stuff. He was so pissed about that. All right. Brian Flores, Tua Tagovailoa earlier this week basically called him a bad person without calling him by name. Brian Flores, now the Vikings defensive coordinator, former head coach of the Miami Dolphins when Tua was under center, had this to say about Tua's commentary.
I just want to say, look, I'm happy, genuinely happy, genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And I think player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. And I got into coaching because I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because And I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour it into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And, that's really my goal always in coaching.
I was surprised to see him up at the podium like this. My gut tells me is he requested to speak, to be able to say that.
You definitely want to clean up after the mess.
Yeah, and he didn't go on the attack, which he probably would have had every right to do so.
Imagine if he went on the attack.
Just call him like a soft ass boy.
He's like, this guy couldn't play for me. Couldn't play for me. Not me. He ain't about that life. He
can't take tough coaching.
Was he more reflective here or trying to clean up his public image?
I think a little bit of.
There's probably a little of both.
I think in being publicly reflective, that is the best way to clean up your
100%.
Your image there. Talk about why you got into coaching and stuff.
Because I still wonder. I'm curious to see if he'll ever be a head coach again. And because he sued the league, but he got another coach. He got other coaching jobs.
He's the Vikings defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He's not that far away.
Yeah, because the Steelers brought him in last year, I think it was, or 2 years ago, as the linebackers coach, and then now he's the DC. So like the next step would be if Minnesota has a good defense this year, you probably can't do much better. We're like looking back at this and saying like, hey, it sucks being called a terrible person. It will help him get another job.
It's not like he was a disaster with Miami in terms of the wins and losses. He was just a D-bag behind the scenes from the sound of things, at least based off of that Tua Tagovailoa story. But, I mean, seems rather on brand for guys who have worked under Bill Belichick. No? Josh McDaniels, Bill O'Brien.
Patricia.
Exactly.
But that's why they all fail.
Yeah.
That's why they all fail.
You can't do that when you're not Belichick. You're
Exactly.
right. And the way that the way that players want coaches to approach them now is a lot closer to the model that I think Pete Carroll made successful. And Pete Carroll has his faults. There's no denying that. I feel like sometimes the attention to detail was an issue with him. But people loved playing for Pete. Pete was just constantly positive. He wasn't putting people down. And I think a lot of players today, they don't want to be put down. I think that there is no one-size-all way to coach. Some people respond to what Brian Flores does.
And I think you have to know that in a locker room.
Yes.
You have to know that.
It's hard to figure that out.
Especially if you want to be more tough, it's hard to not be tough on your quarterback if he can't handle that. Because it just sets this like weird standard. But not everyone also wants to be, not that Tua wants to be coddled, but I mean, he kind of says he basically said he did. Like he just wants to be told like, hey, you're perfect for this, you're that, you're that. Instead of being, no. He was told he sucked, but
yeah, it's also
it's a hard balance.
It's not like Tua also had never played for a coach before Brian Flores. It's not like he was coached by his dad in college. He was coached by Nick Saban in college. Like the
point,
there is and no one would say, oh yeah, Nick Saban just loves up on his players. That's all he does. He doesn't coach them tough.
But
it's like there is a way to coach them tough that isn't just like, hey, you suck.
Yeah, because if you think back to the first episode of Hard Knocks when he was there with the Bears, and he was talking about how he would stand behind the quarterbacks and his relationship with the quarterback, you could kind of tell. Nick Saban was saying, without saying it, that quarterbacks are like mentally fragile. And you have to guide them through certain things to get the best out of them. And a lot of them, because they've been so good their whole life, you can't just beat them down.
You can't.
Pete Carroll, teacher.
Did
you see that?
Yeah, he's a teacher now at USC.
At USC. I'd take that class.
I would too, but
I don't even know what it is.
He would be all over the place.
Yeah, I can't imagine he would follow the syllabus very closely.
Focus for Pete. Always a little tough. He's not quite Mike Leach, who also was doing a little teaching.
Yeah.
Because that guy, he'll just go off on a tangent, and you never know when it's going to end.
But wasn't he teaching like World War history or something like that, Mike Leach? Like,
yeah, he's a huge history buff.
Yeah, I think Pete's is probably like a leadership class.
Yeah, I think so.
But
listen, you'll certainly have fun in a class like that. Speaking of quarterbacks and confidence, how about Daryl Doucette, 35-year-old right-handed man who helped lead the United States National Flag Football League team to gold at the 2022 World Games. He feels like it's disrespectful that a lot of NFL stars believe that they would be able to step in for flag footballers, and he believes he's better suited to lead them in 2028 than Mahomes is, saying, quote, "At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game."
All right, bud. Good luck with that. If they wanted to not have the NFL players take over their sport, this is the wrong approach.
This is how you get them to do it.
Yeah, this is how you get them to say, okay, well, we're going to just ruin all of you.
Because at first it was beneath them, and now it's, oh, you're challenging the most competitive people in the United States of America.
Yeah, go play for another country and we'll see how it goes. Like, just represent Canada.
That's my thing with they don't know how to play the game. I don't. Does Pat Mahomes need to know how to play flag football to dominate? Like, I imagine the principles are pretty much the same. I don't think they'll be able to cover any of the receivers. It's a little bit like going like, hey, the dream team doesn't know how to play against European basketball back in 1992. Didn't matter.
Imagine these quarterbacks know that you can't hit them.
Yes.
What do you think's going to happen?
It's also with the rush. Like, I think Pat Mahomes would be able to avoid getting his flag pulled. Pretty much as well as he avoids getting tackled in the NFL.
He's always getting touched. It's incredible.
He'll just run up the sideline. They won't touch him.
I joke about this all the time. He looks like Vladimir Putin playing hockey. Like, I don't know why it is that defenders seem reluctant to go chase him when he's rolling around, and it makes it easier for him. Someone's got to just smack him.
Yeah, I think it's because they're so worried he's just going to do the whoop. It's like
or throw around the back against him.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on tape that you can't fully commit because he'll probably also make you look stupid that way too.
The NFL, by the way, they want to have flag football players in the Olympics. So the NFL is going to find a way to make it so it's just NFL players.
Oh, they want NFL players in the Olympics.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did I say that?
You said they want flag football players in the Olympics.
My bad. Sorry. They want NFL players to be flag football players in the Olympics.
Something. Just remember this in 3.5 years when they're talking about when I imagine NFL players are going to be trying to campaign to be on this team because they'll be a pretty tight roster to crack. They're going to miss training camp to do this. That is going to make so many guys want to try out for this team to be playing flag football instead of practice.
But here's what I really need. I need like a Hard Knocks version of the tryout. Like, I need to see however they determine between like Patrick Mahomes and CJ Stroud and Lamar Jackson and
Josh
Jalen
Allen.
Hurts.
What about
Josh
Doucette?
Allen.
What about Doucette?
He can try out.
Yeah, he can be the water boy. But like,
no, I'll let him try out.
Yeah, like I need like a Hard Knocks insight of like all these guys trying to make this team. That'd be
great.
Very intrigued by.
Like a 5-part documentary, the making of U.S. flag football.
Yes, give it to me.
People wanted to defend their territory. You know, that's what this guy is doing now. Is defending that territory probably going to go about the same way Poland trying to defend its territory went? I mean, it does feel that way when you're going up against NFL players and you're talking about a 5'7" quarterback who's 160 pounds, who's probably not that big, and I doubt is all that fast. Honestly, I looked at him. I'm thinking to myself, would I give this person extra respect if I saw him on the flag football field? Probably not. Probably not.
It's
How tall is he?
5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, 5'8", 140 was the listing that I saw.
He's 140 pounds.
That's what I saw.
Oh, I would deck his ass.
Credit to Dov.
Oh,
Kleiman.
my bad. I just ran too fast. I'll take the 15-yard penalty. Sometimes you just got to be physical in a flag game.
Is Micah Parsons just gonna like accidentally like kill someone though in the Olympics?
That would be fun. I would
Just
like that.
just run someone over.
Hell yeah, let's do it. USA. Gallant George, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Up next, a classic memory of our childhood. It's returning to a screen near you, and it has us wondering, what are things from the 90s and 2000s in the world of sports or and beyond that you missed the most? It's Gallant George. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You know what I miss? I miss making all that money betting on NFL football at mybookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975, and you're going to get a deposit bonus that matches up to your first $1,000. And you can play with that money right away. You can bet on preseason football if you're a crazy person. Yeah, I think you're a crazy person if you bet on preseason football. What? You don't think you're a crazy person for betting on preseason football? But you can also bet on Super Bowl odds. The Houston Texans, Super Bowl 59. It's a fun play. Plus 1650. That is 8th among all NFL teams at mybookie.ag. It's ahead of the Dallas Cowboys. Plus 1825. Mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus as soon as you sign up. Or if you're a returning subscriber, guess what? You get another bonus as well. It's mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We like video games on this show. I just know that if I play them, I'll find myself at 3:30 in the morning saying to myself, Paul, you need to stop playing Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2. You need to go to bed. You're an adult. You have work tomorrow. You're 35 years old. Even your cat's judging you. That did not happen last night.
No.
Did not. No.
The night before.
It did happen last night, actually. See, when I go through phases of depression, I play video games. And then the way I get out of depression is realizing, wow, Paul, you've played video games for 13 hours straight.
But at least you can recognize it.
it's like a once every couple of month thing where I just feel down. I don't even know why. And I do that.
At least it's not once a week.
Yeah, and at
No,
least you
thank
have
God.
that rock bottom moment every time.
It's funny. Like for some people, it's drugs. For me, it's video games. It's just playing a video game. And I'm like,
Endless video games. Now, is there like other like binging that goes into this? Like, do you
No.
Imbibe?
Like
No,
two large pizzas are getting
Oh,
crushed?
no, look
With,
at
like
that.
vanilla. I know vanilla Coke's your thing.
No.
I don't know why I said pizza.
Yeah.
Tacos. Just have like a tray of tacos and vanilla Coke.
No. I'm
Seasonal Oreos.
You're talking seasonal Oreos would be
Okay.
it. And then I'd puke it. So-
We're coming up to pumpkin spice season.
But anyway, listen. I
When
want,
they're out, I'll bring some for you.
don't please. I'll puke. I don't want to puke in studio. I eat these things too fast. and I
we should
puke.
we should have you try to eat them in a segment.
Yeah.
Well, to bring it back to where we were originally going.
Yes.
The NCAA football video game is out for consoles, and a computer game from back in the day that a lot of people our age loved, Backyard Baseball / Backyard Sports, is coming back. For those who don't know, Backyard Baseball and then Backyard Football, and I think they did a Backyard Basketball as well,
I think so, yeah.
is a video game where a bunch of kids in a neighborhood are playing sports together in a league. And they all have their own unique traits and things. It was an interesting way to create something that didn't have the licensing of Major League Baseball, at least at first, or the NFL.
Yeah,
at
because
least at
eventually they
first.
added those guys in.
Right,
Like,
they
eventually
added-
you had Griffey and Sosa and Jose
Yeah.
Canseco were in the game as kids.
Nothing but great role models.
I saw Jose Canseco tweet, "Bring me back."
I forgot Canseco was in
Yeah.
it. Oh, it's a riot. So it was one of those things where it was a fun game to play, and Joe had you asking this question: what else do we need to see return from the 90s and 2000s?
Well, I need this one for my phone. I don't need this for like a PS5.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna buy it. If they made Backyard Baseball
for the phone,
for like an app store game, I'm in.
I don't want you
like,
playing on that in the middle of the show.
3 hours on a flight, just like crushing Backyard Baseball. The whole flight to Chicago would be right up my alley. I kind of want to can I get just like more affordable, like handheld gaming systems though? I miss the Game Boy. I loved the Game Boy. Cause like the PSP and whatever the
PSP.
Switch, they're so expensive.
Pokemon on Game Boy was elite.
I guess we just need to bring Pokemon back because I'm with you.
It's still a thing. People still play it.
Yeah, but I like just the original version.
Oh, see, now you're a get off my lawn.
Yeah.
guy.
I don't know. Now there's like 600 Pokemon. Like,
Yeah.
hard pass.
There's lots of Pokemon.
I
Gotta
like-
catch them all.
I liked it when it was exclusive.
Yeah.
When you could look at it and you're like, I know what that is. Maybe this is just us no longer playing. So now we look at them, we're like, don't know what that is. Not interested.
Yeah, I mean, we say a lot of the new Pokemon. I mean, we look at them and we're like, "Oh, look at these kids these days. And
Yeah.
the
Pull up your
new kid-
pants, new Pokemon.
and the new kids playing Pokemon are like, well, those Pokemon were plumbers.
Pikachu went up against plumbers
Pikachu's
and
going up
mailmen.
against plumbers, man. But what else would you want to bring back from the 90s and 2000s? I want to bring back grunge music. I think grunge was the best. It's the best genre of music. Something in the way. Ooh, you know? Great music.
Grunge music would be. Is it gone? Like, do you find like are you still actively listening to grunge music?
Oh yeah, dude.
That's your go. Is that your go-to workout music?
No, I don't listen to music on the workouts. I listen to podcasts at 1.75 speed.
Really? Why 1.75?
So I can get through as many as I possibly can.
But you don't go to the full 2?
No, because 2 is too much.
See, I agree. I think people who go full 2 on a podcast for the speed, I think they're absolutely insane.
1.5 is honestly the better way to go. Most podcasts, I actually have to bring it back to 1.5. But if I could, there's some where it's just like, okay, let's get to the point. 1.75. This is probably why I, from time to time, speak too fast, is because I listen to podcasts that are basically in fast forward. So whenever I get excited, I start speaking a million miles per hour, and no one
Gotcha.
understands what the hell I'm saying.
Austin Powers. Can I have Austin Powers back? I loved Austin Powers movies. I want them to bring back Austin Powers with a different actor. Give me a reboot.
With a different actor?
Yeah, he's kind of
What?
too old.
You want a reboot? It's,
I think
it's a classic comedy series. You
I
can't
know.
do that.
You
It'll be
want
terrible.
Timothy Chalamet in?
No.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
I did not say
That's what I'm hearing.
We could. I mean, Michael Myers could try it, but no one wants to work with him because he's a jerk.
Mike Myers is a jerk?
Apparently, he's like one of the worst people in Hollywood.
Huh.
I didn't know about that.
I also didn't know about that.
Do you guys remember Legends of the Hidden Temple?
On Nickelodeon?
Yeah. I guess you're too young for that.
This is just childhood nostalgia.
Well, that's what the 90s are.
The 90s weren't as good as everyone makes them out to be, but I think the thing I miss the most from the 90s is when we didn't have cell phones. Call me old, but I feel like I was a much more productive person when I didn't have this demon hanging around me at all times.
I was going to say steroids in baseball.
Hell yeah. Steroids in baseball. That's a good one.
The Astros jerseys of the time. Just as a throwback. They don't need to fully change back to the like the one Paul's wearing. If you can see on Twitch.
The blue and golds.
1997-ish range. Yeah, those two pretty easy fixes.
Yeah, I'm good with steroids. It's coming back.
Long 2-point jump shots. Just bring them back.
I don't need that one.
Really? I watched a highlight package on Twitter of it was only Kevin Garnett pick and pop jumpers from like 22 feet out. So they're all like his heels were on the 3-point line, and it's a shot now that if you shoot that, your coach immediately pulls out a gun and shoots you in the face.
Do we want to bring back what they would now deem targeting in football?
Yeah.
No.
Big hits?
Real football rules?
Yeah,
Real hits, yes. Targeting, probably not. I don't want people to die.
That's true. We don't really talk about concussions anymore, though, so maybe it was fake news. I'm kidding.
Okay. I was gonna let that one sit.
I'm
yeah.
kidding.
I was gonna let that one sit.
They just don't talk about it anymore.
Things from the 90s that we want to bring back. How about this? How about when we actually didn't have so much Star Wars oversaturation that we were excited about the new Star Wars coming out? I say that because The Acolyte got canceled today.
It did get canceled.
After one season.
Not surprising.
Not surprising. I didn't watch one episode, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah. Creativeness in the movies. Like, you think back to like the movies that were coming, everything now is which is ironic because of what I said about Austin Powers, but everything now is a sequel, reboot, or just comic book movie, or new part of a universe. Like, there's no like creative ideas for the movie theater anymore. Because I do love still going to the movies.
I saw Deadpool on Saturday. It was good.
Yeah, it was good.
But there are very few movies where I feel the urge to go see in theaters. And I mean, two of them that I would have typically gone to in the past. One, A Quiet Place 3, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that movie theater experience was awesome for the first two. Didn't go for that. And the new Mad Max, the Furiosa one, which I watched on HBO on Friday, or I guess on Max. It was good, but I don't go out of my way to go to the theaters anymore. I feel like it's now you're just wondering, is it going to be on Max for free? Oh, wait.
And they come out so fast. Like Twisters is already on anywhere if you want to rent it, which is the same price as seeing it in the movie theaters.
Yeah.
So it's like I just rented it the other day at my house.
Missing out.
Because of big screen?
Yeah. See,
I
there
mean,
are
you're
some
right.
movies that are just like inherently better because you're watching on a 200-foot screen.
I could tell that it would have been a lot better in like the loud and like huge screen.
Yeah.
But I'm busy. So
What the
watch it at home.
what? What the what?
You know, kid.
Take them to see Twisters.
Oh. I don't think we're there yet.
It's like PG-13, right?
I think he's more worried about
his
son to the other people in the throwing popcorn on people.
That would be pretty funny, though. That would be pretty
People don't forget, Joe.
I know they don't.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. Alex Bregman homered in his first game back for the Astros this afternoon. Houston's down 2-1 to the Red Sox, bottom of the third with runners on first and second. Jeremy Pena at the plate and 2 outs. Bregman's home run was 109.1 miles per hour off the bat, the hardest hit home run of his career, to left field, first row of the Crawford box.
You ripped that thing. Nice to see him back. I kind of annoyed he didn't play yesterday if he was this healthy.
I was just about to say he could have played yesterday.
He probably could have played the last 2 days. It just really seems like his injury wasn't that bad, and they're being extra precautious, but couldn't he just been the DH yesterday?
Like 15 hours ago?
Yeah.
The celebration after the home run was a little concerning.
You could tell he was like pulling up a little bit when he was hitting the elbow with Jordan. Like he didn't do the full celebration. It was like a little love tap, but he didn't go all the way in. So or maybe it wasn't the hurt elbow. You never know, Paul. They don't tell us these details of what is and what's not wrong.
I know
players hopping, skipping, and
skipping and jumping. Yeah, I know that when my elbow's hurt, the first thing I want to do is just elbow bump somebody.
Yeah,
like it's COVID-19 all over again.
Especially Jordan. Just could not pick a more made of granite person.
Do you want to? Can you start trying to elbow bump like Daniil Hunter when you see him tomorrow? Just like, what's up, man?
What's up?
Just see how it goes.
Or try to do the thing from Predator where it's just 2 biceps.
I'm pretty sure there's one Houston Texans security guy who got annoyed with me because I walked to where you always used to be able to walk to go to the bathroom at training camp. Oh, excuse me, sir. Where are you going? I think if I made any contact with a Houston Texans player, that guy is just looking for me. And what he's going to do is he's going to grab me by the back of my tiny little neck, and he's going to just bury me in the turf, and he's going to Ziploc tie my arms behind my back.
So he's like a legit large man security.
He's not that big, but you know, I'm not built for the Oklahoma drill. Okay, I'm built to run.
You can jump over him or something.
I can't jump over him anymore.
Juke him out?
Yeah.
No, I can't do that anymore. I did that once in an Oklahoma drill. My coach thought it was hilarious. I mean,
you tried to jump.
Just tried to hurdle him. Yeah.
That happened this weekend, I think, in the Texans. Yeah, it was the Giants tight end. He tried to hurdle someone on like one of the first plays of the game. And why?
Because hurdling people's awesome. If you have the ability to do it, you should try to do it.
Yeah, but when you fail, it's
gonna
hurt. It's gonna hurt, and it looks bad.
I came so close to clearing it. My foot got caught on the guy's shoulder pad. Sadly, sad day. A sad day. But we're keeping an eye on what the Houston Astros are doing. Justin Verlander is still pitching. It is the top of the fourth, and he has allowed some extra base hits by the old Bo Sox. It is incredible that even with a loss last night and some, I would say, close moments, these first 2 games against the Red Sox, that the Astros lead has actually increased during this series against Boston, because once again, Seattle lost 6-3 yesterday to the Dodgers after blowing a 3-0 lead. They're 64-63. And it is crazy how shaky they are given the pitching numbers that they have, which is at the top of baseball in just about every single major statistical category.
Yeah,
I love it.
And you know, when we were talking about the lineup struggles last week, I think it was, and we were discussing how, you know, like you just think that everything will balance out at some point. The offense will get better. The pitching will probably come down a little bit. It's like, you think about that for the Mariners, you would think at some point, like the offense would just get like a tiny little bit better. They just got worse. Like they added at the deadline, and the offense just seemingly got worse at this point in the season. They're a total disaster. It's funny to see. And at this point, I'm just curious, like how much, like how do you know this? So you know this ownership group. What do you think happens next?
Good
GM
question.
fired, coach fired, manager fired.
They have the money to do something. They are one of the more profitable organizations in baseball over the last couple of years. I forget if it's by actual cash flow or if it's by percentages or what, but I know that they were towards the top of baseball in terms of money made. They could easily move on from Jerry DiPoto, who's been the GM for almost a decade, I think. I think it was 2015, 2016 when he first took over. So he's their general manager. And Scott Service has been around for a while, too, through some pretty low moments. Service is going to be gone. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of just when it happens. But you would have thought that it would happen by now. I don't understand what they think letting him continue to manage is going to do for them, even if it's not necessarily Scott Service's fault. DiPoto said it's on all of us in this article that Ken Rosenthal put together in The Athletic. And I will admit that I am enjoying the idea of my replacement in the mornings in Seattle having to sing-song this BS. But it really makes little sense given that they have bats who you recognize and they have really good pitching. They have the worst ballpark in baseball for hitters, maybe. There's the marine layer, and on top of that, it's just a cavern. Is that why they aren't able to hit at all? I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to guess the answer is no, because I almost wonder if there's a chance they also fire sale this offseason as well. I mean, this is a team that we saw a couple years ago is in the playoff race and traded Kendall Graveman to the Astros. And they were right in the thick of it. They traded their closer, and he was having a great season for the Mariners at that point. And they just gave up. Is this ownership going to clean house and then tell the new guy to come and be like, hey, well, we clearly can't compete with this roster, so let's extend our profit margins even more, and let's trade Luis Castillo, and let's start trading these guys and rebuild from scratch again. Like, very weirdly, as we looked at the Astros window of, what Jim Crane has said is where there'll always be a championship caliber team and they'll be fighting for the playoffs. You've got the Angels, who are a disaster. You've got the A's, who are going to be playing in Sacramento next year, have some good young players, but are still a disaster themselves. The Rangers got their World Series and now have collapsed on themselves. And then you have the Mariners, who will likely be firing their manager, I think their president of baseball operations / GM, in Jerry DiPoto, and could very easily fire sale their roster to where the Astros, yes, there's a bunch of roster questions, will very clearly be the best team, or at least the betting favorite to win the AL West again in 2025, even if Justin Verlander and Alex Bregman are not on this team.
I think so. I mean, the Rangers are exactly what a lot of people were saying they would be last year, which is one and done. Angels are never going to be good with Artie Moreno running the show, and they had a chance for him to leave, and he pulled up at the very last second. He's staying there. The A's are the worst organization in professional sports and don't even know where they are going to play next year. Seattle was truly the only candidate that could challenge the Astros in the AL West. So the AL West might continue to get worse and worse, but the Astros might be about to become the Twins or Guardians of that division, except for they have World Series success in the past that they can point to as well. It's a great place to be in. I think for Seattle and their complete inability to take advantage of an Astros loss yesterday, the Astros are really hot right now. If they move on from the guys you said, if they move on from Jerry DiPoto, if they move on from Scott Service, the ownership is the exact same ownership group that has been there for a very long period of time. And I think every single fan in that city knows that when you got an owner like that, there's only so much you can do. It's why it's incredible the way that the Houston Texans have changed perceptions about them over the last couple of years. Owners never change their stripes. They're always the same thing for years and years, and they never learn. They think they know everything because they have money, and they've been successful in other capacities and in outlets and things, and they think everything they do is going to work. And in sports, it's not as easily done because obviously there's a little bit of unknown here, more so I would imagine than when you have lobbyists and Congress who can tip you off on insider trades that are going to help you out in the business world.
And typically when you see an owner change his stripes, it's usually for a very bad reason. It's because their franchise has had great success, and then they start to think, I could just do this myself. Jim Crane, a little bit. Jerry Jones. Like you have owners that just think they know better than everyone, and they just go full force of just trying to run the show by themselves. But yeah, I mean, the Astros are in a good position again. It's fascinating to see how over this run you've had the A's be a threat and they've fallen back off. The Rangers felt like they were going to be a threat, and then you had this Mariners team just kind of lurking there as a solid to pretty good baseball team, and they've just now in 2024 just collapsed in a way to where it wouldn't shock me if they blow it up so much they're the worst team in the division next year. Like I just you never know with an ownership group. They could go all in again. They could try to, spend more money and go the opposite direction, or bring in a GM that knows just a little bit better. But it just really wouldn't shock me if this is they just feel so defeated that they just say, well, we'll get him in like 2 years with prospects, and we'll save a bunch of money.
And just do the same thing again.
And then we'll do the same thing over and over again.
Do the same thing again after that.
And that's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, they got a beautiful ballpark. They got a very loyal fan base, despite the lack of success. And they're just stuck. And the Astros, it helps them a lot. They're going to win the division forever.
Paul, is this a funeral for the Seattle Mariners?
I can't do it. We did it last year.
Okay.
We did it last year.
Good.
Killed the Rangers.
And then they came back.
Yeah.
How far were the Rangers back when you did it, though?
It was after they went about this time of year.
Yeah, it was like September, maybe.
It was like right before I think
early
the start of
September.
the season. Yeah, it was when they went to Arlington and they won like 39-10 over 3 games.
Okay.
And I killed them. And I mean, look, the Astros won the AL West last game of the year, but down the stretch, the Astros started playing like crap. The Rangers and Mariners just also were playing like crap.
They play like more crap.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what happened this year.
It's kind of just been the AL West outside of this stretch that the Astros have had in a post Jose Abreu world. I mean, the AL West has sucked, and yet it won a World Series for the second straight year.
Yeah. Normally,
Two-time defending champion division.
I was gonna say normally the other teams are crap, but at least the Astros win 100 games.
Yeah.
The last year and a half, it's kind of been you just have to be less bad than they are, and luckily, life always finds a way with these bozos.
Bunch of morons in the division.
Yeah, just build a good team. Just do it.
Which division's worse, Paul? The AL West or the
West.
AFC East?
AL West. AL West is the worst thing I've ever seen. Which division did you
The
say?
AFC East. It's like when the Patriots were going through their prime run.
Oh,
versus
the Patriots had to go up against the Jets, and they had to go up against. There were a couple of good Dolphins teams and a couple of Jets teams. I think it's overstated how bad the AFC East was. The Patriots had the exact same record, winning percentage-wise, against every single other team that they played. And it was like, it's because the division's so easy. They smoked everybody. There's 6 games a year.
And the Sanchez did go to 2 straight.
Yeah, he went to 2 straight. Look, those Jets teams were good for what it's worth. That AFC East, the AL West. I mean, you have a team that is run, and they don't know where they're playing. I mean, you may as well not exist.
Yeah, because they don't have a deal in Vegas.
Yeah, Joe, you said the Mariners might be the worst team in the division next year.
No way.
Put some respect on Oakland.
And the Angels, who get forgotten all the time and have Mike Trout and are still horrible.
Yeah, Mike Trout never going to play baseball again, it feels like. He'll play for like 5 games and then get hurt. And then he'll come back and he'll get hurt.
You know, in the same way that we all finally decided a couple of years ago that it was okay for Damian Lillard to ask out, and then he finally did. It is okay for Mike Trout to ask out.
It's been okay.
Yeah.
It was okay before he signed the 10-year contract.
Yeah,
100%. I think people were hoping he left.
Yeah, no pity for that guy. This is not Damian Lillard. Like, Damian, because of the way the NBA
Lillard
contracts
also
are set
signed
up,
a bunch of extensions. With
but
Portland.
the way the NBA contracts are set up is like you make a lot more money if you stay. So, like, at least I got it. And he went to the playoffs a couple times. I feel zero pity for Mike Trout. He knew what a trash-ass organization he played for, and he signed a 10-year contract.
They did get Ohtani.
And they won. They made 0 playoff appearances with those 2 guys.
I mean, that part I agree with. I've always felt that it's fun to deflate Mike Trout's tires because for whatever reason against the Astros, he's been okay. Like his numbers for the most part, sort of like JJ Watt racked up all those stats against AFC South opponents, the Jaguars and the Titans. You could argue that Mike Trout was taking advantage of the bum-ass A's and the bum-ass Mariners, who really, it's like the last couple of years, the Mariners haven't been a joke.
The AL West.
The Rangers, who have really, like, outside of, like, from 15 to last year, like, they stunk.
I think the AL West, the more apt comparison is the AFC South, where, I mean, you had 9-8 Texans teams.
And no one cares,
yeah,
too.
9-7.
Yeah, but obviously the big difference is Like the body of the division is good, but there's not like the top team that's like winning.
It was the Texans.
Winning championships.
AFC South.
Come on, dude.
Real championships.
Division
Doesn't matter,
games.
Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
That's my bad. Didn't mean to interrupt.
That's why.
Bill, you just interrupted him 6 times.
I wanted to make it just the first part, but I'm like the whole thing is so funny.
Oh, Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Boston College.
They're in
wait to
for a
see how that
treat.
goes.
They're in for a treat.
Back-to-back ACC Coast champions. I don't know if they're in the Coast.
I don't think they have Coast anymore.
They don't.
This is one conference now.
I am curious how that'll go. I mean, to be fair, the fire and brimstone approach that Bill O'Brien brings to the table when he goes teapot mode, it definitely works at a Catholic institution. He's bringing back 1950s Catholic justice. He's going to bring a ruler out to practice. Smack it on a player's shoulder pads. It's fine. They're padded. They got helmets. Bill O'Brien bringing rulers back onto the football field. Classroom and sports intersecting
Boom.
at one of the premier institutions in the United States of America.
Athletes.
They are student athletes at Boston College because they're more student than athlete.
It's a good school, Boston
Hey,
College.
that was kind of mean.
What?
BC has randomly had some very good NFL players, despite being largely a program that, one, no one in Boston cares about because the people that go to Boston College are generally insufferable. And two, like I mean, it's cool to go to school kind of in Boston. You're not actually in it. But they'll randomly get the occasional Matt Ryan.
I mean, they might have what?
Or
Is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer for you?
Hmm?
Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer?
No.
So they'll have one Hall of Famer in Luke Kuechly, right?
I forgot he went there.
And then you'll have Matt Ryan, who was on Hard Knocks last night, who will be discussed heavily as a Hall of Famer. I'm with you that he's not, but a lot of national television conversations going to center around Matt Ryan's Hall of Fame candidacy.
Justin Simmons, Boston College. Zay Flowers, Boston College.
That's right.
Gosder Cherilus of airline fame.
Oh,
Boston
really?
College.
They need to scrub that off.
Yeah, they got to demote him out of there.
Damian Woody, Boston College.
Okay.
Oh, I got an amazing one. I'm actually blown away by this one. In fact, I need to double check this. Get the hell out of here. I can't believe they let this guy into the school. He's the kind of person that would be excommunicated by the Catholic Church. Any guesses, guys?
No.
This player played for 4 Super Bowl winning teams.
Charles Haley?
No.
Okay.
Warm, though, because he did play on the San Francisco 49ers. He played for the Eagles. I'm not going to give the team that he played for that's most obvious, and he finished his career with the Raiders.
Well, Flutie wasn't on that many.
Not Doug Flutie.
Oh, I actually think I know this. No, I don't.
Just give me a guess.
Jeff Garcia?
No.
Are we on the right side of the ball?
Wrong side of the ball with Jeff Garcia.
Okay.
Defensive player. I'm shocked that this guy played for
James
BC.
James Lofton?
Oh,
no, you're both out. Bill Romanowski.
That's who I was going to
played for Boston College. Today I learned he played for Boston College. They've had a lot of really good pros for some reason, and yet they've never been good. And now Bill O'Brien's running the show there. Low pressure? Are we talking about a national championship for the Boston College Eagles in the near future? I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, let's make some bowl games.
Mike Mayock, Boston College.
Wow.
He got fired.
Yeah. They have a surprising amount of decent players. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Not that I rooted for them, though I did. I rooted for them for a little bit.
Why? Just because?
They were in Boston. They had
So
a
it's
couple,
just local.
They had a couple of fun years, and then I realized that everyone who goes there is like, I would have gone to an Ivy League school. And it's like, okay, F
Sounds
off.
like
You didn't-
Northwestern.
You didn't actually go. Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
exactly the same, except for it's Catholic. All right, so there you go, guys. It's Gallant and George. Now you learned way too much information about Boston College football. Thanks, Bill O'Brien. We never can quite get rid of you. Coming up next on the Gallant and George radio program, we're keeping an eye on what Justin Verlander's doing. We're keeping an eye on what Alex Bregman is doing. But Cal McNair continues to be the coolest man in the city of Houston. You'll find out how next.
I want to tell you about LaBerge and Lake Charles. Sean and I will be out there next Thursday and Friday for 2 shows. It's the best place to go and bet on your Texas teams when you want to leave Texas and do that. I love going to the sportsbook. 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. You can use the ESPN Bet app while you're there as well. The food's great. The beer on tap. Carbach is there. Their Crawford Bach. The Hopadillo was there on tap the last time we were there. So it's always a good time when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas team. Go to LaBerge, Lake Charles. You can find out all the rates at LaBerge, Lake Charles on their website, what's going on. There's the golf course there as well. So if you want to get some golf in before you sit down and watch a Saturday of college football or the NFL, you can do that. Check them out at LaBerge in Lake Charles, the sportsbook there, and tell them Joe George sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are crowning the winner for Rock the Mic Friday. We'll be out there at Carbach Brewery from noon until 7. Competition starts in the 5 o'clock hour. And September 20th is going to be the 2024 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener party. If you come to Rock the Mic on Friday, you will get early bird access to our VIP tickets. See you Friday at Carbach.
I'll be there. So will you.
I will be there.
So will Sean.
Sean won't be there.
Sean will come later, though, he says.
Oh, I'm not going to be there the whole time. I'm going to be there from noon to 7. Where the hell else am I going to go?
I'll be manning the board.
Yeah, someone's got to do the grunt work.
Yeah, the dirty work. Get my fingers dirty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get that dirt under my fingernails, of all the dirt that's
Let's
on
clean
this
the
board
before you leave, okay? The way you're describing this right now.
Yeah, make the intern clean it.
Do you have a... Yeah. I'll find some Clorox or something.
That reminds me, did they ever try to make you wear masks during the pandemic and do radio?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, I was in Seattle.
But they tried that for a day at where I was, and we're like, this sounds off. We can't do it.
That's funny. I didn't know they did it on the air. No. So here's the interesting thing for me. When I was doing my show in Seattle, I found out the third show that my co-host was going to be doing the show from New York City. So we were doing it remote for basically the entire time that we were doing it. And one of the perks of us doing it remote was when we finally went back into studio, we didn't have that issue at all. But the other hosts did. There were little plexiglass things that were between them so they could see each other. So they didn't wear masks on the air, but they had plexiglass that are dividing them. And I just always thought it was funny that you could wear a mask in Seattle while walking around, whether it was at a restaurant or at a bar. But when you sat down at your table and you take the mask off, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Because you're at the table with other people. But it's fine at the table.
Table safe.
We had to eat outside, drink outside. The amount of times, in 40-degree weather.
That's tough. Because it's the opposite of this.
Yeah, you had to go. If you went drinking, you had to bundle up. You were constantly cold out there. It was so ridiculous. But no, we never had to wear a mask while doing the actual show.
Yeah, I don't think it even lasted a segment. I think they told us to do it, and then
it sounds terrible.
I think they were like, "Wait, we can't understand you."
Yeah. No, we would do the we would have the producers when we would switch. We would do an actual Clorox wipe down of the buttons and then the microphone that lasted a couple months.
Yeah. See, me, it was me and one other producer. We're doing literally the only two producers.
Mm-hmm.
We were very, very good friends. So I was like, whatever. Because I would just be like, well, we're around each other every day. So I was like, well, I'll just come to your house this weekend. We'll drink and have a cigar. And then it was because we were together every day anyways.
We did our shows from home for a while. That was depressing. Get up, put on my pajama pants, put on a t-shirt, put on a hat because screw it. What's the point? Sitting down in front of my desk in my Seattle apartment, pre-autonomous zone, to do a radio show. It sucked. I didn't do anything. I never went outside except for once a week to go walk and get donuts at this place down the street. They would get mad if you were in the street outside if you didn't have a mask on. I mean, Joe, I'm telling you.
That's crazy.
As someone who deals with depression, I mean, my God, it killed me. It really did practically kill me. And I was so thankful to get to go back into the studio and be around people again.
Yeah.
That I actually said, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to get the shot. I don't care. In retrospect, I feel like it didn't help me at all. And honestly, I'm not trying to get into the science side of things. All I'm saying is I was so starved for human contact.
Yeah.
And I realized that you had to have an actual vaccine card to get into bars and restaurants after a while. I was like, screw it. I hate it here. I may as well make it slightly more tolerable.
I had a friend I was with this weekend. She said that her job still hasn't gone back to work yet, and they're still remote, and they're finally changing that.
What?
And I'm like, what?
Where does she live?
She lives here.
What?
But their company like sold their property.
I was gonna say that's probably what.
So
it
like
was.
they had to like find new offices, but like they're still working remote, and I'm like, remote work's not for me. I could not do it 5 days a week, like not seeing human beings ever would drive me nuts.
Oh, it's crazy.
And I think it's worse if like you're married, because then the only person with is your spouse all the time.
Also, another fun dynamic of this time in Seattle, the cards that they gave you wouldn't fit in your wallet, and you had to pull it out of your wallet, and it was like cardboard.
Same. Yeah, that's how they all work.
So they were just like, eventually it was like beat to hell, and they were like, oh, I'm not sure about this. And you're like, come on, dude. Are you serious? Anyway, sorry. I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole, but thank you for letting me vent.
You asked about wearing masks while doing radio.
Joe asked that.
Yeah, I don't know why I asked that question, though.
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, because I was talking about getting my fingernails dirty at the board.
Oh, that's right. We started talking about being gross and radio being gross.
I did not take us down this rabbit hole. I didn't mind going down it, though. By the way, Justin Verlander, he made it through 5 innings of work. Decent outing. Houston trails the Red Sox 2-1.
I'll take it. What, 5 punch-outs? Punchies?
Call them punchies.
Punchy. I was trying to remember.
Joe's spot is.
I was struggling there for a second to remember what he said. 5 punchies, 6 punchies, whatever it was. 76 pitches, so not a full like JV start, but progress. Progress because he's on the field.
For the first start back, that's pretty good.
5 innings, 6 Ks, 4 hits, 1 walk, 2 earned runs. Not bad.
I said I wanted a Kikuchi, which would have been getting 2 more outs and maybe striking out 1 more person, but can't complain too much.
Look, he did enough for them to win.
Yeah, it's
Bregman's back, and the only run thus far is Alex Bregman, first step out of the game, hitting a home run.
Yeah.
Also, I like this King guy, Brian King, who's on the mound. He
Yeah?
can stay. I don't know why. When they eventually sign Neris, he doesn't have to be the guy that goes. It's got to be Caleb Ferguson. That guy stinks.
Ferguson or Ort.
Ort's fine. He's got a fastball. He can be your mop-up guy. Or Rafael Montero.
I feel like in the same way that don't say that.
You're the one texting us Rafael Montero highlights in the group chat.
We talked about Rafael Montero yesterday. It popped up on my Twitter feed.
Struck out 3 guys.
Montero's numbers at Sugarland have been really, really good.
I think it's 4 innings pitched, 0 runs.
4 innings pitched, 0 walks, 9 strikeouts.
Bring him back.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. We know it's going to happen when he comes back. Even if he has good moments, which he had in the majors, it's the up and down, the up and down. Is he better than Caleb Ferguson? Yeah, probably. Is he better than, I don't even know Ort's first name. I just want to call him by one name. Ort.
Caleb?
Yeah, it's Caleb with a K. Because they got Caleb with a K Ort and Caleb with a C Ferguson.
So they're both named Caleb?
That's how I remember.
I think there's only room for 1 Caleb on the roster.
Do the Joker from the Dark Knight just break a cool cue?
Someone's got to go. Like you can't both be here.
I'm literally Googling. Why are there so many Calebs?
Just the popularity of the name spiking.
What happens when Caleb Williams wins the Super Bowl?
It's a biblical nickname. Relax, Joe. Caleb was a companion of Moses and Joshua in the Bible, one of the few Israelites who left Egypt with Moses and lived to make it into Canaan. Caleb was also one of the spies Moses sent into Canaan. Ooh, so Caleb is named after a snitch. A biblical snitch, but a snitch nonetheless.
A spy on behalf of Moses.
Okay. I didn't know they were both named Caleb. I'd rather keep the Caleb with the C, to be perfectly honest.
I'll take the K.
The Caleb with the K.
Whoa.
That sounds like there's somebody named like Ashley with 3 E's at the end of her name who named her kid Caleb with a K.
Yeah. Kayleb.
That's the next step. So the Astros should score some runs. That would be nice. And there you go. Cal McNair. He is the coolest man in town. Owner of your Houston Texans. A man that's so cool that he goes on Reddit.
He does love going on Reddit.
He has done this a couple of times.
This is where he revealed the jerseys, I think, the first time.
It
or
is.
that they were going to have new jerseys.
I'm Cal McNair, chair and CEO of the Texans. Ask me anything. He's sitting at a beautiful wooden table wearing a Houston Texans hat with the H logo, mustache looking spiffy, seems to have a wry grin on his face, a football in front of him that's autographed by a bunch of Houston Texans,
including himself.
I like that he answers questions. Somebody asked, what changed that allowed for bringing some of the old pieces back? Our former players have always been very important to our family. They're just like Fast and Furious. I like that. We might look different. We might be different. But we're family at the end of the day.
And look, sometimes in Fast and the Furious, family members go away for a couple movies.
Sometimes they die.
Because you think they're dead. But then they really are not.
They never actually died at all. I know at one point that Hannah McNair actually chimed in this Reddit thread. Just came out of nowhere. And I like that.
Hannah's still the part of this team that it just feels the most different. Like, to connect it back with the Mariner stuff, it still feels like she's the driving force that changed everything. That from the transition with Cal taking over after his dad passed away, and then all the bad stuff that was happening, it just finally feels like Hannah was just like, gave the wake-up call of just like, you're letting this stupid Jack Easterby ruin everything. And then they stopped it.
They did.
She's the hero.
Someone asked Hannah, if Bobby Slowick got sick and had to miss a game, can Hannah call plays?
Ooh.
Hannah says, I like this idea. I would blitz all day. Cal responded to her saying, babe, Bobby's on offense.
Do we think it's actually them?
It could be.
They might be dictating it to someone who's actually typing.
Oh.
If I were a billionaire, I would never want to type.
Yeah,
I would love to just yell at some poor stenographer.
Do you think he signed into a Reddit account and was like, all right, let me...
Two-step authentication?
Yeah, like...
no way, you're right.
He got handed a laptop. Or no, he didn't even get handed a laptop. He got handed into a room, in a conference room, with someone at a laptop reading him questions. Because I think that's also how you protect them. I don't know if in the Texans Reddit he would have gotten any feisty questions, but sometimes during this thing, like, you see people do an AMA and all the questions are like very, very anti them.
Yes.
They're the tough questions. I imagine that that's a PR person sifting through that.
Yeah, there's I would imagine some questions that are being asked here still
that are outlined
that are not what you would want. But the interesting thing, having gone through this entire Reddit thread, my biggest takeaway is there are no real bleepy comments, if you will.
The vibes are too good right now.
Yeah.
Like, who wants to bring up Jack Easterby right now? Or Deshaun Watson? Or
playing video games with Sage Rosenfeld.
Now, see, that disappoints me. I think it's time to revisit that conversation, okay? Because at some point, like, he hasn't really responded to the story. And now Cal has enough clout with the city that if he says, yes, I was just sitting in my office on the ground ripping Guitar Hero with Sage Rosenfels, I think people would say, awesome, Guitar Hero, come bring it back.
That's something they should bring back. It's not a embarrassing story of, oh my God, look at this buffoon running the Texans. Now it's, wow, look at this cool guy.
Flipping burgers, grilling dogs.
Yeah.
And shredding on the Guitar Hero.
And guess what? Guess what Cal McNair's doing tomorrow?
Burgers.
Flipping burgers and grilling dogs.
That's why you're going to practice.
I'm not going to be able to make it for that part, probably.
Oh, okay.
Because we have a radio show.
So if Paul's late tomorrow.
Better bring me one.
Don't worry.
I will say, now, like, if you're close and, like, if you can get Sean and I burgers,
courtesy of Cal McNair,
then, like, maybe you can be late.
That would be fun to
Excused
test
absence.
them. It would be fun to test them, but no, you know me. I'll show up 3 minutes before. I'm really good at. I mean, listen, it's only been one time that I didn't make it. And that was because my car died at Westheimer in Chimney Rock.
Yeah, no, you are very good at showing up
exactly
2 minutes before,
when I need to show
2
up.
minutes before the show.
I need to change that. I need to change that.
As long as you're here.
As long as I'm here?
Yeah. You're here.
You show up, man. Every day. Hard
Yeah.
hat. Hard white hat with an H on it.
Seems rather pointed.
No,
I'm writing it down.
It's not a hard
Before
hat.
I forget tomorrow. Do the exact same
You
thing I
are
always
wearing a
do.
hat. It's not hard.
That's true. That's true.
You bring your sack lunch. And yeah, you make some radio magic.
Someone asked Cal what's his favorite dinosaur.
T-Rex.
You got it.
I just feel like that's just like the easy answer. So that disappoints me a little bit.
I can read them like a book.
Why not Velociraptor?
Velociraptor's cool. Stegosaurus would have been cool.
They eat plants.
Okay, so it has to be a carnivore.
I mean, carnivores are the cool ones.
I will say the other day you mentioned
Triceratops.
You mentioned Land Before Time like a week ago
Did I?
randomly.
Yeah, we do that.
And I turned it on for my son to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I had to turn it off. I forgot that it starts off so sad that the mom dies like in the first like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it ripped off Lion King.
I know.
Or Lion King ripped it off, I guess.
So
Yeah,
I had
it's
to,
a Disney movie.
I had to turn it off. I was like, this is too sad.
Probably ripped off Bambi.
Yeah, Bambi, Frozen. They all start with dead
Everyone
parents.
dies.
Watch out. Watch out, Joe.
I'm not in a cartoon. I'm okay.
Okay. All right.
For now.
Be careful.
Death's a natural thing, man.
That's true.
It's the circle of life. Gallant George, he is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in from the 346. Raptors are tiny in real life. They weren't big like in the movies. They are not cool. Damn, Dino guy.
Don't care.
Relax. What's your favorite dinosaur? We wrap up the show with that next. Stay put. First, though, let me tell you about what's going down September 7th. Yeah, that's right. Formula One is back. That sounds just like Formula One racing. The Red Bull Show Run is going to be in Houston's Discovery Green September 7th. It's a day of Formula One racing with a Houston spin on it. Literally. There's an epic DJ competition like no other. There's dancing, and you get to see all of the cool things that F1 does right in the middle of downtown Houston. It's going to be admission free. Make sure that you get there early. It kicks off at 10 a.m. You probably want to get there a little bit earlier, and the racing action begins at noon. It's the Red Bull Show Run, more than just Formula One racing. A chance to experience the world of Red Bull through a family-friendly, all-ages Red Bull fan zone. Check it out, September 7th, 10 a.m.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance before we get into garbage time. Embrace debate. What's your favorite dinosaur? A texter says Triceratops from the 409.
I think that's where I land.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
What's the one from Indominus Rex? Or what did they call it?
That was man-made. that was made by the creators of Jurassic World.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know they had feathers? All dinosaurs, not just Indominus
Really?
Rex. That's what science says.
You know what my favorite dinosaur is? The gator. Still alive.
Yeah,
That's
it made
true.
it. I like my dinosaur still alive.
Mhm.
How about that?
What's the Komodo dragon?
Komodo dragon. Komodo dragons are crazy.
I don't know why. I got to do a wormhole like this weekend.
Well,
about them.
if you've seen Skyfall, there's a Komodo dragon in Skyfall.
There is.
Yeah,
And
it's that guy.
So here's the thing that you need to know about Komodo dragons. You ever see one? If it bites you, there is a toxin in their bite that makes your blood stop coagulating. So you're just going to bleed a ton.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds not great.
Yeah, you're just going to bleed a lot. They get one bite. And they're big. They're big. But a crocodile will kick its ass.
Be careful. For everyone out there, do not let a Komodo dragon bite you.
Don't let it bite you, okay?
Even if you think it's going to be fun, don't let it do.
You can't have a Komodo dragon as a pet. Probably a bad idea.
Can I say megalodon? Just the giant shark.
But sharks aren't dinosaurs, though. I'm talking
Right.
reptiles and fish.
Yeah, I'm thinking like prehistoric animal.
Okay, well then, I mean, woolly mammoth. Because who wouldn't want a woolly mammoth steak?
Good counter.
Woolly mammoth ribs?
Yeah.
Would the rib be bigger than me? I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
what a woolly mammoth. I don't know how big one actually was.
It
But
might be bigger than you when it's born, Paul.
I want to clone woolly mammoths so I can eat them.
Yeah, I think that's
Right?
ethically okay.
I think Paul just saved the world.
I don't know.
He just
Saved
ended
the
world hunger.
I didn't do that.
I mean, if you bring back the woolly mammoths and we just start eating them, people, except for the vegetarians, they're screwed. But like, whatever. But
I'm not saving the world. I'm just creating a new
Just for you.
delicacy.
Yeah,
that's
he's
super
just,
rich.
He's just creating something that a restaurant can charge $500
Yeah,
for.
this is just what Jeffrey Bezos is going to do someday. We'll
Yeah.
never get to have woolly mammoth.
after he buys the Boston Celtics, apparently.
No, that's not happening. It's already out.
Oh,
Already
okay.
out. Yeah, that it was a quick moment in time. Bill Simmons, man, he's got sources. Not. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's do a little garbage time. I don't know how many of you guys listening have ever tried to go in disguise to something, but Bernard Tomic, who is a tennis player, wore a disguise at a finals match to heckle a player, Andres Andrade, who had beaten him a few rounds earlier. He went full Bobby Valentine, put on a hat, put on a fake mustache. I think it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's petty, and
I think it's great.
and it's definitely something that correctly should be frowned upon, but I am all for heckling at tennis matches, and the fact that this guy did it in disguise, bravo, Bernard Tomic.
Hater of the year.
What a hater.
But like,
hate.
it's like when they bring in a guy who is like on the all college football team or something like that, or Walter Payton Man of the Year that just lost to one of the teams in the Super Bowl. They should be allowed to boo. If you're gonna be in attendance, you should be allowed to boo.
Oh yeah, if like the Giants are in a Super Bowl and an Eagle gets the Man of the Year, yeah,
you're
they
more
should
than
boo.
welcome to boo all you want. This guy shouldn't even have to wear a disguise. He should be allowed. You can boo whoever you want.
I wonder what the heckles were. I wonder if it was like, was it personal because it is more personal? Like,
I hope so.
Or was it just you stink?
Yeah, I will say, but tennis doesn't seem like a where they approve heckling of any kind.
They don't. They absolutely do not.
Let's go to the WNBA. Ready for a WNBA story, guys?
Always.
DeJounte Carrington is upset that the WNBA didn't sufficiently promote the first ever league game at the TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. She believes it should have been on national TV. Now, this game sold out, and the Celtics did draw a lot of eyeballs, which is saying something because this is a game that did not feature any team from Boston. It also featured a team from, I think it featured a team from Connecticut, right? And everyone in Massachusetts generally hates Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this was great, but she's mad it wasn't on national TV. She doesn't think that they're doing enough to promote the game, even though it's sold out.
I guess. I mean, it's TV contracts or TV contracts. You can't just like magically change them.
Some of the women's basketball players who are complaining, I get that it's cool that you got relevance all of a sudden. Stop complaining. It's going to continue to grow. It's not where you probably want it to be, but things are getting better, and they can't stop complaining about everything. You're finally getting attention.
Yeah,
this game's sold out.
Yeah, 19,000. Like
It's a ton.
I saw a bunch of people yesterday on Twitter trying to argue that it was louder than any Celtics game they'd ever been to. They were there. I'm like, okay, but you want to make that argument? Fine.
I don't know about that.
I can't argue against it. But
they just
okay.
played in the finals.
Yeah.
And they won a finals there. But hey, to each their own. In garbage time, we continue with this. Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo filed for divorce.
Love is dead. On almost their 2nd year anniversary.
And did you see Alex Rodriguez is posting cryptic things on social media after it happened?
Of course, that scumbag did.
Oh, the scumbag. Hey, Jennifer Lopez left him.
Don't care. Scumbag.
They were engaged. And then she got with Ben Affleck. Listen, I'm not an A-Rod fan, but what J-Lo did to A-Rod was messed up.
I'm not saying she's not either, but I'm team anti-A-Rod forever.
And I kind of like A-Rod now. He's kind of, it's weird. I can't believe I ever would say this, but I feel like he's actually become kind of likable because he's embraced his goofiness and doesn't take himself as seriously as he used to.
I can see where you're coming from, but I'll always be anti-A-Rod. I can't do it.
The phoniness works better when you're not playing baseball.
When you're on TV.
Yeah.
Because that's all it is.
It's the best place for phoniness.
Mm-hmm. And on that note, guys, it's the end of the road for our texters, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, for Sean, for Joe. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Make sure you're voting for Rock the Mic and that you're coming out on Friday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I am Branham. He is Blank. Brian is back, and the band is back together on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Do you care to let everybody know what you were doing yesterday, Brian?
No, it's kind of gross.
People were. Well, I guess people weren't really wondering, but I thought it might be fun to ask you, see what you would say. All right, Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We'll talk about the Astros game that is currently going on as soon as they are done. Justin Verlander making his triumphant return. A lot of getaway at bats. We'll talk about that. But yet, yesterday, the Astros played a baseball game. Renault Bueno is what it looked like yesterday. Not the best start for Ronel Blanco in yesterday's game. I think that was the lead from the Game 2 loss a day ago.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs the six-man rotation more than Blanco. It just looks like he's kind of hit a wall a little bit. He did not look good. It started bad. You thought he might be able to hang on to a lead and at least get out of the game, and they could have a lead. That didn't happen. And it's just not what we're accustomed to seeing from him this year. And so hopefully the six-man rotation can get him a little extra rest, and hopefully he can kind of recharge the batteries a little bit.
You don't sound great either.
No, I thought I had an allergy attack that started yesterday. And then I was at the softball fields where I thought it got worse, and I didn't sleep all night because I had something really bad.
I'm the walking wounded. Either that or my immunity is far superior than both of yours.
I've been up since about 11 p.m. last night, so
I'm dead meat by Friday. My weekend's going to be toast because of you guys.
I have not been sick, and I can't tell you how long, but I literally thought this was allergies, and then, boy, oh boy, it kicked my rear end last night.
If I get sick, there's heck to pay. I'm just saying. What's interesting, I'm with you on the Blanco thing. Like, I think six-man rotation can help him limit the innings. He's pitching more than he's ever pitched before. Everybody's using that as an excuse for his performance yesterday. He was on 5 days rest. It's not like he was working on normal rest. He had an extra day rest. He pitched on the 14th against Tampa. Yesterday was the 20th. That was 5 days rest. That's an extra day. So the whole Ronel Blanco's tired and gassed and all of these things. Well, he had an extra day. So the excuses to me is fascinating. And the innings workload is something that I think that is absolutely valid. And I think that's probably the biggest reason that we've seen Ronel Blanco not be his best in the last 6 starts or so. Although he had the really good game against Tampa. Now Tampa's offense is not fantastic. Tampa's offense is pretty poor. He even had 6 strikeouts in the game yesterday in 3 2/3. So I'm not going to do that. Well, he's worn out because he's been pitching so much. Now, the innings workload, I agree with, but he had an extra day's rest. I don't think he was worn out going into yesterday's game.
Well, not even the fact that it's worn out or not worn out, Jeremy. The thing you got to be concerned about is if he's just gassed and he had 5 days rest and he looks like this, it could be a bigger concern for what he's going to have left in the tank between now and the end of the regular season and expecting to go into the playoffs, because sometimes when you hit a wall like that, and if it's truly, no matter how much rest you get, that you really need to shut it down for a while, that could be concerning. Thankfully, you could have 6 starting pitchers to choose from, but at the same time, he's one of your better starting pitchers, and you want him there.
Why can't it just be the other team got him? Why can't it be the other team was just better than he was yesterday? And it's not like his velo is down. He still is Ronel Blanco. Yes, the inning workload is higher than he's ever thrown. But the Red Sox have a good offense. It is very possible that Ronel Blanco is not gassed. He had the extra day, and the Red Sox just got the better of him yesterday. I had a buddy tell me he thinks that the Red Sox might have had his pitches because they were getting some good swings on him, hitting everything. I think he made a couple of mistakes, like the slider up in the zone. You're not going to beat teams with sliders up in the zone. I thought Blanco did an okay job to battle through 3 2/3. He gave up those 3 runs in the first. I thought he was better second, third, fourth. Lifted in the 4th inning, though. But yeah, didn't pitch well. Ronel Blanco pitched poorly. If it's, tiredness, if it's the workload, if it's just he got beat by a better team, it is what it is. Ronel Blanco wasn't very good yesterday. Now, I will agree that the 6-man rotation will be good for him. I heard a lot of people saying the Astros should have walked Jarren Duran whenever he hit that home run. That's a bad take. Yeah. That's not a good take.
No, I mean, look, he's been hot. But at the same time, in that situation, you still got to feel like you're going to get out of that deal. And I mean, the big thing is he it looked like the fastball was going to beat him, and he just kind of barreled it up late And with the Crawford boxes, he put it in the ideal spot to cash in. And it's one of those deals where you kind of got to tip your hat. I mean, it's 99 miles an hour coming in on the outside kind of lower, mid to lower part of the plate. You normally can live with that pitch.
There were 2 outs and nobody on base. You're not putting that guy on, especially with his speed. You walk him, it's a double, and the go-ahead runs at second base. Like, yes, I know he hit a home run, but no one's walking Duran in that spot. That is ridiculous. What were the takeaways you had from yesterday's game 2 of the series?
I mean, for the most part, I like the fight. I like the fact that immediately after giving up 3 at the top half of the first, they got back to even. It was good to see that. It was good to see, Singleton. Obviously, Yiner is on a heater, which is fantastic. The thing that really bothered me the most was that there were 2 opportunities where you didn't have to really worry about Duran's home run beating you. And the 4th inning was huge because you get 2 on, nobody out, and Chaz is supposed to bunt, and he can't bunt. And then instead of at least doing something to move the runners over, he pops up to first, and then Altuve hits into a double play, and the inning's over when it looked so promising. And I thought that they should have found that was one where they could have found a way to squeeze a run out there. And then the other one that really, really bothered me was the fact that on the ball coming in that Dubon tried to deke the runner at third base, don't make that throw to home. You just don't do it because the guy we were just talking about who's also got wheels is also a savvy baseball player in Duran. And the minute he saw that Dubon wanted to show off his arm and try and make a throw to home where you really have 0 shot at getting the guy, you give up the extra base, that run ends up scoring, and that run ends up costing you later. I hated that.
I was thinking we should have a low S2E award of the day. Like, and that's what inspired it. The Mauricio, that was silly.
Yeah.
That was dumb. What are you thinking, Mauricio Dubon? And, like, he has a strong arm. There's no doubt about it. But I think he falls in love with his arm. And it leads – this isn't the first time he's done this. I've seen him do this before. You have to throw the ball to second base. It very well could have cost the Astros a run. I'm not going to say that it guaranteed that the Red Sox scored another run or they wouldn't have scored a run because Duran's probably going to try to steal on Blanco anyways, and he scores from second on a base hit. But – you just can't make that play. That was the low S2 award of the game. Mauricio Dubon falling in love with his own arm, throwing it to the plate when he had no chance to get the runner. He was at third base.
Yeah.
It was a base hit to left field, and allowed Duran a free 90 feet.
And the insult to injury is, too, and then because he airmails the throw, it goes way over the cutoff man's head. At least if you can hit the cutoff man or put it at the cutoff man's about eye level, then you can cut that ball off and you can still eliminate Duran going to second base, but he didn't do that either, and then it puts yourself in a predicament.
Or the runner's like, okay, I'm going to try to take second anyways, and then cut it off, throw to second base, you eliminate a base runner.
Yeah.
And I've seen Dubon do that one too many times. I've seen Dubon do that more than once this year. You got to stop doing that, Mauricio Dubon. It's selfish. It's a selfish play, what you're doing. Stop doing it. The Yiner Diaz thing, have you noticed that Yiner Diaz, first off, that home run yesterday, effortless power.
Yeah.
Effortless power.
Yeah.
I thought it was a routine fly ball to left. I don't think he got all of it. I guess he dropped the barrel on the ball. Like, it wasn't this powerful, majestic swing. It was more like he's out on his front foot a little bit, drops the barrel on the ball, and it carries out of the ballpark. He's got effortless power. And have you noticed that he hits his home runs in bunches?
He does.
You look at, like, he's hit 15 home runs this year. Yesterday was his third consecutive game with a home run. Remember, he got robbed of one, too. He very well could have had 4 in 3 days. Remember earlier in the year, we're like, oh, where's Yiner's power? He had 4 home runs in a row in 4 different games, June 3rd, June 4th, June 5th, and then 7th. They had an off day between the 5th and the 7th. So of his home runs, 15, he's had 2 different consecutive 4-game homer streaks. That's over half of his home runs in that span. In the span of 2 different hot streaks, he has more than half of his home runs this year. It's insane.
Yeah, I think it was MLB Net was talking about the fact that he's had 3 pockets where he gets hot, and even if they're not in consecutive games, within a couple of day period, they come in bunches. And obviously, right now, he is riding just an unbelievable heater of extra base hits like that in the home runs. But to your point on effortless, the other thing, too, is he just throws the barrel on the ball. And unlike Altuve, where it's on the ground and it might have a seeing eye possibility to get through, he has so much strength that he throws the barrel on the ball and it ends up being a line drive into the alley or a ball that easily gets to the outfield grass for a hit. And now that he's being more patient in the process of the strike zone, it helps him so much to get those kind of hits, and it's fun to see.
No, he did have a base hit today with a ball that was a foot off the outside corner. So like he's kind of like sporadic with that mindset because he will still chase.
Mm-hmm.
He will still chase. And I think the reason that guys like he and Altuve chase is because they can actually get base hits on balls out of the zone. Now, they can't do damage with balls out of the zone, but they can touch it and they can get some base hits. But that was nice to see, even though they lost. John Singleton, another home run yesterday. You can't sit this guy against right-handed pitching. I know he sat today. I think today's a little bit of an anomaly, though, because it's a day game. You're giving Jose Altuve the day off. But big, bad John Singleton should absolutely – he's one of your best 9 against right-handed pitchers. Against lefties, sit him. Against righties, he should not be sitting unless you're giving a guy a day off and you need the DH spot like they needed it for Bregman today.
No, and I think the other thing, too, Jeremy, and we've talked about this enough to realize that people are going to be highly critical of him because the position as a whole has been underachieving anybody that's been playing first base. When you look at what he's done over the last month or so, and the fact that when he's in the ball game, and as you mentioned, against right-handed pitching, he has had multiple hit games. He gets a knock per game. He's got that pop that you need, and he's starting to get a couple of long balls. But he deserves, and we talk about earning the burn, he deserves the opportunity to be in there against right-handed pitching because he is a weapon.
Yeah, he's now, the offense is the offense, but he's one of your best 9 against righties. So yeah, play him more against righties. There shouldn't be days whenever he is sitting against righties unless you need the DH for other things like a Bregman today. Were you surprised how Espada deployed his bullpen yesterday? He used all of his low leverage guys despite it being a close game and at times a tie game.
Yeah, a little bit curious to me, and he went to the well for a little extra for Ort. It worked out for him, but yeah, it was a little bit. It was interesting to me that you weren't going to see some of the guys that you normally rely on. Maybe it's also the fact that from a guy like Taylor Scott that he's starting to need some rest too. But yeah, I thought that he might go to some of his guys, but he chose not to.
Yeah. All right, busy show on a Wednesday. We'll react to Game 3 going on now between the Astros and the Red Sox. We'll get into some stuff around the NFL. Caleb Williams is weird. Kyle Tucker, we'll get into his injury too, and I got an interesting question whenever we get to that. But when we come back, what's the ceiling for the Texans and what's the floor for the Texans? Don't ask Michael Jordan. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube. That's where all the classy people hang out. ESPN Houston on Twitter as well at ESPN975. Pac-Man Joel is Blankers on Twitter. Sacked by BMAC is Brian. I'm simply at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the final week for Rock the Mic. We'll crown the winner of our 2024 podcast competition this Friday. Gallant George and the Killer Bees. That's us. Broadcasting noon to 7, Carbach Brewery, with the competition beginning at 5 o'clock in the 5 p.m. hour. We are officially announcing that the September 20th will be the listener party, too, 2024 listener party. And if you come to Rock the Mic on Friday, you'll get early bid access to our VIP tickets. So we'll see you this Friday at Carbach. Hopefully the podcast tryouters don't screw it up like the Astros do in the 7th inning. I'll say that. All right, 713-780-3776. I have a feeling the 7th inning will be a talking point a little bit later. Astros first pitch, by the way, tonight at 6:05. What is the ceiling and the floor for the Houston Texans? You want to be optimistic or pessimistic first?
Let's be optimistic.
All right, let's go with the ceiling. Ceiling is the roof. What is the ceiling roof for the Houston Texans in 2024?
I'm thinking the absolute ceiling, if you just want to be sunshine and rainbows, is 12.
12 wins?
Yep.
And how deep of a playoff run?
They get to the AFC Championship game.
So that's the ceiling.
Yeah.
That's the not a Super Bowl.
The ceiling is a Super Bowl.
The ceiling is a roof is a Super Bowl.
Yeah. If we're gonna go the ultimate ceiling, then the ceiling is 12 wins in the regular season, and they get to the Super Bowl.
See, I was wondering if you would go that far. I was wondering if you would go that far.
I think that they have the talent. You guys know I've been concerned about the schedule. So that's why even with the win total, and I've seen it vary in Vegas and with other things written with predictions. I just think that it's not reflective on the roster and the amount of talent that they have. But I think that we're starting to get into that window of opportunity where I think for the next couple of years, even if it's not this year, Super Bowl is going to be the gold standard for this team.
Well, I think that the win now has to be a little bit more urgent than you would think because of how much C.J. Stroud is going to demand once he gets paid, and I have a bad feeling that Mulligetta is going to try to get him paid before any other quarterback has been paid. So I do think that you need to the urgency to win. I think needs to be critical. That's why I applaud Nick Caserio for being bold this offseason, even if we don't agree with everything, like the Stephon Diggs second rounder. Well, he's trying to win now. They're operating as a win-now organization because they realize that the roster is going to take a hit once C.J. Stroud gets a ton of money once he does. And we'll see how quickly Mulligetta tries to get that money for him. So I'm going to hedge here, which is extremely soft of me. Maybe I can be one of Paul's soft boys. I don't think that their ceiling is a Super Bowl if they run into Pat Mahomes. If they can avoid Pat Mahomes, I think they can win a Super Bowl. But I don't think that if they run into a Pat Mahomes. So whether it's somebody else ousts the Chiefs before you have to play them, other side of the bracket, whatever the case, or he's hurt. Injuries happen. I don't care if Pat Mahomes is hurt and you run into the Chiefs. I don't care at all about that. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. I'm not caring about beating a team at their best. So I'm kind of going to hedge here. I think they can win it all, but I don't think they can beat Pat Mahomes in the playoffs.
Okay. So then where do you see that?
AFC Championship.
Okay.
AFC Championship. Now, with the caveat, if you can avoid Pat Mahomes, I think you can win it all. Because the NFC, if you can make it through the AFC gauntlet, I think you can beat a team. Not to say the Niners are bad or the Eagles are bad or the Lions are bad, but if you can win the AFC, you can then beat the NFC representative in the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
Well, and I think that's the other thing. The NFC, top to bottom, is so much weaker than the AFC. And then when you talk about the top teams, I mean, you look at a team like Philadelphia that got off to a 10-0 start a year ago and then completely just fell apart in front of our eyes for the end of the season. And I think San Francisco, as much talent as they have, I think they are beatable. And so I don't think that it's outlandish to think that, you have a legitimate chance against anybody in the NFC. It's such a gauntlet in the AFC, and the quarterback play is so good at the top half of those teams in the AFC that you really got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, I mean, you got to beat Mahomes. Now, Lamar and Allen haven't been good in the playoffs, but they are Lamar and Allen. Lamar's won a couple of MVPs. Josh Allen is capable of beating anybody once. Now, winning 3 or 4 consecutive games in the playoffs, I would question because he's a mistake waiting to happen. Even Joe Burrow. We kind of forget about Joe Burrow because the Bengals didn't have a great year last year because Joe Burrow was hurt.
And offensively, Miami's loaded.
Yeah.
And so, regardless of what you think of Tua, there's so many weapons there. And then with the Jets, that roster is loaded. And as long as Rodgers, just looks like he doesn't have anything anymore, when you talk about all the weapons that they have on both sides of the football, the Jets have to be a respected team that has a chance too.
And the win total, I like your win total because it's 12 wins is a lot, especially with this schedule. Now, Brian's the eternal pessimist of the show. We all know that. The Twitchers have your quotes like copy and paste it on Notepad, and then they paste it whenever they're talking bad about you.
This says more about them than me, but
no doubt. And then they bring up the point what you said about the Astros, and they're lousy, and the bottom of the barrel in Major League Baseball.
I don't think I said
and
any
they
of
have
those things.
no chance of making the playoffs. They bring that up. So you are the pessimist of the show. For all things, what do you think is the ceiling of the Houston Texans?
I think getting to a Super Bowl. It's very. There's a lot of caveats in that because I agree with your. They can get to a Super Bowl if they don't face Mahomes. And based off last year, I would say they can get to a Super Bowl if they don't face the Ravens. I mean, we can't ignore that the Ravens played them twice and didn't allow a touchdown in either game, on top of not being able to stop their running game, especially in the fourth quarter of the playoff game. So I think they're capable of getting to the Super Bowl. And if you're capable, it's one game scenario, you're capable of winning it as well. But I would say if they don't run into the Mahomes and if they don't run into the Ravens.
So you're throwing Lamar out there too.
I would, yeah. Well, more so the Ravens. It's more so really the Ravens defense. I mean, they just had the Texans number. But yeah, I mean, Lamar's a part of it as well.
All right, 713-780-3776. What do you think is the ceiling for the Texans? Now let's do the other side, and this is more Brian's lane, I think. The floor, the pessimist side for the Texans. What is the floor for them this year?
The floor for me is 9 wins. They missed the playoffs, and it's one of those years where you lose close games, and the schedule does play a part in it as well. I hope to God, but maybe there's an injury too. But I think the floor would be 9 wins.
That's a high floor. 9 wins is the floor is pretty high.
I think, love their roster on both sides.
Yeah. And like if Stroud gets hurt, that throws a huge wrench into it. So let's like act like Stroud's not going to get hurt, or if he misses a few games, he misses a few games,
Right.
but that's the maximum extent of it. I think they could have a sub 500 record. I do think that's in play because of the schedule. If they were playing last year's schedule, I would say 9 wins is the floor, the absolute floor. But yeah, I mean the schedule is daunting. It's brutal. You might not have Harris for a few games. If Azeez Al-Shire gets hurt at the same time of Harris, okay, your defense doesn't look great. I don't love the defensive depth of this team, especially outside of the defensive line. So I do actually think that under 500 is in play. I would have that as my floor.
I would agree with Joel. 9 wins, squeaking into the playoffs, and then not winning a playoff game would be my floor because I'm not going to factor in injuries. I mean, injuries can happen to any of the team in the league.
And they will.
And they will, right, exactly. So I'm not going to try to predict them. But just on paper, taking into account the possible guys that could disappoint as they age or taking into account the schedule, I think 9-8 squeaking into the playoffs but not winning a playoff game would be their floor.
See, I think it's legit. You win 9 games, you don't get in the playoffs.
It's possible, but I think because
sure.
because of this division, you could still get into the playoffs with a 9-win season.
Yeah. I just look when you look at just everything that they have, and again, you hope that no injuries come into play with any of this. But the fact is that they could play their asses off and lose some one score games with the schedule that they're facing and the ability on the other side of the football. And you kind of just got to tip your cap at the end of the year and go, it's not that they played horrible or bad. It's just that the same way a team can catch fire and all of a sudden last year was it Minnesota that won like 5 or 6 one-score games?
Oh, it might have been like 7 or 8. It was an astronomical number.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen every single season. But one year, if you're on the bad side of that, it can be the difference.
See, the injury things, I feel like it's fair to account for injury, quite frankly, because it's football and there's going to be injuries. So who is a team that can, sustain injury?
Mm-hmm.
Teams that have a lot of depth. And on the offensive side of the ball, at key positions, I think the Texans' depth is just fine. But defensively is where my worry's at for the depth. Like you look at the Ravens, they're a team that has really good depth. Even maybe Kansas City has really good depth. So I think there are teams that are better situated for being able to survive if they miss a couple of guys for a couple of weeks or 6 games, something like that. And defensively is where I worry for the Texans.
I agree with you defensively, but I think you and I talked about this yesterday. The fact that there's a couple of key positions where I would be deeply concerned on the offensive side of the ball, but mainly Tunsil in the running back position. Because, if Tunsil and Mixon, something happened and they're out for extended periods of time, I don't really feel comfortable with their backup plan with either position, and I think that's something that could really, really derail them.
I would agree with you with Tunsil. I don't really care about the running back a whole lot. Like, hey, you don't have a running back and you have to run it 7 times and throw it 50 times. Cool. Like the Texans are kind of built for that with the targets that they have. So, I mean, it's a conversation we had yesterday. I think we kind of overrate how good the Texans' running game needs to be. Last 10 Super Bowl champions, only 3 of them had top 10 rushing attacks. Kansas City won it last year. They were 19th in the NFL. Like the whole, well, you got to keep the defense off the field. You got to have these long, sustained drives. I've seen 10-play drives that were all passes that eat up 6.5 minutes. Like, you can do that as well. It's not like this prerequisite that if you're going to have these long, time-eating drives, they must be runs. That's not real. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
usually
yeah.
are, but it's possible.
When you now look at the top quarterbacks having, around a 70% completion percentage, I think that old adage, if you needed to control the clock, keep the ball, keep the chains moving with the running game, was when teams are completing a lower percentage of their passes, when passing was seen as more risky. But the top quarterbacks are completing passes at such a high clip now that it's really not any less risky than running the ball. I mean, it's just as risky to throw it as it is to run it and maybe get stuffed and be put into second and long.
And you're built for a passing attack.
Yeah.
Like this offense is built to be a passing attack. So like the short intermediate game can kind of take a lot of pressure off of the running game.
Yeah, I just worry about a team like Baltimore that seems to have talent all over the place on defense, where they can kind of know the fact that you're going to just pass the football, and then between their pass rush and their defensive line, that they can really give you problems.
Sure, but if you look at last year's playoff, whenever the Texans played the Ravens, they didn't have Tank Dell, they didn't have Stephon Diggs. Like, it's a different dynamic what the Texans are going to be throwing at you offensively. 0979 Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh going to give the AFC hell. Okay. Don't think that with Pittsburgh, and I wonder why you omitted Cincinnati. I wonder why 0979 omitted
over
Cincy.
Cincinnati?
Especially
I think y'all sleep on Cleveland a little bit, though.
Cleveland's got a very talented roster. They still have Deshaun Watson at quarterback. And until he shows me that he can get anywhere close to where he was before he got moved to Cleveland, then I don't believe in the Browns doing a whole lot. The fact that Flacco was the guy that got him there last year.
Deshaun won 5 of 6 games.
He did, but
Like-
he didn't. We talked about this. I just don't think he looked great doing that. And
Maybe
then,
so.
And then he's also got to take it to another level when they start getting ready for the playoffs that I have yet to see from him. So he's got a lot to prove for me.
Like, we were like, Deshaun had a really good record, just like Joe Flacco did. In fact, Deshaun's record was better than Flacco's record with the Browns. So, like, Flacco led the Browns there. I mean, I guess he led them there because he was the quarterback at the end of the regular season. But Deshaun had a better record than Flacco did as a starter.
Okay, but I just, and again, me with the eye test and just watching what I've seen of him, he hasn't looked like a franchise quarterback making the money that he's making. And also, he hasn't shown me that he's the guy that can put the game on his shoulders or take it over and do what's necessary to lead his team. That roster is loaded.
But
now,
Flacco did?
Flacco was just, ultimately, he did enough, right? I don't think that if Flacco
See, I think
had
these
to
are
play
two
the
different
whole,
conversations. Because I agree with you about Deshaun being overpaid, not being a franchise quarterback that can, like, put a team on his back and go out and win a playoff game. But that wasn't the conversation we were having. The conversation was who was better, Watson or Flacco. I think it was Watson.
Well, I think the way he threw the ball and the way he put up numbers once he took over, I would say I would go Flacco.
All right, what numbers?
Obviously he tore the Texans a new one with Cooper that game.
And he didn't in the second one.
Yeah, right. In the playoffs, he didn't. But when we were talking about his record down the stretch and the rest of the way, I mean, because Watson didn't like blow anybody's doors off when you were rattling off the numbers last week. I mean, they're okay.
That's all he's got to be in Cleveland, though. Like, I think that roster's good enough where he doesn't have to be superhero, Superman.
Say that, but then you got to figure out you better have a healthy Nick Chubb.
Well, he's not gonna be healthy for a while.
And
I like Jerome Ford.
He's okay.
I mean, Chubb wasn't healthy second half of last year, though.
Yeah, I don't remember which week he went out.
Oh, Chubb went out like week 2.
Yeah,
he was
early.
out most of the season.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, and I've said, I think it was 2 years ago, I thought they had the most talented roster top to bottom in the NFL. But if I don't believe in the quarterback play, I would put Cincinnati above Cleveland.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that. But I think Cleveland's a good team. Like, I don't think Cleveland's going to be this 5-12 team.
No,
I think they're going to be around 9-10 wins. Yeah, the Texans off base.
Yeah.
I got to press you on this. To win a football game today, you want Deshaun Watson or Joe Flacco?
I believe more in Joe Flacco than I do Deshaun Watson.
Insane.
Right now. If you have all those
crazy.
weapons, if you have all the weapons that you have that Cleveland has, I trust that between decision making, and not hanging on to the football too long, I'm gonna take Joe. I'll take my chances with Flacco.
I mean, Flacco had 8 interceptions in like 5 games. We'll agree to disagree on this one.
I just don't believe in Deshaun anymore.
Okay. I just don't know how you could not believe or believe in Flacco more than Deshaun. Like, to me, it's two different things. Like, not believing in Deshaun versus believing in Flacco more than Deshaun, I think it's a hot take, and I like hot takes. We'll agree to disagree on this one. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. If Kamari Lassiter is cornerback 2 from day 1, how much does that change your opinion on the defense? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The Red Bull Show Run is coming, and it is coming soon. One-day pop-up exhibition showing the high-octane power of Red Bull's racing team. This is going to be so much fun. September 7th, cannot wait. Of course, if you're like me, the Netflix show has made me hooked on F1. And you know what's cool about this event? It's free. If it's free, give me 3. And it's all free thanks to Red Bull. Red Bull bringing F1 to Houston September 7th in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, much, much more around Discovery Green on a custom-built racetrack. This will be the first time ever in the U.S., first time in United States history where you can witness dual appearances with 2 championship-winning F1 cars racing across downtown. Again, one-day pop-up showcasing the sight, sounds, and engine start chills of Formula 1 racing. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull fan zone. Local food vendors will be there. All the Red Bull racing merchandise that you can get your hands on. And racing simulators. It's like you're in the car. Free activities for racing fans of all ages. It's free. It will introduce you to the exciting world of Red Bull. Single-day admission-free event, open to everyone. Tickets are not required. Bring the family for a day of F1 fun. All day, September 7th, downtown Houston at Discovery Green. You can learn more by visiting redbull.com/showrunhouston. redbull.com/showrunhouston.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I think my Twitter For You page was listening. It just popped up around the NFL. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson held out of practice with arm soreness. So his arm is sore. Status for preseason finale unclear. He just doesn't like practicing. He's a veteran. He doesn't need to practice. He makes tons of money. The Prodigal on Twitter says, big question for Cleveland, because they don't have the option of Flacco Deshaun anymore. Flacco's with the Colts. Now, maybe Shane Steichen has that option at some point. But big question for Cleveland is if Jameis Winston takes over for Watson, what happens? It's weird to me that Jameis Winston is their clear leader on that football team. Like, he's the one that's always mic'd up. He's the one breaking the huddle. He's the one giving the pregame speech, and Deshaun Watson's like this outsider that's smiling when he does it. It's bizarre to me. It's kind of like the whole Omar Lopez, Joe Espada thing from earlier this year, where I didn't like that Joe Espada wasn't the one on the top step whenever he was like yelling at the umpires. It's kind of the same thing. Like, I don't want my backup quarterback breaking down the team before they're led onto the field. Like, that should be the starting quarterback. That's some alpha and like beta stuff there.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, from a leadership standpoint, you want your best players to be your captains, to be your role, the guys that are setting the example. And it is a little bit weird that a guy that, has basically just been in the background for his last several years after he had a 30-30 year with touchdowns and picks. I guess, if everybody believes in him to do that kind of stuff, more power to you. I also don't believe in Jameis Winston as a backup quarterback.
No, it'd be fun. I'd be here for it, especially because it's not my team. I like watching Jameis Winston play football. It's entertaining to me because he's going to either have a sensational game or he's going to throw 4 interceptions and he's going to eat W's and he's going to be entertaining doing it. Do I want him to be the quarterback on my team? No. Absolutely not. I don't think
he's
it's
capable
good
of
for
doing
winning.
Both in the same game. He might have a big game and give you the ball multiple times.
He's highly entertaining, not necessarily like a winning quarterback. All right, what is Kamari Lassiter not only being the second corner on this team, but excelling at it? What does that do for the Texans?
I think it does a lot. I think that when we started the week before preseason and talking about this team, we were looking at, the Hendersons. We were looking at, Akudas. We were looking at guys they were bringing in, and then we were considering, hey, if things go wrong or these guys don't pan out, because we didn't know what Lassiter was going to be, and because of where he was drafted and how he was stacked up against the other corners and where he was taken, there was a lot of people that had the belief that it may be taking a while for him to get there. Maybe he's only going to be your nickel corner, and that the speed was something that people kept bringing up. Now, again, today, when you hear the quotes coming out of camp and you hear people talking and the fact that D'Amico is so high on the fact that Lassiter looks like the guy, and that he is going to be locked into that second cornerback position, and that they really trust him, and that the guys covering the team have said he's staying with all the Texans receivers, arguably some of the best in the league. It allows you so much more flexibility, because we were talking about where are they going to spend the money on if they have to spend on a corner. We talked about Gilmore. We talked about guys that were still out there. If you can kind of move past that, and now if you do need to do something, it changes the outlook even more so on how encouraged you can be about this defense. I thought the defense with the pass rush alone was going to be a top 10 worthy type defense, and there was so much talent, and I'm obviously big on Alshire coming in and really manning the middle and being dominant there too. But I was worried about Jimmy Ward's health. I was worried about safety. I was worried about, the second corner position. Now, if you got Stingley and you got Lassiter and Lassiter's doing his job, now I can look at a lot of different things if I want to improve this defense. But I really like the fact that with a pass rush and 2 lockdown type corners, that's advantage defense right there alone in the fact of what they can do and how effective they can be.
Yeah, I mean, it solidifies your defense. You know who the only people that never thought Lassiter was a nickel corner, though? Were the Texans.
Yeah.
Like, there was never a point. Whenever they talked to Caserio after the draft, they're like, hey, he can play inside, can play outside. But he's been playing outside corner since the moment he stepped onto the practice fields over there. So, all the he's a nickel corner talk was really from people outside the building. It was like, well, his 40 time at the combine was this. We're not sure he has the speed to be an outside corner. That's why he's going to be a nickel corner. But that was never the conversation really within the walls of NRG or within the walls of the Houston Texans. So, the whole he's a nickel corner really was not their thought. I think they drafted him with the idea of, we're gonna give him and then maybe when they drafted him, it was like, he has positional flexibility, he can do both, But how they've treated him ever since was he's our cornerback number 2 until he proves that he's not. And every step along the way, he's proved that he has.
And we talk about it, what that means too, when your entire coaching staff and your organization basically tells you, no matter what the outside noise is, we believe in you and you're going to be our guy to start training camp and we want to see you succeed. I mean, confidence is a very, very powerful tool. And the fact that they gave him that confidence, and Nick, a lot of kudos go to Nick Caserio on this simply because of the fact that he said, look, game speed with pads and a helmet on is totally different than, running at the combine in spandex. And they believed that what they saw both in person and on film was a guy that when it came to game speed could hang with anybody he had to hang with. And so far he's proven it.
They measure that stuff nowadays. Like they measure how fast a guy's running in game, and they have like these advanced numbers and stuff. And even these college programs are wearing the catapults. I wonder how much of the how many NFL teams then get that information from the colleges. I bet you quite a bit, because these colleges want their players drafted, because then it's a good recruiting pitch and a recruiting tool to the players that they're trying to get. So yeah, I don't put a whole lot of weight in the 40 time. Like, it's sexy whenever they're doing the combine stuff and we're talking about it on the radio. But I would put very little stock in 40 time and never would put it over how fast they are in a game. Like if you had a guy that ran a 4.3 40 at the combine, you had a guy who runs a 4.5 40 at the combine, but then whenever they get the information of how fast they're running in games and the 4.5 guys covering more ground than the 4.3 guy, which one of those things tells you more?
Yeah, absolutely. The guy on the field that's being able to do what he's able to do. And even as it translates to a guy like Bullock, when you talk about the fact that even when we had DJ in here, when he said, he looks like a center fielder, he covers so much ground on the field and his speed is so recognizable when it's closing speed on a pass play, that you realize that the Texans may be ahead of the game in the way that they were analyzing these guys, and the fact that they might have caught lightning in a bottle with the pick that they got and where they got him, as opposed to how many corners were ranked ahead of him coming into that draft.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say they're cutting edge, because I do think that all of these teams are privy to it. Maybe they just have a different value for all of this.
Yeah, but I was going to say, okay, that I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, well, then why wouldn't he have been drafted higher? Because if you have that same kind of information and and you've seen what they saw on film, how did you not have him, and how did he slip through so many different teams that took other corners?
Well, I mean, there were corners that were drafted ahead of him that were pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's curious to me that, and they always say playing at Georgia in an SEC program and with the competition and everything else, if he's playing at the highest level of college football and he shows that he can cover, and the Alabama corners were going ahead of him and lots of other guys at smaller schools, it is a bit puzzling.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is measurables. The size and the speed, just the way that the NFL works, where it's like, okay, we think this guy's gonna be a little bit better because of this. But if you watch the Giants' Hard Knocks, like they wanted him. Like they had him on the short list of what they wanted to draft in the second round. So he wasn't like if you didn't pick him, he was about to be picked in that second round. All right, 713-780-3776. Astros game is win final. They lose the ball game to the Red Sox 4-1. They've ruined the triumphant return of Justin Verlander. They also lose the series. Your thoughts on the Astros dropping final 2 of this series to the Red Sox, and thoughts from today? How did JV look? All of it. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A rough one for the Houston Astros today. They win the first game of the series Monday 5-4, lose yesterday, winnable game. Drop it 6-5, and then today, getaway offense for the Astros as they fall 4-1. Grand total of 8 hits, a little more hits than the runs you would think. Or, if you had 8 hits, you think you would score more runs than you did. But the Astros fall to the Red Sox. Blankers, we were watching this game out of the corner of our eye. Just kidding. Yeah, we were. We were slacking off in the first hour of the show. What were your thoughts on the Astros losing this one?
It's a tough one because now you're looking at you lose 2 in a row. When you started the series looking so promising, you get the walk-off. You look like you're in a really good position. We know how tough this stretch of games is going to be. You want to win the series no matter what happens in totality. But, the Dodgers keep doing you favors. They did you a favor last night, beat the Mariners. You got a chance to win the series, get out of Houston and head to Baltimore on a positive note. Now you've lost 2 in a row, and Corbin Burns is sitting there waiting for you in Baltimore tomorrow night. And we talk about how this team has done its best all season to try and avoid losing 3 games in a row, especially since they've been hot. And again, it sets a different tone as you leave the city and get ready to venture out to the East Coast because it started out so positive and because they had won 11 of 12.
What team doesn't try to lose 3 in a row?
No, I'm just saying the fact that they've been avoiding it. They've been avoiding it since they've been hot. They've been avoided the 3-game losing streaks. And because they've been playing so well, everybody is obviously singing their praises and so positive about them. Now you lose the series, and the way you go about it, it's tough. Like you said, the offense, they had opportunities today. They just didn't cash in. And JV looked good, but you can't expect him to be like old JV, especially on his first start back.
Yeah, it'll be tough with Burns. Astros have a way of hitting good pitching, though. Hey, they're facing a good pitcher. Then they have a way of rising to the occasion and beating that guy, whether it's the offense is really good or they get a good pitching performance of their own. But yeah, frustrating loss. The saving grace, and Keith from LA is texting it in, 713-780-3776. The Dodgers will sweep the Mariners, so you guys leading the division is okay. That's the thing. You've taken 1 of 3 against the Red Sox, but if the Dodgers complete the sweep today, you've gained ground in the division. So, it is a race. Yes, you want to win series. Yes, you want to win ball games. But if you can keep this comfortable-ish lead that you have over Seattle, that's the good thing. But I was ready to write off the division. If the Astros would have won yesterday's game, I was ready to proclaim the Astros division champs. So the fact that you didn't win yesterday, you let the series, leave out of the grasp of your hands today. You can't declare the division over yet. You're kind of allowing Seattle to linger around even without winning baseball games.
Yeah, you are. And I still believe that at the end of the day, when we talked about it, when we made our predictions, I think the Astros will win the division by, 5 to 7 games minimal. And I think that they're going to be just fine. They're still 10 games over 500. It's just that, when you have someone down, you'd like to step on their throat and just basically cut off all hope. We were talking about a 3-team race for a while, and the Rangers have looked like they've basically imploded. But we knew going into this that it was going to be between the Mariners and the Astros. It looked like this was where the Astros separate themselves. We also knew, and the one thing that I kept thinking about was this stretch of 14 games when you play the Red Sox and the Orioles and the Royals and the Phillies, and you know that the level of competition has been ramped up a bit. So you'd like that cushion because you know the level of competition you're playing. You're in a good spot still. But, it would be nice at home with the way that you started and with the guys that started hitting if you could have at least won the series.
I thought Verlander was good. Finished the game strong. Velo slipped a little bit, but maybe to be expected for a dude who's 41 and hasn't pitched in a big league game in a long, long time. Threw 76 pitches, struck out 6 guys in a pretty good lineup. Mm-hmm. So I think it was an encouraging start for Verlander. I think these are kind of the lines of what you're going to see from JV going forward, though. I don't expect Justin Verlander to be a guy who's eating 7 innings in a start. I think he probably needs to be a 5-6 inning guy if he can keep the pitch count down during a game, give up 2-3 runs, keep your team in it. I think that the idea of a dominant Justin Verlander, I think that's long gone at this stage of his career. Be a solid middle of the rotation guy. And if this is the line score, and I know the ERA is not great on 2 runs in 5 innings, but if that's the line score, 2 runs, 5-6 innings every single start, I take that at this stage from JV.
Yeah, I think it'll get a little better because in his rehab starts he didn't really have any high leverage situations either. Even in that first inning when he had to ramp up and reach back a little bit for a few pitches that were in and around 95. I think his velocity his arm will get stronger. His velocity will be more consistent. We won't see that 2 or 3 mile an hour drop off. But you're probably right in the fact that it would be unrealistic to think that he's going to go 7 innings in a start and he's going to be the kind of guy that's going to get the kind of strikeouts he used to get and be able to, keep teams in the games on shutouts and one-run games. He's still very, very good when he's at his best. He's not what he used to be, but he's still better than most that you can put in your rotation at this point in the season.
Everyday Tay is becoming a little bit more hittable. Taylor with an E. He's starting to, I don't want to say regress, but he's given up a little bit more runs lately than we've been accustomed to. Give up another run today. Of course, Yoshida got him for the home run the other day. Second day in a row, I guess if you want to take a little bit of good news out of this, second day in a row where the Astros didn't use their leverage guys. So the big two that they have in the back of their the bullpen should be healthy going into this Baltimore series because Abreu not used in back-to-back games, Josh Hader not used in back-to-back games. They should be good to go. Altuve, you gave him a day off. It'll be good to go. Good to see Bregman back in the lineup. Bregman hit the home run in the first inning, but then had a critical pop-up later in the game.
Well, but to pick up where he left off on the power surge that he's been that he found before he got hurt, that was a good sign. And he, like you mentioned, he put him on the board early with the home run. You got to believe that when he kind of knocks a little of the rust off, that'll just get better. But he batted leadoff today. Altuve had the day off. But when you get that full lineup now and you can go 5 strong at the top, Pena slides down a notch. Everybody gets more comfortable, kind of slides down to a more comfortable position in the lower half of the lineup. It should hopefully bode well for the offense.
Al says on YouTube, where all the sophisticated listeners hang out, thought Verlander did fine for his first start back, all things considered. It was felled at bats with runners in scoring position today. That was the critical part of the game, was the 7th inning. Astros had runners at second and third, no outs. John Singleton strikes out. Trey Cabbage actually worked a walk, but I think that this was his final day with the Astros. I think Gamble is going to take his spot. Bregman then popped up. They brought in a lefty to face Jordan. He struck Jordan out. So you get second and third, nobody out in the 7th inning. You're down by 2 runs at that time. It's like, okay, here's your opportunity. Here's your opportunity to at least tie the game. Astros got nothing there, and really it was game over after you didn't get anything there.
Well, even if you don't tie it, Jeremy, second and third, nobody out, you got to at least push one across. There has to be some way of a ground out or a sacrifice fly that gets you at least 1 run there so that you're in a 1-run ball game. To not get anything there was a bit demoralizing for me. I thought that was a huge opportunity as well. Runners left on base for this team in the last 2 games has been a bit of an issue.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts from the game today. Hopefully the Mariners lose. Rooting for the Dodgers. 0979, great homestand. Now let's hit the road and get some W's. They are doing great. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. I think that was a sarcastic text. That's just my feeling on that. Okay. All right, Kyle Tucker. Has our opinion of Kyle Tucker changed with the injury that he's had? Has it impacted the way you think about paying him whenever his club control is up? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, ESPN 97.5, proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. It's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Just dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. I love supporting the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It started August 1st. Time's running out. It'll end September 2nd, so still plenty of time, but you better get your act on it. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. So Astros lose today. They dropped 2 of 3. Kyle Tucker still nowhere near returning, it doesn't seem. Dana Brown said, well, I think it's possible we'll get him by the end of September. Today, he says, maybe early September. So the goalposts on Kyle Tucker have been pushed back really for the entire injury. Whenever it first happened, let's wait a few days before we place him on the IL. Eventually led to a 60-day IL. Now it's late August. No, early September. We're seeing videos of Kyle Tucker hop around and crisscross, make you want to jump with Tucker. He still doesn't look fantastic, but closer maybe. Maybe we see him in a rehab game here soon, rehab assignment, maybe early September. But, I mean, it's August 21st. This is going to be 3+ months without Kyle Tucker in the lineup for a bone bruise on his shin, which the worst bone bruises do have this timeline. But I was thinking of this today because, we talk about injury-prone players and do you want to play injury-prone players? And Kyle Tucker's never been injury-prone. He's never been that guy. He's always been somebody who plays a lot, is not a guy who's getting hurt each and every year. Like, Jordan Alvarez can be a little bit injury-prone. Poncho, Kyle Tucker is giving me vibes of Kawhi Leonard on the Spurs, just a feeling. So the question I have for you, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Has Kyle Tucker's injury and the amount of time that he has missed changed the way that you think about paying him once his club control is up after next season?
For me personally, no, because it's a fluke. It seems like it's just a fluke injury. You got to believe the information that they're giving you. Yeah, we've talked about it before that it's taken way too long, and it just seems like it's crazy that we were talking about him not joining the team on the road trip after they left Minute Maid Park in Anaheim, and that he would be playing in a couple days' time. And now here we are when we were talking about Dana Brown's we hope to have him by September, and that was a couple of weeks ago. We were like, come on, man, he's got to be back before September. Now it looks like he's going to be back in September. I don't think this affects his long-term status. I don't think it should. But I also think, and you and I have talked about this previously, I just don't think that there's a scenario that plays out where they're going to be willing to give him what he's going to be looking for if it's long-term big money deal. And that's something that I haven't wavered on either. I don't think that, him going through all of this hasn't had a negative impact or changed my belief, one, in him as a baseball player, or two, of what the Astros are going to do.
Yeah, I've always been team not pay the guy. So the fact that he's been hurt and he's going to miss 3+ months with the bone bruise, it doesn't change the way I feel about it, because I don't believe in those types of big contracts for baseball players, especially guys who are going to be in their 30s. I'm okay with doing it early in their career when they're in their early 20s and you're signing them for throughout their arbitration years and you're stealing away some of their early free agent years, like Jordan, like Bregman, like Altuve. But I mean, Kyle Tucker is going to be 6 years with the Astros, becoming a free agent in his late 20s. I'm not in favor of those deals. So if anything, it solidifies my opinion of not paying the guy. 713-780-3776, Astros Locker on Twitter. Only in a positive way. It shows how much the Astros are going to struggle at times if they lose Bregman and or Tucker. They absolutely need a plan. Okay, the Astros offense has actually been better since Kyle Tucker's been hurt, ironically. Like, I don't know, the math doesn't math there, but it's been the case. Probably because they've been better with runners in scoring position. Jordan got hot where he wasn't really hot when Tucker was going well. Yiner really started to turn it on. Bregman started to turn it on. So I think Kyle Tucker makes this offense even better. I think it's more of a coincidence than anything else that the Astros offense has been better without him. But at the same time, it's not like if Kyle Tucker leaves after next year, you're not gonna be in the market for trying to add a bat. It's not like Kyle Tucker leaves and we're just gonna sit here and twiddle our thumbs and not try to fill the 500 at bats that he's gonna give you.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've talked about this in the past. Now, are you going to get a Kyle Tucker? Probably not. But can you get a guy that can be, better than average in right field, that can bridge the gap and come in and contribute when you're forgetting the fact that you're going to have Yiner, you're going to have Jordan, you're going to have Altuve, you're going to have guys in this lineup that are fully capable of being, better than average baseball players at the top of your lineup, to where this team is still going to be okay. Yeah, I get it that, especially with a guy like Bregman, your heartstrings, the fact that he's done so much, the fact that it's slow of a start that he got off to, that he's found it now and gotten hot, it is something that makes you think, well, we'd like to have him around. I still think that there's a short-term deal where he could possibly be around for another year or two. But overall, I think that even if they lose both those guys, I don't doubt the fact that they're going to replace them. They're going to find guys that can do similar things, and that the team is still going to be fully capable of competing for playoffs and more.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 4229. But is he faking it? I don't think there's any fake here. I think it's a legitimate injury. I don't think he's milking it. I don't think he's faking it. I think it's the worst bone bruise we've seen in Houston Astro history. I don't think it helps that he's very, very skinny. Put a little meat on the bone, Kyle Tucker. Have a couple of cheeseburgers. Maybe you wouldn't be out 3 months with a bone bruise if you had a little bit of fat. We all like a little bit of fat. Add a little fat, Kyle Tucker. But no, I don't think he's faking it or milking it.
No, I think that, when we were talking about it, and you had mentioned when Grenard late in the year, we never saw him. We didn't see what we've seen of Kyle Tucker to be able to say how legit and how sprained was the ankle. When you're looking at Kyle Tucker, one, it's a fluke accident. The two balls that he fouled off hit the exact same spot on his shin. So that's really rare to have happen to a Major League Baseball player. And then from the standpoint of what we've seen the videos, we've seen the posts, we've seen him in the outfield. We now saw him swinging in the cages. And when you look at him, something just isn't right. He's not moving like he has done that we have seen when he's been playing and when he's been 100%. He's not even close to it. And so when we talk about what we want to see from Kyle Tucker at this point in the year, with the fact that somehow, some way, they've had the best record, I think, in the majors since he went out, if not like top 3, the fact now is whenever he comes back, you can't afford to have him slowly play his way back into being a part of this lineup. So hopefully when he does come back, he's as close to 100% as he can be.
Sure, but that's not the question right now. Has Kyle Tucker's injury changed the way you think about paying him? 713-780-3776. 6517, corner outfield is terrible. If anything, this ups Tucker's value. Okay, that's interesting. I do think corner outfield is terrible. The corner outfielders have been awful on this team. But if you know that Kyle Tucker's not going to be on the roster, you're going to upgrade the corner outfielders. I don't think this ups Tucker's value. I don't think you can miss 3 months with an injury and your value goes up. You're not going to go from being a $300 million man, miss 3 months, and then you're a $325 million man. Now, it probably stays the same. If Kyle Tucker plays every single 150 games next year, he avoids the injured list all year, his value stays the same. But you're not going to miss 3 months and improve your value because the rest of the team stinks.
No, and I think that the big thing there is if the flip side, if we were talking about the flip side, if this team just imploded with Kyle Tucker out of the lineup, now you have a bargaining chip in your pocket if you're his agent to say, see, when the team doesn't have him in the middle of the lineup, look at how this team scuffles and how bad they can be offensively. But the fact that they've been able to not only keep the ship afloat, but they've been very, very good. I don't think it has an impact either way. I think he's still Kyle Tucker. They know what he's capable of doing and what he did prior to the injury, but I don't think it changes the value either way.
Tyler and Conroe, this is an outlier. I think he's still the clubhouse war leader. Oh, okay. He's missed significant time. We should pay that man. So Tyler and Conroe doesn't care that he's missed 3+ months with a bone bruise. He still wants to pay the man after next season, which I think a majority of people probably want that because a majority of people like to keep their star players with the team and don't really, account for the, regression of a player that approaches 30 and then surpasses 30. 8924, if he plays in the playoffs like he did last year, let him walk. So there's one gentleman. or lady, I'm not sure, that is of the opinion that Kyle Tucker's postseason performances should come into play. What say you, Brian? Where do you stand on the Tucker injury, and does it change the way at all about your thoughts on extending him past next year?
No, it doesn't change it at all because of what you guys have talked about, the freak injury or the freak nature of the injury. Like if it was something where he's constantly having, problems with his hamstrings or constantly having a problem with the bicep muscle, some sort of soft tissue issue that's never going away that we see creep up every single year, then I would start to go, okay, well, I definitely don't want to pay that guy into his 30s. Those things aren't going to get better. But it's a freak accident with the ball being fouled off the same spot on the shin twice. It's an injury to the bone, not to a soft tissue muscle. So it doesn't really affect my opinion on paying Kyle Tucker. I would still like to have him back, but I would definitely probably have a threshold lower than it would take to get him back. So if I'm GM, he's probably walking out the door, but it's not because of this injury.
But I also think too, guys, the one thing that from a fan's perspective, you're probably right. I think ideally they would want both guys back. And the fact that the way the Bregman started, they thought there was hope, and the fact that Tucker is a guy that that they love, and they know he's been an all-star recently, that they would think that that's a guy you got to have. But the track record should show you that they shouldn't think that way anymore. They should know the way this organization thinks. They don't go long-term big money. They won't. They haven't done it in the past. Nothing leads me to believe that they're going to change that for one, if not especially Kyle Tucker. So I think that it's just on the fans to start the realization that that's just not how they do business.
No, I mean that's the secondary part of the conversation too. Like they're not a team that extends guys for a long, long time. Jordan's been the longest contract they've been willing to do, and that was 6 years, and that bought out some years of free agency before he was anywhere close to becoming a free agent. 6517, Dana will do nothing when Tucker walks and promote from Sugarland. We have seen this movie over and over again. Have we, though? Because, I mean, the Astros have signed two big free agents the last two off seasons. They signed the closer that got paid more money than anybody else in the relief market. And then 2 years ago, they signed the first baseman that made more than any other first baseman in the free agent market that year. If anything, the Astros have reversed the course on that the last 2 years. And if anything, it was actually to, the negative. It was bad. Hader's been really good. But Abreu obviously was the worst contract ever given by the franchise.
Yeah, but when you look at it too, and you're going to say that that's what Dana's shown you. Well, the other thing that we've known is, especially with the signings you were talking about, that Jim Crane is not afraid to make the big splash, and Jim Crane kind of likes to make the big splash. And if Kyle Tucker walks, there's nothing that makes me believe that they're just going to stand pat and pull from Sugarland. I believe that they'll check the market, and based on guys that are out there, that they're going to find someone. And again, he's probably statistically not going to be Kyle Tucker, but I'm sure that they're going to find someone that's very capable of playing right field at a high level for the team.
Junior Broncos is saying, I don't know, Pena for Correa, McCormick and Myers for Springer. That was pre-Dana Brown. That was not the current regime for the Astros. And, how much does the front office, we don't want to point to Bagwell, point to Crane. But the last two off seasons haven't been the Pena for Correa, the McCormick and Myers for Springer. And I would also push back and say it wasn't McCormick and Myers for Springer. I would say it was Tucker for Springer, and Springer's no longer a center fielder. They'll also have to evaluate where they're at in two off seasons. Like if Jacob Melton they still love and is top 100 prospect on a couple of different publications, if they think that he's ready and he's going to take over and be the right fielder, well, then there's your answer. It just depends on how they view him in 2 years. I think that Kyle Tucker's chances of re-signing with the Astros are extremely low. And I don't think that the injury changes the odds of them signing Kyle Tucker. I just think they're low no matter what.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think too, when you start thinking about the fact that you'll have money to play with, if God forbid you lose Fromber, you lose Bregman, you lose Tucker, you got all that money to play with. If you don't think that they're going to go out and spend that and try and replace those guys, then I'll call you crazy, because I think that they will. I think that when Jim Crane keeps saying that as long as he's here, the window's never closed, they're going to find they will exhaust every possibility to make sure whoever walks out, they'll find someone capable of walking right into the position that they played to keep this window open. So I believe that they will find, again, they might not be exactly who those players are, but I think they'll find good players.
I don't think signing free agents, though, is what keeps the windows open. I feel like that could actually shut your window sooner.
Well, but I mean, look, they're already looking at younger players too, and there's a couple in the pipeline that could end up being a factor by the time all is said and done when you start talking about these guys. But I still believe it's a combination, and I believe that if Tucker's the guy that walks, if Melton's not ready and they don't have anybody in the pipeline that looks like they're capable of being a corner outfielder for this team, I think they'll go into free agency and find someone that can do what they need to do.
I like them to get away from the let's just go sign the top free agent at the position of need and pay them this insane amount of money, and then it turns out to be a bad contract, and trade all the minor leaguers for whatever they need in the moment. I'd like them to get back to, all right, let's keep the window open. Let's stop making all of these moves that are right now in the moment that could be costing us down the road, and then that window slams shut abruptly. Logan, Kyle Tucker's a top 5 left-handed bat in baseball. You can't let that walk. Give him 8 years, $320 million. Go a little light on the first year until Abreu and Montero off the books, and then reimburse him on the back end. Still leaves money to add free agents later on. How many $320 million 8-year deals have worked in baseball history?
Not many.
Very, very little. King of Twitch, a 5-tool lefty, is a unicorn. How long is he going to have those 5 tools? Right now, he probably only has 3. I don't think that the range tool is there. I don't think the speed tool is there because of this bone bruise on his leg.
Yeah, look, and the return on investment, I think, just goes down every single year. And you mentioned it. If you're going over, they've shown a propensity to want to do 3 and 4 year deals. If he's looking for 7 or 8, and there's going to be teams that are willing to overpay him because they're going to be more desperate and they're going to be more free spending, the market will dictate the fact that they're going to push those numbers way out of any place where the Astros feel comfortable. And if you did bring him back, give him that kind of money, excuse me, the one thing you're going to have to deal with too is you got to believe Jordan and his camp's not going to be very happy with that either. I mean, he did choose to do the steal of a deal with the Astros for the longer term. But when you look at what his productivity, you got to believe that's a discussion they're going to want to have.
Yeah, I think you put way too much thought into that. Like, players signed a contract, especially in baseball. Like, baseball players don't go to their agents and be like, hey, let's tear up my contract and get a new one done. Like,
I don't believe that I put too much thought in that. I've seen that agents will have that conversation. And
when does that happen in
baseball? We talked about a Mulligetta kind of
Mulligetta's not a baseball agent.
I understand that, Jeremy, but I'm just saying agents are going to pick up the phone and go,
when has it happened ever in baseball history?
I'm not going to sit there and pull for you right now and say that I can reference something that quickly, but I can tell you that agents will have that conversation.
I've never seen it happen in baseball history.
Well, you haven't seen it happen that they've done that. They've given more money to the player. Okay, that's one thing. But you can't tell me that's never happened where the agent starts talking to the team going, my guy's as good as that guy, and look, try to get more money.
I've never seen a baseball contract that was ripped up and signed a new one.
I didn't say ripped up and signed a new one, but I said the agents will have the conversation.
With who?
And the camp would, and you can see that the player and or the agent would be unhappy.
Okay. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll get your thoughts on this. Who do you think is more important to re-sign? Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and where Alex Bregman could go in the offseason? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Business owners, let HRP help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, whatever. HRP can help in any or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. The technology is great. You'll love that. You'll trust that. But you're going to fall in love with their service. Their service is elite, top shelf. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to somebody that's a stranger who doesn't know you. They don't know your business needs. Every time you talk to HRP, they're going to be familiar with your business. So get HRP in your life. That way you can spend your time back into growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Bregman or Tucker? Which of the two would you rather have? 713-780-3776. Few text. Didn't A-Rod get a new deal in the middle of the contract when he asked at the World Series one year? I don't know off the top of my head, but I think that's why I think he wanted to, and that was part of the reason he was going to get traded to Boston. But then the Players Union didn't allow him, and then they ended up going with the Yankees, opted out of his deal, then signed a new one. I don't think it was a rip contract and a new one.
I think he had an opt-out after so many years, and I remember New York apparently told him, like, if you opt out, we're not re-signing you, but then the owner stepped in, they re-signed A-Rod anyway. But
it was a opt-out clause.
Right, it was an opt-out.
Which are normal now.
Right, it was an opt-out, not a tear-up, yeah.
But wasn't there a point, too, when he was traded to Boston and then it was vetoed or something?
It was vetoed because they wanted to rip up the contract and sign a new one, and they didn't let him. I'm pretty sure. I don't know that 100%. Like, I'm not 100% confident on that. But I think that's what it had to do with.
Or maybe there was a clause within the contract.
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was a rip-up contract. We're going to do a new one, and the union's like, no, you're not.
Huh.
No, you're not, because they wanted him to take less money. And the union's you're not taking less money. You kidding me? 0188, didn't Altuve get a contract torn up and was given this last extension that he's playing for right now? No. That new extension actually doesn't go into play until next year. He signed an extension, and he was supposed to be a free agent after the 2024 season. That's an extension that will trigger next season. So, no, that wasn't a torn-up thing. 713-780-3776. And also, like, from the team, you're not going to be like, okay, Jordan's making $16.5 million a year. We can't sign a guy for $17 million a year, even if it makes our team better, because we're going to hurt Jordan Alvarez's feelings. Like, that's a stupid place to operate from.
I would agree with you there, but I would say you're probably going to have to choose one or the other. Like, I mean, when you make the Kyle Tucker decision, I think you have to make that knowing if we sign Kyle Tucker for market value, let's say it's 8 years, $300 million. You're probably then out of the price range to also pay Jordan Alvarez.
Well, two things here. One, it wouldn't be because of hurt feelings. It'd be because you're not going to pay him the money.
I'm agreeing with you on hurt feelings.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with you just the Astros' track record. If they pay one, they're not paying both.
Because of payroll restrictions, not because Jordan would be in his feels. Because if you gave Jordan exactly what he wanted, Jordan Alvarez would be great. I have great feelings now. I'm with you. Plus, Jordan signed through 28. Like, he signed through 2028 when he's going to be 31 years old.
Yeah, my whole feeling is the fact that he's already got a long-term deal, so it's not going to be that, and it wouldn't be over $500,000 or $1 million. But look, it was a choice he made. But are they not going to be happy if the fact that Tucker gets 50 to 100 million more on the end of a contract with years and money that he didn't get? Yeah, I think that he would. I think that his agent would, but that's on them. I get that. I think the bigger thing is, to Brian, your point about, on the one or the other, the bigger thing is if Yiner keeps playing the way he's playing, you're going to pay him. You're going to have to play. You're going to be in the same situations with these younger guys that you're going to Pena, Yiner, guys that, you're going to have make decisions, and you can't sign them all.
Yeah. And that might be my answer to the question, to your point. Like, Tucker or Bregman? None of the above. Give me Yiner. Like, I would sign Yiner before I'm giving Kyle Tucker or Bregman that extension because of age. Like, I'm not saying Yiner's a better player than Tucker or Bregman at this stage of their career. But because of age, I think I can get him much cheaper, buy out some of his prime years where he's going to be a free agent, as opposed to signing Bregman, who's already in his 30s. Kyle Tucker's soon to be in his 30s and will be more expensive than doing a Yiner thing. But if you had to pick between the two, which would you pick, Bregman or Tucker? Like, let's just assume fair market value.
But the length of contract, like Bregman's going to go long term,
like what we would assume they would get on the open market.
Okay, I'm going to say Tucker of the two, just simply because of the Bregman being older and because it took longer to get him going this year. That I would take Tucker of the two and believe that in the middle of the lineup he's going to have the impact that I need for at least some of the years.
Yeah, I think Tucker's a better player, but Bregman is going to be cheaper in a shorter deal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The term matters. Like, if you're going to tell me it's only a 2 or 3 year deal,
like, what would be fair value for the guy? Like, what you expect him to get? Like, we expect Bregman to get 27 to 30 million. I don't even think Bregman gets 5. I think Bregman's like maximum year is 4.
Well, Tucker's probably double in length, though, right?
I would say 7 or 8. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's probably double in length.
I think Bregman's a max 4-year deal anywhere. Like maybe a club option for a 5th, or like a vesting option for a 5th. I have a hard time believing Alex Bregman's going to get 5 years.
Yeah, the only way I think that he pushes past in that ballpark.
He'll be 31 next year.
Yeah, if he gets multiple teams that start to get in a bidding war and there's a little bit more desperation, but even still, yeah, 5's a lot for a guy his age.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking. So let's throw out the number 28 per year, 4 years for Alex Bregman. We'll throw out 33 for Kyle Tucker
Sounds
for
right.
7 or 8 years. So you get a pick on the term and that scale, Tucker or Bregman.
I think I'd lean Tucker.
Okay.
I think I'd lean Tucker because the fact that you got a good defensive outfielder, you've got a guy that in the middle of that lineup is a guy that along with the other two guys that you have currently there, I think the impact is there. I think Bregman has turned it on, but I have concerns about longevity and his sustainability now at this point in his career. So I would go Tucker.
Yeah, I would probably go neither. I don't like either one of those. Both of those make me cringe.
You gotta pick one.
Both of those make me cringe. I would probably go the shorter term deal. And Bregman also plays a more premium position. Kyle Tucker's a better baseball player than Alex Bregman. Do not twist my words. Kyle Tucker is better than Alex Bregman. But I hate long-term deals. I would take the shorter term deal, lesser AAV, and Bregman plays a more premium position than Kyle Tucker does. It's harder to find good third baseman than it is corner outfielders. You can find a corner outfielder that can hit pretty good. Good luck finding that from a third baseman that plays elite level of defense at the hot corner. Tucker's a better player. There's no doubt about it. But if I'm having to sign him to the twice the length of the deal, more money, and Bregman's playing the more premium position, I have to go with Bregman. I also think Bregman's more likely for all those reasons. I think Bregman's more likely to do the short-term deal than Tucker. I think Bregman probably I don't want to say that. I don't know if Bregman likes Houston more than Tucker likes Houston. Maybe they both like Houston equally. Bregman just to me makes more sense than Tucker does.
I was going to say, if you think from an Astros perspective, which of the two guys ends up ending up here, it would be Bregman simply because of the fact that I think the short term is the key. I mean, I don't think that they're going to go over 4 or 5 years on a big time deal, and the fact that if you could get Bregman at 3 or 4 at a reasonable number, I think that would mean something to them, and that they would be more likely to do that.
King of Twitch says, keep letting your stars walk, and you have an issue getting free agents to sign here. Two things there. They've let Correa walk. They've let Cole walk. They let Verlander walk. They let Springer walk. I'm probably missing a couple of guys, and they still signed the top player at the position in each of the last 2 years. Secondly, do you want to be a team that's built on big free agent acquisitions? I don't. I think it's bad business. I think it's
not
sustainable.
a model you can sustain.
Yeah, so one, you're wrong. Two, that's a bad way to build a baseball team.
Well, and you look at what Cashman's doing, and now he's trying to talk his way out of it, but that's what he's consistently done. He's just spent and spent and spent and spent, and most of them, the return on investment isn't even close.
Especially with some of the starting pitchers they've signed.
Oh, yeah, but even still, I mean, even the trade of taking on Stanton and taking on that monster deal, and he's hardly played even half a season since he's been in New York. He's been abysmal at being able to at least be available, let alone put up numbers. But, yeah, they just keep spending. It doesn't seem to work out for them. And that's really not the recipe for long-term success.
And I think that's kind of why I would lean Bregman. Not only is he the shorter-term deal, but if you look at, okay, if we let one of these walk, what are we more likely to be able to replace from within and not have to go out and spend big in free agency? I mean, you look at the corner outfield spots, Jacob Melton's already in AAA. You would expect him to be ready by the time Tucker, hits the free agent market, whereas third base, I know they've called up a couple guys like Whitcomb and DeCenzo that may be able to play third base, but I'm much more in love with the idea of a top 100 prospect of Jacob Melton being able to replace a star leaving than the unknown of what they have at third base.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, like third baseman in the system. DeCenzo, you're hoping that he ends up being the heir apparent eventually. But, yeah, there's the other problem that you have, too, though, in trying to do what Jeremy was talking about for sustainability and not just go into free agency is their farm system's so depleted, you don't have as much to choose from as a lot of these other teams. But that's where the draft becomes so much more important with a guy like Dana, where you got to start replenishing at a certain point.
Yeah, I haven't loved DeCenzo either. Junior Broncos, I want Matthews. I am intrigued with what Matthews does. He does look like a promising prospect. All right, 713-780-3776. Tucker or Bregman, and let's get to these places where they're predicting Bregman could end up, where his potential fits, and let's look a little bit at the financial obligations too. Like we've talked about this next year with the Astros and where they're at financially. Let's look at it. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, look, before we go to the break, college football is right around the corner, pro football as well, and betting on football with MyBookie, it's back. It's here for you. They're going to take care of you as they always do, and it's the place you need to go when you want to put money down on all kinds of sports, starting with college and pro football. Who's going to win the NCAA championship this year? Last year, if you bet on Michigan on MyBookie, you'd have cashed in 10 times your bet. Who's it going to be this year? Ohio State, Texas, you name it, Georgia. If you want to bet on that team or your team, then I encourage you to go to mybookie.ag, because it's the same way with the NFL. If you want to pick who's going to win at the end of the year or bet on your favorite team like the Texans, it's not crazy, and it could pay off in a big way. You can do all that and more at mybookie.ag. MyBookie, an awesome sports book and casino platform. It puts the betting in your hands, and you can use your phone, your laptop, your tablet. Easy and fun. You can do it in your pajamas or your boxer shorts. You don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. You can have fun this football season, and MyBookie is the best place to do it. It's an online sports booking community complete with live dealers standing by for casino games when there isn't games to bet on, or you just don't feel like betting on games, but you want to get some casino games going. The live dealers are standing by, the poker, the blackjack right there at your fingertips, and you're taken care of. Go to mybookie.ag and always use our promo code BET975, where you can always get that promo code bonus. You know how it works. You put money into your account, you use our promo code, instantly there's more money in your account, which means more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex Bregman, after the game, was asked about when he could play third base again, because you saw him taking ground balls at third base yesterday, but was not throwing them. He was just kind of tossing the baseballs in a bucket after he fielded a couple of grounders. He was asked when he might play third base. Bregman said it's going to be a fluid situation for the rest of the season. There's still swelling in his elbow. Some gremlins in there are causing it, he said.
It's not good.
No, it's not. It sounds like he's playing through something. Maybe, I'm not going to speculate. But if he has to play, if he has to DH, your best nine's not.
No.
Your best offensive nine's not there, because if Bregman's taking DH at bats, that's not your best nine. Like, you want to get Jordan in there. You want to get Yiner in there. And then that means that Shea Whitcomb has to play almost every single day over some of those guys that we just mentioned.
Yeah, and the fact that You know, you like the platoon option with Singleton if he's facing a righty because he's been pretty decent to where you get another good bat in the lineup in that situation. But yeah, you're not ideally going to have the best bats in your lineup ever if the fact he's not going to play first base.
No.
So that kind of screws you a little bit in terms of your flexibility with DH.
Yeah, that's rough there. They had some potential fits of where Bregman could go in free agency, and they listed 3 clubs. One of them were the Astros, which is cool. That's great. I have no problem with Bregman back with the Astros on a reasonable contract. The other fits, Arizona. We've heard that, like close to his home in New Mexico, has a house there, blah, 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 blah. The last fit were the Mariners. Ooh. This is one that I would not be happy with. I'm okay if Alex Bregman leaves the Astros. If Alex Bregman left the Astros for the Mariners, I would not like that much.
No, you shouldn't, and no Astros fan should. And this goes back to all the trades that you see when there are big-name, loved players throughout sports. The last thing you want to do, and most general managers are aware of, you don't want them to be in the same division if you're in baseball. You don't want them to be in the same division if you're in football, and you'd like to try and keep them out of the same conference if you can, because you don't want them to come back and bite you. And you've seen it over the years. And with my personal experiences, when they traded Favre, they didn't want him to be in the NFC. They wanted him to be with the Jets because they didn't want to see him. And he wanted to be with a team where he could get revenge on that team that basically let him go. You wouldn't want to see a guy that would be right there battling with you to win the division every single year and know that now he's playing for them, and especially if he plays well.
Yeah, that would be rough. All right, 713-780-3776. 7830 sign both. Crane ain't poor. Every team in Major League Baseball prints money. They could all go for it if they had more will and less greed. I mean, Crane's in the luxury tax. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Crane should spend more. He's in the luxury tax. He's one of the few teams in baseball, one of the few owners in baseball that are in the luxury tax. So he's spending more than just about every owner in Major League Baseball. And it's also about financial, like, allocation. If you're going to spend $250 million, what's the best way to spend the $250 million? If your wife gave you a $100 allowance, what's the best way to spend the $100 for that particular day? Hopefully it's a day. So it's about the financial allocation. It's not that Crane is cheap. It's not that Crane is poor. It's, hey, this is our budget for the year. What's the best way to get the best team with this amount of money? And if you're paying a guy $30 million and he's giving you a $15 million performance, that's how you lose in sports.
Yeah, the financial responsibility of knowing, like we talked about too. The fact is the same people are gonna say, well, then you got to pay Yiner when his contract comes up, and Pena when his contract comes up, and you want to keep everybody. But the realistic approach to all of this is the fact that you have to be more savvy, and there's going to be some tough decisions to be made because you can't keep everybody, or you're going to be way over the luxury tax. And it's going to be where a lot of the time, and we've seen this with a lot of the guys that walked out of the door with the Astros, it was tough to watch them go. But from a return on investment perspective, they haven't been nearly the player they were when they were here in Houston, because a lot of them were in their prime when they were here.
Yeah. You're paying them for past performance as opposed to what they're going to be. Honey Glaze Brand, I'm asking a great question. I'm going to still, do we still think that Bregman slept on his elbow wrong?
He keeps saying it.
It's a fluid situation that's going to have a problem all year long. No, I don't think that he slept on it wrong.
And I think you hit it there. It's a fluid, like there's fluid buildup, like that doesn't come from sleeping on it wrong. There's definitely something else.
I mean, I hope it's not torn.
He hopes it's not either, especially when we start talking about him hitting the free agent market and stuff like that. Can you imagine what would derail everything if he'd be out? Because that would be a significant amount of time.
Yeah, and they would also be a lie because they said he had MRI done. Like they said they had MRI done and that nothing was structurally wrong. Yet him throwing is a fluid situation, and he might not be able to play third base. Something's fishy with the Astros again.
Yeah, he's definitely. Look, to his credit, at least he is talking. So you're getting something from him. But at the end of the day, I'm curious as to how realistic everything turns out to be. Because if he can't, if it's literally a fluid situation, you don't know if you can expect him to play third base the rest of the year. That seems to be a lot more substantial than what they're leading on.
Yeah, but because now Bregman has to take DH at bats. I mean, Jordan cannot. It means Yiner cannot, which makes it a little bit more difficult to get Yiner, Caratini, and Singleton in the lineup against right-handed pitching, which they all hit righties well. Yeah, so that would be problematic. That is not good news. 60-30, he's not cheap, Crane. He's just dumb. He pays has-beens top dollar and trades away top prospects for has-beens. I don't think that takes him terribly wrong. I think there is some accuracy there. This guy, 8089 Breggs, ends up in Colorado. He's from New Mexico. Colorado's big free agent acquisitions have not turned out good, a la Chris Bryant. So I don't know how willing they would be to pay a guy top dollar whenever Chris Bryant's still collecting tons of money and not even playing.
And even Nolan Arenado was a guy that they gave big money to, and then they unloaded him to St. Louis a couple years later.
Yeah, 7560. Jordan is a big boy, almost like Frank Thomas. If they keep him at first, sounds stupid, but he is protecting the knees. Yeah, I don't know if they just don't like Jordan there. Jordan played a little bit of first base in the minors. I think they might have given up on that because they didn't like what they saw with him there. I think he should just be the permanent DH. 2851, let them both walk. That's kind of where I'm at.
I think from a defensive perspective too, with Yiner, you know that from the reflexes and everything he's got to do with being behind the plate as a catcher, that it translates to being able to block the baseballs and the reflexes to get the balls when you have to dig them out. I think Jordan doesn't seem to be a guy that has those same kind of quick reflexes. He's got a good arm, but I don't think from a fielding perspective that I would trust him to be a guy that can scoop stuff out and play defense.
Yeah, I think if he was capable, they would do that. 7560 Bregman has more to lose than leaving than Tucker. Look at the playoff games with the Bregman and Altuve combo. Yes, the Astros will not always be in the playoffs, but you have to think about Bregman. If Bregman loses more than just money, but I mean, has he won enough though where he doesn't care about that? Like, he has all the legacy stuff. Bregman already has a ring. He's got 2 rings. He has the legacy. Like, now, do you want the legacy after you already had the legacy, or do you want riches?
Well,
most players would choose riches.
And think about this too, Jeremy. The other factor that factors into that: when do guys normally want to get the riches? After they've won a ring, because that's part of their legacy to put on their resume. Everybody wants to win at least one. When you've won, the next thing you want to do is make sure you cash in on the last big contract that you have available to you. With 2 World Series in your back pocket, there's plenty of players that said, now it's my time to go get my money.
And not that Bregman is poor, obviously, by any means, but he has probably not optimized his earnings in his career. He signed that team-friendly-ish contract that bought out some of his free agent years, which is going to cost him entering free agency until he's in his 30s. So I could definitely. I mean, I always see players chasing the money. Like, if a player chases the money, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's their job. 7560 long-term contracts should be banned. Good luck getting the players union to do that. 2422 Tampa Bay will try to sign Tucker to go along with their new stadium since he's from there. Yeah, they're getting a new stadium, but I don't see Tampa Bay straying away from what has kept them successful.
Yeah, that's not their business model. That's not what they do. When they're in these same situations as the Astros have been in, they bail way before the Astros would even be considering bailing.
50-44, how about trading Tucker to get something in return for the future? I'm down for that. I'm a fan of that. I like that strategy.
And not only that, but it could possibly help you with what the other half of this we were talking about, to rebuild your farm system. I mean, when you talk about Tampa Bay, that's the one thing that they do. They did it again at the deadline. They unloaded a lot of their major league roster, and what did they do? They got multiple prospects from the trades that they made to just restock yet again and reload their farm system.
Yep. 713-780 ESPN, HRP listener line. Caleb Williams, he's either going to be a cold-blooded killer or he's going to be a bust, and there is zero in between. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, I'm here to tell you guys about Allstate Siding and Windows, and I encourage you to go to the website, allstatesidingandwindows.com right now, because Allstate Siding and Windows is the best at what they talk about and what's in their name, and that's siding and windows. They also do front doors. They do so much more. But the fact is, they've been in business for almost 50 years. And in all the time that they're in business, they take care of Houstonians, and that is a main goal of theirs. They do a lot of things with discounts. They do a lot of things with deals. They take care of, military and first responders. But the main thing is they're experts at what they do, and they're going to tell you the right way to do it and the right product to use. Your home is probably your biggest investment for most of us. They want to make sure that you protect it. It's that hard outer shell of protection that you have to have when we're talking about right in the middle of hurricane season right now, to the fact that when we're not in hurricane season, what are we talking about? Well, it's the excruciating heat of 100-degree temperatures like we're dealing with now, or those times in the wintertime when it gets super cold. You want windows and siding because they are going to keep the cold in the air conditioning times. They are going to keep the heat in the winter times, and they are going to give you the ultimate protection on the outer shell of your house at all times. That's why it's big. And the big thing for you is They offer you a free, no obligation inspection where they can come out and they can give you an estimate on what they can do. They can tell you about all their products. They can look at your house and say, these would be the ideal windows for you. This would be the ideal siding. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. They will come to your door. They will answer your questions. They will walk you through what they think needs to be done and what products that you should use, and then they would leave it all in your hands. Allstate Siding and Windows.com also gives you that opportunity to see all the products and services that they offer. But right now, 30% off of windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Those free estimates are the key. Call them today, 832-204-1936, or check them out online, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay. Caleb Williams is either going to be a cold-blooded killer or he's going to be a bust. And there's no middle. There's no middle. He's going to be one or the other. It's binary. He's either A, a cold-blooded killer, or he's B for bust. Caleb Williams yesterday, Hard Knocks aired, and Caleb Williams, he was being asked by his quarterback coach, Kerry Joseph, about nerves and pressure, and here was this psycho's answer.
Where your nervous level, nervous energy gets to, like, scale of 1 to 10?
0. I don't get nervous. Not since my first game of high school versus Gilman. I fumbled 2 snaps. Other than that, and I came back and threw like out and up down the sideline. Other than that, play ball.
He doesn't get nervous. Who doesn't get nervous? All these athletes for generations, like, yeah, we get nervous. It shows that you care, right?
Yeah.
So Caleb Williams, because he doesn't get nervous, I guess you can factor in he might be lying. But if he actually does not get nervous, he's either going to be the greatest quarterback of all time or he's going to be the next quarterback bust in the NFL. Nerves. You got to have nerves.
I think he's full of it. I just think that you go and talk to, and you go back and reference all the interviews with even the greatest of all time will tell you that they get the butterflies, that they get the nerves, and that a lot of guys used to throw up before big games, no matter how good they were, because of the fact that it means something. You can't tell me that you're going to take the first game as a starting quarterback in the NFL and you're not going to feel nerves. I don't believe that.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, there is the potential factor that he's probably lying here. But if it is indeed true, that he does not feel pressure, he does not feel nerves, he either doesn't care about football and he's going to be a bust, or he is a unicorn, once in a generational player that will be feeding families forever.
Well, I was going to say the other thing, though, that he has to do as part of all of this is maybe he doesn't feel nervous, but he's still got to play like to the highest level of being able to make all the passes and do all the things that he's got to do. And that remains to be seen for me to see what he can do on the football field as it translates to the NFL.
You're a hater because you're a Packer fan, aren't you?
Maybe there might be something to that too. But
a
at
hater.
the same time,
Caleb Williams or Jordan Love? Who are you taking?
Ooh, that's
Put your hate to the test.
I'll say Jordan Love simply because of the fact that
finally found the test.
Yeah, I didn't like Caleb Williams at SC yelling at his coaches and some of the stuff he did. But everybody says he's slam dunk going to be a great one. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm who knows? Like, you never know with rookies, but it's just weird. The dude doesn't feel pressure.
I honestly, because I watched Hard Knocks, that episode of Hard Knocks this morning, when he said it, reading his body language and the expression on his face.
You buying it?
Yeah, I'm buying that he believes it. Now we'll see what happens when the week 1 happens. Maybe that changes for him. He's stepping into an NFL stadium for a real game for the first time. Maybe that changes for him. But when he said it, it didn't come off as a lie to me.
Yeah, I feel like pressure's a good thing though. I feel like it's a good thing.
I'm with you, but if I had to pick one or the other, I don't think he's going to bust. I could see him being in the middle, but if I have to pick bust or like elite, I'm going to pick elite. I don't see him as being a bust.
I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be good as a rookie. I think he's going to have a really good year as a rookie.
He's got so many weapons.
He does.
He does. I just, again, call me a hater. I don't think he may be good for his career. I think what we saw of CJ is such a rarity that, when everybody's saying that he could do the same kind of things, I'm just going to tell you that I don't believe that.
But we've seen rookie quarterbacks. I mean, I feel like the idea that rookie quarterbacks can't be good year one. I mean, definition year one, they're rookies, but it's kind of an old thing because we saw Justin Herbert come in right away, set like the rookie touchdown record. Baker Mayfield had set it just like 2 years before that. We're starting to see rookie quarterbacks come in and make a bigger impact early on.
It might be. Now, I think that like the math is probably on Blanker's side here. That rookie quarterbacks, are going to struggle more than they're going to be hits. I mean, even in those specific cases, you had other first-round rookies who didn't perform at that level. But where Caleb Williams has a huge advantage is that they might have surrounded him with the best supporting cast that a rookie's had in the last
I can't think of a better
decade.
one.
You're right.
Decade. Now, the Texans supporting cast looked good in hindsight. But going into the year, Nico Collins, who had never done anything, and Tank Dell, who was a third-rounder. Like, even the Texans last year, they did have a good supporting cast, but they didn't going into the year. The Bears have DJ Moore, who's one of the more underrated receivers in all of the NFL. They have Keenan Allen, who's been one of the more solid, productive receivers in the NFL for the last 7 years. And then, they drafted another receiver in the top 10. Like,
they got Kmet, they've got good running backs, they've bolstered their offensive line. Look, they have set him up with every possible player to give him a chance to succeed. At the end of the day, though, with reads and defenses and all the things that he's going to see and the things that he's going to go through, I'm just curious to see what level he plays at his first year.
I think there's going to be some ugly moments because he seems to be a quarterback. He
doesn't feel pressure.
Well, yeah, but he seems to be a quarterback, and I hesitate to relate him to Deshaun because Deshaun has lots of other things that come with that. But Deshaun sometimes passed on the easy play to make the more fantastic, and I see that in Caleb sometimes where he seems to pass on the easy play in favor of rolling out and throwing against his body. So he's going to have some of that taken out of him over his rookie year, but I think he's going to be really good.
0979, he's a Heisman Trophy winner, first overall pick. Y'all just mad another black quarterback. Two-thirds of us are happy. If two-thirds of us think Caleb Williams is going to be great, there's only one of us that's hating on Caleb Williams. The two-thirds of us are high on Caleb Williams. 0979.
Okay.
So it's not because he's black, it's because he's a bear.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the color of
the
his
other
skin. Yeah.
1711.
Screw them.
Yeah, but 0979. Two-thirds of us are high on Caleb Williams. So don't say y'all. 1711, he didn't win in college, so why pressure to win now? Nice burn. 3928, do y'all think Dion was nervous in his first game? I think that every player has been nervous in his first game. Yeah. Every player, in NFL especially.
I completely agree with that. And some of the best have had issues where they had to go to the locker room before the game and throw up, and some of them think that they're not ready to play if they don't throw up and or they don't feel the butterflies. I think LeBron has talked about the butterflies a lot, and even with the Olympic experience. It's a natural thing that happens when there is a big game to be played. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's kind of unheard of to me that someone doesn't feel any nerves at all.
I have to admit, I never felt nerves before a game, but I was a one-tool player. Did you puke before games, Blankers?
I have.
Ooh.
I have. But I have reflux, too. So there's a lot of things that go into that sometimes. But, yeah, there's definitely been games.
You had reflux as a college student?
I have had reflux my whole life.
That's crazy. 6856, Key from L.A. He might not get nervous, but we definitely know he's a crier. Yeah. 7283, Caleb is the next Chicago bust. Williams is a bust. I've seen a lot of Bear fans say that he's already the greatest Chicago Bear quarterback of all time.
It's not a tall list.
It's not outrageous.
It's not a tall list.
Jay Cutler?
Probably.
Yeah, they've never had a quarterback in their history throw for 4,000 yards. It's not a tall list.
I mean, maybe they go the team wins success, so Jim McMahon is probably on the short list.
Yeah.
I bet you Sexy Rexy's on the short list.
I think Jay Cutler statistically is the best quarterback in Bears history, and I think you're right. McMahon winning the Super Bowl would be a guy that they have right up there at the top.
0315, once he gets popped by a TJ Watt, he'll get nervous. Yeah, maybe the next time he plays TJ Watt, I would agree. I'm pretty heavy on Caleb Williams. I got a good amount.
In fantasy?
I have a good amount of Caleb Williams shares. Good amount of Caleb Williams
I don't
shares.
mind it. I assume he wasn't your first quarterback taken, though.
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
You know,
Okay.
you got to let the draft board speak to you.
Sure.
So just, sometimes. He's been drafted pretty high, though, Caleb Williams, because of the pieces around him.
I'm higher on him in fantasy than I am his targets because there's just a rookie's only going to be able to get so many guys enough numbers to produce in
DJ
fantasy.
Moore, pretty solid. They're saying they play a lot of 12 personnel, too, which isn't great for their third receiver.
No, I don't like that at all.
Who do you think's going to have a bigger year, Caleb Williams or Jalen Daniels?
Ooh.
Jalen Daniels officially named a starter, I think, yesterday. Like, okay,
I think Caleb just because he's got better weapons.
Yeah. I would lean Caleb, too.
If we're talking fantasy, though, I would take Jaden. I
still lean Caleb.
Well, he's going to run.
Because the running, and it's not like he has nothing in wide receiver. Terry McLaurin is a very underrated wide receiver. So it's not like they have nothing in Washington, but when you factor that plus the running, because I think he's going to run for like 600-700 yards, I would take Jaden.
Eric the driver, BS, he doesn't feel nervous. I think he'll be a solid QB, but ain't no way he doesn't feel it. That's kind of where I'm at. Honey Glazed Branham, hey, you don't know how much confidence painting your nail gives you. How do you know? How do you know I don't know that? Huh?
And maybe how does he know that it gives you confidence?
I think he's saying he paints his nails.
I was going to say, then, yeah, admit it.
I think he did.
Okay.
I think he did do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's becoming the in thing. Now when you look around sports, I mean, I think everybody's painting their nails. A lot of guys are painting their nails.
0979, Wisconsin, Cutler, the biggest bust in Bears history. Stop the cap, says 0979. He did with emojis, too. That was impressive. All right, what could the Texans be saving their cap money for? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
What are the Texans saving this money for? They're a little over $20 million in cap space, $20 million in change. What do you think they're saving this for?
I think it's a combination. I think when you think about what happened last year when the offensive line literally started falling apart with injuries and they had to go out and get some guys, you got to have some wiggle room financially. And I think that they're still looking for a player or two that can kind of have an impact on this season, whether it's depth, like we talked about earlier in the show, or whether you're looking for a guy that can still come in and upgrade a certain position group, whether it's as simple as looking at a second running back or another linebacker, or you think that you can upgrade a certain position where you think that that would have an impact on this season. I think that they want to have options. They want to have flexibility. And I think they're still looking for, not it has to be a big fish, but I think that they're looking for a player or two that might cost a little bit more, a veteran that could actually give them depth and more talent.
I don't think that stuff would cost a whole lot of money, though. Let's say half of it is used for like operating cost of players getting hurt, adding players to their roster, or playing the cut down day, looking for strengthening certain specific positions. But I don't think that stuff would be that expensive. Like no one that's getting cut down, you're claiming on waivers that is making this huge amount of salary. I don't think the Texans would be in on that game. Like they would let them clear waivers, sign them when they become a free agent. Same thing with like street free agents. Any street free agent right now is not signing a big contract. I think that Nick Caserio is starting to look ahead to future years. We know that you can roll the money over in the NFL. Texans have 20 and change. Use half of that operating cost. Let's say you roll over $10 to $12 million for next year. I think he's starting to look ahead with players that he has that are going to be free agents soon. I'm not even talking about Stroud. Although I do think C.J. Stroud's going to happen sooner than others. But because he knows that he has quarterback on his rookie deal, he needs to build a good roster around him. It's more win now than you might think because you want to win when that quarterback's on that rookie contract. I think he's starting to look ahead for future years. He would say that he doesn't look at windows, but we all know that he looks at windows, specifically these 2-year windows. So, like, you see $20.7 million in cap space. Well, why didn't they get Justin Simmons for $10 million? Well, he doesn't think Justin Simmons is worth $10 million of performance for this specific football team. And if he can roll it over to next season when they can better use that money, it would make more sense for him. But you also have some free agents coming up next year that you kind of have to start worrying about a little bit. What if Stephon Diggs is good? What if Stephon Diggs is good for the Houston Texans? They love their wide receiver trio. They think it's the best wide receiver trio in the NFL. Diggs didn't lose a step. He was just, a victim of Joe Brady and Josh Allen, but he's fantastic, and you want to bring him back. Well, it'd be good to have a little bit of that money rolled over to next year so you're in a better salary situation. Maybe you don't bring back Stephon Diggs. Robert Woods, of course, will be a free agent. Hopefully he's cut. Noah Brown will be a free agent. Maybe you want to play the free agent game next year whenever you have a little bit of less money because these guys are getting these escalators on their contracts. So I think that Nick Caserio, he wouldn't tell you this because he doesn't like to be, positioned as this guy who's looking ahead. I think Nick Caserio is looking ahead with his salary cap space.
I don't think if that is the reasons why, I'm not going to hate him for that because we've always talked about the fact as much as you're worried about the current season that you're in, you're not being a good general manager if you don't have another eye on the future. We talked about the fact that from all sports perspective, you can't just continue to keep spending in free agency and you want to develop your young players, but you also want to make sure that you're still competitive at a certain level. And that means sometimes keeping your own players. If you can do that, and the fact that rollover is so big, then I'm fine with that too. I would also factor in too that I think that if they were to make a trade, it's not as frequent as in other sports, but based on injury or otherwise, you still want to have that flexibility too, that if you traded for a guy making more, that you could make that move if that was something that you had to do.
Yeah, I think he's very cognizant of the price tag. Like, whereas a Justin Simmons, we think that's too much for what he could help to us, but then he was in on Matthew Judon, or at least made the call for Matthew Judon. So it's like, okay, well, this guy's getting paid this. We think he can perform to this level. So I'm not saying that he's going to roll all of this money over, because if the opportunity arises, I do think that Caserio will be ready to strike, which makes sense. And maybe that's part of the savings too, is like, hey, we want to be in a position where we could be in a position to strike. Maybe that, one of these teams falls out of the race and like no one's trading for a higher price player and they just flat out release the guy. Well, the Texans operating, $20 million in cap space. We really like that guy. We don't want him to enter free agency. He might not choose us. Let's put a claim on a guy, even though he's being paid a good amount of money for the rest of 2024. So for me, I think this is Nick Caserio being okay, rolling it over, should it get to that point, but also operating with the cap space to where if something comes up, they are in a position to strike.
I think that's the biggest thing, is to leave all your options open, whether you actually do any one of those options or not. The fact that if you wanted to do anything that we just mentioned, you have the financial means to be able to do that, whether it be a trade, go out and get somebody late, roll it over so that you can pay some of your own, or even go out and look next season. You don't want to say, well, I'm limited now, and be like, the teams when they're 20, 30, 40 million over the cap, or in a tough financial situation where they got to get super creative. Not that it can't be done, but it is very challenging for a franchise, instead of just being able to be forward thinkers and say, hey, we've got all our options on the table now because we were very wise with the way we spent our money.
When is the earliest quarterback contract extension? Key from L.A., yes, CJ's going to ask for a lot of money. When is the earliest rookie quarterback asked for the raise? Been after year 3, going into year 4?
I would guess that without researching it, yeah.
Because who've been the quarterbacks that have gotten deals recently?
Did
Herbert.
Did
Herbert
Mahomes get one before? He got one before his got close to expiring, didn't he?
Yeah. He went a little bit early. He signed his contract extension during the 2020 season.
Okay.
So that's a little different because most of these guys do it before the season. He did it during the season, but he signed the huge deal. So if Joe Burrow, he did what, his 2 off seasons ago?
It was more recent than that, was it not?
I think it was 2 off seasons ago because it wasn't this off season.
No, it wasn't this off season, but yeah, but it might, again, maybe it was during the season last year.
So Burrow was drafted in 2020. So he was a, rookie in the 2020 season, 21, 22, 23, 24. Joe Burrow signed his extension. Burrow signed a 5-year, $275 million contract extension, surpassing Justin Herbert, 2023. So that would have been going into the 23 season. So that would have been after his 3rd year. I think that's when it is. Like it's after your 3rd year for a rookie. Is there any way CJ does it after year 2?
Believe me, and we've talked about this before, and you brought it up. If there's any guy and there's any situation that lends you to believe that it's more than a possibility, then it would be David Mulgeta combined with a guy with the talent of CJ Stroud. So I think there's definitely a possibility.
Deshaun Watson signed his before the 2020 season, so that was after 3 years in the league too. So the status quo is 3 years. Like if you're a franchise quarterback, you're getting it after your 3rd year. That was the deal with Jordan Love, right? Because Jordan Love's 3rd year was last year.
Yep.
That was the first year that he played, but it was his 3rd year. So the going rate, the trend, is that these franchise quarterbacks sign their deal after their 3rd year in the league.
And Love was a little quirky because they, at the time when they signed the deal for him, they thought Rodgers might still be here, and they left the possibility open. So he was only due to make $6 million this year.
Well, that would have been his rookie scale because that was still his rookie deal. Because he was, it doesn't matter. All rookies are 4-year contracts. Only the first rounders are different because you get the 5th-year rookie option.
I guess you're right. Yeah,
that was a rookie scale.
Yeah.
Now they might have structured it differently with like guarantees and stuff like that. Because that is actually the one thing. Like, why do NFL rookies hold out when it's slotted? Well, it's guaranteed money. Like they're trying to get most of their money guaranteed, and a lot of first rounders now get it all guaranteed. Nick Caserio has actually been criticized for like giving bigger guarantees to specific players that were drafted in certain rounds because he's kind of resetting the market, and Caserio gets grief over that. So yeah, so if Stroud is the first, like the earliest to ever do it, it'd be after this offseason. It'd be after this season in this offseason. I wonder if maybe that's why they're saving a little money.
I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I couldn't see it happening. I think CJ Stroud, as much as he'd want to, get that next contract, because who wouldn't want to get that next contract? He might get over $60 million per year, close to $500 million on the total. I think he's going to look at this team and realize, Daniil Hunter's on the 2-year deal, Danico Autry's on the 2-year deal. There's they'd be in the 2nd year of a 2-year window where a lot of money would be coming off the books after that, and he'd want to maximize his ability to win next season.
It wouldn't be Caserio's thought, though. It would be Mulgeta We're
Sure.
going. CJ Stroud's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. We want our money now, and if you don't give it to us, we're willing to hold out.
Yeah. The Mulligetta factor is what gives me pause, honestly. But
Yeah.
that would seem also like a dangerous thing or dangerous idea to walk, because then if I don't know, just damaging relationships with teams. I don't think the likelihood of him being able to pull it off or is it even all that high. So why even? I don't know. I can't see it happening in after year 2.
But if you think about it from his business perspective, if he's able to do it the same way he's known as a guy that can get contracts torn up even with multiple years left and get his guy out of town, and he's always said,
it
well,
raises his profile.
Yeah, every player would want a guy like that in their corner, and that if he can do it, and this is the time to do it because this is the kind of talent that doesn't come around all the time that could possibly get it done.
When has David Mulligetta ever cared about ticking teams off?
No, but I read an article, an interview. I get it, but he said he hates that reputation. He wants to do more than that. Well, you want to change the narrative on you, but if you continue to be a player's best friend and he can do something like this, what player doesn't want that guy in their corner?
Yeah, I just don't know if he really cares about making teams mad. I mean, he was Deshaun Watson's agent. He was Jalen Ramsey's agent who went to training camp in a Brinks truck that got himself out of there because he was demanding a trade. It's kind of, I mean, it is his reputation.
Yeah, I was looking up too on the Love deal. He did sign an extension prior to the big deal because they weren't sure if he was going to play or not. So he was due 13.5. He got 13.5 last year, and he was only scheduled to make $9 million this year because they didn't know what they were going to do with it.
So they signed him with an extension,
like a short-term extension leading into.
So they added to his rookie deal,
right?
And then I wonder if they tore that one up. Did they tear that one up, or did they get whenever he signed his new deal?
Yeah, they tore it up to do the 4 year.
Yeah, so he ripped that old one up. That's interesting. Yeah, he was that was an interesting situation with him. 713-780-3776, 3338. Holding out during your first contract would be such a scum move. That happens all the time. Like, it doesn't usually happen after year 2. But Jalen Ramsey did it. Deshaun Watson did it actually after he got his contract. Deshaun Watson got an extension and then was like, hey, I'm demanding. He demanded a trade. He didn't hold out. But he demanded a trade after he had already gotten his extension. 2585, come on, don't even talk about this. It's making me nervous already.
Well, I mean, it's reality. And you know, your agent's not doing your job if you're not trying to at least give it your best effort to see if you can make it happen. And CJ's the kind of talent that's above pretty much everybody else and we just talked about it. Caserio likes to take care of his players. He even took care of Diggs after making the trade. I just think that Nick's not going to turn a deaf ear. He's going to listen. It'll be really interesting to see if they can get anything done.
I can't see this happening though without a set level of team success. I couldn't imagine like if the Texans go 9-8 and don't win a playoff game, CJ Stroud and Mulligetta try to have this conversation.
I'm with
you. This would come with they're probably in the Super Bowl before Mulligetta tries this tactic. So,
I would say at least AFC Championship.
At least AFC Championship. I would probably even say in the Super Bowl. Then I think Mulligetta would have the leverage to make this move. Without that, especially if they have a down season compared to what they did last year, they just to me wouldn't have the leverage to be able to make this work to try to set a new precedent.
You need two things. You need that, and I would say minimum AFC Championship. More likely if you get to the Super Bowl, and then Stroud would have to prove he's a top 5 quarterback unanimously.
Yep.
Like no questions about it. Because if he regressed a little bit, like still good, but regressed a little bit, and like the team gets to the AFC Championship on the backs of a defense, and the offense sputters a little bit. He's not getting it on that front. It would take him being an elite level quarterback, top 5, at worst, and the Texans would have to have a deep playoff run. That's the only way I see it happening.
That's why the Mahomes deal was such a no-brainer because everybody was already anointing him as one of the greatest, if not the greatest ever, and a Hall of Famer and all this other stuff. And it's like, well, you want to take care of that guy. You want to make sure he stays. So they're going to be really open to it. But yeah, if you have a guy that is like a Tua-esque or something like that, they're not going to. The team's not going to be open to that.
Yeah. So Mahomes signed his. They picked up. He signed a 10-year extension before the 2020 season, and he was drafted in 17, but of course didn't play. So 17, 18, 19. Yeah, that was after his third year too.
Yeah,
so
that's the other thing. The precedent has been set. I mean,
after 3 years.
Not only has it been set basically for recent modern football, but I mean, I'm sure the Texans pushback's like, well, if Mahomes didn't ask for it, why are you asking for it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be only 2 more years though. So like, even if he doesn't reset the market or whatever and go to market before any other quarterback did, it's still only 2 more years.
Yeah.
It's still only 2 more years. This is why Caserio is being aggressive.
It was why you look at the contracts they signed this year. Daniil Hunter was a 2-year deal. Danico Autry was a 2-year deal. They're all deals basically timed to end when when CJ gets his money.
But why do they have $20 million in change left over?
Because they're rolling it over I think they're rolling over for next year.
I do too.
Yeah, that's honestly, I think but I don't know how much salary cap they'd be projected to have next year, but I would guess it wouldn't be a ton because of all the free agent deals they signed. So I think they're using this as a savvy way to add more salary cap to be able to make at least one decent move next offseason.
Their projected cap is actually 5.5 in the hole.
So there you go.
So you roll over $10 million.
Yep.
Now you're 5.5
you go.
in the black. But there's also guys you can cut. Like Titus Howard would be big savings if you designated him a June 1st cut. There's ways to recoup some money. But yeah, I think Nick Caserio is saving a little bit of meat on the bone for next season, and then knowing the year after that, C.J. Stroud is going to be a $70 million a year quarterback.
It's possible.
60 is a no-brainer.
60 is a
no-brainer.
guarantee.
By then you might be talking about 70.
I think
you're
60
talking-
gets hit first. I don't think Stroud's the first $60 million quarterback. I think somebody will hit $60 million before him. I think it's going to be Dak.
Maybe Dak. Yeah,
I think it's going to be
first thing I
Dak.
thought about.
Yeah. I think he hits 60 plus per year and 500 million on the total.
70 will be hard to get to.
70 is probably somewhere between 63 to 65, I would guess.
65 million over under. C.J. Stroud, AAV.
I would go
I'm
slightly under.
I'm going to go slightly under as well. I don't think we're going to be there yet.
Would you rather do that for 4 or 5 years, or would you rather do a Mahomes deal where it's a little bit friendly in AAV, but it's a 10-year deal?
I'd rather do the Mahomes deal.
would
I
too.
think I would too, because it gives you more flexibility when and I think what Kansas City was savvy in doing was knowing when their other contracts were going to come up or guys that they wanted, so that's why it changes from year to year of what he's making. I think that's just a savvy business move.
Yeah, give me the Mahomes deal. Come on,
Especially
Stroud,
if you
be
know your
Mahomes.
quarterback's the guy. Like the short term deal to me is more for guys like Tua or Jordan Love. Maybe you have long term question marks about. But if you know Stroud is the guy, like you know Mahomes is the guy, then give me the savings over the long term.
It's weird though how Mahomes is the only one that does that. Like Burrow, 4 or 5 year deal. Justin Herbert, was it a 5-year deal?
It loves new deals
Like
4.
Yeah, none of these guys go over 5 years. Like I think even Josh Allen's extension was 4 or 5 years, wasn't it? So like Mahomes is the only guy who does this. Allen was 6 years. So Allen was 6. What was Lamar's? Lamar's probably 5 years too, I think.
Was it?
He got a 5-year deal.
Okay.
So like 4, 5, 6 years is the window. Mahomes went 10.
Yeah, that's more team friendly.
10.
Mahomes was being more team friendly than player friendly. So
That's crazy.
that's probably the rub
Especially
there.
when it comes with a guarantee of $500 million over the length of the contract. You're good with it.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Well, it might not be fun,
You know-
but it'll be interesting to see what C.J. Stroud.
Well, the
decides
other
to
interesting thing on this too, because of what you're talking, because we're talking about how the scale is going to keep going up. You know who's killing themselves right now financially with all these moves is when we talked about Jerry Jones. Because if you'd assigned C.D. Lamb at the start of camp or prior to that, you probably were getting him a little lower than what Chase and Jefferson and all these guys signed for, and now that number's going to keep going up. Same thing with Dak. By the time you actually agree that you're going to pay Dak, instead of trying to get it done now and trying to get things wrapped up, he's going to cost himself $3, $4, $5, $6 million each guy.
I don't know in that short of a window if it's going to be that expensive.
In the receiver market, probably 3 or so. In the quarterback market, it could be 4 or 5 by the time he gets it done, because Dak's got this year left.
But it depends on when you do it. If you do it before the start of the season, like what other quarterbacks have reset the market?
Well, that's true.
Like it would have, like if you're talking about after the season, now it's significant. But if you're talking about like in this little window of training camp, I don't think it's that big.
So
a
like
number.
from a CD Lamb perspective, you got it done before camp started and you did it in the off season, then you could have gotten it done to where now if you're going to let it play out or you're not going to get it done before the season starts, and even with the other guys that have signed contracts since, it's probably cost them a couple mil.
I don't know. I don't know, because I feel like CeeDee Lamb probably had his price tag pretty high. Like he probably has been asking for more than Jefferson, which is $35 million a year.
Right, but you could have gotten it done before Jefferson got his deal done.
Maybe he was asking for $35 million a year. I mean, it's hard to know that without knowing what the demand was, because I mean, Jerry Jones said he's willing to go up to, or he didn't say this, but it's been reported that he's willing to go to 33, and CD's like, Well, why CD? Because he wants what Jefferson got. Now, that wasn't out there yet, but maybe he was asking for 35 since the very beginning. We don't really know, but I do see your point on that. 713-780-3776. Speaking of the other second-year player, At what point do we need to start worrying about Will Anderson's weak ankles? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. He's got multiple ways where he can help you, where you haven't found the help anywhere else. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that are just masks for the problem. It's actually solving the problem once and for all. It was really cool. Doc got in contact with me one day, and he said, hey, if you don't mind, I'd like to sit down with you, have a consultation. I want to run some stuff by you. I said, sure. And when we sat down to talk, he explained to me how you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. And in my case, my hairline had gone from a 4-head to an 8-head, and it was going fast. And I didn't think there was anything to do to stop it. And he explained to me that he can take the hair from some of the hair from the sides and the back of your head, repurposes it where you need it most, like in my case, the hairline. And almost instantly, you will see the follicles there. They're going to continue to grow because he's taking them from a spot where they never go away. They'll be with you for the rest of your life. And they are difference makers, game changers. And in 6 to 9 months after the procedure, you're going to see the best results, even though you'll see the hair from day one. And it's going to grow the right way, be the same color because it's your hair. Same thing with PRP treatments. If you have hair still on your head, it's just not as thick and lush as it used to be. It's like fertilizing your lawn. The PRP treatments actually get that hair back to where it was when it was at its actual absolute best, and it makes you very happy in the process, and your self-esteem goes up because your appearance is much better. All you got to do to get the same kind of free consultation I got is go to 975hair.com. You get a free consultation because you listen to us and you're interested in him, where people off the street pay $150. All you got to do is go in and just question and answer session during that consultation. No signing on the dotted line, no commitments financially or otherwise. Just let them explain everything they can do after looking at your scalp and your hair, and then see if it's something that you might be interested in. It's as simple as that. Check them out today. I did the procedure. Could not be happier with both. PRP is effective, and I did it before and after the actual NeoGraft procedure. I've seen the results. They're still there. You guys know it if you've seen it. It's fantastic. Tell them I sent you by. Go see my friend Doc Linville. Go to 975hair.com and set up that appointment today.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN 6517. Astros have given us all PTSD that we don't believe or trust injury reports for Houston star players. I feel you.
Very true.
Feel you on that. 3413 Mahomes was smart, team-friendly deal. Present value of money says to take that deal, plus all the additional sponsorships and brand deals equals 3 emojis with the money tongue sticking out of the emoji face. Yeah, I mean, Cal McNair, you spend your money. Do that with Stroud. Give him the present money value.
Never quit.
That Cal McNair sitting across the table from David Mulugheta in a contract negotiation between the two. Cal McNair's not losing that. David Mulugheta might have gotten Jalen Ramsey money and then out of town. He might have gotten Deshaun Watson a huge contract from Cal McNair and then demanded a trade and then got huge money from Cleveland after not playing for a year and a half. But if he sits across the table again with Cal McNair is going to have this mantra.
Never quit.
Yeah, team-friendly deal. They're gonna rip off C.J. Stroud and David Mulugheta because Cal McNair will not quit. Okay. Will not quit, Cal McNair.
Mulugheta's going to be making demands the whole time. Cool Cat Cal's just going to be looking at him, flipping some burgers, slide a burger
What do you
over to him.
want
It's like,
on your
why
burger?
don't you take a taste of that and tell me what you
He's
think?
gonna get one look at the handlebar mustache, see Cal McNair throw up the H, and Mulugheta's gonna be in awe and sign whatever contract C.J. Stroud is offered.
Maybe he's going to challenge Mulugheta to a game of college football 25.
Yeah.
Winner gets their terms of the C.J. Stroud deal.
And he might splurge on a matching beanbag, Cal McNair. But I mean, Mahomes deal I think would make a lot of sense. You save a little bit of AAV, it helps out the team. The player gets guaranteed money, gets the present value of money. I think it would make sense. Now, it's only one quarterback has done it though, and probably for a reason. So Will Anderson, when should we start worrying about this man's weak ankles? Missed some games last year with a high ankle sprain. He missed practice again today with ankle injuries. Missed the last few weeks, actually. Chalupa says Texans going to get mad at J-Bone and pull station credentials, which I haven't heard about Texans credentials this year. Probably a Joe thing, though. Poncho says, shout it out from the mountaintops, Jay Bowen. Will Anderson is damaged goods. I'm not saying that. Your words. Batman, does Will Anderson have a bad body? 713-780-3776. Tongue in cheek, we're having fun. Maybe. But when should we be concerned about the ankles of Will Anderson?
Regular season, if it's continuing to linger, I think that's when you start thinking about the fact that, look, Mixon, for everything that we've heard, he's now practicing. They said he looked good today. A lot of reports coming out about the fact that he looks very, very, athletic and healthy at practice. Veteran players for sure are one thing, but if Will Anderson, you don't need him till the games actually matter, so they're not going to be in any hurry to have him rush out there at practice. If it starts happening and it starts lingering into him missing some regular season games, now it's a legit issue. And
If he misses one, I'm flipping out.
Well, I mean, in the past, it normally takes, like, if this something, when you say it's going to be, where you think it's going to be a lingering problem, it would have to be like it's fixed, it's done, and all of a sudden here it comes again, and now he's missing some time, that maybe you start worried about the medicals. But
I mean, it was the Hall of Fame week, though. We're looking, if he misses week 1 and he started missing practice like around the Hall of Fame game, that's 4 or 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's 4 or 5 weeks. He missed multiple games last year with an ankle injury.
Yeah. Look, and Steph Curry's the most notorious guy that had the lingering issues that wouldn't go away that actually cost him his first big contract. You hope it doesn't get to that, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities, and it's something you got to monitor. Because sometimes guys, like we talked about this with baseball players, but if you try to come back before you're 100% too, chances of you re-injuring it or it never fully healing is always going to be there because of the fact, especially with your ankle, and you're pounding on it.
Yeah, I'm going to – the worry for me on a scale of 1 to 10, like I'm at a 2 here. I'm at a 2, but I'm monitoring it because that's what you should do. You should monitor things. I'm at a 2. Aaron Wilson tweeted today, Pro Bowl defensive end Will Anderson Jr. remains sidelined with an ankle injury. KPRC 2, not regarded as long-term injury. Okay. All right. But if he misses week 1, now it's a long-term injury. It's 5 weeks where he hasn't played football. So, and he missed 2 games last year. So my concern will ramp up to a 10 if Will Anderson we hear is not playing in week 1. I don't care about preseason. You want to hold him out? I don't really care. I don't really care. Now, I have noticed that this ankle injury's kept him out for a while, so it's real. I, of course, know that Will Anderson lost a couple of games last year because of a high ankle sprain. So if Will Anderson has to start his season not playing a game because of this ankle, man, my concern is at a 10. Yeah. It'll be at a 10.
Yeah, it'll and rightfully so, because of the fact that, a lot of times when we hear these injuries reported during training camp, it's really just to mask the fact that you don't want to or need to see enough and have them out there for the rigors of training camp. But if he's missing regular season games and he's had the same injury a year ago, then you have every right to be, extremely concerned.
Yeah. Lamont says, so Branham is taking this approach with the Texans. I mean, talking bad about them. That's cool. What really makes this guy look like a fraud, all capital letters, he will not do this bad word with U of H, his employer. Well, there's nothing bad to say about U of H. Go Cougs. There's nothing bad to say about them. How could I bad word on them when there's nothing bad to say about them?
Our beloved Cougs.
Yeah, they unveiled their AD today. He's a winner. He's going to do great things at the University of Houston. Eddie Nunez, congratulations. Welcome to Houston. What bad can you say about the University of Houston,
put the
Lamont?
Colts song guy's horse up against B-Max Cougar?
That was Paul Gallant, by the way.
Oh, I thought you were just doing it again.
No. That's Paul. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Paul.
I also don't think I was talking down about the Texans.
No, I don't think so.
I said I'm a little concerned about an ankle
concerned
injury.
About an injured player. What's abnormal about that?
I don't know if I really dogged the Texans just now. I have in the past. I definitely have. I'm an equal opportunity hater, except for U of H because everything's perfect there. I
hate sometimes when the outside critics just seem to think that they know best and they don't understand the fact that we've been in the situations before where you do protect, rightfully so. You protect the people.
Oh, I'm not protecting it. That place is perfect. I'm not protecting it. That place is 100% perfect. There's nothing that ever goes wrong there.
I've been very open about it, but working at the Rockets, I had to do it
all
all
the time. Yeah, but he brought up
U
U of H. You didn't bring up the Rockets. U of H is perfect. The Rockets are not. The Rockets are not perfect. And I don't mind it. I don't mind critics, too, because if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. So there is that too, Lamont. All right, 713-780-3776. When are you going to start worrying about Will Anderson's ankles? Also, which Texans are under the most pressure in 2024? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for Vanderford Heating and Air Conditioning. They are absolutely fantastic. You can check out all their services at vanderfordair.com. But I'm here to tell you that if you need a new air conditioning system and you're concerned about finding the right company, one that gives you quality, great installation, does everything that your system's supposed to do, from cooling your home and the temperature that you actually want to even dehumidifying your home to the ultimate comfort, all you got to do is go to vanderfordair.com. Look no place else, because these guys do everything the way you want it done. You're not going to overpay. They're going to put everything in writing. And it starts from the beginning of the process. When you call them within 24 hours, they're going to be out to see you. They're not going to make you wait days on end, maybe a week based on their backloads. No, you call them within 24 hours, they're there to see you. They want to know what's going on. And then everything from that point on is going to be put in writing that they say they're going to do. They're going to analyze what's going on, whether it's a replacement part that needs to be installed or a whole new system. They're going to give you the option for both. If we replace the part, it's this. If we put in a new system, it's that. And it's going to be in writing so that you have proof of it and you can do with it what you will. The fact is everything's in writing and everything's guaranteed. 100% money-back guarantee is exactly what I love about this company, because they back up their work, and your satisfaction is what matters the most. And if it's not to your satisfaction, it's your money back. Check them out today and put this number in your phone, 281-557-COOL. Whether you want to get your air conditioning unit looked at before it gets too hot for too long, because we're already in triple digits, or you want to see all the different services that they offer and the fact that you need that number in your phone in case anything ever does go wrong. Put it in now, 281-557-COOL. They have a 5-step satisfaction and money-back guaranteed program with the best value at the lowest cost to you, the comfort assurance that the temperature is going to be exactly what they said, the workmanship done by their workers are going to be exactly to your specifications, and the performance guarantee that the parts and the systems that they put in are going to work. If any of those things are not to your satisfaction, and of course, like I said, and everything's going to be in writing too, it's 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's why I love Vanderford Air. Check it out today, vanderfordair.com or 281-557-COOL.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Did you know there's a new way to listen to our station on the radio? What if we told you that it's clearer, stronger, and the best way to listen? If you have an HD radio in your car, you need to check out 97.9 HD2. If you start listening on HD2, you won't have to worry about changing your station ever again. 1047, what's the over-under on Anthony Richardson winning MVP? You'd be over the moon to think that he would.
Go Coles!
That's reason alone
Did
that
you
Anthony
see
Richardson will not win the
some of
MVP.
I forget who they were doing the joint practice with, but the guys on defense were just killing him and saying he didn't want to throw the football and daring him to throw it, and the fact that he was just running. And
I was reading those quotes this morning. I can't remember
too.
who they were playing either. Oh, Bengals.
Oh, there you go.
The Bengals. Yeah, the quotes coming from Cincinnati. And, I mean, can you believe everything you read on the internet?
No, but at the same time, where they always say the truth lies somewhere in the middle, maybe it wasn't to that level, but I got to believe there was some of it.
No, I'm saying, like, there's a lot of these parody accounts, though. Like, I've never heard of this. I've never heard of John Frisella. But if you look at, like, let's is this guy credible or not? His bio, girl dad, NFL writer and analyst, published MLB author, NBA columnist, Bleacher Report, Razzball, Fansided, Jets, Mets, Nets. That's Jake Asman's brother. UConn Sports Cards. He's got a blog. He has 19.8K followers, so that's significant.
somewhat legit.
Nothing says parody on it. He's reported, he's retweeted Met stuff. He's quote tweeted Adam Schefter. Yeah, I don't think this is parody. He quoted Brian Callahan on a Will Levis thing. Oh, Will Levis on Titans rookie head coach Brian Callahan. He's instilled a lot of confidence. I mean, it seems like he might be a
what was his name?
Aggregator. What do they call them? Aggregators on the Twitter. John Frisella.
Okay, because then there's also James Boyd, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, that wasn't using quotes, but just said, no one on the Colts offense looks comfortable, including Anthony Richardson. He's 2 of 8. The Bengals players are talking so much trash, and rightfully so.
Okay, it's a little different than going on the record with a quote, though.
True.
Take it with a grain of salt. But according to John Frisella, who we don't know if he's a parody or not, he does look legit. I will say that. Because a lot of times they'll have parody, and then like their recent tweets are just stupid and obviously parody. And they don't look like that. Cam Taylor-Britt on Anthony Richardson, is that all he does is run? Okay, I think it's fair. Geno Stone, quote, he's just throwing to spots. He doesn't see his receivers. That's a crazy thing to say. And then just during the joint practice, throw the ball, bro. Bengals defenders almost frustrated on behalf of other Colts players. Is Frisella real? I think he is. I think
he's legit, for sure.
I think he's, I mean, I don't know if it's for sure. I have my doubts. But it's not like MLB on facts, you know?
Well, I think
it's not NBA Sintel who got me once.
I think the key, too, is just to see if there's any pushback. I think now that it's out there and he's put his name to it, see if anybody's willing to push back and say it didn't happen, or to whether it be other beat writers or other people.
Twitter. Like Twitter guys don't go back at parody accounts.
No, I'm saying, but if other writers or other people or even the players would challenge it, you know that sometimes the players will even chime in.
Not a parody account.
Well, but we don't know if it's a parody. If they see, a lot of guys just see it on Twitter, they'll respond.
Yeah, but not to a parody account. Like a parody account, like players aren't responding to MLB on facts.
No, right, but that doesn't look like
it doesn't. It doesn't. But I've never heard the name before though. Like it's not Schefter. It's not.
There's so many guys out there nowadays too that they're not like. Not all the names are as familiar as, like you mentioned, all the people that we're used to hearing from.
Yeah, but I mean, like his tweets look legit. Like they're taking quotes from press conferences. I think he's more of an aggregator than like a beat guy. But I don't think it's parody. I think it is actually real. Yeah, I don't like Richardson's chances to win MVP. I'll just say that. The guy that's asked the Anthony Richardson question doesn't understand how over-unders work. Cash. That is true. What is his value? What are his odds? Not over-under. You're right about that. All right, who are the Texans that are under the most pressure in 2024?
I think Diggs has to be the first one, right?
He's on my 3.
He's playing for a new contract.
I think there's 2 that are clear-cut, no doubters. And then the third one I think is a little bit, not of a reach, but I think there's 2 clear cuts, and I think it's a huge drop-off after the top
Kenyon
2.
Green?
No. But Kenyon Green's a good answer, though, but he's not in my top 2.
Okay, I would think Kenyon Green, Stephon Diggs, and Joe Mixon.
I have Titus Howard. I have Titus
That's
Howard
fair.
because I think Titus Howard's playing for his job.
Uh-huh.
I've been on the record saying this will be Titus Howard's last year as a Houston Texan. I still stand by that. But if he goes out and just dominates at right tackle, okay, much different story when we're talking about this once we enter the offseason. So I think Titus Howard's number 1. I would have Stephon Diggs number 2. I think they're clear-cut number 2. Although Kenyon Green should be in the mix. I overlooked him, I suppose. I think number 3 is Nico Collins. Like, the Texans went out and paid Nico Collins a lot of money. Not top dollar for a receiver, but a lot of money. And Nico Collins has done it for 1 year. So I think Nico Collins is under a lot of pressure to prove that he is worth all of this money and not a one-hit wonder. So Titus Howard, Stephon Diggs, clear-cut number 2, and then I have Nico Collins. I like Kenyon Green on that list too, though. That's a good call on that one.
I would throw in Jalen Petrie. I mean, we all loved his rookie season. Took a bit of a step back last year. We had questions on his coverage, and they decided to move him into a different role, at least whenever they're in nickel coverage, and make him that nickel corner. So does he excel in that position, or does he continue to take a slide back? He could also be playing for his job.
I think Petrie's in the Kenyon Green mold to like where they're two guys that are like, okay, are these guys are part of our future plans? They're working on a second contract. Kenyon Green's going into his 3rd year. Jalen Petrie's going into his 3rd year. So they're both entering that conversation where, okay, are these guys going to be extended? They have just 2 years left on their deal. So yeah, those are good calls with guys on their rookie contracts.
Yeah, and again, because he's changing positions, does it help him in the fact that from a Petrie standpoint, he had one good year his rookie year? Maybe it helps him a little bit, but look, with as good as the rest of the team is, they're not going to take too long to move on from you if you prove this year you can't do it.
There's a lot of folks that think that rookie year might have been inflated too because he was on a bad team. Like he's racking up a bunch of tackles when you don't really want your safeties making lots of tackles, but playing in the nickel, I think, changes that a little bit this year. But some people think his rookie year was overrated because he was a solid player on a bad defense. 713-780-ESPN. You can get in your Texans who are under the most pressure. Also, our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You're a car wreck of the day if you don't have a basketball goal from Hoops. If you have one from the big box store, not a good idea. If you're in the market to get one and you're thinking about getting another goal, not a good idea. You need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops, whether it's the next goal you're buying, whether it's to replace the bad one that you have in your driveway, whatever the case, if you're in the market for a basketball goal, it needs to be from Pro Dunk Hoops. And you should be in the market for a basketball goal. You'll love it. The kids will love it. Everybody will love it. And Pro Dunk Hoops makes the highest quality basketball goal on the earth. Tempered glass backboard, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable, gives you a true authentic feel that you see in the pro gyms, the college gyms. And you can raise and lower your goal anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level too. LED light kits for night play. It's hot in Houston during the day. You don't want to play until the evening. We get it. Kids are in school now. You're at work. The only chance for you to shoot some hoops is whenever it's night. Get LED light kits so you can do that. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, lots more. And you can order all of this online. You can also order professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal. Perfect height, perfectly straight, perfectly level. You don't worry about a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Brian misses a day and forgets to do his job. Where's Justin Verlander's music?
At 1 o'clock.
6:05, first pitch. Glenn Davis coming up next. Soccer Matters on ESPN. It always does. Glenn's going to have former U.S. national team Marcelo Rocky Balboa, also Dynamo coach Ben Olsen, European news. You're not going to want to miss it. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters. You never want to miss it. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
I'll start with Daryl Doucette, U.S. flag football quarterback, who strongly declared he's a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
Okay, a little different than what you said. I don't think he's declaring that he's a better quarterback than Pat Mahomes. I think he's declaring that he's a better flag football quarterback than Pat Mahomes.
Either way, do you believe it?
No, I guess not.
The guy's 5'8", 140.
And he'll be 38.
And he's going to be 38 or 39
when the
years
Olympics
old.
start.
Why do you have to be big to be a good flag football quarterback? There's no line.
You still got to you got to see everything. There's pass rush, isn't there, in flag football?
Yeah, but there's not a line.
Right, not a line of it, but still. You love to pick me apart.
No, I
but
just don't know why you have to be tall to be a good flag football quarterback.
I just think it's pretty ludicrous for a 38-year-old man playing flag football to declare he's better than the best quarterback in the NFL.
I think it's pretty ludicrous for a 38-year-old man to play flag football. Yeah. I mean, I don't want the NFL guys in the Olympics, though. I don't think I do.
What about the ex-NFL guys?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that would be cool.
fine. I don't want C.J. Stroud playing in the flag football Olympics and tearing up his legs.
No. But I wouldn't be opposed to guys that have recently retired so that the USA doesn't get embarrassed like they did in 3-on-3.
Yeah. I'm going to nominate every other university in America for not hiring Eddie Nunez as their athletic director. What a home run hire for the University of Houston. And every other university nominated for the car wreck of the day. U of H was already perfect, and now they hired a perfect athletic director. What? They don't do anything wrong.
Unbiased opinions
Nothing
you get from this show.
Nothing wrong. Yeah, we tell it like it is. Unbiased, tell it like it is, equal opportunity hater. There's nothing wrong there.
No?
Never. Perfect university. What are you nominating, Brian?
I'm going to nominate, since we were able to vet it during the break from both The Athletic and CBS Sports, I'm going to nominate Anthony Richardson not being willing to throw the ball. And apparently by people from not only do all the stats that or all the quotes you guys read apparently are true, but apparently he went 10 for 20 as a passer in this practice. Look, I know he's a great runner, he's a great athlete, but yeah, those passing numbers we saw at Florida in the 1 year he was a starter don't seem to have gotten much better.
Does he have to be a good passer for the Colts to be good,
question.
though?
Well, I don't know if he does because Shane Steichen's a genius and he can run it. But
Taylor's there. Colts lead the NFL in rushing. Cash or trash?
Cash.
I think there's a very good chance that they will. Very good chance that they will.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to say no, but
maybe the Niners,
they're on the short list.
Dolphins.
Philly.
Jalen Hurts and adding
Henry,
Saquon.
Yeah.
Saquon.
San Fran's a good call. I mean, Indy,
Miami could do it.
Yeah, but they have a lot of wide receiver weapons they got to feed.
I know, but they got a great running game.
But they love to throw it, too.
I know.
You're absolutely right that they do. I just feel like they have too many receivers to feed.
Achane, though, is a game changer. Like, if he's
They're
healthy,
talking about him lining out receiver.
Sure. I mean, Mostert, even despite him being like 33 years old, is still a burner.
Yeah,
so
he fell
I
in the
don't
end
know.
zone a lot last year.
Yeah.
I mean that's an elite offense. Miami's an elite offense when they're right. I question Richardson's ability to throw the ball, too. I also want to nominate Robert Manfred for failing to ban Jaron Duran from baseball. that cruel act that he had the other day at Fenway Park, he should have been banned for his life. That we wouldn't have to face the Astros and beat them up yesterday.
Or at least until
Or
tomorrow.
the entire series. Ban him for life, Manfred, you wuss.
He hit for average. He hit for power. He ran, stole the bases. Yeah, he pretty much did it all against them. Not good.
Yeah, I mean, tongue-in-cheek, obviously. Alex wants to nominate the Astros for losing the series, especially after winning Game 1. Poncho wants to nominate Dell for muting the Twitch while Vanessa was on earlier today.
That's probably a good call, actually.
Probably a really good call.
That's probably a good call.
That was Vanessa pulled double duty today. She came, not only was she on with the bench, but she came in studio. And then she was doing the wraparound stuff for the Shin today.
That's probably why she did it, too. She probably was she's already going to be heading over to the baseball stadium so she could make a pit stop.
I I do hits on radio stations from time to time, usually talking about the great, perfect University of Houston. I would never go in person. Probably because I'm lazy, but I would never go in person. If I'm going to,
Yeah, most of your hits are out of town, right?
yeah, no, that's not the case. I've done a few hits for down the hall or people who fill in here for the weekends. It would never come in. If I'm going to grace you with my presence of being a guest on your radio station or radio show, I'm not going to do it in person.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it in person. I mean, credit to her for doing it, and credit for DJ when he does it. You're better people than me. Just wouldn't do it. All right, what's winning car wreck of the day?
Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson. I'll go with that.
I think it should be every other university for not hiring Eddie.
That new scoreboard looked nice.
No? All right. I guess Anthony Richardson's winning in an upset. Congratulations, Anthony Richardson. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian. He's Blank on Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now.
So when I look at this team, the big signing was Mihailovic in the offseason.
Yep.